Zhang Mo suddenly traversed into a fantastical realm, landing in the center of the 3,000 realms, in a city of cultivators known as Wuxiang. As an ordinary mortal, Zhang Mo possessed no remarkable strength, yet he was fortunate enough to awaken the Wanjie system. A magnificent pavilion, beyond description, suddenly descended in the heart of Wuxiang, rendering the entire city a mere backdrop. With mysterious invitations sent forth by great powers, ancient beings who had lived for countless ages trembled in response. At the outset, Zhang Mo chose to auction a millennium of lifespan. Upon the announcement of this news, the supreme beings of ancient forbidden zones and the kings of immortal sanctuaries went into a frenzy. Thus, the supreme scriptures, millennia of lifespan, various extraordinary physiques, as well as celestial scriptures, and even the forbidden arts of celestial kings began to flow from the auction house. All the mighty beings of the primordial realms remarked, "In the Xianxia pavilion, there is nothing you cannot acquire. If there is, it merely signifies that you lack sufficient wealth." Zhang Mo became the foremost taboo of the primordial realms, with all emperors and even celestial kings forming his network. After endless ages, Zhang Mo, under the name of the Xianxia Pavilion, reigned over the heavens and dictated the ages. Chapter 1. Xianxia Pavilion. Wuxiang, Tianxiang Mountain. This towering mountain, which pierces the clouds, is a symbol of the divine city and a sacred place revered by countless cultivators. Yet today, it serves merely as a backdrop. An indescribably grand pavilion quietly hovers above Tianxiang Mountain. The pavilion, made of an unknown material, seems neither wood nor gold, shrouded in chaotic energy, with Gadao Fun flashing by only to vanish in an instant, so swift that it appears as an illusion. This is the Xianxia Pavilion, Zhang Mo's auction house. Outside the pavilion, in the void, terrifying presences materialized. I did not expect you, old Qiang of the Jiang sacred land, to arrive as well. Weren't you in closed-door cultivation, striving for the Saint King realm? What brings you here, hoping to test your luck as your lifespan wanes? A sinister voice echoed, as a swirling mass of black mist revealed an elder clad in a dark green robe, his face adorned with eerie, demonic patterns. He was the grand elder of the demon path, Wuxiang. The one referred to as Old Qiang was an elder dressed in a crimson robe, with white hair and beard. Around him seemed to float a great sun, emitting a searing aura that warped the surrounding space. He opened his eyes, golden pupils shooting forth divine radiance, casting a cold glance at Wuxiang. "Whether I come or not is of no concern to you. Why do you, old demon, venture out of your dark lair? Aren't you afraid of being struck down in the street?" The Qiang saint offered no courtesy. "Hith, you. Wuxiang laughed maniacally, and an atmosphere of tension enveloped them, causing countless low-level cultivators in Wuxiang to tremble in fear. At that moment, a resounding phoenix cry reverberated through the skies. A luxurious carriage, drawn by 9 divine phoenixes, glided through the void, slowly approaching. Within the carriage, curtains swayed, revealing a graceful silhouette. "It is the phoenix sovereign of the one, Yao Ting. She has come in person," someone gasped in astonishment. Qiang Saint and Wuxiang exchanged a glance and suppressed their auras. Although both were great saints, they felt inferior compared to the Phoenix Sovereign, who had lived for countless ages and possessed unfathomable strength. Moments later, a resplendent golden light erupted in the western sky, revealing the towering golden form of an ancient Buddha, chanting the sutras, with 9 halos surrounding his head. Every step birthed golden lotuses in the void. The abbot of Wan Fuisi in the western desert, Jin Chanshengren. In the east, sword energy surged into the sky as a figure, standing upon an ancient long sword, arrived with a fierce intent that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens. The supreme elder of Zhan Tianjianzong, Jianxin Dashing. These top-tier figures, whose mere presence could cause earthquakes in the 3,000 realms, now gathered like a market assembly before the Xianxia Pavilion. They were either the leaders of sacred lands, ancestors of ancient clans, or reclusive old monsters, each representing a pinnacle force. They had all received that mysterious invitation. A seemingly ordinary black gold card had bypassed the numerous barriers they had set and appeared directly in their secluded sanctuaries. This alone signified an unimaginable level of power. At this moment, gazing at the ancient and grand pavilion before them, their hearts brimmed with trepidation and speculation. What exactly is this Xianxia Pavilion? Why have we never heard of it before? To deliver invitations to us silently, The strength of its master must surpass our imagination. Look at that pavilion. I perceive it through my mystical vision, and all I see is chaos, as if I am witnessing the birth and destruction of a universe. My eyes ache, and I nearly lost my Tao heart. The saintly figure recounted, still shaken. Indeed, this place is shrouded by supreme pathways. Our divine senses cannot penetrate even a fraction. Could this be the handiwork of an emperor-level being? Impossible. The current emperors oversee the Jiuxiao Xinyu, gazing down upon the ages. How could they come to this 3,000 realms to host an auction? If it were truly an emperor, whatever they desired, who in the primordial realms would dare refuse? Then who could it be? Could it be a slumbering quasi-emperor emerging from the ancient forbidden zones? The great figures debated, each racking their brains to recall every ancient existence they knew, yet none could fit the bill. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge of the Qiuanjibao Pavilion, Zhang Mo was nervously chewing on a spirit herb produced by the system that invigorated the mind, intently staring at a massive luminous screen. The screen displayed the awe-inspiring sight of the gathered elite outside. "Damn, system, you've really gone big this time," Zhang Mo remarked, inhaling the spirit herb and exhaling a smoke ring, his palms slick with sweat. The individuals on the screen, any one of whom could blow him and the entire earth away with a breath, were now gathered at his doorstep. "Host, please rest assured. Within the confines of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, you are absolutely safe. No one can inflict harm upon you here." The system's mechanical electronic voice resonated within Zhang Mo's mind. "While safety is assured, I must go out to preside over the auction." Zhang Mo raked his fingers through his hair, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. As a mere mortal, standing before those powerful figures, won't I be pierced through by their gazes? The system has granted the host the aura of the Great Way. In the eyes of beings from the outside world, you are unfathomable and cannot be scrutinized by any means. Please remain calm and maintain the demeanor of a senior expert. The demeanor of a senior expert? How am I to maintain that? Shall I stroke an imaginary beard and declare, "You have arrived"? Zhang Mo retorted. He, an ordinary youth from the 21st century, had traversed into this realm only to be struck by the Multiverse Auction System, which bestowed upon him an astonishingly powerful auction house. The system informed him that his sole responsibility was to organize the auctions with the items provided by the system, and the profits could be exchanged for anything in the system's shop, including cultivation techniques, bloodlines, or even an entirely new universe. It sounded idyllic, yet the onset was fraught with hellish difficulty. For the first auction, all invited were formidable figures starting from the Saint Realm. All right, fortune favors the bold. I fear nothing." Zhang Mo extinguished the Lingshan grass, took a deep breath, and turned to a nearby maid clad in a qipao, her figure enchanting, yet her gaze vacant. "Xianxia, prepare to open the door for our guests." This maid, Xianxia, was a combat doll gifted by the system, possessing strength comparable to a Saint King, but solely responsible for security and hospitality, lacking any autonomous consciousness. "Yes, Pavilion Master." Xianxia slightly bowed, turning towards the entrance. Zhang Mo watched her retreating figure, then glanced at the screen displaying a throng of demolition teams awaiting entry, swallowing hard. "I hope these dignitaries possess some sense and refrain from causing a ruckus on my territory." Outside, the Phoenix Lord, Saint King Jinshan, and other top-tier beings waited in serene silence. Not a trace of impatience marred their demeanor. In such a mysterious place, there are of course rules. To keep them waiting outside was only natural in their eyes. Just then, that ancient door, which had remained firmly closed for ages, seemingly merging with the heavens and earth, slowly creaked open with a faint creak. An indescribable aura of antiquity, vastness, and grandeur wafted forth from within, sending a shockwave of astonishment through all present, including the great saints and saint kings. It was as if they glimpsed a fragment of a long-lost ancient history, hearing the mournful song of epics transitioning. All eyes were fixated on that slowly parting door. Chapter 2. The astonishing auction house as the grand doors slowly creaked open. The elegantly attired Xianxia stood expressionless within, offering a slight bow to the gathered assembly. "Esteemed guests, the master beckons you." Her voice, frigid and devoid of emotion, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. In that instant, the gaze of all the prominent figures converged upon Xianxia. The sacred son's pupils abruptly contracted. He found himself utterly unable to fathom the depths of this maid's capabilities. She stood there, seemingly merging with the loft behind her, yet also appearing to exist beyond the confines of this realm, evoking within him an overwhelming sense of insignificance, akin to gazing into the vast cosmos. The Sacred King felt a similar apprehension, even more profound. The majestic gaze of the Phoenix Sovereign, concealed behind the beaded drapery, flickered with gravity. As a Sacred King, her perception was exceedingly acute, yet all she sensed from this maid was an unfathomable abyss. Could it be that a mere gatekeeper possessed strength rivaling, or even surpassing, that of Sacred King? This thought detonated in the minds of the assembled elites, elevating their reverence for the Origin Treasure Pavilion to unprecedented heights. This was no mere handiwork of a quasi-emperor. Could it truly be constructed by a living emperor, playing among mortals? In a heartbeat, the previously proud dignitaries retracted their airs of superiority. The Sacred Son instinctively adjusted his ceremonial robe, anxious to avoid any potential faux pas. "We are grateful for your guidance, fair maiden," intoned the golden cicada, Sacred King, palms pressed together, as he was the first to step forward. His movements were cautious, as though he were not entering a mere pavilion, but embarking on a sacred pilgrimage. Witnessing this, the others followed suit. Upon crossing the threshold, the scene before them rendered them momentarily speechless. The interior of the auction house was vastly more expansive than it appeared from the outside, resembling a self-contained microcosm. Above, a resplendent galaxy gracefully swirled, each star emanating pure spiritual energy. The ground was adorned with smooth, white jade, naturally etched with intricate patterns. Stepping upon it invigorated the spirit, sharpening the mind's clarity. This was spirit-nourishing jade. Moreover, it was the finest variety, naturally inscribed with Tao patterns, rumored to have only emerged at the dawn of chaos. Long since extinct, to think it was used to pave the floor here? A venerable ancestor from a distinguished family gasped, his voice trembling with astonishment. "Look at those chairs. They are crafted from the heart of ancient tea trees of enlightenment. Sitting upon one for a day is equivalent to a century of arduous cultivation. Any single one could incite fierce competition among the sacred lands. And the tea table before us. Heavens, this is void celestial gold. A solid slab of void celestial gold. The primary material for crafting emperor-grade weapons. And it's casually utilized as a table. Can you smell that tea aroma? This is 9 Turns Soul Revival Tea. A legendary brew capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh to bones. A single sip could extend one's lifespan by a decade. Here it is being served as mere refreshment for guests." Exclamations of awe erupted in waves, as these typically aloof and composed sacred realm powerhouses displayed the astonishment of naive country folk unacquainted with the world. They surveyed their surroundings, and wherever their gaze landed, they were met with legendary artifacts, some of which existed solely in the most ancient of texts. The decorative potted plants were seedlings of the Huanghongli, known to bear sacred fruits. The scrolls hanging upon the walls contained profound principles, each one intoxicating to behold, as if one could directly grasp the essence of the Tao. In a corner, a casually placed incense burner turned out to be a damaged weapon of a holy king, while the incense burning within was the soul-purifying essence, known as the Imperial Soul Cleansing Elixir. Madness. This world must be insane. A tempest raged within the hearts of all. Any trivial ornament in this place could incite a bloody storm in the outside world, potentially leading to a battle of sanctified proportions. Yet here, they were mere decorations. Such extravagance was terrifying, murmured the great saint of the abyssal spring, his demonic patterns twitching upon his face. He believed the valley of heavenly demons to be sufficiently affluent, but in comparison to this place, his possessions seemed like mere refuse. Amitabha, the Saint King of the Golden Cicada, closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the astonishment within. The mastery and foundation of this domain's lord were beyond their comprehension. All they needed to do was wait in tranquil anticipation. His words served as a reminder to the others. Indeed, in a place where imperial-grade materials served as coffee tables and ancient tea trees for enlightenment were fashioned into chairs, what kind of magnificent being must its owner be? Their previous speculations of semi-emperors or slumbering old monsters were not but farcical. This was undoubtedly a transcendent existence, surpassing even the great emperors, towering above all paths. In that moment, everyone sat upright, scarcely daring to breathe. They delicately lifted their teacups, savoring the fragrant aroma of the tea, yet hesitated to truly imbibe. After all, this was the 9 Rebirth Soul Tea. A single sip could grant a century of lifespan. Who were they to dare consume such a divine elixir? Should they provoke the displeasure of this domain's master, none would be able to exit through that grand door today. In the background, Zhang Mo observed the esteemed figures seated with utmost decorum through the luminous screen, resembling schoolchildren in class, and couldn't help but chuckle. System, this decor package is impressive. It has truly subdued them. Zhang Mo's heart soared with joy. All these so-called spirit-nourishing jades, enlightenment tea trees, and void immortal gold were merely system-provided decorative templates, utterly worthless to him. As for the 9 rebirth soul tea, it was an endlessly supplied complimentary beverage from the system. He watched as a powerful sage carefully inhaled the tea's aroma, his expression one of ethereal delight, almost bursting into laughter. Is it really that exaggerated? It's just tea leaves? Akin to ordinary tea guanyin. Zhang Mo took a sip from his cup, savoring the taste. The host, being of mortal flesh, cannot perceive the fragments of the Tao and the immense vitality contained within, the system elucidated. Very well, as long as they find it impressive, that suffices. Zhang Mo adjusted the black robe prepared for him by the system. This garment, while unremarkable in itself, transformed into something extraordinary under the profound aura bestowed by the system. It was time for me, as a seasoned expert, to make my entrance. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Mo pushed open the door to the lounge and strode towards the auction stage. His steps were light, yet resonated distinctly in the expansive backstage corridor. In the auction hall, all the prominent figures seemed to sense something, collectively raising their heads, their gazes intensely fixed on the auction podium ahead. They understood that the main event was about to commence. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, as if the very air had solidified. Within the royal carriage of the Phoenix Lord, the beaded curtains swayed gently, and the breathtaking figure sat upright. The golden cicada, sage, king lowered his gaze, silently reciting scriptures to calm his exhilarated heart. What they were about to witness could very well be a living legend, an unparalleled being emerging from the mythic era. Chapter 3. Is this just an appetizer? In the midst of this profound silence, a figure gradually emerged from behind the podium. Clad in a simple black robe devoid of ornate embellishments or imposing presence, his long black hair fell casually over his shoulders, and his delicate features resembled those of an ordinary neighborly youth. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable individual caused every esteemed sage present to momentarily skip a heartbeat. Ordinary? No. This was anything but ordinary. This was the essence of simplicity, the ultimate principle distilled to its core. In the eyes of these formidable beings, whose manifestations were often grand and whose divine lights soared to the heavens, Zhang Mo's ability to perfectly contain all his aura, pressure, and fluctuations of laws within himself, without revealing a hint, was the most terrifying aspect. This indicated that his mastery over power had reached an unfathomable realm, one beyond their comprehension. They attempted to probe with their divine senses, but as soon as their thoughts approached within 3 feet of Zhang Mo, they vanished without a trace. Akin to a cow sinking into the ocean, they sought to glimpse his essence with their spiritual vision, only to be met with chaos, as if staring into the ultimate mysteries of the universe, causing their eyes to sting and their souls to tremble. It was impenetrable, utterly impenetrable. The radiant sun sage was struck with dismay. He stood there, yet felt as though he existed outside the confines of this time and space, as if he were the embodiment of the Tao itself. Amitabha, the level of this senior's realm likely brushed against the domain of immortals, the golden cicada sage king thought, his own mind tumultuous. The beautiful eyes of the Phoenix Lord behind the beaded curtain sparkled with wonder. Having lived for an extensive period, she considered herself well-versed in the ways of the world and had even had the fortune of catching a distant glimpse of a quasi-emperor's grandeur. Yet, even the quasi-emperor bore traces of the Tao and fluctuations of laws. In stark contrast, this lord before them possessed nothing at all. The absence itself was the most terrifying aspect, signifying that he had transcended the Tao, or rather, that he was the Tao itself. In an instant, a flurry of outrageous speculations raced through the minds of the gathered assembly. Our esteemed predecessor, Zhang Mo, is now making his way toward the center of the auction stage, his heart racing with trepidation. Good heavens, with so many illustrious figures fixated on me, the pressure is overwhelming. What is with their gazes? They seem to penetrate my very soul as if they possess X-ray vision. System, is that grand aura of yours truly reliable? They want to uncover that I am merely a mediocre fighter, will they? Rest assured, host, the grand aura provides the highest level of disguise, and below the rank of a quasi-immortal, none can see through it. Reassured by the system's guarantee, Zhang Mo exhaled slightly in relief. Approaching the auction platform, he cleared his throat, striving to project an air of calmness. He emulated the demeanor of those prominent figures from the films, surveying the audience below. Instantly, everyone in the crowd straightened their spines, and some even nervously lowered their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Witnessing this reaction instilled a sense of confidence in Zhang Mo. It seems these esteemed individuals have indeed been intimidated. Very well, let us continue this charade. Welcome, everyone, to my Origin Treasure Pavilion. Zhang Mo began, his voice unembellished, devoid of magical enhancement, yet resonating clearly throughout every corner. This seemingly plain voice, upon reaching the ears of the crowd, reverberated with the weight of grand cosmic resonance. Let us dispense with the trivialities. I presume you did not come here to endure my ramblings. Zhang Mo declared lazily, eager to commence. I have prepared a few intriguing items today, and I hope you will find them delightful. Intriguing items? At the utterance of these words, the corners of the mouths of the distinguished attendees twitched involuntarily. What sort of treasures could possibly be deemed intriguing by such a being? The atmosphere grew charged, breaths quickening as eyes fixated intently on the auction stage. Observing their fervor, Zhang Mo couldn't help but smirk, snapping his fingers. With his gesture, a brilliant light enveloped the stage, and a jade box materialized from thin air. Casually, Zhang Mo opened the jade box, revealing a rare medicinal herb, radiating a purple glow, with leaves that sparkled like stars. A rich and intoxicating fragrance of the herb wafted through the entire hall. This is the purple essence stargrass, and it is a perfect holy herb, over 100,000 years old. A saint renowned for his alchemical prowess rose from his seat, his voice trembling with excitement. What? 100,000-year-old purple essence stargrass? Wasn't this holy herb thought to be extinct? It is said to be the primary ingredient for crafting the holy king breakthrough pill. Heavens! To begin with such a treasure of this caliber? And this is merely the appetizer? The entire hall erupted into a frenzy. The purple essence stargrass is a coveted treasure for saints and mighty beings alike, especially for those grand saints who have been stuck at their bottleneck for years. For them, a single holy king breakthrough pill signifies an ascent to the realm of saint kings. Is this truly what the predecessor referred to as an intriguing item? The Red Sun Saint felt his resolve shaken. In his quest for a similar sacred herb, he once ventured into the forbidden zone of life, narrowly escaping with his life, ultimately discovering only a subpar specimen aged several millennia. Yet here, a flawless sacred herb, aged 100,000 years, was presented as the opening auction item. Zhang Mo observed the astonished expressions of the crowd below, relishing the moment. This purple essence stargrass was valued at 100 auction points in the system marketplace, and he had been generously gifted 1,000,000 points at the outset, rendering this treasure as commonplace as cabbage to him. One stalk of 100,000-year-old purple essence stargrass, Zhang Mo languidly announced, with a starting bid of 100 strands of sacred origin energy. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 10 strands. The sacred origin energy could only be condensed by those of the Holy Realm, serving as a hard currency for transactions among formidable beings beyond that tier. I bid 110 strands. A voice rang out urgently as soon as Zhang Mo finished speaking. 130 strands. This item is mine. No one dares compete with me. What a joke. 150 strands. I bid 200 strands. The price surged rapidly, soon breaking through the 300-strand mark. All bidders were formidable beings of the Grand Saint level, their eyes aflame with fervor. Zhang Mo, amused, watched their fervent competition, feeling as though he were witnessing an exhilarating film. Before long, the first auction item was sold for 350 strands of sacred origin energy to an elated Grand Saint. His face flushed with excitement, as if he had struck an extraordinary bargain. Zhang Mo merely waved his hand casually, and the purple essence stargrass floated before the Grand Saint. Immediately following this, Zhang Mo snapped his fingers. The second item was a broken path shuttle, a damaged weapon of the Sacred King, yet containing a sliver of complete spatial law, remarkably effective for comprehending the path of space. On stage appeared a palm-sized silver shuttle, marred with cracks. Starting bid, 200 strands of sacred origin energy. I bid 250, 300, 350. Another frenzy of bidding ensued. Subsequently, Zhang Mo unveiled several more items capable of inciting a sensation in the outside world. There was a rebirth stone imbued with a trace of reincarnation law, complete blood essence from an ancient demon sage, and a fragmentary ancient scripture pointing towards the realm of the Sage King. Each item drove the prominent figures present into a frenzy, consuming their amassed wealth at an alarming rate. The atmosphere in the auction hall had reached a fever pitch, with everyone blinded by desire, willing to risk everything for the treasures they coveted. Zhang Mo, observing all of this, could only think one thought. These magnates are truly affluent. He watched the steadily rising balance of points in the system backend, his smile nearly distorting his face. Unbeknownst to him, his nonchalant demeanor was profoundly shocking to those in the audience. This esteemed elder seemed utterly unconcerned with the significance of the ancient scriptures of the sacred king. Who exactly was he? Is truly terrifying. Each of these treasures could serve as the sacred relic of a sect, yet here they are, being auctioned off like mere cabbages at the roadside. The name Origin Treasure Pavilion will, from this day forth, reverberate throughout the vast realms of Hongmeng. Chapter 4. The Saint King Takes Action. The atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly fervent. The initial appetizers had thoroughly ignited the enthusiasm and wallets of all present. Those who had successfully bid on the treasures. The great saints were elated, feeling as though they had struck an immense fortune. Conversely, those who had been outbid lamented their misfortune, their hearts heavy with regret. Yet they remained eagerly anticipating the forthcoming items for sale. Zhang Mo observed that the moment was ripe. Clearing his throat, he spoke once more. All right, the warm-up is over. Next, we shall present something of slightly greater significance. Upon his utterance, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Every ear perked up in anticipation. The warm-up is over? Those treasures, which could incite fierce competition among the sacred grounds, were merely a prelude. What could possibly be more astonishing than what was to follow? Even the ever-composed Saint King Jin Shan, who had been meditating in tranquility, and the enigmatic Phoenix Lord behind the curtain, opened their eyes, curiosity flickering within their gazes. Zhang Mo relished the attention he commanded. He snapped his fingers once again, and this time, the brilliance that illuminated the auction stage surpassed any previous display. As the radiance subsided, an ancient bee-skin scroll floated serenely in midair. The scroll bore no inscriptions, only a singular image. It depicted a colossal beast, reminiscent of a qilin, yet adorned with a dragon's head and phoenix wings, its body encrusted with arcane golden scales. Roaring towards the heavens, as though intent on shattering the very stars of the nine skies. An overwhelming aura of primal power and unassailable supremacy emanated from the painting. Merely gazing upon this image, some of the demon clan's great saints felt their bloodlines boil uncontrollably, trembling with an impulse to prostrate themselves in reverence. This was none other than the legendary illustrated compendium of all demons, within the chariot of the demon's sovereign court. The voice of the Phoenix Lord resonated with a notable tremor, betraying the calm demeanor previously maintained. What? Is it truly the illustrated compendium of all demons? It is said that this is one of the most ancient ancestors of the demon race, the Hunyuan Demon Emperor, who personally crafted this supreme tome. It contains the unparalleled methods to ascend to the domain of the Demon Emperor. Impossible. Wasn't the illustrated compendium lost during the ancient war? How could it possibly appear here? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. If the previous treasures merely stirred the hearts of the great saints, then this illustrated compendium was enough to drive all Saint Kings into a frenzy. Especially for the demon race. It was nothing short of a supreme, holy artifact. Phoenix Lord, is this truly the illustrated compendium of all demons? The Saint of Red Sun could not restrain himself from inquiring. The Phoenix Lord, taking a deep breath, responded gravely. There is no mistake. That stirring sensation emanating from the depths of the bloodline, the unique imperial might belonging to the Hunyuan Demon Emperor. This is undoubtedly the genuine illustrated compendium. It appears that this is merely a fragment of a larger manuscript. Zhang Mo nodded and added, Indeed, this is but one volume of the compendium of all demons, chronicling the insights and secret techniques required to transcend from the peak of the Saint King realm to the quasi-emperor stage. Boom! If moments ago there was merely a simmering excitement, now the entire hall felt as if it were on the verge of explosion. The mere mention of the techniques for breaking through to the quasi-emperor stage struck each Saint King like a thunderclap. At their level, advancing further seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens. Countless formidable beings across the vastness of the primordial realms remained stuck at the pinnacle of Saint Kings, unable to take even half a step forward until their lifespans were exhausted. The quasi-emperor represented a different echelon of existence, standing at the apex of the pyramid. And now, a beacon guiding them toward the quasi-emperor realm lay vividly before their eyes. "Senior, how shall this item be auctioned?" A venerable voice emerged from an unassuming corner. As the crowd turned to look, they discovered an elderly figure clad in gray robes, exuding a presence so frail that he seemed on the brink of passing. Yet, those who recognized him felt a shiver run down their spines. He was the ancestral patriarch of the Chongsheng Lin family. Hadn't he already transcended 5 millennia ago? To their astonishment, he was still alive. This was a genuine top-tier Saint King, rumored to have once clashed with a quasi-emperor in his youth, emerging unscathed. In the depths of the patriarch's murky eyes, an unprecedented brilliance flickered to life as he fixed his gaze upon the beast-hide scroll on the platform. For an ancient being nearing the end of his lifespan, any glimmer of hope for transcendence was worth any price he could pay. The Saint King of the Golden Cicada also pressed his palms together, intoning a solemn Buddhist chant, his expression unusually grave. Though he was a monk of the Buddhist order, he too yearned for a higher realm to explore the ultimate truths of the Dharma. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Lord of the All-Demon Holy Court was determined to seize this opportunity. This was, after all, the supreme scripture of their demon race, and now that it had resurfaced, she would never allow it to slip away. Zhang Mo observed the silent yet intense exchange of glances among the top-tier Saint Kings below, a thrill of delight blossoming in his heart. Let the bidding commence. No, let the auction unfold. The fiercer their bids, the greater my rewards. The starting price for the fragment of the compendium of all demons was set at 1,000 strands of the essence of the sacred path, or equivalent treasures of heaven and earth, divine gold, and celestial materials. Zhang Mo paused for a moment before adding, of course, should anyone possess an imperial scripture or imperial artifact, they may claim it directly. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. An imperial scripture? An imperial artifact? What a jest! Such items were the embodiment of an era's fortune, instruments of an emperor's path to enlightenment. Who would dare to trade them? Even if they existed, who would be bold enough to present them? They would likely be reduced to ashes before they even left the premises. I offer 100 pounds of starry divine sand. The Lin family patriarch was the first to speak, launching a formidable bid. The starry divine sand, a divine material born from the core of stars after eons of evolution, was the finest material for crafting Saint King weapons. The value of 100 pounds far surpassed that of 1,000 strands of the essence of the sacred path. Amipa, the holy man of the Golden Cicada, Wang Xian, chanted a Buddhist invocation, expressing his desire to exchange 3 Bodhi seeds. What? The treasure of the 10,000 Buddha temple. A Bodhi seed that takes 30,000 years to mature? It is said that a single Bodhi seed can lead one to instant meditation, revealing one's true nature and significantly enhancing the chances of breakthrough. The holy man of the Golden Cicada surprisingly presented 3 at once. The crowd gasped in astonishment. However, the Phoenix Sovereign, seated in her carriage, merely let out a soft chuckle. We, the holy court of myriad demons, are willing to exchange a replica of the heart of the Demon Emperor. As her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The heart of the Demon Emperor, a supreme artifact transformed from the heart of the fallen Hunyuan Demon Emperor, embodies the primordial powers of the Demon Emperor. Though merely a replica, it is crafted by the greatest of the demon lineage, requiring countless efforts to mimic the true heart of the Demon Emperor, qualifying it as a quasi-imperial weapon. Its value transcends any measure of sacred origins. The elder of the Lin family and the holy man of the Golden Cicada exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They understood that, in terms of financial power and desire for this treasure, they could not compete with the Phoenix Sovereign, the ruler of the demon race. Is there anything higher? Zhang Mo casually inquired. His heart brimmed with joy. Acquiring a quasi-imperial weapon would be a tremendous gain. The elder of the Lin family and the holy man of the Golden Cicada fell silent. Despite their substantial wealth, they could not produce anything more precious than a quasi-imperial weapon. Very well, since no one is raising the stakes, Zhang Mo declared decisively. This volume of the Myriad Demons Atlas shall belong to me. Wait. At that moment, a calm, yet imposing voice resonated from a private box on the second floor. The voice was not loud, yet it echoed within the souls of all present, causing every sage-level expert to experience a shiver of trepidation, as if an ancient mountain pressed upon their hearts. A quasi imperial, the holy man of the Scarlet Sun exclaimed, his face draining of color. In the grand hall, every gaze turned incredulously towards the previously unnoticed box on the second floor. There, an aura had manifested, one that surpassed all beings and loomed ominously over the ages of human history. Chapter 5. The Quasi-Emperor Descends. As that voice resounded, the very air in the auction hall seemed to freeze. Time, space, and light, everything fell into a bizarre stasis. Every sage, every great sage, including the Phoenix Sovereign and the holy man of the Golden Cicada, felt their souls gripped by an invisible hand, their thoughts rendered sluggish. This was an absolute suppression at the level of existence. A quasi-emperor had truly descended. Which ancient being was it? Was it the one from the buried immortal ridge? Or the master of the reincarnation sea? Goodness, even such an entity had been stirred. A tempest of awe and fear surged within countless hearts, yet their bodies remained immobile. Frozen in their previous postures, their faces betraying terror and reverence. The quasi-emperor, a half-step emperor, though not a true dominator of the era, possessed strength that transcended the realm of sanctity. They are living legends, embodiments of taboos, capable of shattering galaxies with but a thought, and erasing sacred lands with a mere flicker of anger. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms, it has been countless millennia since a quasi-emperor graced the mortal realm. Everyone presumed they had long since succumbed to slumber in the 9 heavens or within the depths of some forbidden zone. Yet, to their astonishment, they found themselves manifest here today. Only a handful of saintly kings could still muster coherent thoughts. The beaded curtains of the Phoenix Lord's chariot swayed violently, betraying the inner turmoil of its master. Cold sweat beaded on the brow of the Golden Cicada Saint King, and the prayer beads in his grasp ceased their rhythmic motion. The aged ancestor of the Lin family, teetering on the brink of death, turned ashen, as the ember of hope that had ignited in his eyes was extinguished in an instant. Before a quasi-emperor, these so-called saintly kings were no more significant than ants. Not only were they incapable of contending for the grand tome of demons, but a mere thought from their adversary could obliterate them entirely. However, amidst this oppressive atmosphere, one individual stood apart. At the auction stage, Zhang Mo remained languidly poised, seemingly impervious to the overwhelming pressure. Indeed, he felt nothing at all. Under the protective aegis of the Origin Treasure Pavilion's rules, not even the might of a quasi-emperor could faze him. Even the presence of an emperor, intent on exerting their dominance, felt no different than a gentle breeze upon his skin. Curiously, he lifted his gaze to the dimly lit box on the second floor. "HM, did someone just speak?" Zhang Mo pondered, the voice resonating with an air of authority, sounding as if amplified by echoes. Unbeknownst to him, the so-called quasi-emperor was merely a label on his system interface, denoting the occupant of the first box as a high-value client. Read. "Did you just speak? Are you raising the bid?" Zhang Mo queried, picking up the small hammer on the table and striking it against the surface, producing 2 sharp sounds that shattered the pervasive silence. The crisp clangs reverberated like thunder, rousing all those who had been subdued by the oppressive aura. The crowd suddenly regained their composure, gazing at Zhang Mo with expressions akin to that of awestruck worshippers beholding a deity. What had just transpired? Had he truly dared to interrupt the dignity of a quasi-emperor with a mere hammer? Moreover, he had inquired, as if a market vendor negotiating the price of cabbage. The Qiyang saint was left reeling, his worldview crumbling. He had once been privileged to witness a quasi-emperor in action at the end of the ancient star road. Even the faintest whisper of their aura had crushed the ancient starry firmament. Yet now, this pavilion master had the audacity to treat a quasi-emperor with such blatant disrespect. The Phoenix Lord and the Golden Cicada Saint King were equally bewildered. They imagined themselves standing before a quasi-emperor. Not only would they lack the courage to strike a table, they would likely be prostrated in reverence, calling to the Venerable One for mercy. Yet this pavilion master remained unfazed, exuding an air of impatience that seemed to communicate, "Are you buying or not? If not, I shall sell to someone else." What did this signify? It indicated that in the eyes of this pavilion master, a quasi-emperor bore no distinction from them, these saintly kings. He utterly disregarded the quasi-emperor. This conclusion caused everyone to gasp in astonishment, their scalps prickling and limbs growing cold. What kind of terrifying existence could afford to overlook a quasi-emperor? A great sovereign? Perhaps an immortal? the legendary true immortal who has long transcended the three realms and exists beyond the five elements, achieving eternal life. In that moment, the thought processes of all the prominent figures soared to unprecedented heights. Their gazes towards Zhang Mo transformed from mere reverence to fervent adoration. The private box on the second floor fell into a momentary silence. Even the quasi-emperor seemed somewhat taken aback by Zhang Mo's reaction. After a few seconds, a voice resonated with authority once more, but this time, the oppressive aura had noticeably diminished, becoming much more serene. I am willing to exchange a fragment of chaos stone for this scroll. As the words echoed, a stone, roughly the size of a fist and shrouded in a grayish hue, as if containing an undeveloped universe, appeared on the auction stage. The moment it manifested, the surrounding space emitted a lament of unbearable strain, with tiny fissures in the fabric of reality fluctuating around it. Chaos Stone, an unparalleled divine object that existed before the creation of the heavens and the earth. Heavens! Such a sizable piece of Chaos Stone could serve as the heart of an entire world. Its worth even surpassed that of certain incomplete imperial weapons. The Quasi-Emperor's move was indeed extraordinary. The crowd was once again stunned by this grand display of opulence. The Phoenix Lord, upon seeing the Chaos Stone, briefly displayed a flicker of struggle and reluctance behind her curtain of pearls, yet ultimately succumbed to a deep sigh. Although her replica of the Quasi-Emperor weapon was precious, it paled in comparison to a complete fragment of Chaos Stone. This was something beyond her reach. Zhang Mo gazed at the stone on the stage and then examined the appraisal and valuation provided by the system. Item: Chaos Stone Small Fragment. Description: a divine object born before the differentiation of chaos, containing a trace of the primordial chaos law. It is a top-tier material for refining immortal artifacts and can also be used to open and stabilize cave heavens. Estimated value: 800,000 auction points. 800,000. Zhang Mo felt an overwhelming surge of joy. It is worth noting that the Phoenix Lord's replica of the Quasi-Emperor weapon was estimated by the system to be around 500,000 points. This broken stone was actually worth more than the Quasi-Emperor weapon? What a windfall! He suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, maintaining an air of composure as he cast a casual glance over the audience. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Silence enveloped the room. Who would dare compete with a Quasi-Emperor for an item? Moreover, the opposing party had just presented a divine object far exceeding the value of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas itself. Anyone who dared to speak further was not raising the price, but courting death. Very well. Zhang Mo picked up the small hammer and decisively struck it. Deal. As soon as his words fell, the 10,000 Beasts Atlas transformed into a streak of light and flew into the private box on the second floor, while the Chaos Stone was effortlessly collected by Zhang Mo. The movement was as casual as picking up a pebble from the roadside. This scene once again etched itself deeply into the hearts of all present. Even the Chaos Stone, a divine artifact, seemed trivial in his eyes. The realm of this esteemed master truly surpassed their wildest imaginations. Chapter 6. The Climax of the Auction. The auction of the 10,000 Beast Codex had concluded, yet the ripples it created lingered for an extended period. The presence of a living Quasi-Emperor and the unveiling of the Chaos Stone had elevated the event to an astonishing level of grandeur. Everyone recognized that they were potentially witnessing a historic moment. The name Origin Treasure Pavilion was destined to resonate throughout the heavens. Furthermore, the Master's demeanor, nonchalantly dismissing the Quasi-Emperor, only added to his enigmatic and towering presence in the hearts of the spectators. Senior, is there no bold saint among the subsequent auction items? Could not help but inquire a courageous individual, voicing the collective curiosity of all. If even the secret techniques of a Quasi-Emperor were merely passable, what could the true grand finale possibly entail? Was it a complete imperial scripture? Or perhaps an unblemished imperial weapon? Or even the legendary opportunity that could elevate one to emperor in a single step? In an instant, breaths became heavier, and eyes brimmed with anticipation and fervor. Even the Quasi-Emperor in the private box on the second floor cast a glance of keen interest, evidently intrigued by the final item to be revealed. Zhang Mo observed the pairs of eyes below, aglow with green light, feeling a rush of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. By amplifying the atmosphere to its zenith, he could command astronomical prices for the ultimate treasure about to be unveiled. Clearing his throat, he leisurely announced, "Do not rush. The grand finale is certainly forthcoming. However, before that, A few minor items must be cleared from the inventory. Cleared from the inventory? The powerful figures felt their hearts tighten at those words, having developed a psychological aversion to the notion of minor items and inventory clearance. As expected, no sooner had Zhang Mo finished speaking than he waved his hand, and 3 items clinked into existence upon the auction stage. To the left lay an ancient bronze shield, adorned with intricate patterns of sun, moon, and stars, exuding an aura of weightiness and immortality. In the center was a fist-sized, vividly red heart, seemingly pulsing with flowing magma. To the right was a tattered formation diagram, its intertwining lines faintly suggesting a corner of an unparalleled killing formation, eliciting a sense of soul-stirring pain, as though one might be torn apart by boundless sword energy. The leftmost item, the Stellar Barrier, was an immensely formidable defensive holy weapon, nearly equivalent to a quasi-emperor's artifact. Forged by a peak Saint King through the refining of his spine and innate stellar essence, enabling it to withstand a strike from a quasi-emperor without issue. In the center lies the heart of the fiery dragon, the heart of an ancient pure-blood fiery dragon sovereign, imbued with a lifetime of insights into the laws of fire. To consume it is to test one's own fortune. To the right, we have a fragment of the celestial slaying array. Its origins need not be elaborated upon. Those who understand will comprehend. As for the starting bid, let us package these 3 items together. I find it tedious to sell each individually. Zhang Mo, resembling a vendor clearing out unsold stock, casually presented the items. The bundled starting price is 3,000 strands of sacred source essence. The audience, now utterly numbed, grappled with the implications of such treasures, an artifact nearing the status of a quasi-emperor weapon, the heart of a pure blood dragon, a shard of the celestial slaying array. Each of these items, if presented alone, would incite fierce competition among sovereign kings and even catch the eye of quasi-emperors. Yet now, they're dismissed by this elder as mere surplus inventory, hastily cleared out. A venerable leader of a sacred land clutched his chest, feeling as though the upheaval to his cultivated heart's path in one evening surpassed the collective impact of the last 10 millennia. The elder's stock far outshone the treasured artifacts of his own sacred land. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Enough of this. I seek silence. After a brief, tense silence, the bidding erupted into a frenzy. These 3 treasures represented strategic resources capable of significantly enhancing the foundation of any sacred land or family. I bid 3,500 strands. 4,000 strands. In addition, I offer a millennium-long water vein from my Xianxia sacred land. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion bids 5,000 strands, along with an ancient thunder pool. The price soared dramatically, culminating in a staggering sum as several sacred lands united to secure these items. Post-auction, the expressions on the faces of the sovereigns were a blend of agony and elation, reflecting an intricate complexity of emotions. Observing the substantial increase in his points backstage, Zhang Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. Well then, the inventory has been cleared. He clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Next comes the final item of this auction, the true piece de resistance. It has arrived. Finally, it has come. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. The Phoenix Lord, the Golden Cicada Sovereign King, the ancestor of the Lin family. These eminent figures among sovereign kings bore expressions of unprecedented gravity. In the second-floor box, the aura of the quasi-emperor subtly fluctuated, clearly anticipating this very moment. What kind of treasure could warrant such significance from this enigmatic auctioneer? What could possibly surpass the quasi-emperor's secret arts, the Chaos Stone, and the celestial slaying array? Could it truly be an imperial weapon? Or perhaps the fabled 9-turn immortal elixir, said to defy fate and allow one to relive their life? Amidst the anxious, expectant, and speculative gazes, Zhang Mo smiled enigmatically. Instead of directly revealing the item as before, he snapped his fingers, conjuring a massive luminous screen above the auction stage. Above the luminous screen, a line of gilded characters gradually emerged. The font was robust and ancient, each stroke seemingly infused with the profound truths of the universe and the essence of the Tao. However, what truly left everyone in a state of shock, their pupils trembling and minds adrift, was the content of those words. Final auction item, Millennium Lifespan. These 4 succinct characters struck like chaotic divine thunder, resounding upon the consciousness of every individual present. The entire auction hall fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. All eyes widened, mouths agape, as they stared blankly at those four characters, as if their very souls had been wrenched from their bodies. A millennium of lifespan? Chapter 7, Millennium Lifespan. Silence. A silence so profound it felt almost lifeless. At this moment, it was as if time itself had been paused. In the auction hall gathered the most elite beings from 3,000 realms. They were sages, great sages, sage kings, and ancient entities who had lived for tens of thousands of years or more, having witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties and the transitions of sacred lands. Their minds had been tempered to a resilience akin to rock, unyielding even in the face of calamity. Yet now, every face bore the same expression, dazed, bewildered, and a depth of shock that words could scarcely convey. "Am I seeing things?" murmured a powerful great sage, his voice dry as if sandpapered. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again at the luminous screen. The 5 gilded characters remained clearly suspended, each stroke striking him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Final auction item, Millennium Lifespan. Can lifespan truly be auctioned? The Qiang sage felt his understanding of reality completely shattered. Cultivators defy the heavens, contending with fate. Each breakthrough in realm not only brings an increase in power, but also an extension of lifespan. From the Millennium Lifespan of the Golden Core stage to the 10,000 years of the Sage Realm, and onward to the million years of the Emperor. Lifespan is the fundamental measure of how far a cultivator can go. It embodies the laws of the universe and symbolizes the tiers of life. Throughout history, there have been treasures capable of extending lifespan, such as the previously auctioned 9-turn resurrection tea or certain legendary divine medicines and celestial fruits. However, these items either provide a limited increase in lifespan, typically only a few decades or a century, or come with significant restrictions, such as a divine medicine being consumable only once in a lifetime, with diminishing effects upon subsequent uses or even complete ineffectiveness. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more challenging it becomes to extend lifespan. For beings of the Sage King and Quasi-Emperor caliber, their life forms have nearly transcended the mortal plane, rendering ordinary longevity-enhancing substances nearly obsolete for them. Otherwise, history would not have witnessed so many extraordinarily talented quasi-emperors succumbing to the inevitable due to the depletion of their lifespans. Yet now, the Origin Treasure Pavilion had audaciously rendered lifespan itself as a commodity. Moreover, with a single act, a millennium is bestowed. A millennium, for an ordinary mortal, this equates to several lifetimes. For a venerable sage, king, nearing the end of his days, this 1,000 years signifies the chance to strive toward the realm of quasi-emperorship. For a quasi-emperor whose vitality has waned, it represents an opportunity to awaken from slumber and seize a chance to contest for the title of emperor. This transcends mere treasures. This is destiny. This is a living, breathing opportunity to defy fate. The world has gone utterly mad. The great sage of the abyss stared blankly, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. As a prominent figure of the demonic path, he believed he had witnessed countless acts of lunacy, yet none could compare to the infinitesimal fraction of the spectacle before him. Ba, the golden cicada sage king, trembled violently, unable to grasp the prayer beads in his hands, which scattered across the floor. His eyes, once calm and serene, now brimmed with unprecedented desire and excitement. Although he ranked among the pinnacle of sage kings, he had less than 3,000 years left to live. The most unrestrained of all was the elder of the Changsheng Lin family in the corner. He abruptly rose from his chair, his once withered form now bursting with astonishing vitality. His murky eyes shone with a terrifying brightness, fixated on the auction stage, his breaths heavy as if he were bellows. Is the 1,000-year lifespan truly real? His voice was hoarse and urgent, imbued with insatiable longing. He had less than 500 years left. To someone of his caliber, 500 years was but a fleeting moment, insufficient even for a single retreat. He had resigned himself to despair, ready to embrace death with composure. Yet now, hope had unexpectedly struck him in the face. A millennium. If he could obtain this 1,000 years of lifespan, he would have ample time to pursue the coveted realm of quasi-emperorship. In contrast to their fervent excitement within the carriage of the 10,000 demons' sacred court, the Phoenix sovereign, although equally shaken, felt a profound sense of awe and trepidation. Still relatively young, she remained far from her lifespan's limit, allowing her to contemplate a crucial question more calmly than the others. If even the concept of lifespan, an ultimate notion intertwined with the essence of the universe and the laws of life, could be casually auctioned by this master, what unfathomable power does he wield? Is it creation? Is it life? Or is it time? Regardless of the answer, it pointed toward a truth she dared not ponder deeply. This master may have transcended the realm of mere mortals. He could be an emperor who commands the very essence of the cosmos. As everyone in the hall was rendered spellbound by these 5 words, an explosive surge of terrifying energy erupted from a private chamber on the 2nd floor. This aura was no longer the prior dignity and tranquility. It was filled with excitement, ecstasy, and a madness willing to pay any price. Boom! The void surrounding the chamber crumbled under the impact of this energy, transforming into a chaotic expanse. The quasi-emperor lost his composure. This ancient being, who had existed for countless millennia with a heart as tranquil as still water, was utterly shaken upon encountering the phrase 1,000 years of lifespan. To him, the chaotic stone and the imperial scriptures paled in comparison to this 1,000-year lifespan. For he too was nearing the end. Zhang Mo observed the expressions of the prominent figures below, each resembling someone struck by lightning, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The price of this 1,000-year lifespan in the system's marketplace was 500,000 points. He had previously hesitated on whether to unveil it as the grand finale, but now it was evident that its impact was extraordinary. He gazed contentedly at the explosive reactions from the quasi-emperor's private box, mentally critiquing. Indeed, this high-value red client displayed an exceptionally fitting response, brimming with emotion, a true performer. Unbeknownst to him, the excitement had genuinely overwhelmed the individual to the point of losing control. Clearing his throat, he spoke leisurely. It appears that all of you are quite intrigued by this final auction item. This item, known as the source of life liquid, is refined from the essence of longevity. Without altering his expression, Zhang Mo began to weave an elaborate tale, boasting about its remarkable qualities. Upon consumption, it can directly replenish 1,000 years of lifespan with no side effects, and it does not conflict with any longevity-enhancing substances, delivering immediate results. As his words settled, a crystal vial, no larger than a thumb and containing a single droplet of golden liquid, materialized on the auction stage. That droplet seemed to possess a life of its own, pulsating slowly within the vial, each throb radiating a tremendous vitality that promised to revive all things. 1,000 years of lifespan. This phrase struck the quasi-emperor in the private box on the 2nd floor like a heavy hammer. 1,000 years. For one in his waning state, a millennium was ample time to accomplish an abundance of endeavors. This item has no starting bid. Zhang Mo paused, revealing a devilish smile. Ladies and gentlemen, you may begin bidding. The highest offer shall prevail. Chapter 8. The quasi-emperor joins the fray. When Zhang Mo uttered the words, "No starting bid," the air in the auction hall instantly became thick and heated. The eyes of all present glowed with intensity. The absence of a starting bid indicated that the value of this item transcended any conventional currency. It also signaled that the ensuing competition would devolve into the most primal and brutal struggle. I am willing to offer 30% of the Lin family's ancient treasury, accumulated over millennia, along with my family's eternal loyalty to the Origin Treasure Pavilion after my passing, in exchange for this item. The first to speak was the venerable ancestor of the Lin family. He did not name any specific possessions, but instead wagered the future of his entire lineage. For a lineage that had endured for millions of years, the worth of 30% of their treasury was already an astronomical figure. Coupled with the pledge of everlasting loyalty from a family of saintly kings, this offer was undeniably substantial. However, no sooner had his words fallen than a chilling voice rang out. "Old Lin, you might as well save your meager possessions for your coffin." With a chilling maniacal laugh, the great sage of the Ghost Spring proclaimed, "In the name of the heavenly Demon Valley, I willingly offer a century of dominion over the abyss of 10,000 demons. Furthermore, I, Ghost Spring, shall serve as a hound beneath your esteemed authority for a millennium." A collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly. The abyss of 10,000 demons served as the very foundation of the heavenly Demon Valley, renowned throughout the 3,000 realms as one of the most infamous domains of darkness, teeming with boundless celestial demons. Surrendering a century of control would effectively cripple the vitality of the heavenly Demon Valley. The notion of a great sage voluntarily submitting as a servant for 1,000 years was utterly unprecedented. Amitabha, the Saint King of the Golden Cicada, intoned a Buddhist salutation. Yet his expression betrayed no compassion. Rather, it was rife with determination. This humble monk is willing to exchange the 3 sacred treasures of my 10,000 Buddhist temple, ancient scriptures, future scrolls, and the Vajra demon-subduing pestle. A tumultuous uproar erupted among the crowd. The 3 treasures of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, relics dating back to the era of the ancient Buddhas, were said to combine into a formidable array rivaling that of an emperor-level formation, wielding immeasurable power. The Saint King of the Golden Cicada was indeed prepared to lay bare his deepest treasures. Our court of 10,000 demons offers the celestial demon slaughtering spear, along with 3 drops of the Phoenix Sovereign's primordial blood. A voice from behind the beaded curtain rang out, tinged with urgency. The celestial demon slaughtering spear, a quasi-emperor weapon left by another demon sage, though inferior to the heart of the demon emperor, was still a genuine relic of significant caliber. Each drop of the Phoenix Sovereign's primordial blood contained a fragment of her cultivation and vitality. 3 drops could regress her power by centuries. In pursuit of this millennium of life, the sages had lost their senses. The stakes they offered grew increasingly terrifying and outrageous. Sacred weapons, divine materials, ancient texts, secret realms, territories. Even their own freedom and dignity. All that they could muster became mere chips in this high-stakes gamble. Zhang Mo sat upon the auction platform, watching as the system's calculated points soared uncontrollably on the luminous screen, a grin stretching wide across his face. Increase. Climb higher. Do not cease, he fervently urged within, while outwardly maintaining an air of calm indifference, embodying the demeanor of a sage unperturbed by the tumult of the world. Just as the crowd grew increasingly heated, nearly on the brink of violence, a commanding voice resonated once more from the second-floor box. Enough. Just 2 words, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The frenzied bidding ceased abruptly. All the sage kings turned pale, begrudgingly sealing their lips. In the face of absolute power, even the most extravagant wealth and promises appeared rather insipid. They understood that once this quasi-emperor intervened, their contest would no longer concern them. All gazes converged upon the shattered box, eager to discern what this living legend would proffer in exchange for such an invaluable millennium of life. Silence enveloped the box for a moment, as though deliberation was underway. After a prolonged silence, the voice gradually resonated, declaring, "I am the true Emperor of the Void." As he introduced himself, the atmosphere shifted palpably among the venerable saints in attendance, such as the Patriarch of the Lin family and the Saint King of Golden Cicada, their expressions transforming dramatically. It was he, the true Emperor of the Void. 300,000 years ago, he single-handedly battled 3 foreign emperors, slaying 2 of them, before retreating due to injuries sustained in his pursuit of the Tao. Legends had long suggested that he had perished deep within the Void's sacred grounds, yet here he stood, alive. This was a legend, an unparalleled figure who had once illuminated an entire era, nearly achieving the status of an emperor. My esteemed presence offers 3 items in exchange for this life essence. The true Emperor of the Void continued. First, the complete volume of the ancient scriptures of the Void. This represents the culmination of my lifelong pursuit of the Tao, directly leading to the pinnacle of the true Emperor realm. Second, a fragment of celestial tears from the Void. This precious material was acquired during my travels through the chaotic expanse and is essential for crafting celestial artifacts. Third, the true Emperor paused, his tone becoming gravely solemn. Your Excellency possesses profound wisdom, requiring not the trifling assistance of a junior. However, across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there exist numerous secret realms and ancient mysteries, remnants of epochs past, that even an emperor may find challenging to fully comprehend. Should you seek anything in the future, the entire imperial lineage, along with the accumulated intelligence and ancient texts spanning millennia, shall be at your disposal. Boom! While the first 2 offerings merely evoked astonishment at the wealth of the true emperor, the third condition sent shivers down the spines of all present, resonating deep within their souls. What did this signify? It implied that should the esteemed leader wish, he could summon a true emperor to obliterate any adversary with ease. What a terrifying price! How ruthless! Murmured the saint of the Crimson Sun. This emperor had truly wagered everything for longevity. The Patriarch of the Lin family wore a bitter smile, fully aware that all hope was lost for him. Not even if 10 more Lin families were to rise could they rival the promise of a true emperor. The monarch of Phoenix and the Saint King of Golden Cicada could only sigh helplessly. This price surpassed their competitive limits. Zhang Mo, seated at the podium, felt a tumultuous wave surging within him. An enforcer of a true emperor? I could exchange points for a powerful emperor myself. He gazed at the system panel, which displayed a long string of question marks following the valuation of the third condition, evidently indicating that even the system could not accurately assess its worth. Warning: a transaction involving significant causality has been detected. Do you accept? Accept, Zhang Mo silently affirmed. He forcibly suppressed his elation, maintaining a calm demeanor, and spoke slowly. The price is acceptable. However, I have no need for these trifles. The ones capable of threatening me have yet to be born. His succinct declaration brought the frenzied bidding to a definitive close. Chapter 9. The Astronomical Transaction. As Zhang Mo's words echoed through the auction hall, an unusual silence enveloped the entire space. The sages seated below displayed an array of complex expressions, some tinged with reluctance, others with envy, yet predominated by a profound sense of resignation, as if the dust had finally settled. They had lost, but their defeat was accepted with grace. In the face of a formidable gamble placed by a quasi-emperor, they found themselves utterly incapable of competing. The venerable ancestor of the Changshan Lin family sighed deeply, returning to his chair, appearing as though he had aged centuries in an instant. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited in his eyes was now extinguished, leaving only the cold ashes of desolation. The bitterness of shattered hopes is a far greater torment than the absence of hope itself. Meanwhile, in the private box on the second floor, after receiving a confirming response from Zhang Mo, the aura of the quasi-emperor of Taishu noticeably fluctuated, betraying an uncontrollable excitement. "Thank you, esteemed lord, for your assistance," he expressed, his voice imbued with sincere gratitude. Immediately thereafter, 3 beams of divine light surged from the box, landing steadily upon the auction stage. To the left lay an ancient scripture crafted from an unknown jade, the characters Taishu shimmering with a rhythm that seemed to encapsulate the birth and demise of an entire universe. In the center was a peculiar metal, the size of a human head, radiating ethereal hues, with the surrounding light bending as if it were not a mere piece of metal, but rather a portal to an unknown dimension. To the right rested an archaic token, engraved with the character for void, containing the primordial seal of the Taishu quasi-emperor. This was indeed the promised token of his assurance. Zhang Mo's gaze was fixated upon these 3 treasures, particularly the ethereal void tears gold, to the point of rapture. The system had appraised this celestial gold at an astonishing 150,000 points, surpassing the cumulative total of all his previous auctions. What a windfall! His inner self was dancing with jubilation. Suppressing his excitement, he maintained the demeanor of a seasoned expert, casually waving his hand to collect the 3 items. That gesture was so nonchalant, as if he were gathering trifles rather than the sacred scripture and divine materials of a quasi-emperor. This spectacle deepened the awe of the onlookers below. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Mo flicked his finger. The vial containing the life source liquid transformed into a golden stream of light, effortlessly traversing the spatial divide and instantly entering the second floor box. Inside, a gnarled hand, dry and wrinkled yet brimming with terrifying power, grasped the crystal vial. All minds were irresistibly drawn toward the box, eager to witness firsthand the miraculous effects of this celestial artifact. The Taishu quasi-emperor clearly understood this anticipation. He did not conceal it, allowing the gazes of the multitude to penetrate his domain. The formidable hand uncorked the crystal vial, and a droplet of golden liquid soared from within, suspended in the air of the box. This droplet appeared as the most resplendent of treasures, emanating a life force that enchanted all existence. In the next instant, the golden liquid transformed into a luminous stream, merging directly with the body of the Taishu quasi-emperor. A resonant hum followed. An ineffable aura of Tao permeated from the private chamber. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, they beheld a scene that threatened to upend their worldviews. The once parched sea of suffering belonging to the venerable Emperor of the Void began to rejuvenate, akin to a parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rain. His corporeal form, which had begun to succumb to decay, found each cell rejoicing in exuberance as a torrent of vital energy surged forth from his limbs and bones, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The once dimmed mark of his true self now radiated a dazzling divine light once more. A terrifying aura, magnified several-fold, erupted from the private chamber, seemingly intent on piercing the very dome of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. It worked. It truly worked. My goodness. His vitality was visibly restoring at an astonishing pace. This was nothing short of a miracle, a reversal of life and death, a reconstruction of the foundational Tao. A millennium, the venerable emperor of the void had, against all odds, gained an additional 1,000 years of life. Below, the crowd was in a frenzy. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding this life source liquid, they evaporated upon witnessing the rebirth of the venerable emperor, leaving only an insatiable fervor and greed. Particularly, the ancestor of the Lin family trembled at the sight, tears streaming down his cheeks, murky with regret. Regret for not being more audacious, for not wagering the entire Lin family on this chance. Even the slightest glimmer of hope would have been worth it. Ha 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 ha. A raucous laughter erupted from the second-floor chamber, resonating throughout the hall. It was the laughter of the venerable Emperor of the Void. He had not laughed so heartily in an eternity. His laughter was imbued with the joy of newfound life and boundless aspirations for the future. Excellent. What a remarkable life source. What extraordinary origin treasure pavilion. The voice of the venerable emperor echoed across the venue. I shall forever remember the grace of the pavilion master. I am aware of your unfathomable powers, but this is merely my heartfelt intention. Anyone who dares to show disrespect to the origin treasure pavilion shall be my adversary. Boom! This declaration was more direct and domineering than any prior promises. In an instant, all factions harboring ulterior motives towards the origin treasure pavilion extinguished such thoughts. After all, a genuine venerable emperor had aligned himself with them, supported by a saint king, not to mention the inscrutable pavilion master. The unknown is indeed the most formidable. Zhang Mo, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of delight. Truly, a wise individual. He nodded in satisfaction, believing this transaction to be exceedingly worthwhile. As a newcomer, forging amicable relationships was undoubtedly beneficial. Thus, the tumultuous contest surrounding the 1,000 years of lifespan finally settled. The venerable Emperor of the Void exchanged an ancient scripture, a piece of celestial material, and a promise for 1,000 years of invaluable life. This exorbitant price is destined to be recorded in history, becoming a legendary tale that will be recounted with great enthusiasm for countless years to come in the vast realms of Hongmeng. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, through this event, has irrevocably established its transcendent, mysterious, and untouchable supremacy across the 3,000 realms and the entirety of Hongmeng. Chapter 10, A Bountiful Harvest. As the grand finale drew to a close, this auction, which could be deemed the most astonishing in the annals of the 3,000 realms, was finally nearing its conclusion. The atmosphere in the hall, once charged with fervor and tension, gradually settled down, yet the faces of the attendees remained etched with lingering shock and reminiscence. The events of the day had left an indelible impact on them. The Quasi-Emperor's secret techniques, the chaotic stone, the extermination formation diagram, the millennia of longevity, and the appearance of a Quasi-Emperor. Each of these occurrences, when considered individually, would have been enough to create a sensation. Yet now, they unfolded in rapid succession within mere hours. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhang Mo announced as he rose from the auction platform, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. This auction has now concluded. His tone remained remarkably calm, as if he had merely presided over an ordinary village market rather than a momentous auction that would echo through time. Thank you all for your patronage. I hope everyone has acquired something they cherish. The crowd below twitched their lips in response. Cherished possessions? Indeed, they all held a fondness for what was presented. But the crux of the matter was the inability to afford any of it, especially for those saints who had accompanied the event without securing a single item. Their hearts were now a tumult of emotions, feeling as though they were mere extras in the grand spectacle. The schedule for the next auction will be announced at a later date. Zhang Mo waved his hand, signaling the end of the event. Farewell. May we meet again, each returning to your own homes. With that, he disregarded the crowd's reactions and turned toward the backstage, swiftly vanishing into the shadows, his departure clean and decisive, devoid of any lingering sentiment. This elegant exit, witnessed by the audience, sparked another wave of admiration. Look, the esteemed elder indeed departs with grace, concealing his merits and fame. Such poise and demeanor truly set a standard for us all. The elder did not even spare a word for us, indicating that his state of mind has long transcended the mundane. To him, we may indeed be no different from mere ants. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. elevating their reverence for Zhang Mo to new heights. Meanwhile, our esteemed elder Zhang Mo swiftly retreated to the backstage lounge, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. "I'm utterly spent," he sighed, feeling more tension than during his own college entrance examinations. Maintaining an air of nonchalance before so many dignitaries was indeed a skill that tested one's psychological fortitude. "System, quickly, show me the total revenue from this auction." Zhang Mo rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he addressed the system in his mind. Calculating the proceeds of the auction for the host. Calculation completed. At this auction, the total transaction amount reached 3,850,000 auction points. 3,850,000. Zhang Mo gazed at the figure, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly gasping for breath. Initially, the system had bestowed upon him 1 million points. After this auction, his wealth had nearly quadrupled. "By heavens, I have become a millionaire." Zhang Mo was so exhilarated that he almost leaped from the sofa. "System, open a marketplace. I wish to peruse the splendid items available." With newfound affluence, his confidence surged. A shimmering screen illuminated, revealing a dazzling array of products in the system's marketplace. Item, Primal Sacred Body, price, 1 million points. Item, Innate Tao Embryo, price, 1 million points. Item, Double Pupils, price, 800,000 points. Technique, Indestructible Celestial Art, Imperial Rank, price, 5 million points. Technique, Devouring Heavenly Demon Art, Imperial Rank, price, 5 million points. Artifact, Primordial Bell, Replica, Imperial Weapon Grade, price, 2 million points. Zhang Mo surveyed the dazzling array of items, nearly drooling in anticipation. Sacred Body, Tao Embryo, Imperial Techniques, Imperial Artifacts, by the heavens. I desire them all. However, after the initial excitement subsided, he regained his composure. "No, I mustn't squander my funds. I am still but a mortal. Even if I acquire the Sacred Body, I must start my training from the ground up. The priority now is to continue to survive and cultivate. Strengthening the auction house is the true path to success." He contemplated and addressed the system. "System, please filter for me items that can be utilized in the next auction with high cost-performance ratios." Having tasted the sweetness of success, his mind was filled with thoughts of reaping the next wave of profits. The life source liquids sold exceptionally well. Should I consider introducing a Millennium lifespan next time? No, that would be too extravagant. I must proceed gradually. Zhang Mo stroked his chin, lost in the musings of a shrewd merchant. As Zhang Mo plotted his ascent to becoming the wealthiest across the myriad realms, outside the Origin Treasure Pavilion, guests began to depart in succession. Each exited the grand door with heavy hearts, glancing back at the magnificent pavilion still hovering above the Xianxia mountain, shrouded in chaotic energy. Their eyes reflecting awe and trepidation. They understood that from this day forth, the dynamics of the 3,000 realms would irrevocably shift. Quickly, dispatch a message back to the sect, reporting everything that transpired today without omission to the ancestor. Furthermore, designate the Origin Treasure Pavilion as a highest-level forbidden zone. No disciple may approach or discuss it. Violators shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. A sage, upon departing, immediately issued the sternest orders to the elders nearby. Swiftly investigate. Uncover the relationship between this void-grade emperor and the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Additionally, keep a close watch on the treasures acquired by the Phoenix, Sovereign, and Saint Jinshan. Meanwhile, spies from rival factions began to move discreetly. A tempest ignited by an auction is rapidly spreading from the heart of the Divine City, extending its tumultuous reach across the entire realm of the 3,000 worlds, and even to the distant celestial domain of the 9 heavens. It is evident that for a considerable time to come, the Origin Treasure Pavilion and its enigmatic master will become the most fervent topic of discourse throughout the vast expanse of the primordial universe. Countless factions will engage in various overt and covert endeavors to unearth its secrets. However, just as the crowd began to disperse and tranquility gradually returned to the base of Tianxiong Mountain, a solitary figure reemerged. It was the Saint of the 9 Suns. Ziyang. He had not departed, but had lingered at the foot of the mountain for some time, his countenance marked by hesitation and inner turmoil. Ultimately, it seemed he had resolved to commit to a decision. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his Taoist robe and walked step by step to the tightly shut door of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. He did not attempt to force his way in, nor did he probe with divine consciousness. Instead, he respectfully bowed deeply before the door. Junior, Xianxia of the Nine Suns Holy Land, humbly seeks an audience with the esteemed pavilion master. His voice was imbued with humility and reverence, devoid of any prior arrogance. I have an ungracious request and am willing to pay any price, merely beseeching the esteemed elder to guide me and assist me in taking that crucial step. Chapter 11. Enlightenment of the Saint. As the auction concluded and the clamor subsided, the throngs at the base of Tianxiong Mountain did not immediately disperse. Many turned back repeatedly, gazing at the majestic pavilion shrouded in chaos above the clouds, their eyes intertwining with awe, greed, and profound trepidation. They understood that from this day forth, the landscape of the 3,000 worlds would irrevocably change. Just as the scouts of various factions prepared to relay this earth-shattering news back to their sects, a figure moved against the tide of the crowd, returning once more. It was the Saint of the Nine Suns, Xianxia. He did not soar through the air, but instead tread carefully on the rocky path, returning to the tightly shut vermilion door. His expression fluctuated, struggles and hesitations evident, but ultimately, it was replaced by a resolute determination akin to burning one's boats. Adjusting his slightly wrinkled Taoist robe, he adopted a solemn demeanor and, bowing deeply, performed a profound 90-degree salute before the door. Junior, Xianxia of the Nine Suns Holy Land, humbly seeks an audience with the esteemed pavilion master. His voice, though not loud, resonated with the tone of a saint, clearly echoing throughout Tianxiong Mountain. The scouts, still lingering nearby, were shaken to their core upon hearing his words. Halting in their tracks, gazing in astonishment at Xianxia before the mountain gate. What was his intention? The auction had concluded, and the master had evidently dismissed the guests. Why did he seek an audience now? Did he intend to impose a forceful transaction? In an instant, myriad concealed divine senses converged like a hidden current, silently observing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo lounged on the sofa, reveling in the prospect of his skyrocketing points. 3,850,000. This is it. The path to becoming the wealthiest is now within reach. He was lost in a reverie, envisioning a glorious future where his left hand bore the innate sacred body, and his right hand wielded the ultimate imperial weapon, traversing the myriad realms with unrestrained power. Just then, the voice of the sage of Xianxia resonated perfectly within his mind. Zhang Mo was taken aback, then sprang up from the sofa, his face alight with euphoric delight. How fortuitous! Just as he lamented his ignorance of this world, with not a single aid to assist him, a ready-made tool had presented itself, and a sage, no less. If he could subdue this being, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become far more convenient. With a flicker of thought, Zhang Mo promptly issued commands through his system. Beneath the celestial peaks, under the scrutiny of countless divine minds, the heavy and ancient door, which seemed to have existed since time immemorial, creaked open silently, revealing a narrow gap. A solemn and indifferent consciousness transcended space, directly resonating within the mind of the sage of Xianxia. Enter. The sage of Xianxia felt a tightening in his heart, a mixture of exhilaration at the invitation and trepidation at the unknown. He dared not hesitate for even a moment, and stepped into the profound darkness. The door slowly closed behind him. The hall was vast and silent. Only the chaotic energies of the dome flowed languidly, exuding an oppressive aura that weighed upon the spirit. The auction stage stood empty. The enigmatic master of the hall had yet to reveal himself. The sage of Xianxia did not dare to raise his head or probe with his divine sense. He approached the center of the hall, bowed deeply once more, this time with an even greater reverence, almost pressing his forehead to the cold ground. Junior Xianxia pays homage to the esteemed predecessor. He lowered himself to the utmost humility, his voice trembling slightly as he poured forth the accumulated anguish and despair of millennia. Junior has been trapped at the pinnacle of the sage realm for 13,000 years. With a heart clouded by dust, the path ahead severed, unable to take that crucial step. Today, I behold the unparalleled might of the esteemed predecessor, a transcendent being capable of reshaping the cosmos. I implore the predecessor to illuminate my path. As he reached the climax of his appeal, he clenched his jaw and vowed fervently, if the esteemed predecessor can assist me in breaking through, I willingly offer the entire Nine Suns sacred land as recompense. Henceforth, the Nine Suns sacred land shall forever honor the Origin Treasure Pavilion as its sovereign, obeying the commands of the esteemed predecessor. Before the luminous screen of the backstage, Zhang Mo observed the sage of Qiyang, whose demeanor was humbled to the dust. Externally, he maintained an unflappable composure, yet internally, he was elated. The master of a sacred land. This was a lucrative deal. He calculated in his mind, while outwardly, he could not afford to be vague, and immediately began frantically searching the system marketplace. There exists a means to elevate a sage to a great sage. Great Tao Nirvana pill purifies the foundational path, dispels inner demons, forcibly guides the cultivator into a profound state of enlightenment, remarkably effective for breaking through to the great sage realm. Price, 300,000 points. 300,000 seems a tad steep, Zhang Mo mused, but upon considering the potential return of acquiring a great sage-level enforcer along with the sacred land, this investment appeared to be a veritable windfall. Exchange. With the points deducted, a pill materialized in his storage space. Zhang Mo cleared his throat and commenced his performance. He did not manifest directly. Instead, his voice, infused with the power of the system, became ethereal and elusive, as if emanating from all directions, transcending the boundaries of past and future simultaneously. Your heart, I am aware of. Your sincerity, I have witnessed. Very well. Our meeting is indeed a fateful encounter. At the moment his words fell, the air in the center of the grand hall rippled as if stirred by unseen forces. A pill, enveloped in swirling purple mist and adorned with countless intricate patterns of rise and fall, materialized out of thin air, quietly hovering before the Holy One of the Crimson Sun. An indescribably profound fragrance wafted through the air, instantly permeating the surroundings. The Holy One, upon merely catching a whiff of the aroma, felt a faint yet significant loosening of the stagnation that had held his cultivation in limbo for millennia. He suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the elixir, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance, trembling with excitement. What a divine object this was! Merely its essence possessed such miraculous effects. He could distinctly sense that within this pill lay the ultimate truths he had long yearned for, not mere fragments of laws, but an almost complete path. This was no earthly treasure. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing this pill. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your benevolence. The Holy One of the Crimson Sun stammered in his exhilaration. Without hesitation, he swore an oath using his own path, uttering the most stringent vow to the heavens. I, the Crimson Sun, hereby vow that from this day forth, the Holy Land of the Nine Suns shall forever revere the Origin Treasure Pavilion as its sovereign. Should I breach this oath, may my heart shatter and my form perish. Zhang Mo nodded in satisfaction from the background, pleased with his tool's obedience. His calm voice resonated once more. This pill, once consumed, shall aid you in breaking through your limits. As for matters concerning the Nine Suns' Holy Land, I shall have my arrangements once you achieve your success. Go now. Yes. The junior takes their leave. The Holy One of the Crimson Sun, as if holding a priceless treasure, cautiously lifted the Tao Essence pill with his divine power, retreating step by step from the Grand Hall. Upon stepping back through the doors of the Treasure Pavilion, basking in the sunlight, he still felt as though he were in a dream. The powerful observers lurking in the shadows, seeing him emerge unharmed and visibly exhilarated, were filled with confusion and suspicion. What had transpired within the depths of that pavilion? Just as the onlookers speculated, the Holy One of the Crimson Sun made an unexpected move. No sooner had he exited the confines of the Treasure Pavilion than he eagerly swallowed the divine pill whole. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. Thunder rumbled ominously. The previously clear skies above the divine city of myriad phenomena darkened, gathering an infinite expanse of ominous clouds, heavy with portent, lightning crackling, and a formidable celestial majesty unleashed. A dazzling beam of seven-colored divine light erupted from the crown of the Holy One of the Crimson Sun, piercing the heavens. What was this? The light of enlightenment. My heavens, he had entered a state of enlightenment on the spot. What the thunderclouds? This was the great sage's tribulation. Was he on the verge of breaking through to the great sage realm right then and there? How could this be possible? All the powerful observers were now struck with horror, their divine senses fluctuating violently, nearly unable to maintain their concealment. At the pinnacle of Xianxia Mountain, the Red Sun sage sat in meditation, enveloped in the divine light of enlightenment. His aura surged with an astonishing velocity, ascending to the heights of a sage, and then to the brink of a great sage. Suddenly, a thunderous calamity, as thick as a barrel, rent the heavens, striking down with ferocity. The Red Sun Sage remained steadfast, allowing the lightning to strike him, and with the dual forces of the elixir and the tribulation, the bottleneck within him shattered explosively. A terrifying aura, far surpassing that of a sage and commanding the heavens and earth, erupted from him, sweeping across the entirety of the myriad phenomena Divine City. Before the gaze of countless onlookers, amidst the astonished stares of innumerable powerful beings, the Red Sun Sage, bathed in the tribulation, achieved a perfect aura and successfully transcended his limits. He had become a newly ascended great sage. This moment etched itself indelibly into the souls of all witnesses. Like an everlasting imprint, the Origin Treasure Pavilion not only auctioned divine artifacts, but also wielded the power to manifest miracles, transforming stone into gold and, in this instance, creating a great sage on the spot. Its divine might had transcended the limits of imagination. The realms of existence included body refinement, meridian opening, energy gathering, spiritual sea, golden core, unity with the Tao, monarch, cave heaven, true self, sage, great sage, sage king, quasi-emperor, and emperor. It could also be expressed as ant, fellow Taoist, and elder. Chapter 12. The innate saint body Tao embryo. The sky above the myriad phenomena Divine City had undergone a complete transformation. The cataclysmic thunderclouds had dissipated, giving way to resplendent hues of rainbow light, as the grand sounds of the Tao resonated endlessly. Golden lotuses emerged from a void, celebrating the birth of a newly ascended great sage. At the summit of Xianxia Mountain, the Red Sun Sage, now to be addressed as the Great Sage of Red Sun, slowly reigned in the overwhelming aura capable of collapsing the ancient sky. Rising from a void, he glanced at his hands, feeling the surging holy power within him, now tenfold stronger than before. Instead of elation, his eyes reflected a profound sense of reverence and awe. He did not depart, nor did he return to the Jiang Holy Land to announce this momentous news. Under the watchful eyes of countless minds, filled with astonishment, envy, and jealousy, he moved, landing before the tightly shut vermilion doors of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. He made no attempt to enter. Instead, like the most loyal sentinel, he sat cross-legged before the door, closing his eyes. An invisible pressure emanating from the great sage centered around him quietly spread, enveloping the entire Xianxia Mountain. This silent act proved more impactful than any words could convey. A newly ascended great sage, a towering figure of the age, willingly stood guard at the entrance of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Those powers that had initially refrained from participating in the auction, still harboring hopes, now found themselves plunged into despair, their spirits shattered as they hastily withdrew their thoughts, no longer daring to entertain any covetous desires. What folly is this? A great sage guarding the door? Just who is the master of the Origin Treasure Pavilion? In an instant, the entire myriad phenomena Divine City, and indeed the myriad powerful beings across the 3,000 realms who learned of this event through various channels, fell into a stunned silence. In the confines of the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo gazed through the luminous screen at the automatic guardian stationed outside, a grin stretching across his face. Indeed, this esteemed Qiyang elder displayed remarkable enlightenment. Savoring a sip of the system's delightful beverage, his heart brimmed with joy. With the great sage as the sentinel. What an extraordinary display of power. Who would dare to provoke him now? It seemed that even before approaching the celestial peak, one would be crushed to dust by the overwhelming presence of this newly ascended sage. A sense of security surged within him. However, as the fleeting excitement waned, a deeper sense of crisis crept into his mind. Whether it be the Qiang Great Sage or the Supreme Emperor of Taishu, their might was ultimately external. The charisma bestowed by the system was merely a facade of borrowed glory. At the core, he remained an ordinary mortal, devoid of any extraordinary strength. What was even more daunting was the brevity of human life, seldom exceeding a century. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a moment of arrogance, only to be rendered breathless and succumb to old age. That would be quite the disaster. No, he must enhance his own strength. True power lies in personal fortitude. With determination in his gaze, Zhang Mo opened the system's marketplace, observing the staggering sum of 3.55 million points displayed on the screen. He felt a sense of relief at his ample reserves. However, upon seeing the exorbitant price of 2 million points for the Millennial Life Source liquid, He couldn't help but grumble. System, your wholesale and retail prices are far too disparate. What a swindler. The vial of life source liquid that had been auctioned previously had a mere cost of 500,000 points, yet acquiring it now would demand 2 million. Fortunately, he had no immediate need for it. This system aims to assist the host in becoming the supreme auctioneer of all realms. All pricing is based on the true value and scarcity within the multiverse, fair and square. I'll believe that when I see it, Zhang Mo scoffed, dismissing the system's claims. His eyes swiftly scanned the dazzling array of items available. Cultivation technique, the indestructible heavenly skill priced at 5 million points would require him to start from scratch, and without the requisite physique, the effort would be futile. Magical artifacts? The extreme path emperor weapon, primordial bell, demanded 2 million points. Being an ordinary mortal, he couldn't even lift it, let alone wield it. It would merely serve as an extravagant ornament. After much contemplation, he concluded that establishing a solid foundation was paramount. His gaze ultimately settled on an item radiating with a chaotic brilliance. Item, primal sacred body, Tao embryo. Description, one of the most formidable physiques of all time. It perfectly merges the domineering flesh of the ancient sacred body with the unparalleled affinity of the primal Tao embryo. Upon fusion, vitality will surge like an abyss. Impervious to all laws, and comprehension will deepen. Cultivating any technique will yield rapid progress. It is the foundation for enlightenment, a choice for emperors. Price, 1 million points. This was it. Zhang Mo marveled at the description, nearly drooling. The ancient sacred body and the primal Tao embryo were the quintessential traits of protagonists in novels. A reinforced version in a delightful fusion. Surely, this would propel him to new heights. Though the prospect of spending 1 million points caused him considerable anguish. The gravity of the situation, one that pertained to his very life and future, compelled him to steel himself and make the exchange. Beep. The host confirms the exchange for innate sacred body Tao embryo, deducting 1 million points. Warning, the innate sacred body Tao embryo is a transcendent physique. The fusion process will result in a complete and devastating reconstruction of the host's mortal form, the agony comparable to 1,000 years of torture. A perilous endeavor fraught with the possibility of death. Warning, the reconstruction process requires a vast amount of life essence. Given the host's current vitality, the success rate for fusion stands at 0.00001. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Suggestion, exchange for Fountain of Life to assist in the fusion, which could elevate the success rate to 99. Zhang Mo gazed at the glaring red warning, a twitch at the corner of his eye betraying his discontent. He had anticipated complications. It was yet another case of bundled deals, was it not? Chapter 13, 3 days to break the dam. Zhang Mo opened the description for Fountain of Life. Product, Fountain of Life. Description, an ancient source artifact from the core of the life ancient star. Imbued with boundless life essence, a single drop can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. Price, 500,000 points. Why not just go rob a bank? Zhang Mo thought, his heart bleeding as he realized 150,000 points had just vanished. Yet, it was too late to turn back. He could not forsake the physique he had just purchased for 1 million. Exchange. I've already committed. He grimly confirmed the transaction. In an instant, his account balance plummeted from 3,550,000 to 2,050,000. System, activate the top-tier training chamber within the attic. The top-tier training chamber has been activated. The internal flow of time is 10 times that of the outside world. Zhang Mo took a deep breath, resolved to face the potential consequences head-on, and stepped into the chamber. The space was modest, devoid of any furnishings, save for the purest essence of chaos that swirled within. He settled into a cross-legged position, placing the vial of Fountain of Life beside him, and summoned his will. Commencing the fusion, the instant his thoughts settled, an indescribable wave of excruciating pain erupted within him. Damn it! Zhang Mo barely managed to utter a coherent curse before his entire body contorted like a boiled shrimp. His eyes bulging and veins protruding. Pain, exquisite agony. It was not merely the sting of a blade or the burn of fire. It was a disintegration that resonated from the very depths of his soul and flesh. He could vividly perceive every inch of his skin cracking, each muscle fiber being pulverized, every bone reducing to dust, and every meridian being torn apart by a ferocious force. This was not a mere reconstruction. It was a complete reformatting. 1,000 years of torture? The system had underestimated the ordeal. Amidst this inhuman torment, Zhang Mo's consciousness began to blur. He sensed his life force ebbing away at a terrifying pace, the shadow of death looming ever closer, just as he felt he could endure no more. The instinct to survive sparked a memory of the fountain of life at his side. With the last vestiges of his strength, he uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, gulping down a generous mouthful. A refreshing, warm flow brimming with vibrant vitality surged through his limbs and bones. The flickering flame of life, on the verge of extinction, ignited with the ferocity of being doused in gasoline. The shattered flesh and blood, nourished by an overwhelming essence of life, began to reassemble at an astonishing pace. Yet, this process of reconstruction was accompanied by excruciating pain. Destruction, rebirth, furte destruction, and renewed life. Zhang Mo's consciousness oscillated wildly on the precipice of awakening and unconsciousness, his teeth clenched so tightly that his gums bled. Driven solely by one thought, I cannot die. I have invested so many points. Dying would be a tremendous loss. Time lost all meaning in the chamber. After an indeterminate duration, when the last bone within Zhang Mo's body was reforged by a golden divine radiance, the soul-wrenching agony finally receded like a tide. He felt as if he had been pulled from the depths of water, drenched and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. He had survived. Slowly, he raised his hand, and there before him lay a flawless palm, skin as white as jade, subtly shimmering with golden divine light beneath the surface, fingers elongated and knuckles distinct. Exuding a sense of explosive power, he could sense that his body had undergone a monumental transformation. The once mundane human form had now metamorphosed into a resplendent treasure radiating an immortal divinity, with each heartbeat resonating like the beating of celestial drums. The sound of his blood flowed like a roaring river. Vital energy surged like a dragon, capable of shaking mountains. This was the innate, sacred body of the Tao. Even more astonishing was that, alongside this transformation, his meridians naturally opened, and his energy sea was established. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged into him uncontrollably, reminiscent of rivers converging into the sea, refining the body, opening the meridians, gathering energy. The three stages of the mortal realm were traversed in the blink of an eye. The immense spiritual energy flooded into his dantian, rapidly expanding the energy sea into an endless ocean of spirit. He had achieved the spirit sea realm. But that was not the end. The supreme affinity of the innate Tao embryonic form for the great Tao unfolded in full splendor at that moment. The magical energy within the spirit sea showed no signs of stagnation, spontaneously collapsing inward, condensing. A dazzling golden pill, inscribed with innate Tao patterns, gradually took shape. Golden Core Realm, first level. Boom! A surge of magical power far surpassing the spirit sea realm erupted within him. Zhang Mo slowly stood up, clenched his fist, and felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his body, a sense of control that was ineffably exhilarating. This was the essence of cultivating immortality. With a single thought, he found himself defying gravity, floating gently into the air. Ha ha ha! It was utterly delightful. The first experience of transcendent power filled Zhang Mo with uncontainable laughter, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. He remained in the secluded chamber for an entire month, while merely 3 days passed in the outside world. As he emerged, invigorated and refreshed, he immediately spotted the Crimson Sun Great Sage, still stationed at the mountain gate like a venerable monk in deep meditation. Zhang Mo could not help but break into a smile, reflecting, still here after 3 days, quite commendable. He stroked his chin, feeling the resplendent golden elixir within him, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. With newfound strength and guardians at his disposal, it was time to commence the second auction. This time, it was time to reap the rewards from those so-called prodigies. Chapter 14, The Prodigy Showcase. Zhang Mo's thoughts shifted, and he commanded the system, procure a batch of invitation letters for me, those that exude prestige and can automatically detect exceptional talents. Origin Tao token contains a trace of primordial energy, serving as a pass for the auction. It can automatically sense beings under 100 years of age, endowed with great fortune or possessing special constitutions. Each token is priced at 10 points. One astonishingly low price. Zhang Mo exclaimed, quickly realizing that this was merely a ticket. The real value lay in the auction items to follow. With a grand gesture, he ordered, "Bring me 1,000. Instantly, 10,000 points evaporated and 1,000 tokens, shimmering with a faint golden glow and etched with ancient Tao patterns, materialized in his storage space. Having completed this task, Zhang Mo directed his gaze towards the Crimson Sun Great Sage outside. With a subtle thought, a serene intent entered the sage's mind. Komein, the Crimson Sun Great Sage, who had been sitting outside for 3 days, suddenly trembled as his tightly shut eyes flew open, radiating brilliance that swiftly transformed into boundless reverence and excitement. Not daring to delay, he stood, adjusted his Tao robe, and respectfully pushed open the door that had been opened for him, stepping into the hall. Junior Crimson Sun pays respects to the esteemed elder. He performed an even more humble bow than before. As to him, this elder was not only an unfathomable master, but also the one who granted him a new lease on life, revealing higher realms of existence. At this moment, Zhang Mo had already assumed the demeanor of an untroubled sage. He did not reveal himself. Instead, an ethereal voice resonated from all directions. "Rise. You have done well these past 3 days." This simple praise sent waves of exhilaration coursing through the Crimson Sun Great Sage, making every moment of his arduous wait under the sun and wind worthwhile. "It is the utmost honor for me to serve the elder." "Indeed," Zhang Mo replied, then shifted the conversation. "I wish to initiate the second auction, and you shall disseminate the news." As he spoke, an origin Tao token appeared before the Crimson Sun Great Sage. "This auction will have new rules." Zhang Mo's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Only young prodigies under 100 years of age are invited. Only those holding this Tao token may enter. All others will be barred." The Crimson Sun Great Sage accepted the token, feeling the faint aura of primordial energy within, and a tempest of astonishment surged within him. Only inviting young prodigies? What a remarkable endeavor this is. It seeks to consolidate the future hopes of the myriad realms into a singular assembly. I, as a junior, shall comply and ensure the successful execution of this task. "Hold on." Zhang Mo halted him. As if recalling something, he casually remarked, "Your 9 sons' holy land may also select a disciple to attend. This Tao token I bestow upon you." Upon hearing this, the great saint of Red Sun felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. He had presumed that no junior from his holy land could capture the elder's attention and thus lacked the qualifications to partake, yet unexpectedly, the elder had chosen to grant a personal favor. What an extraordinary grace! What a profound significance! The elder's words left the great saint of Red Sun in a state of exhilaration, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He knelt once more, prostrating deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your celestial grace. As a junior, I am utterly at a loss to repay such kindness." "Enough, go attend to your matters." Zhang Mo waved his hand impatiently. The old man was rather emotional. Yes, yes, the great saint of Red Sun, cradling the Tao token with trembling hands, exited the grand hall while bowing 3 times with each step. When he once again stood at the summit of the celestial dome mountain, his entire demeanor transformed. He inhaled deeply, unleashing the formidable aura of a newly ascended great saint, a vast and resounding Tao sound emanating from the center of the myriad phenomena Divine City, spreading wildly throughout the entirety of the myriad realms. By the decree of the master of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, 3 days hence, at the Celestial Dome Mountain, the second celestial auction will be convened. Only those under a century of age, blessed with great fortune and recognized by the Origin Tao token, may enter. This is an opportunity of eternal significance. I trust you will seize it. The voice of the great saint reverberated through the skies above every holy land, ancient dynasty, and top-tier sect. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. What? The second auction is to be held so soon? Only those under a century may attend? What does this mean? Are we, the old-timers, to be denied entry? Countless ancient beings, long in seclusion, were stirred from their contemplations, lamenting and pounding their chests in frustration. They had hoped to bid on treasures for longevity, yet now found themselves barred from entry. However, after a brief period of dismay, flames of determination ignited in their eyes as they turned their gazes towards their own descendants. "Quick, summon the Holy Sun. Relay my orders from this moment forth. All resources in the imperial treasury shall be directed towards the crown prince. At any cost, he must achieve success at the auction. The hope of our sect rests upon this endeavor. The leaders of the major factions were driven to frenzy. They understood better than anyone the formidable nature of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. This was not merely an auction. It was a monumental gamble that could determine the future fortunes. Just as the entire myriad realms were set ablaze with excitement, the Tao tokens, as if endowed with consciousness, tore through the void, materializing precisely before each chosen one. Deep within the palace of the eternal celestial dynasty, before a crowned prince exuding dragon energy, a flash of golden light revealed a Tao token hovering in the air. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, the divine maiden of the primordial Holy Land danced with her sword. The cold gleam of the blade, silently welcoming a Tao token that settled delicately upon its tip. Within a certain cavern of darkness, a young man enshrouded in pitch-black demonic aura has just annihilated an opposing sect, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. Amidst this crimson sea, a talisman quietly floats, emanating a divine radiance that is utterly incongruous with its surroundings. In the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix Lord's demonic clan, a newly transformed juvenile golden-winged rock is curiously examining a golden trinket clasped in its talons. For a fleeting moment, the acquisition of the Origin Talisman has become the sole criterion for measuring the talent and standing of the younger generation. Those who possess the talisman are filled with exuberance, basking in the glory it bestows upon their sect, while those who do not are left despondent, ridiculed by their peers as pretenders to greatness. An invisible competition and tempest rages among the youth. Just as this fervor escalates, a piece of news inadvertently leaked from a tavern in the divine city of all things, brought forth by a disciple of the great saint of the Red Sun, ignites the ambitions of all. Have you heard? At this auction, the legendary dual pupil and supreme bone are set to appear. Boom! The news detonates like oil splashing into boiling water. The dual pupil, the supreme bone, these two unparalleled talents, said to exist only in the most ancient of myths, are rumored to be the birthright of saints, capable of rivaling the young emperors. To possess even one of these would lay the foundation for enlightenment. All the prodigies who have received the talisman find their breaths quickening, their eyes ablaze with the fire of ambition. In the celestial domain of 9 heavens, within an ancient and decrepit dojo, devoid of spiritual essence, a young man clad in animal hide and exuding an unruly spirit toys with the Origin Talisman in his hand, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. How could an auction in such a savage land as the 3,000 realms be worthy of being called a banquet for prodigies? He is Xianxia. Behind him, an old servant, stooped yet exuding a profound aura, respectfully bows his head and speaks. Young master, did those old fossils not always claim that the bone taken from you in the past has been rendered entirely useless? If you could procure a new supreme bone at this auction, their expressions would surely be a sight to behold. Xianxia's gaze turns icy, the atmosphere around him seemingly solidifying. Very well, he pockets the talisman. Let these mundane beings of the lower realm witness what a true prodigy is. Moreover, it is time to reclaim some interest. A flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashes within the old servant's murky eyes. Young master, the awakening of the reincarnation seal may indeed be related to this endeavor. Meanwhile, in a decaying ancestral hall of an ancient family within the 3,000 realms, a young girl clad in a plain dress, strikingly beautiful yet bearing a pallid complexion, kneels long before countless ancestral tablets. Her name is Xianxia. Tightly clutching the softly glowing Origin Talisman, tears silently cascading from her clear eyes. Oh, ancestors of the Yao clan, we have finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. This talisman is her final hope and a last gamble for her entire family. As the winds stir and clouds swirl, numerous young and powerful figures, each harboring their own ambitions, hopes, and schemes, converge towards the divine city of all things from all corners of the primordial universe. A grand banquet, meticulously prepared for them, is poised to commence. Chapter 15, The Celestial Mirror. The 3-day period has swiftly arrived. On this day, the skies over the divine capital are bustling with unprecedented fervor. Above, divine rainbows weave through the heavens, spanning the vast expanse. Ferocious ancient beasts, harnessed to opulent chariots, trample across the clouds, while vessels inscribed with ancient runes tear through the void, descending beneath the celestial peak. The appearance of each figure is accompanied by soaring divine light and overwhelming presence, prompting countless cultivators within the capital to gaze upward in awe. Behold, is the 9 dragons of eternal celestial dynasty. The crowned prince himself has graced us with his presence. Look, the moonlight vessel of the primordial holy land. They say the primordial goddess possesses unparalleled talent and beauty, and she has also arrived today. Is that not the dark son of the underworld demon sect? It is rumored he is ruthless and bloodthirsty. Even he has received the decree. These young prodigies, often elusive and hailed as the future hope of the 3,000 realms, have gathered today like pilgrims attending a grand assembly, converging from all directions. Each exudes an air of nobility, with an innate pride etched upon their brows, brandishing the radiant origin decree as they step through the ancient Crimson Gate, which emanates a timeless aura. Inside the hall, the atmosphere remains vast and enigmatic, with chaotic energies swirling above, creating a stifling pressure. Unlike the last gathering, the hall is now adorned with rows of jade tables and chairs, each shimmering with ethereal light, clearly not of mundane origin. The prodigies take their seats as guided by the decree. They scrutinize one another, their gazes interlocking, revealing unabashed scrutiny and combativeness. Each individual present is a contender on the path ahead, none willing to concede to the others. Their eyes soon converge upon the high platform at the forefront. There, a solitary auction table stands, behind which sits a young man, clad in simple linen garments. His appearance is unremarkable, his aura equally unremarkable. As he casually leans back in his chair, a hint of ennui in his gaze, as if this gathering of the foremost prodigies from the 3,000 realms is less engaging than a mere nap. Is this truly the legendary master of the pavilion? In an instant, all prodigies are left astounded. They had envisioned countless forms for the master, perhaps a venerable sage with an ethereal presence, or a formidable emperor brimming with charisma, or at the very least, a formidable powerhouse shrouded in mystery. Yet never did they imagine he would appear as such an ordinary person. How absurd! A youth clad in luxurious brocade from an illustrious family, his demeanor tinged with disdain, subtly extends his consciousness towards the high platform. He seeks to ascertain the true capabilities of this seemingly pretentious master. However, the moment his consciousness brushes against the aura surrounding that figure, it disintegrates like spring snow under the scorching sun, instantly melting away. As an irresistible force of repression surges back through the metaphysical connection, violently rebounding. Cough! The brocade-clad youth pales, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood, as if his mind has been struck by an invisible hammer, the pain piercing to the core. He slumped in his chair, his eyes filled with astonishment and terror. This sudden turn of events rendered the entire hall silent. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, seemingly from the depths of the abyss, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Do you dare to show disrespect to the pavilion master? Do you wish to perish? Should there be a next time? Your fate will be sealed. The voice emanated from outside the hall, carrying an aura cold enough to freeze one's very soul. An overwhelming pressure, akin to the heavens collapsing, momentarily engulfed the entire hall. Under this immense weight, every proud genius, whether a saintly offspring or a demon lord, felt their countenance change drastically. As if they were mere leaves adrift in a tempest, their very breaths stilled. Their innate powers were firmly suppressed, rendering them incapable of even lifting a finger. Fortunately, the oppressive force arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. However, the atmosphere within the hall had become palpably tense. All gazes once again turned towards Zhang Mo on the elevated platform, their expressions profoundly altered. The previous disdain and skepticism had vanished, replaced by boundless awe and fervent admiration. The great sage stands guard. Merely a mental probe had summoned the great sage's thunderous admonition. Who, then, is this seemingly ordinary pavilion master, a being of such terrifying stature? A mortal? No, this is no mere mortal. This is the return to simplicity. It is said that when one's cultivation reaches an incomprehensible transformation, all divine radiance fades. The path becomes reclusive, blending with the dust of the world, appearing no different from an ordinary person. This is a supreme realm they had only glimpsed in the most ancient of texts. In an instant, all the prodigies sat upright, their arrogance vanquished, daring not to exhale. Their imaginations regarding Zhang Mo's realm reaching new heights. Zhang Mo observed all of this with keen eyes, yet outwardly, he merely raised his eyelids lazily, as if the earlier events were trifling matters. Clearing his throat, his voice rang out flatly. The rules are understood. the highest bidder prevails. Let us commence. As his words settled, an enchanting maid approached the platform, bearing a jade tray. Upon the tray, a crimson silk was lifted, revealing a radiant treasure shield. The first item for auction, a low-grade sacred artifact, the Xianxia treasure mirror, capable of withstanding a single strike from a sage. The starting bid was set at a 30,000-year-old sacred herb or equivalent treasure. Sacred artifacts of such caliber. The atmosphere within the hall ignited instantaneously. I bid one piece of celestial star divine iron. What is celestial star divine iron to me? I offer half a scroll of the great sage's manuscript. I present a cauldron of purple gold elixirs refined by my clan's elder. These prodigies, backed by formidable forces, possessed wealth far exceeding ordinary imagination. Various rare divine metals, sacred herbs, and ancient legacies, typically seldom seen, were now flung about as if they were common currency, with no hesitation, as they clamored in fervent competition. In the front row of the grand hall, in a secluded corner, Xianxia leaned back against his chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. He surveyed the intense competition unfolding before him with a trace of disdain in his eyes. The ordinary sacred artifacts being contested failed to pique his interest in the slightest. His singular aim had remained unwavering from the beginning. Meanwhile, in another inconspicuous corner, Xianxia clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her delicate face etched with anxiety. She watched as the prodigies casually discarded treasures, each piece worthy of being regarded as a family heirloom by her own Yao clan. And her heart grew heavier with each passing moment. The meager resources she had brought paled in comparison to those possessed by these true aristocrats. She couldn't help but glance at the enigmatic pavilion master on the elevated platform, silently praying that the item she desired would not be exorbitantly priced. Chapter 16. The Emergence of the Twin Pupils. After several rounds of exhilarating preliminary auctions, the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. A 10,000-year-old ice heart lotus, capable of purifying the Tao foundation, provoked a near-violent dispute between two celestial maidens, ultimately being tearfully acquired by a princess from the extreme northern ice plains for the price of 3 drops of profound ice essence. Zhang Mo, observing the spectacle, found the quarrels among women to be quite entertaining. A palm-sized fragment of an imperial weapon, emblazoned with Taoist runes, ignited fierce competition among descendants of ancient families specializing in artifact cultivation, and in the end, a seemingly simple-minded, burly youth exchanged the entire ownership of a rare, celestial mineral vein for it. Such extraordinary treasures, capable of inciting holy territory-level conflicts in the outside world, were treated here as mere commonplace goods, nonchalantly cast aside by the illustrious contenders. Each participant understood that these were merely appetizers. The main event was yet to come. Xianxia continued to keep his eyes closed, utterly disinterested in the offerings. Xianxia, on the other hand, grew increasingly anxious. The items she had brought were insufficient even to qualify her to bid. However, there was one exceedingly important item that she could not afford to use unless absolutely necessary. On the elevated platform, Zhang Mo yawned, finally feeling a surge of vitality. He waved his hand, signaling for the next auction item. This time, the maidservant Xiaoya did not present a jade tray, but rather carefully cradled a crystal square box suspended in chaotic energy. At that moment, every breath in the room seemed to halt in unison. They knew that the main course had arrived. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Mo silently opened the crystal box. There were no earth-shattering divine lights or cataclysmic auras. Instead, inside floated a pair of eyes, suspended within a transparent divine liquid. These were eyes that defied description. In the left eye, one could perceive the ebb and flow of the sun and moon, the fading of stars. Within the right eye lay a chaotic scene of primordial creation, with earth, fire, water, and wind continuously evolving. Though they had seemingly detached from their body, they appeared to remain alive, imbued with an unparalleled essence of the Tao. A mere glance was enough to send shivers through the soul, as if one were on the brink of being ensnared in the cycle of creation and destruction. Twin pupils. Indeed, they were twin pupils. Buzz. Within the grand hall, countless prodigies found themselves momentarily devoid of thought, swiftly overtaken by an uncontrollable surge of greed and fervor that erupted from the depths of their souls. Their eyes glowed crimson, and their breathing grew as labored as that of a beast. This was not merely a treasure. It was a celestial pathway leading to the throne of the emperor. This artifact was known as the Heavy Eye. Zhang Mo's voice remained placid, as if he were merely presenting a commonplace porcelain item. Yet it was the essence of a born saint, capable of perceiving the origin and manifesting myriad laws. He paused briefly before announcing a price that left the entire assembly breathless. The starting bid was a complete ancient scripture of the Saint King. No sooner had his words left his lips than a voice, imbued with overwhelming authority, reverberated throughout the hall. Our Sun God sect offers the complete Sun Holy Scripture. In addition, we present a 10,000-year-old Sun Fire Essence. A youth cloaked in the radiant aura of the Sun God rose abruptly, his hair shimmered, and his gaze sparked like lightning. None other than the unparalleled prodigy of the Sun God sect, Xianxia. The Sun Holy Scripture was the sect's sacred ancient text, directly aimed at the realm of the Saint King. Coupled with the 10,000-year-old Sun Fire Essence, this was no trivial bid. A gaggle of pretentious hypocrites. A chilling laugh echoed from the shadows, where a youth shrouded in inky, demonic energy stood up. His pale, handsome visage bore a fierce gaze akin to that of a malevolent abyssal spirit. I, the Netherworld Demon Sect, shall present the Netherworld Soul Passage Scripture, along with a banner forged from 3,000 souls. This declaration caused many righteous prodigies within the hall to turn pale with fury, their eyes aflame with indignation. 3,000 souls. What a cruel method! Mingzi, you dare. Yang Hao Tundiret. The youth, known as Mingzi, licked his lips, grinning with devilish delight. Dade? Why not? I shall do what you lack the courage to do. This heavy eye is beyond your worthiness. I, the Taichu Holy Land, offer to lend brother Yang Hao a hand. I present a vial of Taichu source liquid, and I, the eternal celestial dynasty, add a drop of true dragon blood. In an instant, the righteous prodigies united in fervor, raising their bids one after another, invoking legendary treasures that dazzled the hall with resplendent divine light. Yet, Mingzi merely chuckled coldly, his demonic shadows swirling as he casually cast forth artifacts emanating ominous and vengeful auras. Each subsequent bid deepened the pallor of the righteous champions. Their formidable foundations, though profound, were constrained by moral considerations, preventing them from recklessly pursuing their desires as the demonic factions did. Yang Hao felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow, having exhausted all his available resources. Yet the seemingly endless array of malevolent artifacts wielded by his opponent left him feeling profoundly impotent. Just as the righteous faction began to wane, the atmosphere thick with tension, Mingzi unveiled a price that shattered their hopes entirely. He surveyed the assembly, the mockery in his gaze unmasked, and then spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a fatal allure. I shall add one more piece of information, a lead regarding a fragment of reincarnation. Boom! The 4 characters' reincarnation fragment resounded like a thunderous roar in the minds of everyone present. If the dual pupils were the ticket to the Emperor's realm, then the reincarnation fragments were the key to unlocking the ultimate secrets of the legendary immortal paradise. Xianxia, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened his ancient and tranquil gaze. In an instant, 2 terrifying beams of divine light flashed, and he fixed his penetrating stare upon Mingzi, his aura surging with unprecedented intensity. The awakening of the reincarnation seal was perhaps indeed connected to this moment. On the high platform, Zhang Mo gazed at the astronomical score valuation that soared instantly on the system's luminous screen in connection with the clues of the reincarnation fragments, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was worth more than the entirety of the Sun Holy Canon. He was too eager to adhere to the formalities of countdowns and simply slammed his hand on the table. Deal. The 2 words were uttered decisively, akin to a final judgment. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Mingzi was initially taken aback, but then erupted into unrestrained laughter. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your generosity. With a single gesture, the dual pupils that bore the ambitions of countless individuals transformed into a streak of light and swiftly entered his brow. He could sense an unprecedented power awakening within him. With a smug glance around the room, his gaze swept over the faces of Yang Hao and others, filled with humiliation and resentment, eventually landing on the newly awakened Xianxia, his smile brimming with provocation and menace. At that moment, he became the focal point of the entire hall, a common enemy to all. The atmosphere within the grand hall shifted abruptly from fervent bidding to a chilling tension of impending violence. Countless covert and greedy gazes were fixated upon this newly anointed wielder of dual pupils. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang Mo observed the unfolding drama with a singular thought. This spectacle was too delightful. Would Mingzi face an ambush once the auction concluded? Contemplating this, Zhang Mo considered whether to implement measures to protect the buyer. Chapter 17. Coordinates of the Immortal Realm. The air in the Grand Hall was thick and viscous, reminiscent of congealed blood. All gazes, whether filled with greed, jealousy, or trepidation, were firmly fixed upon the youth enveloped in a surge of demonic energy. Mingzi. This name was destined to echo throughout the 3,000 realms from this day forth. He had not only seized the exceedingly rare dual pupils, but had also become a target for countless assassins. Yet, he remained entirely unconcerned. Even relishing the sensation of being despised by the world, his sinister smile growing ever more pronounced. He lightly tapped the table. The sound echoed softly, akin to a bell tolling at dusk, instantly suppressing the rampant killing intent and avarice within the hall. An unseen force compelled everyone's focus back to the high platform, and they suddenly realized how close they had come to losing composure before this unfathomable pavilion master. A cold sweat trickled down the backs of many prodigies. Next item. Zhang Mo's calm voice resounded. The maid, Xianxia, once again ascended the stage, her demeanor significantly more solemn than when she held the heavy eye. In her hands, there was no jade platter, nor crystal box, only a swirling mass of chaotic energy. Within that chaos, a solitary bone floated. Merely a rib, yet it shimmered with a luster akin to the most exquisite celestial jade, measuring no more than a palm's width, adorned with intricate, naturally occurring golden patterns. These patterns were not inscribed by mortal hands. Rather, they were innate runes of the great Tao. They pulsed and flowed as if articulating the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. A supreme, sovereign essence emanated from this bone. In its presence, the so-called majesty of emperors and the demeanor of sages seemed utterly laughable and insignificant. It was as if the bone's owner was destined to reign over the heavens, gazing down upon eternity, the singular ruler of all creation. The phrase supreme bone escaped the lips of an unknown voice, trembling with awe. Boom! In that instant, within the grand hall, all prodigies, including the recently triumphant Mingzi, found their minds engulfed by a tempest of realization. If the heavy eye represented an innate sage, possessing the potential of an emperor, then the supreme bone was the embodiment of a naturally born youthful sovereign. It was the favored child of the Tao, the very symbol of an epic. Its worth surpassed even that of the heavy eye. All breaths were stilled. Hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, leaving only the resplendence of the rib in their gaze. The starting bid, announced by Zhang Mo, resonated like a cold hammer, shattering all illusions. A quasi-imperial weapon. Silence. A deathly silence. The once boisterous hall fell, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. 99% of the prodigies saw the fervor on their faces evaporate, replaced by a pallid despair. A quasi-imperial weapon. What a jest. Such an artifact was the ultimate foundation of a sacred land, a timeless celestial dynasty, wielded to subdue fate itself. Not only were these youths incapable of presenting it, but even their sect masters and imperial lords would never dare to offer it in exchange. This price was not an auction. It was a deterrent, a proclamation to all that this treasure did not belong to them. A sense of hopelessness spread through the hall like a plague. At that moment, a voice imbued with boundless dominance and disdain finally rang out. I will bid. A quasi-imperial weapon, the sky-splitting battle axe. Xiao Tian so slowly rose to his feet. As he spoke, he became the very focal point of this realm, all radiance converging upon him. A violent ripple emanated from the spatial treasures upon him. Suddenly, an elderly servant appeared. Boom! A terrifying, so potent it distorted the very fabric of space, flashed from the servant. This was not a great saint. It was a presence that transcended even that, a holy king. This elder was, without a doubt, a sage of royal status. Within the hall, all the prodigies, including Yang Hao and Ming Zi, felt a shiver run down their spines, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. To have a holy king serve as a mere attendant? Who exactly was this Xiao Tianzi? They finally comprehended the reason behind his unyielding arrogance and disdain for all. He possessed the right to do so. Before a holy king, they, the so-called holy sons and daughter, were no different from mere insects. A confident smile adorned Xiao Tianzi's face, relishing the horrified gazes directed at him. His eyes, ablaze with fervor, were fixated on the supreme bone upon the high platform. This was destined to be his possession. Now, It was merely a matter of returning what belonged to its rightful owner. The price in the background he commanded had already subdued the entire assembly, rendering any competition unthinkable. The supreme bone was as good as his. At that moment, a faint, trembling yet resolute voice, laced with a hint of desperation, echoed from the most secluded corner of the grand hall. "I will speak." Swiftly, all eyes converged upon the source of the voice. It was Xianxia. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her fragile form quivering under the weight of countless formidable gazes, as if she could be crushed at any moment. Yet, her eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance, burning with the intensity of her very life and soul. Xiao Tian's smile froze, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of displeasure and disdain crossing his features. A mere insect, not even a saint, dared to address him? What did she possibly offer? The expressions of all the prodigies were tinged with mockery. However, Xiaoxi's subsequent actions left all their faces forever etched with astonishment. She bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon an unadorned bronze ring that grazed her finger. As the ring absorbed her blood, it erupted in a radiant celestial light, an ancient, venerable aura, transcending the laws of 3,000 realms, surged forth. With every ounce of strength, Xiaoxi cradled the ring, her voice still trembling. Yet each word resonated clearly within the depths of every soul present. "I of the Yao clan guard the utmost secret that has endured for 1,000,000 years." She paused, enunciating each word with clarity, a coordinate to the ancient starry path leading to the celestial realm. What? Boom! Those two words detonated in their ears like the explosion of 1,000 universes. The coordinate to the celestial realm, the fabled land of cultivation, the realm of immortality. Its value was beyond measure. Not even a single quasi-imperial weapon could compare. Not even 10 or 100 could barter for such a miraculous opportunity. One capable of elevating an entire clan. Madness. This woman had lost her senses. How dared she present such a treasure? The atmosphere erupted in a frenzy. As all the prodigies rose to their feet, their eyes gleaming with a fervor and avarice tenfold greater than when they first beheld the supreme bone. The smile on Xiao Tian's face vanished entirely, replaced by a profound gloom that pervaded his being. He fixed his gaze intently on the bronze ring held by Xiaoxi, his eyes now devoid of disdain, instead reflecting an unbridled and chilling murderous intent. He hailed from a nine heavens celestial domain. In his perception, the beings of the 3,000 realms were but mere savages from the wilderness, inferior beings unworthy of stepping onto that hallowed ground. How dare an ant from the lower realms attempt to lay claim to the coordinates of the celestial domain? This was blasphemy, unforgivable. On the platform, Zhang Mo observed the valuation of the bronze ring displayed on the system screen, as a series of numbers abruptly transformed into a vivid crimson. Even his own heartbeat faltered for a moment. He glanced at Xiao Tian's, cognizant that this young man was indeed from the nine heavens celestial domain, a true descendant of the celestial dragon. Moreover, this auction was restricted to those under 100 years of age, thus Xiao Tian's had already contravened the rules. There were checks upon entry, indicating that Xiao Tian's must have employed some underhanded means, perhaps by concealing a living person within a certain space. Even if a true immortal were to descend, what could it matter? The coordinates of the celestial domain? On the platform, Zhang Mo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound, as if weighing the value of the bronze ring. He feigned contemplation, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Tian's somber visage and Xiaoxi's resolute expression. After a brief moment, a cryptic smile played upon his lips. Deal. With a decisive hammer strike, there was no hint of hesitation. The instant his words fell, the supreme bone, embodying the presence of the youthful emperor and driving countless prodigies into madness, transformed into a radiant streak of light, transcending the distance of space, and flew straight toward the corner of the grand hall. It did not soar toward the domineering Xiao Tian's, who was flanked by the Saint King, but instead gently hovered before the trembling girl, whose pale complexion revealed the depletion of all her courage. Xiaoxi extended her trembling hands, scarcely believing her eyes, as tears blurred her vision. She had succeeded. She had gambled for her family, bringing forth a glimmer of hope. Wait! A thunderous roar interrupted this fleeting moment of warmth, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Xiao Tian's abruptly stood, the air around him warping with his fury, as cold and piercing murderous intent radiated from his proud eyes. Pavilion Master. He fixed an accusatory gaze upon Zhang Mo, his voice laced with disbelief and defiance. How can a nebulous coordinate, whose authenticity cannot even be verified, compare to a genuine quasi-emperor weapon? I refuse to accept this. At that moment, the hunched old servant behind him stepped forward silently, straightening his back, and a terrifying glimmer ignited in his murky eyes. Boom! A formidable pressure, far surpassing that of the great sage, emanating from the Saint King, was akin to an invisible ocean, sweeping toward Xianxia with overwhelming force. He could hardly be bothered to glance at her, his voice cold and ancient, imbued with an air of disdainful superiority. Little girl, surrender the supreme bone and that ring. My young master may spare your life. Under this terrifying weight, Xiaoxi's protective aura shattered in an instant, her complexion turning pale as parchment, her frail form trembling like a candle flickering in the wind, her bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Yet, she summoned all her strength to clutch the supreme bone tightly to her chest, her eyes reflecting a resolute defiance in the face of death. At that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted, not from the high platform, but seemingly from the heavens above, a manifestation of the divine wrath of the great Tao. The entire hall trembled violently. Zhang Mo remained languidly reclined in his chair, not even lifting his gaze, merely whispering a thought to the system in his mind. System, spend 500,000 points to elevate the maid, Xianxia, to the quasi-emperor realm. Point deduction successful. Maid Xianxia's power is being enhanced. Enhancement complete. The Saint King's oppressive force directed at Yao, she melted away as if snow under a blazing sun in the wake of that thunderous command. Subsequently, an indescribable aura, transcending all laws and reigning supreme over the great Tao, erupted from Xianxia, who had stood quietly at the side of the platform. This was not merely the realm of saints, nor that of Saint King. It was the majesty of an emperor. Though it was but a wisp, it carried an unparalleled will that crushed the ages and governed the cosmos. In an instant, the once mighty elder servant of the Saint King had no time to react. The Saint King domain crumbled before this aura, fragile as thin paper, instantly torn asunder. His knees buckled, and he found himself uncontrollably forced to kneel upon the ground, the hard jade floor cracking beneath him. A stream of blood, infused with the essence of the Saint King, erupted from his mouth as he raised his head, his aged visage finally betraying emotion. It was not indifference nor pride, but sheer terror and incomprehensible shock. He screamed, his voice cracking, Quasi-Emperor! Boom! These two words struck the hearts of all the talented individuals within the hall like invisible hammers. The entire chamber fell into a deathly silence. Everyone appeared frozen in place, their minds blank. What had they witnessed? The beautiful maid, who had merely served tea and water, was actually a quasi-emperor powerhouse. To have a quasi-emperor as a maid? This thought sent shivers down the spines of all the talented individuals, leaving them cold and breathless, their worldviews shattered to dust in that instant. Su was utterly bewildered as well. His face, once a canvas of rage, defiance, and murderous intent, became a mask of bewilderment and stupor. Hailing from the celestial realms of the nine heavens, his breadth of experience was vast. Yet, he had never encountered the audacity of a mere mortal commanding a quasi-emperor to serve tea. What manner of place was this so-called wilderness of the 3,000 domains? This origin treasure pavilion? Amidst the profound silence, Zhang Mo finally stirred. With deliberate grace, he lifted the teacup from the table, gently wafting away the steam that curled from its rim, as if the tumultuous events that had just transpired were but a trivial interlude, unworthy of his concern. He did not even cast a glance at the prostrate, waning Saint King. His icy gaze fell instead upon Xianxia's, whose complexion was a dismal blend of pallor and ashen hues. I recall that this auction was exclusively for the younger generation. Zhang Mo's voice was devoid of inflection, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority. What is your intention in bringing such an old relic here? To incite chaos within my origin treasure pavilion, to wield force, and to threaten my esteemed guests? He set the teacup down with a soft chime, which sent a jolt of fear through Xianxia's heart. Who granted you the audacity? The barrage of inquiries left Xianxia's face fluctuating between shades of green and white, a tumult of humiliation and terror intermingling within him. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Zhang Mo reclined into his chair, adopting a more comfortable posture, his tone as indifferent as one shooing away a bothersome fly. Either depart or perish here. Su trembled, acutely aware that the threat was far from jest. The murderous intent fixated upon him was chillingly palpable. He drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his trepidation, and summoned his final card. His voice hoarse. Does the Pavilion Master not fear the wrath of my clan's emperor descending upon you? This was both a threat and his last vestige of dignity. Yet, upon hearing this, Zhang Mo chuckled, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. His laughter was laced with contempt and derision. An emperor? He paused, lifting his eyelids. And within the depths of his unremarkable gaze, a fleeting vision of cosmic birth and decay, of epics rising and falling, shimmered. Even if a true immortal were to descend. What of it? With these words, his decree was set. The very laws of the grand hall seemed to wail, struggling to bear the weight of such audacity. The gathered prodigies were once more shaken to their core, their spirits unraveling in fear. A true immortal? Was that not the pinnacle sought after by emperors who ascended to the celestial realms? This Pavilion Master, who did not even regard true immortals with reverence. What kind of being was he? Xianxia's final psychological defenses crumbled under the weight of Zhang Mo's proclamation. Staggering back a step, his visage turned as pale as parchment, and he could muster no further harsh words. In the end, he cast a penetrating glance at the unfathomable figure upon the high platform, then at the supreme bone tightly cradled in Yaoxi's embrace, his eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Zhang Mo let out a cold snort, directly commanding Xianxia with his thoughts to seize the storage space from him. If one wishes to depart, it is only fitting to exact a price. Without uttering a word, he turned and, accompanied by the gravely injured elder servant of the Holy King, left the grand hall like a stray dog, his tail between his legs. He had gained nothing, only lost face. Yet Zhang Mo understood that for a person of such temperament, this matter could not possibly end here. As Xianxia departed, the atmosphere within the hall somewhat eased. Yet no one dared to lift their gaze to directly confront the high platform. This scene imprinted itself indelibly upon the souls of all the prodigies present. Transforming into an ironclad decree, the Origin Treasure Pavilion is not to be provoked. Chapter 19. The Handbone of the True Immortal. Xianxia's ignoble exit doused the last flicker of hope and arrogance within the hearts of the prodigies like a bucket of icy water. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. The air was no longer filled with the fervent atmosphere of bidding, but rather a chilling reverence that resonated from the depths of their souls. Each breath became cautious, fearful of disturbing the existence that ruled over all from the high platform. Their gazes no longer dared to meet that figure directly. They could only lower their eyes, fixating on the polished floor before them, their minds replaying the earth-shattering moment they had just witnessed. The would-be emperor serves. The Holy King was treated like a dog. The young master from the nine heavens celestial realm was driven away like a stray. What manner of perilous den is this Origin Treasure Pavilion? And what sort of taboo giant is this Pavilion Master, who gazes down upon the ages? In a corner, Yaoxi clutched the warm supreme bone in her arms, the rhythmic pulses emanating from it resonating mysteriously with her bloodline, mending the foundation that had been shaken by the Holy King's pressure. Her gaze towards the high platform was fraught with complexity. There was gratitude, admiration, but more than anything, a profound sense of smallness and fear when confronted with the boundless starry skies. She understood that from the moment she produced that ring and uttered the coordinates, she and her family, the Yao clan, were irrevocably intertwined with this unfathomable Pavilion Master and this terrifying treasure pavilion. Thus, those who wished to harm a Yao clan would have to tread carefully. It was a gamble, and she had won. Yet the cost of that victory might be far heavier than she had anticipated. Zhang Mo appeared utterly oblivious to all of this. He even yawned somewhat boredly and stretched, as if the act of overpowering the Holy King and driving out the visitors from the celestial realm was merely the casual swatting of a buzzing mosquito, unworthy of a second glance. He lazily waved his hand. Final item, forbidding. His flat voice sent a jolt through everyone's hearts, instantly tautening their spirits to the utmost. Elevated to the status of a semi-empress, the maid Xiaoyu ascended the high platform once more. This time, her demeanor was imbued with an utmost solemnity, her exquisite visage bearing an air of pilgrimage-like gravity. In her hands, there were no jade plates nor crystal boxes. She merely cupped her hands, conjuring forth a nebulous essence that materialized from the void. Within this chaos, a fragment of a finger bone floated, a remnant, desolate and gray. It appeared unremarkable, lacking the resplendence of the supreme bone, devoid of the intrinsic elegance of the dual pupil, and even marred by countless fine cracks, as if it might disintegrate into ash at any moment under the ravages of time. Yet, this seemingly ordinary relic caused the temperature in the grand hall to plummet abruptly. An instinctual shiver coursed through all the prodigies present, raising the hairs on their necks. Some bold souls, driven by curiosity, instinctively sought to delve deeper. However, as their consciousness approached within 3 feet of the bone fragment, an explosive force erupted, an indescribable, incomprehensible presence, transcending the imperial realm and the laws of existence, emanating a terrifying essence imbued with the truth of immortality and eternity, surged forth like an ancient god awakening from eons of slumber, rebounding with a thunderous impact. This was not mere pressure, it was an absolute domination of status. In an instant, nearly half of the prodigies within the hall, regardless of their cultivation level, were struck as if by lightning. They violently expelled blood, their minds assaulted by the indifferent gaze of a true immortal, peering through the vastness of time and space. Just a mere glance nearly tore their souls asunder, fracturing their Tao hearts in an instant. The true immortal fingerbone, the sun god's son, Xianxia, who had always exuded overwhelming strength, now screamed in terror, his voice twisted and shrill from sheer excitement and fear. His eyes widened, erupting with a fervor and greed 100-fold greater than when he beheld the supreme bone. This was not power. This was a key to the legendary immortal realm beyond that of the great emperors, a gateway to higher echelons. Madness ensued. Everyone was engulfed in frenzy. If the dual pupil and supreme bone were tickets to the imperial throne, then this true immortal fingerbone was a map leading directly to the final destination, one that even offered glimpses of the vistas beyond. Its worth could not be measured by any treasure. Zhang Mo observed the madness unfold, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. He relished this sense of chaos. Clearing his throat, his voice remained calm, yet resonated distinctly in every mind, shattering their delusions. The starting bid was a secret capable of overturning the balance of 3,000 realms. In the eyes of the system, ancient secrets of this world surpassed even imperial weapons, and he himself required a comprehensive understanding of this realm. As his words faded, the hall once again plunged into a profound silence. All expressions of fervor were frozen upon their faces. Would they barter a secret in exchange? What a preposterous and tyrannical mode of transaction this is. Treasures may hold value, yet secrets remain intangible. What kind of secret is worthy of the phrase that signifies the upheaval of the 3,000 realms? And who has the authority to judge the worth of such a secret? The answer is self-evident. Only the esteemed master on the stage. In an instant, an idea flashed through the minds of countless prodigies, a thought that sent shivers down their spines, yet felt utterly justifiable. This enigmatic master, what is the purpose behind his collection of such earth-shattering secrets? One cannot help but recall the cataclysmic epic mentioned in ancient texts. Could it be that he is orchestrating an eternal scheme, uniting all hidden forces and trump cards across the 3,000 realms, to prepare for the impending disaster of the epic? Once this notion took root, it could no longer be suppressed. As they gazed upon the figure atop the platform, their expressions transformed entirely. It was no longer merely fear and reverence. It had evolved into a fervent adoration of a savior. It dawned upon them that the master was not merely seeking amusement. He was, in his own way, safeguarding this universe. Just as everyone was entranced by the astonishing price and the grand vision they had conjured in their minds, believing this celestial bone would ultimately be left unsold, a voice suddenly resonated without warning. This voice did not emanate from any corner within the hall. It seemed to transcend the river of time, disregarding the impenetrable spatial barrier of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, directly arriving from the very end of the primordial wilderness. Ancient, grand, and devoid of any emotion, it reverberated deep within the hearts and souls of every individual present. Might the master be interested in this secret? Chapter 20. The Truth Behind the Shattered Starry Ancient Path. The voice did not belong to anyone within the hall. It appeared to seep from the depths of forgotten time, traversing the boundless void. Cold, monumental, and devoid of any emotional turbulence. It was as if the Tao itself was indifferently inquiring. The maid Xianxia, already a paragon of the semi-imperial status, exhibited a keen vigilance for the first time, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. In an instant, she darted to shield Zhang Mo, her aura brimming with the intensity of impending danger. Within the hall, The blood of all the prodigies seemed to freeze at that very moment. Their expressions shifted from fervor over the celestial bone to a profound dread that penetrated their very bones. Who could it be? Who possesses the ability to penetrate this terrifying hall, which even the Holy King must kneel before? This surpassed the limits of their understanding. Do not be alarmed. Zhang Mo languidly waved his hand, signaling Xianxia to step aside. His countenance bore no trace of fear. Rather, it radiated a burgeoning interest akin to discovering something novel. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed curiously into the empty void. And who might you be? The resounding voice did not respond immediately, plunging the hall into a profound silence, akin to death itself. Each passing second felt as protracted as an entire epoch. The prodigies could even hear the frantic beating of their own hearts, a primal fear evoked by the confrontation with the unknown and incomprehensible might. At last, the voice reverberated once more. I am from the ancient realm of the celestial origin, the master of the Forbidden Zone. Boom! The words Forbidden Zone struck like an ancient divine mountain plummeting from the heavens, crashing into the minds of all present. Yang Hao, Ming Zi, and all the illustrious sons and daughters experienced a moment of intense contraction in their pupils. What manner of place is this? It is a realm of absolute peril that sends shivers down the spine of the 3,000 domains. A place so fearsome that even their respective sects dared only to describe it in hushed tones, with reverence in their writings. It is said that there lie dormant monsters surviving from the last epoch, or even from times long past. A desolate land where even quasi-emperors tread lightly. A scar upon the cosmos. An entity emerging from the Forbidden Zone was conversing with the sect master. This being could very well be an ancient emperor. In this moment, the gazes of all prodigies toward Zhang Mo transformed entirely. If their previous feelings were of awe and trepidation, now it was akin to gazing upon a deity. It turned out that the guests invited to this auction by the sect master were never limited to just the so-called younger generation. Even the ancient beings from the Forbidden Zone were his honored guests. I offer a secret in exchange for the celestial bone in your possession. The entity from the Forbidden Zone stated plainly, its voice devoid of any emotion. A secret regarding the severance of the ancient starry path. Upon these words, the hall fell into another silence. If the Forbidden Zone represented terror, then the severance of the ancient starry path was the ultimate enigma hanging over the heads of all top-tier doctrines for 1,000,000 years. It was the sole passage to higher worlds, the hope for ascension for countless emperors. Its severance signified a brutal interruption of the path ahead for cultivators in this realm. The value of this secret was enough to drive any immortal celestial dynasty or supreme sacred ground to madness. Zhang Mo's eyes twitched slightly. On his system interface, the estimated value of this secret soared to a staggering point, sending shivers down his spine, far exceeding that of the celestial bone itself. This was indeed a windfall. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. How can it be verified? He inquired calmly, as if assessing an ordinary commodity. In the next moment, without any forewarning, an indescribable scene was transmitted into the minds of those present through an overwhelming force. It was a resplendent, ancient path traversing the endless rivers of stars, paved with billions of celestial bodies, leading toward the unknown, emanating an aura of immortality and eternal life. The ancient starry path. At that moment, at the end of the ancient road, a colossal chasm of profound darkness, which had severed the ages, slowly gaped open. Beyond this fissure lay a void even more profound and despairing than chaos itself. A hand emerged, a massive, shattered hand, marred with flecks of golden celestial blood and riddled with cracks, yet still incomprehensibly immense, extending languorously from the endless blackness. The aura exuded by this hand sent tremors coursing through the very souls of all who beheld it, causing their spirits to quiver and their hearts to collapse. It was the essence of a true immortal, yet it bore an unsettling decay, a foreboding that penetrated to the marrow. Then, under the horrified gazes of all present, that great hand, with an inexorable slowness, gently clenched. Crack! The ancient road of stars, which had traversed the cosmos and carried the hopes of countless eras, shattered like fragile glass beneath its grip. Billions of stars erupted, transforming into cosmic dust. The immortal principles fractured, scattering into mournful fragments. The vision flickered and vanished. With a cough, Yang Hao, Ming Zi, and the other supreme prodigies spat forth blood, their faces as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In their eyes, only boundless despair and terror remained. Merely a glimpse across the imprint of time and space had nearly shattered their resolve. 1,000,000 years prior, a true immortal, corrupted by darkness, had personally obliterated the ancient road of stars. The echoes of the Forbidden Zones resonated like a final judgment, underscoring that horrific scene. No one knew what transpired in the realm of immortals, nor where the once mighty immortal kings had vanished. Why would a true immortal commit such an act of self-destruction? In this world, the path to enlightenment had been severed. Now, even the prospect of attaining the status of emperor seemed infinitely bleak. Great emperors were difficult to emerge. Some emperors who had survived from ancient times could only cling to life in the Forbidden Zones, awaiting the end of their existence. "Master, are you satisfied with the secret?" Within the hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the prodigies were immersed in that overwhelming despair and shock, and, simultaneously, a more terrifying thought began to rise within them. They finally comprehended the Master's heartfelt intentions. The Master auctioned the heavy pupil and the supreme bone to forcibly cultivate new emperors in this age of broken paths. He presented the celestial bone to draw out ancient existences from the Forbidden Zones, seeking the truth behind the cataclysm of eras. Everything he did was part of a grand design, with the 3,000 realms as a chessboard and the ancient prodigies as pawns. He aimed to combat the true immortal tainted by darkness, to rekindle the path forward in this desolate universe. In an instant, the fear and reverence in the gazes of all the prodigies directed at the high platform faded, replaced by a near-manic adoration and fervor for their savior. And the orchestrator of all, Zhang Mo, merely gazed at the substantial points accruing in the system's back end, his heart swelling with joy. With a decisive slap on the table, he conveyed a hint of pleasure at the prospect of finally finishing work. The deal was struck, as his words echoed. The fragment of immortal essence, the skeletal hand of a celestial being, vanished instantaneously, transported to some distant forbidden realm. Zhang Mo rose, stretched languidly, and yawned. Thus concluded today's auction. Let this experience serve as a lesson for you younger generations. Those who disseminate this knowledge shall bear the consequences. You may all take your leave. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a swarm of flies. Only at that moment did the talented individuals awaken from their reverie, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they rose to bow deeply towards the elevated platform. With thoughts swirling and the earth-shattering secrets of the day weighing heavily upon them, they slowly exited the grand hall. Everyone understood. The genius auction hosted by the Origin Treasure Pavilion had come to an end. Chapter 21, Buyer Escort Service. The auction had concluded. Those who had recently been enraptured by the allure of the celestial bones and the mysteries of the Forbidden Zones now regained their composure. Their gazes, akin to sharks sensing blood, subtly yet unmistakably radiated unbridled greed as they fixated on the corner where the girl cradling the supreme bone stood. Xianxia had become the epicenter of a new storm. A girl from a fallen noble family, now in possession of a supreme bone that could drive even the holy grounds to madness, resembled a toddler clutching a gold bar amidst a bustling market. This was the Origin Treasure Pavilion, where no one dared to act against her. Yet, the moment she stepped beyond these grand doors, she would likely be torn to shreds by the lurking wolves and tigers outside. Xianxia was no fool. She could acutely sense the palpable greed and murderous intent emanating from the gazes upon her. Her complexion turned pale. The joy of acquiring the supreme bone swiftly replaced by a chilling fear. Clutching the warm bone tightly, her frail form trembled uncontrollably under the weight of countless scrutinizing eyes. Despair surged once more within her. In a moment of instinct, she cast her last hope towards the now empty platform, her eyes pleading with an unspoken sorrow. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo reclined comfortably, contentedly observing the surging points on the system panel. TSK, these youngsters are quite affluent. He was contemplating what new schemes to concoct for his next venture when he suddenly noticed the peculiar atmosphere in the hall and the girl in the corner on the verge of tears. Ah, right, I almost forgot about this. Zhang Mo smacked his forehead. She was to be my prime consumer. I certainly could not allow her to be taken advantage of the moment she stepped outside, or my investment would be in vain. That would tarnish the reputation of my treasure pavilion. He muttered to himself, clearing his throat. A voice, laced with a hint of jest, reverberated once more through the silent grand hall. Oh right, I almost forgot. Zhang Mo's voice seemed to materialize out of thin air, causing a collective startle among all present. Recently, our esteemed establishment has unveiled a new service, the buyer escort service. This proclamation sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. What? An auction house is now responsible for home delivery? And not just items, but people? The sun god Yang Hao, along with the underworld prince of the netherworld sorcery sect, were momentarily stunned, their minds momentarily unable to grasp the implications. Zhang Mo's voice continued to resonate, calm and unhurried. Those who successfully bid on treasures at our auction need only pay a modest fee to enjoy our secure escort service, ensuring that you are delivered safely to any designated location within the 3,000 realms. As his words settled, a brief period of shock was followed by a thunderous realization in the minds of all the prodigies present. Their gazes towards the elevated platform shifted dramatically. What does the master intend? He is not merely conducting business. He is establishing a new order, an order that transcends all sacred lands and celestial dynasties, an absolute order. For eons, the myriad realms of the primordial chaos have adhered to the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Cultivators from minor sects or wandering practitioners, even if they fortuitously acquire a magnificent treasure, often find themselves unable to enjoy it, ultimately becoming mere pawns of greater powers. This has been an unchanging law throughout the ages. Yet now, this master is determined to shatter that ironclad rule. With a terrifying prowess that even the holy kings must bow before, he aims to provide absolute protection for those weaker souls who seize their opportunities. What audacity! What grandeur! In an instant, a tidal wave of emotions surged within the hearts of all the prodigies. They came to a profound realization. The Master's vision has far surpassed their imagination. The Master's foresight astounds us. A descendant of an ancient lineage murmured sincerely, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Xianxia, as if clinging to a final lifeline, disregarded the opinions of others and tremulously inquired towards the elevated platform. May I dare to ask, Master, what would the cost be? Her heart raced with anxiety. She had already relinquished her family's secret that had been guarded for 100 millennia, leaving her with nothing of value to offer. Zhang Mo's playful voice resonated once more. It is quite simple. I require none of your treasures. There was a pause in his speech before he articulated a condition that left everyone in stunned silence. I only ask for the first drop of supreme divine blood that you will generate through your own essence and nurturing. Once you have merged with the supreme bone and embarked on your path of cultivation. This condition left all present bewildered. He sought no immediate gains, but rather an investment in the future. Supreme divine blood, indeed, is an invaluable treasure, capable of resurrecting the dead and cleansing the mortal coil of the innate beings, even potentially shaping a pseudo-supreme physique. However, it necessitates Xianxia successfully merging with the supreme bone and attaining an extraordinarily profound level of cultivation to materialize. The uncertainties inherent in this path were overwhelming. What if Xianxia were to falter along the way? What if her talents proved insufficient, and she never managed to condense even a single drop? The esteemed Lord is willing to wield his unfathomable power for a nebulous promise of the future. Xianxia herself was taken aback, as she had not anticipated this condition. Yet, she hesitated not for a moment. This was no mere transaction. It was evidently a senior's guidance and trial for a junior. Without delay, she pricked her fingertip, and a drop of crimson blood emerged. She swore an oath with her true spirit, establishing the most rigorous vow of the great path. As the junior Xianxia, I hereby vow, should I one day be able to condense the supreme divine blood, the first drop shall be offered to the esteemed Lord. Should I violate this vow, may my heart of Tao shatter, and may I sink into eternal despair, never to be reborn. Excellent. Behind the scenes, Zhang Mo nodded in satisfaction. This transaction was exceedingly advantageous. With a mere gesture, he secured the first drop of primal essence from a future supreme being, a deal that promised boundless returns. More importantly, it forged a benevolent connection with this future powerhouse in advance. In the Grand Hall, the disciple of the underworld demon sect observed this scene, and a peculiar glimmer flashed in his newly fused double pupils. The ebb and flow of the sun and moon, the chaos of creation swirled in his eyes. As if he were deducing something, he licked his lips. Having also laid claim to a precious treasure, he had become the target of many. However, unlike Xianxia, he refrained from seeking assistance. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel and exhilarated arc. To stand against the world? He relished this feeling. He was eager to see how many of those so-called righteous prodigies dared to court death. Chapter 22. Has the person already returned home? Yaoxi's oath reverberated through the Grand Hall, resonating with the great Tao, transforming into an invisible brand that merged into the void. This signified the establishment of the contract. Upon the platform, Zhang Mo appeared indifferent to all that transpired, casually snapping his fingers. A crisp sound echoed. In the next moment, the space before Yaoxi rippled like water. Without a deafening roar or violent rending of the void, a stable and resplendent spatial portal gently and resolutely unfolded. Within the portal, there was no chaotic spatial turbulence or profound darkness, but a clear and serene scene. It was an ancient, solemn shrine, with rows of spirit tablets standing quietly, incense wafting through the air, steeped in the sediment of time. Upon witnessing this sight, Yaoxi's pupils constricted sharply, and she froze momentarily, followed by an uncontrollable surge of excitement that brought tears to her eyes. "This is the ancestral ground of my Yao family," she exclaimed in astonishment, her voice brimming with incredulous joy. The myriad phenomena, Divine City, lies at the heart of the 3,000 realms. While her Yao family is situated in the distant and remote extreme northern ice plains, separated by billions of miles of starry rivers and countless star domains. Just 3 days prior, she had traversed numerous teleportation arrays to arrive just in time for the auction. Even the most formidable of saintly warriors would require several years to traverse such a distance. Only by utilizing the most advanced teleportation arrays could one arrive in a brief span of time. Yet now, this enigmatic master merely snapped his fingers, conjuring a portal that led directly to her home. Such an extraordinary feat. This transcends mere supernatural prowess. It is creation itself. It signifies an absolute mastery over the laws of space. The other prodigies within the Grand Hall were utterly astounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, fixated on the stable portal before them, feeling as though their very breaths were suspended. This is impossible. The crown prince of the eternal celestial dynasty, a self-proclaimed erudite heir, was now completely discomposed, murmuring to himself, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The precise teleportation across boundless star realms was constructed in an instant, remarkably stable. It was said that even quasi-emperors could not achieve such a feat. The mastery of this master is likely beyond comprehension. This master exists on a level we cannot fathom. The heir of the netherworld demon sect, with his dual pupils swirling with chaotic energy, displayed a rare expression of gravity. He prided himself on fearing neither heaven nor earth. Yet this scene before him surpassed his understanding entirely. On the elevated platform, Zhang Mo's voice resonated once more, laced with a casual air. "Go!" Yaoxi trembled, jolted from her stupor by the immense shock. She did not step into the portal immediately. Instead, she turned to face the high platform and offered a profound, earnest bow. This gesture was one of utmost sincerity, emanating from the depths of her heart. The grace bestowed upon her by the master was something Yaoxi would eternally cherish. Having spoken, she hesitated no longer, clutching the supreme bone within her embrace, resolutely stepping into the portal. The luminous gateway rippled like water, and her figure vanished in an instant. Subsequently, the awe-inspiring portal, which had elicited astonishment even from quasi-emperors, gradually closed, dissolving into nothingness, leaving no trace of spatial disturbance. As if it had never existed, the Grand Hall fell once more into an oppressive silence. All the prodigies appeared as though their souls had been siphoned away, their faces pale, their hearts filled with boundless reverence. Simultaneously, outside the Origin Treasure Pavilion, above the Divine City of 10,000 forms, countless powerful thoughts, potent enough to make the stars tremble, wove together like an immense net, enveloping the entire firmament. Among them were terrifying entities of saintly king caliber, concealed in the depths of the void, akin to the most patient of hunters, awaiting the emergence of the plump prey bearing the treasured relic. They had meticulously laid traps, sealing all spatial nodes within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. They had received communications from the younger generation at the auction. Should the girl named Yaoxi dare to show herself, they possessed 100 means to render her and the supreme bone into mere vapor, disappearing without a trace. Why is she not yet out? The auction has concluded, has it not? A somewhat impatient thought resonated from a venerable ancestor of the immortal clan. Perhaps she is too terrified to emerge, hiding within. Another ominous thought responded. No matter, she cannot remain concealed forever. We have ample time. Indeed, the supreme bone is an exceedingly rare treasure, worth the wait. The ancient beings, having lived for countless eons, remained composed and self-assured. They were confident that under their collective blockade, not even a fly could escape. However, as they waited, an hour passed, then 2 hours. By the time dusk descended and the clamor beneath Tianxiong Mountain had quieted, they still sensed no trace of Yaoshi. Something is amiss. Quite amiss. The venerable ancestor finally sensed the anomaly. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Our thoughts have not detected any spatial fluctuations. How could this be? Is it possible she can burrow underground? Just as their uncertainty grew, and they prepared to investigate further, a message arrived through a cross-domain communication array from the distant northern extremity, striking each ambusher like a thunderbolt. Urgent news. Above the ancestral grounds of the ancient Yao clan in the northern extremity, divine light surged into the sky, and purple chi spread for 30,000 miles. A natural Tao bone descended from the void, its might stirring several sacred lands. It is suspected that the supreme bone has manifested. Boom! All the lurking powerhouses were left dazed, their minds buzzing. Everyone has returned home. How do they manage that? After we painstakingly laid out our net, they simply opened a spatial passage and went home. Yes, it must be the Origin Treasure Pavilion. A saintly king shouted in a voice filled with endless terror and regret. Aside from that enigmatic pavilion master, who possesses such transcendent abilities, they instantly understood. The pavilion master not only sells treasures, but also truly protects his clients. The thought of attempting to eliminate a client under the very gaze of one who can effortlessly open cross-star domain transports, a being so formidable that even the emperor must serve as a maid, sent chills down the spines of all those ancient monsters, their souls trembling. They dared to act against the young girl Yaoshi. Yet even with 1,000 times their courage, they would not dare to harbor any disrespect toward that pavilion master. Now, that pavilion master is personally taking action to safeguard the young girl. This colossal entity not only possesses all the world's rare treasures, but can also wield overwhelming strength to uphold the rules he has set. Quickly, withdraw. Anyone who dares to covet the Origin Treasure Pavilion shall be at odds with my entire sect. In an instant, those terrifying thoughts lurking in the void scattered like ghosts. Fleeing in utter disarray. Chapter 23. The Emperor of the Celestial Domain. In the mysterious Divine City. Within a hidden celestial palace shrouded by layers of restrictions and floating amidst the clouds. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a resplendent and invaluable weapon was ruthlessly crushed into fragments by a formidable hand. Xiao Tian's countenance twisted in rage, his chest heaving violently, while his eyes blazed with a frenzied mixture of hatred and jealousy. The Origin Treasure Pavilion of the Quasi-Empress S. Maid. He spat out each word with a chilling intensity, each syllable laced with frost. Humiliation, an unprecedented disgrace. He, Xiao Tian, hailing from the exalted Nine Heavens celestial domain, with the blood of emperors coursing through his veins, had always been a paragon of excellence. How could he endure such a monumental affront? Cast out before the assembled prodigies of 3,000 realms by an aborigine from the lower world, as if he were nothing more than a bothersome fly. The most unbearable truth was that the supreme bone, which rightfully belonged to him, had fallen into the hands of a mere girl, no more significant than an insect. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, his magical power surging uncontrollably, wreaking havoc in the opulent palace. Young master, we beside him. The severely injured elder servant of the Saint King spoke, his pallor betraying an indelible fear. He sought to counsel the young master, cautioning him that the Origin Treasure Pavilion was far too enigmatic and that its master was unfathomable, someone they could not provoke. Silence. Xiao Tian retorted like a ferocious beast, spinning around to glare at the elder servant with defiance. You old fool, utterly useless at a critical moment. You kneel at the mere gaze of others, and you have brought disgrace upon the Xiao family. The elder servant opened his mouth, only to exhale a bitter sigh, lowering his head in resignation. Disgrace? In the presence of that quasi-empress maid, preserving his life was a stroke of immense fortune. The young master remained oblivious to the terrifying entity he faced. Xiao Tian's fury remained unabated, only intensifying further. He comprehended that with just himself and this old servant, seeking to reclaim his honor was akin to chasing a mirage. The aborigine from the lower realm, his eyes sparkled with madness as a malevolent thought took shape in his heart. Are you not powerful? Can you not protect her? I shall see if you can safeguard the entirety of the 3,000 realms. With a fierce grit of his teeth, he withdrew a jade talisman radiating a faint celestial glow from his bosom. This talisman, a life-preserving gift from an esteemed ancestor of his family before his departure, was not to be activated unless in dire circumstances. Yet now, he could not afford to hesitate. He needed his family to witness the reckless audacity of the lower realm. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia shattered the jade talisman. It erupted into a dazzling rain of light, coalescing in the center of the celestial palace into a grand luminous screen. Upon this screen, scenes shifted and transformed, ultimately crystallizing into an ancient Taoist temple. Shrouded in ethereal mist, with a harmonious essence of the Tao flourished. An elderly man, adorned in a resplendent golden robe, exuding an air of authority and depth akin to the ocean, sat cross-legged. His mere presence seemed to establish him as the nucleus of the cosmos, with the surrounding stars revolving around him in a languid dance. He was the venerable pillar of the Shao clan, a true ancient emperor with over 100,000 years of enlightenment. Why has Xianxia invoked this talisman? The ancient emperor slowly opened his eyes, which appeared to harbor the cosmic cycles of creation and destruction, the passage of epochs flowing within. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Ancestor. Xianxia fell to his knees with a thud, his face contorted with grief and humiliation. His voice strained as he lamented, "Ancestor, you must stand for me." He began to embellish his account, distorting the truth of his experiences at the Origin Treasure Pavilion. In his narrative, Zhang Mo was transformed into a reckless brute from the lower realms, brazenly defying the celestial domain and aiming to upend the dominion of the nine heavens. The pavilion master not only indulged the lower realms' riffraff, but audaciously proclaimed that even if a true immortal were to descend, he would remain unimpressed. Such insolence is a provocation to the dignity of our entire nine heavens. He auctioned that supreme bone, intending to bolster the natives of the lower realm against the prodigies of our celestial domain. His intentions are treacherous. Most critically, he depicted the revelation of the Xianxia celestial coordinates as a premeditated scheme by the Origin Treasure Pavilion, aiming to encroach upon the nine heavens. Ancestor, the celestial coordinates, that is the bedrock of our sacred domain, now jeopardized in the lower realm. Should those savages seize it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The ambitions of the Origin Treasure Pavilion are as clear as day. Xianxia, with tears and fervor, fashioned himself into a tragic hero, willing to confront evil forces to defend the dignity of the celestial domain, only to suffer humiliation in the end. Across the luminous screen, the ancient emperor listened intently, his brow furrowing gradually. A quasi-emperor serving as a maid, disregarding true immortals? A flicker of gravity crossed his gaze. The spiritual energy of the lower realm is meager. The laws incomplete. Producing a sage king is already a feat, and a quasi-emperor is a rarity, yet one would willingly serve as a handmaiden. There is something uncanny at play here. However, it was Xianxia's subsequent words that truly ignited his murderous intent. The significance of the celestial coordinates was paramount. They must not fall into the hands of the lower realm's insects. The ancient emperor's voice turned frigid. The nine heavens, perched high above, surveying myriad realms, owed its supremacy not only to its more refined laws and abundant spiritual energy, but, most crucially, to its absolute monopoly over the pathways. They would never allow the beings of the lower realm to possess a means of traversing freely to the celestial domain. That would be an affront to their authority, a desecration of their status. Ancestor. Sensing the anger of his forebear, Xianxia's heart swelled with elation, and he seized the moment to press on. "Please, Ancestor, unleash your wrath and crush the Origin Treasure Pavilion, so that those lower realm savages may understand that the majesty of the celestial domain is not to be trifled with." The ancient emperor fell into a moment of silence, a flash of resolve gleaming in his eyes. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, with its myriad peculiarities, was a realm he, as an emperor, hesitated to tread lightly, wary of the unknown consequences it harbored. Yet, the matter of the celestial domain coordinates demanded his attention. "Very well." The venerable emperor spoke slowly. "I bestow upon you an imperial decree of annihilation, containing my utmost strike. You shall venture to probe the veracity of this pavilion. Should you breach its defenses, our clan's forces shall immediately rend the fabric of the realm and descend upon the lower world. erasing this pavilion along with the myriad manifestations of the divine city from existence. Should you fail? The emperor left his words hanging, the implication clear. If even his full power could not unsettle it, the origins of his treasure pavilion would indeed require a reevaluation. A decree radiating unmatched might, as if poised to collapse the very heavens, slowly permeated from the luminous veil, descending before Xianxia. Overcome with excitement, he trembled, reverently accepting the decree with both hands. Feeling the terrifying power within, capable of annihilating starry rivers, a cruel and triumphant smile gracing his face. As you command, ancestor, I shall ensure that the arrogant pavilion master pays a bloody price for his pride and ignorance. Chapter 24. The Emperor's Decree. The doors of the Origin Treasure Pavilion slowly closed after the final celestial prodigy bowed respectfully and exited. Inside the hall, the previous vastness and mystery returned. Those prodigies who had attended the auction walked out of the pavilion in a daze, bathed in the sunlight of Xianxia Mountain, still feeling as though they were in a dream. The events of the day had left an indelible impact on them. The emergence of the double pupils, the transfer of the supreme bone, the quasi-emperor as a servant, the holy king kneeling, interdimensional transmission, and the secrets of the forbidden zones. Each event could serve as a boastful legacy for them for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. The Origin Treasure Pavilion was indeed a place of myth. The celestial maiden of the Taichu Holy Land, usually as ethereal as a fairy, now bore an expression of lingering shock in her beautiful eyes. It is not merely a myth. I believe the pavilion master is, in fact, a living deity traversing this world. The prince of the eternal celestial dynasty shook his head with a wry smile. Before him, we truly seem no different than mere ants. The young master of the Nether Demon sect also retracted his sinister smile, his newly awakened double pupils swirling with chaotic energy as if engaged in a relentless calculation. His expression unusually grave. He sensed that the seemingly mortal pavilion master was shrouded in a mist even his double pupils could not penetrate. Beyond that mist lay a terrifying abyss capable of sending tremors through the entirety of the primordial realms. Just as the crowd's emotions surged, preparing to convey the earth-shattering news back to their respective sects, the sky suddenly darkened. This was not the dusk of a setting sun, but an unheralded, absolute darkness, forcibly veiling all light with an overwhelming power. Everyone instinctively looked up. Then, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for eternity. An immense golden decree, seemingly boundless, had enveloped the entire sky above the divine capital of all phenomena. It was so colossal that it appeared to cover the entire firmament, rendering the sun, moon, and stars dim and lifeless in its presence. Upon this decree flowed the golden laws of the imperial path, each rune as weighty as the Milky Way, emanating a terrifying aura that made all paths mourn. At the very center of this decree was a blood-red character, inscribed with divine script, representing annihilation. Merely gazing upon this character caused the souls of all present to feel as though they were being pierced by countless celestial blades. A primal fear emanating from the essence of life, leaving them cold and immobile. The might of the emperor. This was the decree of the emperor. Among the crowd, an ancient sage king, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, let out a scream of despair that shattered the stillness and ignited the collective fear of all. The decree of the emperor. It was a genuine edict delivered personally by the emperor, signifying the will of a sovereign. Boom! That pure, untainted imperial might descended like the weight of countless ancient divine mountains. In an instant, the entire divine capital of all phenomena plunged into an apocalyptic state beneath this imperial force. Within the city, the grand defensive formation, fortified by generations of formidable beings and said to withstand the full might of a sage king strike, did not even ripple. It shattered instantaneously as if made of paper, transforming into a cascade of radiant light. Inside the city, billions of beings, be they mortals or cultivators, fell prostrate before this irresistible imperial power, trembling uncontrollably. Those of lesser cultivation even lacked the ability to bow. Their bodies burst into clouds of blood mist under the oppressive force. Cries of anguish and wails echoed, turning the once prosperous divine capital into a veritable inferno of human suffering. Who is it? Which emperor had unleashed this calamity upon the world? Why? What wrongs had we committed? Countless souls lamented in despair. Meanwhile, beneath the peak of the heavenly dome mountain, The prodigies who had just emerged from the treasure pavilion bore the brunt of this overwhelming pressure. The protective treasures upon their bodies, bestowed by sages, were as fragile as eggshells before the imperial might, shattering one after another. With a spurt of blood, the most elite prodigies, such as Yang Hao and Ming Zi, found themselves pinned to the ground, unable even to lift a finger. For the first time, despair flickered in their eyes. Was this the power of the emperor? The mere oppressive force emanating from the decree rendered these so-called prodigies incapable of harboring even a thought of resistance. It was overwhelmingly powerful, so strong that it defied reason. Just then, a chilling and terrifying murderous intent locked onto the peak of Heavenly Dome Mountain from the decree. Its target had remained unchanged from the very beginning. The Origin Treasure Pavilion. Boom! In the heart of the celestial decree, the crimson character of annihilation began to radiate an apocalyptic red glow, a beam of extermination. Infused with the full might of the Emperor, capable of erasing this entire star domain from existence, slowly coalesced. It was over. We were all doomed. Those who witnessed this scene closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. With their current realms, survival was impossible. This was a true Emperor delivering a devastating blow. A strike potent enough to flatten everything. A dimensional attack. Would the enigmatic master of the tower protect us? Within the tower, in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo reclined with an air of satisfaction, leisurely tallying the gains from the recent prodigy auction on the system's luminous interface. He had exchanged a clue for a reincarnation fragment and acquired a coordinate for the celestial realm with the supreme bone. This was a profitable venture, racking up points immensely. Warning: detection of Emperor-level energy attack. Energy level: extremely dangerous. Expected to reach the tower's zenith in 3 seconds. Warning! Warning! The system's mechanical voice resonated with a sense of urgency, accompanied by a flashing red alert for the first time. Zhang Mo lifted his gaze, eyeing the ominous red beam of light that was coalescing and emanating an aura of destruction, and he frowned in annoyance. Really? Can a person count their money in peace? How bothersome. With a sigh, he displayed an expression of discontent, as if his refined enjoyment had been interrupted. System: activate the tower's defense mode, absolute rebound. Deduct points as you see fit. He spoke languidly, as if it were a trivial matter. Receive command. Initiating tower defense mode, absolute rebound. Deducting 5 million points. How much? That's unacceptable. Zhang Mo nearly leapt from the sofa. 5 million? Are you out of your mind? The absolute rebound feature can return attacks with double the power, disregarding the causality of time and space, to the attacker. The host may opt for the ordinary defense mode, which requires only 1 million points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mo's eyes instantly sparkled. Double the power? Disregarding time and space? Ah, this is splendid. I like this. A villainous grin spread across his face. Let's use that. Send it back with ferocity. Let him learn why the flowers bloom so vividly. Chapter 25. A resounding slap across time and space. The beam of annihilation finally completed its coalescence. It erupted from the golden decree that obscured the heavens. From the blood-red character of annihilation, with a thunderous blast. It was a light beyond description. It tore through the void, obliterating the laws of existence. Wherever it passed, all things were reduced to their primordial particles. Time at that moment seemed to stretch infinitely, within the divine city of myriad phenomena. All surviving beings gazed in despair at the beam as it descended upon the lofty summit of Xianxia Mountain, where the magnificent tower remained eerily suspended in silence. They seemed to foresee the catastrophic scene of that mysterious tower, along with the entire Xianxia Mountain, dissolving in a cosmic dust under this world-ending strike. It was the end. Yang Hao and Ming Zi, these prodigies, wore bitter smiles on their faces. They once believed themselves to be the protagonists of this era, destined to inscribe the future. Yet, in the face of the Emperor's might, they were struck by the realization of their own insignificance and absurdity. Even that inscrutable pavilion master and his terrifying treasure pavilion seemed diminished before the true Emperor. However, the cataclysmic explosion they anticipated did not transpire. Just as the world-destroying beam of light, capable of annihilating an entire star domain, was about to reach the Origin Treasure Pavilion, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the inconspicuous pinnacle of the Grand Pavilion, which loomed like a celestial mountain shrouded in chaotic energy, a palm-sized, seemingly unadorned array compass gracefully ascended. The compass shimmered with intricate patterns, devoid of any earthly essence. It quietly hovered, confronting the devastating strike of the Emperor. What was this? Did that diminutive object truly intend to withstand the Emperor's blow? Such folly! A chorus of indignation erupted within the hearts of the mighty saints, deeming it nothing short of absurd. Yet, their lack of experience clouded their judgment. In the next moment, the palm-sized array compass gently rotated. A humming sound resonated. The world-destroying beam, halting a mere 100 feet from the pavilion, suddenly came to a standstill. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of all present, the formidable light beam, capable of erasing everything, appeared to be grasped by an invisible hand, beginning to collapse and twist inward at a visible pace. Finally, with a soft pop, akin to a punctured balloon, the Emperor's full force strike dissipated silently into oblivion. There was no explosion, no shockwave, not even a ripple. It was as if it had never existed at all. In that moment, the world fell into profound silence. Time seemed to freeze entirely. All witnesses to this spectacle, be they prostrate mortals or saint kings rendered unable to lift their heads, widened their eyes in disbelief, their minds blank. What transpired? What had just happened? The Emperor's full force strike had vanished? Xiao Tiance, lurking in the shadows, ready to relish the obliteration of the treasure pavilion, felt his sinister grin solidify into shock. He stared blankly at the pavilion, which remained unscathed, not a single tile displaced, his eyes filled with confusion and dread. No, this was impossible. That was the full force of the ancestor. He raged within, but the reality before him struck like a resounding slap, harsh and undeniable. Amidst the suffocating silence, the Origin Treasure Pavilion finally made its second move. The massive structure, as imposing as a mountain, gently trembled, as if it had just finished a hearty meal and let out a satisfied burp. Shortly thereafter, a formless and intangible wave, silent and unseen, transcending time, space, and causality, as well as all laws of this realm, emanated from the loft and instantly spread outward. This wave inflicted no harm upon the myriad manifestations of the divine. It disregarded the barriers of the 3,000 realms and the boundless chaos of the void, locking onto a certain coordinate in an unfathomable manner. Then, it traversed billions of light years, flashing toward the exalted realm of the Nine Heavens. In the distant expanse of the Nine Heavens, deep within the ancestral land of the Xiao clan, the ancient emperor, who had just issued a decree and was in meditation awaiting news from the lower realms, suddenly opened his eyes. For the first time, an expression of sheer terror surfaced in his ancient, inscrutable gaze that seemed to pierce through the cycles of eternity. An unprecedented sense of impending doom enveloped him, causing his very soul to tremble. Not good, he bellowed, as the laws of the imperial path surged violently around him, seeking to evade and defend. Yet, he was horrified to discover himself ensnared by an incomprehensible and irresistible force. Before this power, his proud imperial laws felt no more substantial than a child's toy, easily suppressed and rendered immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the void before him twisted unnaturally. A hand materialized from the ether, not an actual hand, but one formed from the purest laws of the void. It approached him directly and simply to strike his face, a visage that symbolized imperial majesty and had not been gazed upon directly for 100 millennia. No, the ancient emperor let out a cry of utmost terror. Slap! A resounding and crisp sound echoed without impediment. That sound seemed to carry a strange magic, penetrating layers of restrictions and reverberating throughout the entire ancestral land of the Xiao family. All members of the Xiao clan, whether elders in seclusion or disciples in training, distinctly heard this thunderous slap at that moment. Immediately, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever, one that would cast the entire Xiao clan into infamy. Their invincible ancestor, revered as the pillar of heaven, that veritable emperor, was mercilessly struck and sent flying from his meditation hall like a cannonball. Boom! 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 He crashed through over 100 resplendent celestial palaces, ultimately landing in a pitiful heap in the central plaza of the ancestral land. Coughing, the ancient emperor struggled to rise, only to spew forth a mouthful of golden imperial blood mixed with shattered teeth. His aged face, gaunt and hollow, streamed with imperial blood, a sight so glaringly humiliating. Chapter 26, The Untouchable Taboo. In the celestial domain of the Nine Heavens, within the ancestral grounds of the Xiao clan, chaos erupted. Countless divine thoughts surged forth from various celestial mountains and caves. Upon witnessing the disheveled figure at the center of the plaza, marked by a glaring handprint upon his face. All members of the Shao clan felt their minds reverberate as though struck by a chaotic divine thunderbolt. Was it their ancestor? Surely I must be mistaken. Their revered elder had been struck. How could this be possible? The ancestor was an emperor, an invincible being, in their own sacred sanctuary. Who could inflict harm upon him? Shock, bewilderment, confusion, and absurdity, a myriad of emotions intertwined within the hearts of every clan member, ultimately coalescing into an inexpressible sense of dread. The heavens were collapsing, their clan's symbol of invincibility. The ancient emperor who stood tall in the celestial domain of the nine heavens had been soundly slapped in the face on his own territory. This was no mere provocation. It was a profound humiliation, grinding their clan's millennia of pride into the earth beneath a relentless foot. The aged emperor struggled to rise from the ruins, neglecting to wipe the imperial blood from his lips or to tend to the searing pain of his cheek. His once majestic visage now bore no trace of authority or wrath, only an overwhelming, bone-deep terror. He gazed in horror towards the direction of the 3,000 realms, his imperial eyes, once capable of surveying eternity, now filled with dread and trembling. What sort of power was this? What manner of force was it? He muttered, his voice quaking. Just moments ago, as that ethereal hand had descended upon him, he had unmistakably felt his own path of imperial laws, the power he had so proudly wielded, utterly shackled and crushed by a force of a higher echelon, one he could not comprehend. This was not the strength of an emperor. It was not even the legendary power of a true celestial, as he had known it. It was a term that sent chills down his spine, surfacing in his mind. Taboo. Unutterable, uninvestigable, untouchable taboo. The origin treasure pavilion of the lower realms was not simply a variable, but a presence that transcended all rules of this world. A taboo existence. Did he truly dare to probe such a taboo? The thought sent the emperor reeling, a cold wave rushing from his very core. He had no doubt that had his adversary wished to kill him, that strike would have been far more than a mere slap. That slap had been a warning. Quick, convey my decree. The emperor, disregarding his wounds, summoned every ounce of his strength to issue the most severe and terrified command of his life. His voice resonated deeply within the souls of every member of the Shao clan. From this day forth, the Shao clan, from the emperor down to the common servants, shall never again utter the 5 words, Origin Treasure Pavilion. Capture the sinner, Shao Tian Su. No, there is no need to capture him. Directly cast into the abyss of the 9 nether void. Let him eternally sink amidst the tumultuous currents of time and space. All those associated with him shall have their powers revoked and be relegated to mere mortals. This decree was laden with resoluteness and dread, leaving the members of the Shao clan in stunned silence. They could not comprehend why the ancestor would issue such a harsh command. Yet, they could sense the unmasked fear in the ancestor's voice. What manner of entity could instill such terror in an emperor? The so-called Origin Treasure Pavilion? What kind of existence was it? A heavy shroud of shadow enveloped their hearts. Meanwhile, in the capital of myriad manifestations, with the disappearance of that terrifying imperial might, the decree of annihilation, which once overshadowed the heavens, began to crumble like a weathered scroll, fragmenting into countless golden motes that gradually dispersed into the ether. The sky regained its luminosity, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, beneath Xianxia Mountain, the surviving prodigies collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath as though they had narrowly escaped calamity. Their minds remained a blank slate. What had they just witnessed? The full force of an emperor's strike effortlessly neutralized by a palm-sized compass atop that pavilion. And then what? Was that truly the conclusion? This abrupt and anticlimactic ending left them all feeling a profound absurdity. Gulp. Someone, amidst the profound silence, struggled to swallow, breaking the stillness. Had something incomprehensible occurred? A scion from a holy land tremulously inquired. I seemed to sense a wave more terrifying than imperial might emanating from the treasure pavilion. Another prodigy of the demon race spoke, still shaken. Could it be that the pavilion master, across endless time and space, had? A bold and audacious speculation surfaced in their minds, yet none dared voice it. For this conjecture was far too insane, far too revolutionary. To admonish an emperor from afar? Was that within the realm of human capability? Their imaginations had, at that moment, transcended all boundaries. As they turned their gaze back to the quietly suspended pavilion, Their expressions could no longer be described as mere reverence. It was akin to the awe a mortal feels when gazing upon a creator. Indeed, when the pavilion master had previously stated that even if a true immortal were to descend, it would amount to little. It was not arrogance, but rather a declaration of fact. That pavilion itself was likely an unparalleled existence, surpassing even true immortals, having reached that ineffable, forbidden realm of legend. And the pavilion master was the embodiment, or perhaps the sovereign, of that existence. Those lurking in the shadows, employing various arcane methods to spy upon this place, were now thoroughly petrified. Quick, quick, by the name of our sect leader, issue an immediate command. Within the sect, who would dare to offend the Origin Treasure Pavilion or stand against it? There is no need for trial. They shall be executed on the spot, and their entire lineage shall be annihilated. Convey my decree. Retrieve the 3 most precious artifacts from our clan's treasury. No 10. I shall personally journey to the Celestial Peak to seek the Pavilion Master's forgiveness. At that moment, throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms, all supreme powers were engulfed in an unprecedented panic. In a shadowy corner of the Wuxiang Divine City, Xiao Tiance sensed the severance of his karmic ties with his family. Cut off by an overwhelming force, he realized he had been forsaken. He felt as though struck by lightning, his countenance ashen, collapsing to the ground. Why would the ancestor abandon me? After a fleeting moment of bewilderment, an ocean of resentment and madness surged across his features. What a ruthless Origin Treasure Pavilion. What a heartless family. If you will not allow me peace, neither shall I grant you respite. Though I cannot destroy you, this world holds things you cherish. Like a venomous serpent, his eyes gleamed with a predatory light as he silently vanished into deeper shadows. Chapter 27. The First Investment Target. Within the loft, in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo reclined comfortably on the sofa, oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. All he knew was that he had just spent points to witness the most extravagant fireworks ever, relishing the thrill of a virtual slap in the face. Delightful. Only one word filled Zhang Mo's mind. Though he did not know who had been struck, he presumed it to be a formidable individual. System. Can we negotiate a membership price for such an absolute rebound service in the future? It's too expensive. My fragile heart cannot bear it. Zhang Mo began to haggle with the system. Detected host successfully retaliated against an emperor-level provocation. The Origin Treasure Pavilion's reputation has soared, establishing a taboo name across the Hongmeng realms. As a reward, a new feature has been unlocked, Destiny Investment. A golden light curtain unfurled before Zhang Mo, replacing the previous system marketplace. Oh, a new feature? Zhang Mo immediately perked up, sitting upright. He examined it closely. Destiny Investment. The host may select individuals or factions within the Hongmeng realms that possess great fortune, unique physiques, or immense potential for destiny investment. Investment methods. The host may provide items from the system marketplace, cultivation methods, protection from this pavilion, or even guidance. Return mechanism. Based on the future achievements of the investment target, their impact on the realm structure, and their favorability towards the host. The host will continuously receive the fortune generated as a return. Fortune can be exchanged at a ratio of 1:11,000 for vast auction points, or used to enhance the host or unlock higher-tier auctions. As Zhang Mo perused the description, his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. My goodness, isn't this just venture capital? He instantly grasped the concept. In the past, one would passively await the arrival of clients. Now, he could take the initiative to support the future protagonists. This is far more engaging than merely hosting an auction to reap fleeting profits. It is akin to becoming the most influential puppeteer behind the scenes in the vast realm of Hongmeng, cultivating a legion of destined champions. How intriguing, absolutely captivating. Zhang Mo rubbed his hands together in excitement, feeling as though he had discovered a newfound joy. System, please filter the most promising investment targets for me. A luminous screen flickered, displaying names and profiles before him. At the forefront was the illustrious Xianxia, who had just acquired the Supreme Bone. Investment target, Xianxia, current realm, Golden Core. Potential rating, SSS, possessing the postnatal Supreme Bone, perfectly harmonized with her bloodline, resilient in character. Bearing the weight of her family's fortunes, with limitless future achievements, current favorability, admiration, 95-100, expected return rate, extremely high goodness. A potential rating of SSS and a favorability score of 95, she is undoubtedly an angel investor presented on a silver platter. Zhang Mo glanced at Xianxia's profile, nodding in satisfaction. With the supreme bone in her possession, backed by a family that, despite its decline, still holds significant heritage, and owing him a monumental favor, she is currently weak enough to be easily controlled. Zhang Mo stroked his chin, increasingly convinced that she was the perfect investment candidate. It must be her. With a mere thought, Zhang Mo utilized the system to lock onto Yao Shi, who was seated cross-legged in the ancestral grounds of the Yao family, located in the frigid northern tundra, endeavoring to initially refine the supreme bone. In the icy expanse, Yao Shi sat upon a cold jade stone, the translucent supreme bone at her chest radiating a gentle golden glow. Waves of warm, yet formidable power gradually permeated her limbs, healing her damaged foundation and transforming her ordinary body. She could sense her strength escalating at an astonishing pace. Yet within her heart, there resided a tumult of confusion and unease. The supreme bone is a supreme treasure, but it is also a double-edged sword. Today, she returned to her family safely under the protection of the Pavilion Master. But what of the future? The Origin Treasure Pavilion cannot shield her forever. Once she steps beyond the family to embark on her journey, she will inevitably attract the covetous eyes and relentless pursuit of countless forces. The path ahead is fraught with thorns and peril. Can she truly rely on this bone to uphold the future of her entire family? Just as her mind wavered and her resolve faltered, a voice, calm yet resonant with the gravitas of universal truths, unexpectedly echoed deep within her consciousness. Your journey has only just begun. Boom! Yao Shi trembled violently, her eyes snapping open. That voice, it was the Pavilion Master, the enigmatic and profound Pavilion Master. He astonishingly watched over her across the boundless expanse of time and space. A surge of indescribable excitement and trepidation coursed through her entire being. Zhang Mo's voice echoed in her mind, imbued with an undeniable gravity. The supreme bone, in your possession, is both a fortune and a trial. Perform well. Do not let the goodwill of this esteemed master be in vain. In merely 2 sentences, it struck her heart like 2 bolts of divine thunder. In that instant, she comprehended the truth. The master granting her the supreme bone was not a mere transaction. He was not merely aiding her. He held her in high regard. He was investing in her. This supreme bone was a test bestowed upon her by the master. He was silently observing her from a distant, unknown realm, assessing whether she was worthy of such a monumental opportunity. In a heartbeat, all her confusion, unease, and fear evaporated like mist. In their place surged an unquenchable and blazing spirit of ambition. I cannot disappoint the master's expectations. I must not let him down. I shall make this supreme bone shine with a brilliance surpassing all its previous bearers. Yes, master. Yao Shi straightened her back resolutely, bowing deeply to the void, her eyes brimming with unprecedented determination. Yao Shi will not betray your trust. She closed her eyes again, her spirit sinking within, embarking on a fervent endeavor to refine the supreme bone with unwavering resolve. In the background, Zhang Mo observed Yao Shi's favorability rating soar from 95 to a perfect 100 devoted, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. Done. Not manipulation, but rather motivating the employees and painting grand visions. He cheerfully closed the Destiny investment panel, preparing to contemplate what to sell at the next auction. Little did he know, those casually spoken words would herald the emergence of a formidable empress in this world. Chapter 28, Evaluation. The incident wherein the master casually struck down the Emperor of the Nine Heavens did not settle into calm as Zhang Mo had envisioned. The ensuing repercussions unfolded like a cosmic tempest of unprecedented magnitude, sweeping across the entirety of the Hongmeng realms at a speed beyond light. The first to react were the foremost powers among the 3,000 realms. Those who had previously harbored faint hopes of gleaning insights into the Origin Treasure Pavilion, secretly dispatching spies to uncover its truths, were left utterly petrified overnight upon learning of this event. The Emperor, that is the Emperor, the sovereign of an era, a symbol of invincibility. To think that one could provoke him with a mere decree, only to be struck down across the infinite void. What terrifying and unfathomable power is this? In an instant, all factions convened an emergency meeting at the highest level. Relay my decree. Immediately, at once. Designate the Origin Treasure Pavilion as the highest level of taboo within my primordial sacred land. All disciples must refrain from discussing, approaching, or harboring any disrespectful thoughts toward it. Those who defy this decree shall face immediate obliteration of their souls without trial. There shall be no leniency. The primordial sovereign, a figure of formidable authority, trembles as he speaks. Hasten to the treasury. Retrieve the rare 9-leaf immortal herb from the depths of my eternal celestial dynasty's reserves. No, that is insufficient. Also procure the piece of chaotic divine source. I shall personally prepare a grand tribute to seek forgiveness from the pavilion master in the divine metropolis of all manifestations. The sovereign of the eternal celestial dynasty has lost his former imperial dignity, his visage betraying sheer terror. In an instant, the entire realm of the 3,000 domains is engulfed in a tempest of anxiety. Various powerful factions dispatch their most esteemed envoys, bearing gifts that would make even the saints envious, converging from all directions toward the divine metropolis of all manifestations. They do not come to negotiate, they come to atone. Although they themselves are unaware of their transgressions, such circumstances demand an appropriately humble demeanor. Should that taboo entity be displeased and find them bothersome, a mere flick of its hand could lead to their utter disgrace, or worse, the erasure of their entire lineage from existence. In addition to these premier factions, even the ancient beings who have remained indifferent to worldly affairs for countless millennia, hidden within the corners of the 3,000 domains, are stirred from their slumber. Deep within a life-restricting zone known as the burial of immortals, an ancient stone coffin begins to tremble. This power transcends even the aura of taboos. Has this epic truly birthed such an existence? Could the hope of surviving the great cataclysm finally be manifesting? An aged and frail divine thought reverberates deep within the forbidden zone. In another realm, known as the Sea of Reincarnation, black waters churn violently, and a pair of enormous eyes slowly open beneath the surface, reflecting the scene of a starry void. The Origin Treasure Pavilion is intriguing. Perhaps it warrants further investigation. These ancient beings, who have clung to life since the previous epoch, possess a profound understanding of the terrors posed by the Great Cataclysm. They seem to glimpse a sliver of hope for survival and rebirth through the Origin Treasure Pavilion. In this moment, the entire primordial universe is rife with surging currents. To all aware of the underlying truths, the Origin Treasure Pavilion has become an unspeakable, inscrutable symbol of taboo. Yet, the architect of all this upheaval, Zhang Mo, remains blissfully ignorant. He is currently engrossed in the newly unlocked Destiny investment panel, contemplating his next investment target. This sun god S Sun, Xianxia, possesses an S-level potential rating and embodies the sun god S physique. His ascension to the status of a sovereign saint seems assured, warranting a modest investment. Then there S the underworld demon sect Xianxia, who has integrated the heavy eye, causing his potential rating to soar to SS level. Though he embodies the archetype of a villain, his fortune is abundant, suggesting a high return on investment. However, his favorability rating stands at a negative value. Have I offended him? That requires further observation. Zhang Mo resembled an old farmer surveying his garden, meticulously selecting his crops with evident delight. At that moment, a thought struck him. System, what has become of Xianxia, the one I expelled? Show me his information. Investment target, Xianxia, designated as a hostile target. Current realm, pinnacle of harmonization. Potential rating is originally rated as SSS, but due to the loss of the supreme bone, his fortune has waned, and his Dao heart has been compromised, resulting in a significant downgrade. Current status, exiled by his family, lurking within the 3,000 realms, harboring intense animosity towards the host and all associated with the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Danger level, high. This target possesses knowledge of certain celestial domain secrets, and with a twisted mindset, he is likely to resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals, potentially plotting acts of revenge in the shadows. Oh, exiled by his family? Zhang Mo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. A second-generation celestial realm individual who has lost familial support, and a deranged character at that. Doesn't this fit the archetype of a standard villainous experience package? Rather than feeling the slightest concern, Zhang Mo found the situation all the more intriguing. He eagerly anticipated what surprises this so-called child of Destiny template would bring him. Conveniently, the newly acquired children of Destiny also required some sharpening stones to facilitate their growth. Zhang Mo stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering with the unique light of an amusement seeker. I hope you do not disappoint me. He remained blissfully unaware that this seemingly casual thought of his would usher in a cataclysmic storm across the entire 3,000 realms. To him, it was merely an entertaining game he orchestrated, pitting the child of destiny against the villain. And he, the solitary audience member, sat backstage, orchestrating everything and relishing the unfolding drama. Chapter 29, Conspiracy. In the shadows of brilliance, darkness quietly burgeons. Within the desolate and lifeless depths of a meteor belt, where even spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce, lies the infamous abandoned star domain, a cosmic wasteland, a haven for criminals and fugitives. In a rudimentary cave hollowed out from a colossal meteor, Xianxia sat cross-legged, his expression as gloomy as a stormy sky. Scattered around him lay a dozen desiccated corpses, drained of their essence and souls. Unfortunate souls who had unwittingly crossed his path in this star domain. Abandoned by his family and severed from all connections, he now resembled a lost dog, wandering without a home. Whenever he closed his eyes, humiliating scenes from the Origin Treasure Pavilion would flash through his mind, accompanied by the indifferent and disdainful gaze of the pavilion master. And then there was Xianxia. That insignificant insect from the lower realms had dared to seize what rightfully belonged to him, the supreme bone. The endless resentment and madness burned within him like a venomous fire, threatening to drive him to the brink of insanity. At the mention of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, he gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. I cannot bring ruin to your wretched loft, but I can annihilate everything you hold dear. A frenzied and malevolent glint flickered in Xianxia's eyes. He composed himself, embarking on analysis of his predicament and advantages. Despite being forsaken by his family, he hailed from the Nine Heavens' immortal domain, possessing a wealth of knowledge, secret techniques, and mysteries unknown to the myriad beings of the lower realms. This knowledge was his capital for a resurgence. Xianxia, you have acquired the supreme bone. You must be hiding within that dilapidated family, fervently cultivating, are you not? And that sun god, Yang Hao, along with the son of the netherworld demon sect, all those who profited at the auction. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of Xianxia's lips. A sinister plan gradually took shape in his mind. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. He intended for them all to perish, to ignite the flames of war across the 3,000 realms. Let everyone pay the price for his humiliation. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia set about employing the secret techniques from his mind, dispatching clandestine signals to the dark recesses of the 3,000 realms. The first he contacted was the Blood God cult, a notorious evil sect within the 3,000 realms, worshipping a malevolent deity from beyond the realms, engaging in cruel sacrifices of living beings to enhance their power, and abhorred by all righteous factions. Blood God cult leader, I know you have been stuck at the pinnacle of the Sage King for 5 millennia, and your lifespan is waning. Xianxia's voice, through a crimson secret technique, directly infiltrated the mind of the Blood God cult leader, who was in seclusion within a blood pool. Do you wish to break through to the quasi-emperor level? I am aware of an ancient battlefield relic where the remains of a quasi-emperor lie buried, containing the complete essence of a quasi-emperor. In exchange, I require your assistance in a matter. The second he reached out to was the eternal abyss of demons, a place older and more sinister than the ancient Forbidden Zone, rumored to be a fragment that fell to this realm during the shattering of the previous epoch, sealing countless fallen demonic titans. Abyss Master, I know you are constrained by the seal of the former great emperor, unable to manifest your true form. Here, I possess a soul-releasing immortal technique from the Nine Heavens' immortal domain, allowing a fragment of your soul to bypass the seal and descend into the world. I have but one request: assist me in eliminating a foe. The third and fourth contacts followed suit, utilizing his knowledge and experiences from the immortal domain. Xianxia, like the most cunning of devils, continuously cast out various irresistible baits. He covertly reached out to all ancient evil forces, fallen demonic titans, and even some of his kin, who had similarly drifted from the immortal domain, harboring disdain and malice towards the lower realms. A vast, blood-soaked web of greed and conspiracy, meticulously woven by his own hands, began to slowly spread, centered around the abandoned star domain, enveloping the entirety of the 3,000 realms. His objective was unequivocal. The first is Xianxia and the powerful Yao House behind her, for she is the possessor of the supreme bone. To annihilate Xianxia is to deliver a resounding slap to the face of that esteemed lord. Within the depths of her being, Xianxia's supreme bone radiates with untold significance. Inside the cave dwelling, a sickly yet fervent smile graced Xianxia's face. I shall make you witness your family, your kin, turn to ash before your very eyes. I will extract that precious bone from you with my own hands amidst boundless despair and agony. I intend for all to comprehend the dreadfully tragic fate that awaits those who dare to oppose me. Xianxia. Thus, a grand conspiracy, orchestrated in the shadows by the disgraced hounds of the immortal realm, targeting all associated with the Origin Treasure Pavilion, has officially commenced. No longer shall it be mere provocations against the pavilion. Rather, a war is on the horizon, one that will engulf the entire 3,000 realms, flowing with rivers of blood. Chapter 30. The Blood God Leader. In the extreme northern ice fields, the ancestral grounds of the Yao House lie. This locale is one of the most frigid corners of the 3,000 realms, perpetually shrouded in ceaseless snowstorms, where spiritual energy is sparse and laws remain fragmented. However, over the past month, this once immutable frozen world has witnessed a series of extraordinary phenomena worthy of historical record. First, a resplendent portal, spanning billions of miles across the void, opened without warning. A descendant of noble blood returned, cradling the legendary Supreme Bone, capturing the attention of the masses and reviving this long-forgotten fallen clan into the sights of the dominant forces within the 3,000 realms. Subsequently, the ancestral vein of the Yao House, long depleted for millennia, miraculously bloomed anew like a withered tree in spring, bursting forth with immense vitality. Pure spiritual energy transformed into visible mists, enveloping the entire Yao House, while countless rare spiritual herbs broke through the icy ground. Beneath the frost, even the ice essence jade, dormant for untold ages, began to emit a gentle, warm glow. From the venerable elders with their silver hair to the tender younglings who had just opened their meridians, the entire Yao House was immersed in a euphoric, dreamlike ecstasy. They understood that all these changes stemmed from the depths of the ancestral hall, where the young maiden, Xianxia, was in seclusion. Within the forbidden grounds of the ancestral hall, the chill was bone-deep, capable of freezing the souls of those in the king realm. Xianxia sat cross-legged upon an ancient ice jade, her demeanor solemn and her appearance majestic. The crystalline supreme bone at her chest had completely fused with her flesh and blood, becoming an integral part of her being. Golden Tao patterns flowed beneath her skin, and with each breath, the spiritual energy of the world surged violently into her body. The supreme bone seemed to possess its own life. With every pulse, it released a warm yet domineering power, continuously cleansing her meridians and reshaping her foundational Tao. Golden Core Perfection. Harmonized Tao Realm. First layer of the King Realm. In the span of merely a month, propelled by the unparalleled might of the supreme bone and the subtle influence of the Tao's aura absorbed from the Origin Treasure Pavilion, Xiaoxi's cultivation soared as if aboard a celestial vessel, making remarkable strides. She transcended the constraints of the Golden Core realm and stepped into the revered realm long coveted by countless cultivators. Boom! At the moment she broke through to the sovereign realm, a vast aura erupted from her being, piercing through the confines of the ancestral hall and soaring into the heavens. The earth trembled, and the winds and snow ceased. Above the ancestral grounds of the Yao family, the previously clear sky erupted in a magnificent display of myriad rays, with purple chi extending for 30,000 miles, accompanied by ethereal melodies and celestial blossoms cascading down. The heavens rejoiced at the birth of a natural-born sovereign. Success. Xi'er has succeeded. She has entered the sovereign realm. Outside the ancestral hall, the current head of the Yao family, an elder with hair as white as snow, trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Heaven bless the Yao family. Heaven bless us. The might of the supreme bone. Is this truly the power it possesses? Merely breaking through to the sovereign realm has triggered such a celestial phenomenon. The future holds limitless potential. The revival of our Yao family is within reach. At that moment, all members of the Yao family knelt in reverence towards the ancestral hall, their hearts aflame with fervor. They envisioned the Yao family, under Xiaoxi's leadership, reclaiming the glorious heights of antiquity, reigning over the vast northern ice plains. However, just as this joy reached its zenith, an unforeseen calamity arose. What was once a clear sky, adorned with myriad rays and a 30,000-mile expanse of purple chi, was abruptly engulfed by an endless sea of blood clouds, devouring all in an instant. The blood clouds appeared without warning, sweeping in from all directions, obscuring the sun and shrouding the entire ancestral grounds of the Yao family, as well as the surrounding 100,000-mile expanse of ice, beneath a nauseating crimson shadow. A thick, malevolent aura, rife with brutality and slaughter, descended from above, suffocating all members of the Yao family. The sky no longer shed snowflakes, but unleashed a rain of crimson blood, each droplet bearing corrosive properties that sizzled against the ancient ice, eroding it away. What is happening? What is this abominable thing? The Yao family head's expression changed drastically as he abruptly looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with terror. Within the boundless blood clouds, countless grotesque blood-red runes flickered in and out of visibility, intertwining to form an immense and ancient blood sacrificial formation that isolated the realm from the heavens. This formation sealed off the Yao family's ancestral grounds completely. This is bad. It's the blood sacrificial formation. A formidable adversary approaches. Quickly, activate the protective formation. The anguished cries of the Yao family head echoed through the sky. Without his prompting, several elders of saintly cultivation, previously in seclusion, had already been roused within the depths of the ancestral grounds. With a hum, a colossal light curtain composed of ice crystals surged skyward, enveloping the entire ancestral grounds of the Yao family. This was the Yao family's protective formation, the Nine Heavens' profound ice array, a legacy maintained for millions of years, reputed to withstand the fierce attacks of Saint King when fully activated. However, the power of the blood sacrifice formation far exceeded their imagination. As the blood rain fell upon the luminous barrier, it erupted into billowing clouds of white smoke, and the brilliance of the barrier was visibly eroded and weakened. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the blood cloud, as if countless malevolent spirits were howling. The Nine Heavens' profound ice array, a commendable protective shell, indeed. Alas, before the blood transformation divine array, all defenses are rendered futile. As the words faded, a towering crimson figure slowly coalesced from within the blood cloud. Clad in a flowing blood-red robe, his visage was withered, yet his eyes burned with two eerie green flames. Merely standing there, he exuded a terrifying pressure akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, crashing down upon them. With a gasp, the head of the Yao family, a formidable being of the true self-realm, found himself utterly unable to resist this overwhelming force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. The name escaped his lips in horror. Blood God Sect. The Blood God Sect, the most infamous cult across the 3,000 realms. Its leader was a ruthless fiend, stained with the blood of countless lives. How could he possibly be here? How could a small family like the Yao have provoked such a terrifying entity? Blood God, old demon, my Yao family bears no grudge against you. Why must you unleash such venomous intent? A venerable ancestor of the Yao family burst forth from the forbidden ground, hair standing on end, demanding answers. The Blood God Sect leader licked his cracked lips, and those flame-like eyes pierced through numerous obstacles, locking onto the depths of the ancestral hall, specifically onto Yao Shi. His gaze was filled with unabashed greed and fervor. No badai, no enmity? Indeed, there was none initially. But who could have foreseen that your Yao family would give rise to something that should not exist? The voice of the Blood God Sect leader dripped with mockery and cruelty. I have been trapped at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm for 5,000 years. My lifespan drawing to a close. I once believed I would find no hope of breakthrough in this life. But not long ago, a noble from the Nine Heavens' celestial domain personally offered me guidance. He paused, his voice suddenly rising in a fit of morbid excitement. He said that as long as I seize the supreme bone from your Yao girl and refine it with its essence, I shall ascend to the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Thus, a grimace of sheer malice spread across the Blood God Sect leader's face. Little girl, for the sake of my path to Quasi-Emperor, I shall require you and your entire Yao family to serve as the nourishment for this blood sacrifice formation. With that proclamation, he waved his hand. The blood god descends, all souls as offerings. The boundless blood clouds surged wildly, and at that moment, the power of the blood sacrifice formation was propelled to its zenith. The Nine Heavens' profound ice array, purported to withstand the attacks of a Saint King, emitted a mournful cry under the strain of the formation. Cracks spreading like a spider's web, the Yao family found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 31. The Fragmented Soul of the Quasi-Emperor. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crack. The protective formation of the Yao clan, forged from ice crystals and safeguarding their lineage for 1,000,000 years, finally shattered under the relentless onslaught of the blood sacrifice array. Countless shards of ice erupted like splendid fireworks against the crimson sky, yet they bore a haunting beauty reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. With a gasp, the venerable saints of the Yao clan, who presided over the formation, simultaneously coughed up blood, their vitality diminishing in an instant, their faces etched with despair. It was over. Everything was lost. The clan leader's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. Bereft of the formation's protection, they, the most powerful among them, mere saints, were rendered no different from lambs awaiting slaughter before the peak of a demonic overlord. Ah, delightful nourishment. I can already scent the fragrance of your despair, cackled the leader of the blood god sect, his shrill laughter piercing the air as he extended his withered, blood-red hand toward the ancestral grounds of the Yao clan, intent on refining every living being here into sustenance for his ascension to the quasi-emperor realm. In this critical moment, a thunderous voice echoed across the heavens, "Beast, cease your arrogance." From the depths of the ancestral grounds, a figure, ancient yet resolute, ascended into the sky. This was a venerable elder, bald with skin resembling the gnarled bark of an ancient tree, on the verge of transcending mortality. He was the Yao clan's oldest ancestor, a sage who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, teetering on the threshold of the great sage realm, yet nearing his end. Ancestor. Upon sighting this elder, all members of the Yao clan cried out in sorrow. They understood he was their last trump card, their final hope. Oh, an old relic that has not yet perished? The blood god sect leader's eyes flickered with surprise before turning to disdain. A mere half-step great sage dares to act insolently before me? Very well. Your sage essence will provide far more sustenance than those insignificant creatures. He paid no heed to the Yao clan's ancestor as the colossal blood-red hand continued its relentless descent. Burn my sacred body, transform my sacred soul, freeze for 1,000 miles. A frenzied determination flashed in the elder's eyes as he resolutely chose to ignite the remnants of his life essence. Boom! A terrifying chill, far beyond his own realm, erupted from within him. In that instant, the space within 1,000 miles around him was instantly frozen. Even the operation of the blood sacrifice array faltered momentarily. The descending blood-red hand was enveloped by this extreme cold, encrusted with a thick layer of ice crystals. Burning one's essence? How intriguing. A hint of surprise crossed the blood god sect leader's eyes, though he remained mockingly amused, like a cat toying with its prey. But alas, can a firefly dare compete with the brilliance of the full moon? He snorted coldly as the terrifying power of a peak great sage erupted forth. Crack! Crack! The layer of hard ice crystals shattered within mere moments, fragmenting into countless pieces. The blood-red hand broke free from its constraints, its momentum undiminished, and indeed, more ferocious. With a thud, the ancestral figure of the Yao clan, struck as if by lightning, instantly bore the marks of age and vulnerability. His body cracking as sacred blood gushed forth. He plummeted like a severed kite, crashing into the icy expanse below, his fate uncertain. Despair, utter, unyielding despair. Even the ancestor, who had burned the essence of his life, could not withstand the onslaught of his adversary. All members of the Yao family closed their eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. At that moment, a laugh filled with morbid delight and boundless mockery unexpectedly echoed across the sky. Ah, what a touching scene. Alas, the struggles of the weak are always so feeble, so laughable. With that voice, a figure stepped forth, treading upon the void, emerging slowly from the blood cloud's other side. Clad in a lavish black brocade robe, with a striking visage, yet those rebellious eyes burned with the flames of vengeance, rendering him irresistibly sinister. It was Xianxia. He had finally made his appearance. His gaze swept over the faces of despair below, and the humiliation and resentment within him found immense satisfaction. Upon seeing Xianxia, the blood god sect leader's withered face contorted into a sycophantic and fearful smile as he bowed, exclaiming, "Welcome, young master." Despite being a saint king, he felt unworthy to even carry the shoes of this noble from the nine heavens' celestial domain. Yet, Xianxia barely glanced at him, his focus penetrating the ancestral hall, locking onto the figure of the white-clad maiden who had just emerged from her secluded meditation, startled from her reverie. Yaoshi, we meet again." His voice dripped with a cruel amusement. "Did you not acquire the supreme bone?" Do you not have the Origin Treasure Pavilion as your backing? Where, then, is your support now? Why does it not come to your rescue? He approached Xianxia step by step, each stride seeming to crush the hearts of all the Yao clan members beneath him. Allow me to impart a truth to you, oh, and of the lower realms. In the face of absolute power, any so-called support, any purported opportunity, is but a jest. With that, he spread his arms wide, his face adorned with a manic smile, as if proclaiming to the world, "Open your eyes and behold, what indeed is true power." As his words fell, the void behind him suddenly warped. A pitch-black rift silently opening. An aura, 100 or even 1,000 times more terrifying than that of the Blood God sect leader S. St. King might, began to seep forth from the crack. This was not an aura of the Holy Realm. This was imperial might, the overpowering force that dominates all paths and governs the cosmos. Before this overwhelming aura, the Blood God sect master, a pinnacle figure of the demonic path, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing in reverence and dread. A quasi-emperor. Behind this noble from the celestial realm stood a genuine force of a quasi-emperor, a figure enveloped in a pitch-black cloak, obscuring its visage, yet exuding an essence that devoured all light like an abyss, slowly emerged from the fissure. It embodied darkness and death, and merely standing there sent the very laws of the extreme north ice field into lamentation and tremors. Do you see that, Yaoshi? Xiao Tian-Su, pointing at the figure in black, roared frantically. This is the quasi-emperor, the harbinger of your funeral, summoned from the ancient demonic abyss for you. Today, before the gaze of the entire 3,000 realms, I shall personally extract your bones. I want everyone to witness the fate of offending me. Xiao Tian-Su. I shall make that lofty pavilion master realize the absurdity of his so-called protection. The one he has chosen is, in my eyes, merely an ant that I can crush at will. His laughter echoed across the extreme north ice field and, through myriad concealed mystical methods, permeated the entirety of the 3,000 realms. In that moment, he became the focal point of the world, intending to cleanse his humiliation with Yaoshi's blood. Before the ancestral shrine, Yaoshi gazed at the terrifying figure radiating quasi-emperor's might and the frenzied Xiao Tian-Su. Yet on her pale face, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, she remained exceedingly composed. She simply lifted her gaze towards the distant, magnificent divine capital. In her clear eyes, a light of faith sparkled. She was unwaveringly convinced that the pavilion master was witnessing all of this. Chapter 32. The Void Emperor. Above the ancestral land of the Yao family in the extreme north ice field, the aura of the quasi-emperor bore down like an inverted firmament, pressing heavily on the hearts of all living beings. Although this fragment of the quasi-emperor's soul from the ancient demonic abyss was merely a shard, the power it harbored had transcended the realm of saints. The laws recoiled before it, and space distorted around it. It was the sole sovereign of this domain. At this moment, the Blood God sect master, a peak figure of the saintly realm, appeared as docile as a child before the quasi-emperor's soul, not daring to draw breath, while a storm of trepidation surged within. He had initially believed that the clues provided by the noble from the celestial realm regarding the remnants of the quasi-emperor were a monumental boon. Little did he expect that the opponent's trump card was a living quasi-emperor. Had he known this, he would not have exerted effort in laying down this blood-sacrificial formation. Regret washed over him, accompanied by a sense of dread. Fortunately, he had aligned himself quickly. Had he opposed this noble, he and the entire Blood God sect would have likely been crushed under the finger of this quasi-emperor. Xiao Tian-Su reveled in the fearful and reverential gazes of all, experiencing an unprecedented release from the humiliation that had plagued him. He advanced step by step toward Yaoshi, the smile upon his face growing increasingly cruel. What? No pleas for mercy? He gazed down at the defiant young girl, his voice laced with mockery. Still holding out hope for your mysterious pavilion master to rescue you? Dream on. This is the desolate Arctic expanse, not the bustling capital of myriad wonders. Today, even if an immortal were to descend, they could not save you. He extended his hand, and an invisible force morphed into a monstrous claw, reaching for Yaoshi's chest. He intended to personally excavate that supreme bone from her warm body, tearing it out with his own hands. Below, all the members of the Yao family cried out in desperate anguish. No, Elfea. The family head's eyes were wide with fury, yearning to rush forward, yet he was firmly pinned in place by the terrifying pressure of a quasi-emperor, unable to move. forced to watch as the claw drew ever closer to his granddaughter. Before the ancestral hall, Xianxia regarded the approaching magical claw, her clear eyes devoid of fear. Only a chilling resolve. She understood that she was doomed today. Yet, even in death, she would never allow Xianxia to succeed. Nor would she let the pavilion master's reputation suffer. Because of her. Master, Xianxia is powerless and cannot complete your trial, she silently murmured. A fierce and resolute aura erupting from within her. The kingly Tao fruit within her, her newly awakened supreme bone. And even her very soul began to burn in a frenzied reversal at that moment. She intended to self-destruct, with her life and this supreme bone as the ultimate price. She would take that madman Xianxia down with her. Want to self-destruct? Too late. Xianxia's keen perception instantly discerned Xianxia's intentions. A glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes as the claw's speed abruptly intensified. He aimed to completely restrain her before she could unleash her self-destruction. In that critical moment of life and death, at the Origin Treasure Pavilion in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo reclined with his legs crossed, sipping a refreshing drink while enthusiastically browsing the Destiny investment panel. This lad, named Lin Fan, was rather impressive, rejected from engagement, yet possessing an elderly figure within his ring, rated SS for potential, quite worthy of attention. Oh, this one named Yi Chan fell off a cliff, yet survived, even discovering a mysterious technique. The template is somewhat cliched, but his fortune is abundant, rated S for potential. He shall be added to the observation list. Like a player engrossed in a nurturing game, he tirelessly filtered through his potential stocks, contemplating how to maximize returns in the first round of angel investments. Just then, an alert sounded. Warning, warning. Destiny investment target Xianxia is facing a fatal crisis. Target's life signs are rapidly declining, expected to be completely extinguished within 3 breaths. Detected that the target is attempting to self-destruct her soul and supreme bone. Mission triggered. Guardian of the angel investor. Task objective. Rescue the destined investment target, Xianxia, and eliminate all threats. Task reward. Based on the completion of the rescue, the host will receive substantial fortune returns and completely secure Xianxia's loyal attributes. A series of vivid crimson system notifications, accompanied by urgent alarm sounds, frantically refreshed on the screen before Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo paused his action of sipping on a beverage, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. With a mere thought, the scene on the screen swiftly shifted to the far northern ice plains. There, he beheld a cataclysmic sight, ominous blood clouds obscuring the sky, members of the Yao family kneeling in despair, and the figure of Xianxia hovering in midair, appearing mad with a sinister grin as he extended his claws. Most crucially, he spotted the girl in white, her eyes filled with determination, radiating an aura of destruction. Oh, what a grand spectacle! Zhang Mo's face bore no trace of anxiety. Rather, he wore an expression of keen interest. In just a few days of absence, a quasi-emperor soul was summoned to annihilate a family? This Xianxia is quite impressive. His initiative is commendable. Instead of feeling anger at the impending demise of his investment target, he resembled an audience member savoring the climax of a drama, offering his commentary with delight. TSK, look at this young lady, Xianxia. What spirit she possesses, resolute to the end. Excellent. I have not misjudged her. However, to attempt self-detonation in my presence, that simply cannot be tolerated. Zhang Mo smacked his lips, stating with an air of authority, You are my angel investor. Your life, your bones, everything about you belongs to me. Without my permission, how could you possibly die? His words were imbued with a domineering aura, as if Xianxia's fate was entirely within his grasp. System, bring forth the marketplace. Zhang Mo languidly commanded. The screen transitioned, revealing an array of dazzling products once more. His finger glided across the screen, finally resting on a card emanating a faint golden glow. Product, Emperor's Guardian Summoning Card, single-use consumable. Description, can randomly summon a peak state ancient emperor as a guardian for 1 hour. The summoned emperor possesses independent consciousness, but will absolutely obey the host commands. Price, 3 million points. Zhang Mo gazed at the steep price of 3 million, his lips twitching involuntarily. 3 million is quite outrageous. He couldn't help but murmur. Yet, a 2-hour experience with an emperor to manage this minor predicament should suffice. He stroked his chin, weighing his options. For the sake of my future SSS level investment returns. For this substantial fortune value, and for the first destined daughter I have nurtured myself, this transaction is worthwhile. Without further hesitation, he extended his finger and gently pressed the glittering purchase button on the screen. Ding! The host confirms the purchase of the Emperor's Guardian summoning card, deducting 3 million points. The summoning card has been activated, and the Emperor is being randomly selected. Selection complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Void Emperor. Zhang Mo gazed at the unfamiliar title displayed on the luminous screen and shrugged indifferently. After all, it was merely an emperor. Stifling a yawn, he waved his hand dismissively at the screen, as if issuing a command of utmost commonality. Go forth and cleanse that place of its filth. Chapter 33. Displaying skills before an expert. Above the frigid expanse of the northern ice fields, time seemed to stretch infinitely in that singular moment. The twisted visage of Xianxia, consumed by the ecstasy of vengeance. The face of Xianxia, beautiful yet sorrowful in her resolve. The greedy and obsequious countenance of the blood god sect leader, and the countless faces of the Yao clan members below, marked by despair and grief. Everything was frozen in that instant. The grotesque claw, coalesced from arcane energies and poised to strike Xiaoxi's chest, halted abruptly, mere inches from her form. The quasi-emperor's soul fragment, emanating an overwhelming imperial presence from the ancient abyss, felt a sudden constriction in its hidden eyes beneath the dark robes, as if sensing an entity that instilled terror even within itself. The self-destructive energy within Xiaoxi, potent enough to obliterate everything within a 1,000-mile radius, was quelled by an invisible yet gentle force. The entire world stood still. The howling winds ceased, the blood-red clouds solidified, and even the cycles of cosmic law fell into absolute stasis. The only entity capable of movement was a solitary figure, clad in a simple gray robe. With hair grayed and features unremarkable, he resembled the most inconspicuous servant from an ordinary mortal family, appearing without warning and in complete silence behind Xiaoxi. His presence stirred no spatial disturbances, nor did it radiate any overwhelming aura. He stood there as if he had been in that very spot since the dawn of time itself. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable elder evoked an unprecedented terror in the once arrogant quasi-emperor's soul fragment. Who are you? The voice of the quasi-emperor's soul trembled for the first time. Laced with fear, it realized, with horror, that its once proud quasi-emperor laws were as fragile as a child's plaything before this gray-robed servant. It found itself firmly anchored in this frozen space-time, unable to move, nor even conceive a thought. This was an absolute suppression of life, on a fundamental level. Not a sacred king, nor a quasi-emperor. This was a true emperor, and not just any emperor. The gray-robed servant paid no heed to it, not even casting a glance its way. His murky, yet seemingly boundless eyes, filled with the essence of time, as endless cycle of life and death, simply regarded the white-clad maiden before him, frozen in her self-destructive stance, her eyes still filled with resolute determination. His visage bore a benevolent smile, while his voice, hoarse yet mellifluous, seemed to soothe a frightened junior. Little friend, startled are we? Merely 5 words, yet they carried an extraordinary power to instill calmness. Xiaoxi felt a warm current surge deep within her soul, instantly warming the heart that had turned cold from despair and resolve. She found herself capable of movement. In this realm where all was frozen in time, only she and the enigmatic gray-robed elder could act freely. Bewildered, she gazed at the suddenly appearing elder, then glanced at the menacing giant claw that had halted mere inches from her chest, her mind a blank slate. Who are you? She stammered, her voice trembling. She sensed that this elder bore no trace of magical energy akin to an ordinary mortal. Yet her intuition warned her that this elder's terror far surpassed that of the so-called quasi-emperor. The gray-robed servant continued to smile, his gaze traversing beyond Xiaoxi, casting a glance at the arrogant quasi-emperor's soul fragment, the colossal blood sacrifice formation that obscured the heavens, and the distant figure of Xianxia, who had long been rendered speechless by fear. He sighed softly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness, as if lamenting a group of unruly children. The master finds this place too noisy and has commanded this old servant to tidy up. Master? Old servant? Upon hearing these terms, Xiaoxi's heart leapt violently. In an instant, she grasped the truth. This unfathomably terrifying elder was merely a servant to the pavilion master. The thought stirred a tempest within her mind. What manner of magnificent being was the pavilion master? Meanwhile, The quasi-emperor's soul fragment, hailing from the ancient abyss, trembled violently upon hearing the words master and old servant. He finally comprehended the nature of the existence he had provoked, an entity capable of compelling a true emperor to willingly identify as a servant. The identity of that master exceeded the limits of his imagination. Flee. Escape was imperative. A singular thought roared madly in his mind. He disregarded all else, exerting every ounce of strength, burning his soul's essence in a desperate attempt to break free from the constraints of time and space. Yet it was all in vain. The gray-robed elder merely observed him quietly, a flicker of gentle pity glimmering in his kind eyes. To toy with space before this emperor? It was but a display of folly. He shook his head, then, slowly, raised his hand. It was an ordinary hand, lined with wrinkles, appearing devoid of any strength. Yet at that very moment, as the hand was lifted, the entirety of the 3,000 realms, all paths related to the laws of space, emitted a mournful cry of submission in the divine capital of all manifestations, within the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Zhang Mo regarded the scene of the gray-robed servant's ostentatious display on the luminous screen, nodding in satisfaction. Certainly, the Void Emperor exhibits remarkable proficiency. His lines and aura are nothing short of perfect. 3 million points well spent. He leisurely shifted his posture, preparing to enjoy the ensuing cleanup. For him, this was merely a play he had financially sponsored, inviting performers to enact it. Chapter 34. Where can you go? The gray-robed old servant, summoned by Zhang Mo from the system, bore the visage of the Void Emperor. In his seemingly murky old eyes, the terrified faces of the blood god cult leader and that shard of the quasi-emperor's soul were reflected, yet his expression remained unperturbed. For one of his stature, the so-called Saint King and the quasi-emperor's soul fragment held no more significance than the dust beneath his feet. Were it not for his master's command, he would not even deign to spare these insignificant creatures a glance. Young friend, please take a few steps back, the Void Emperor said gently to Xianxia, his tone reminiscent of a kindly elder advising a younger relative. At this moment, Xianxia was already in a daze from the series of upheavals. Yet she instinctively obeyed the elder's instruction, respectfully retreating several dozen paces. She understood that soon, she would bear witness to the might of the Emperor. Only then did the Void Emperor slowly turn, casting his gaze upon the blood transformation divine formation, which enveloped the entire Yao family's ancestral grounds. Emanating an endless aura of malevolence and bloodlust, he merely observed, his brow slightly furrowed, as if appraising a piece of repugnant refuse. Such filth dared to tarnish his master's sight. He shook his head, a hint of disdain coloring his voice. Then, he executed an unexpected action. He did not unleash any earth-shattering divine powers, nor invoke cataclysmic laws. Instead, he simply raised his sleeve with a gentle motion, casually sweeping it across the colossal blood sacrifice formation that obscured the sky. It was akin to brushing dust off a robe, light and effortless. Yet, this seemingly trivial gesture obliterated the blood transformation divine formation, meticulously crafted by the pinnacle leader of the blood god cult, who had poured countless efforts and the lives of millions into its creation, a formation reputed to annihilate all. In an instant, it vanished into thin air. It was not torn apart, nor shattered, but utterly erased from existence, as if it had never been. As the blood clouds dissipated, sunlight once again bathed the ravaged ice plains, the warm rays bestowing upon the surviving members of the Yao family a sensation akin to being reborn. The formation? The blood god cult leader's eyes, ablaze with ghostly flames, froze in disbelief. He stared vacantly at the empty sky, his mind blank. His strongest trump card, his pride, the blood sacrifice formation, had simply vanished, dispelled by a mere flick of sleeve? How could this be possible? This has completely surpassed his realm of comprehension. He believed that even a true emperor's presence would require considerable effort to break through his blood sacrifice formation. It could never be so effortlessly dismissed. What manner of creature is this old servant before him? In that moment of utter despair, as his heart shattered, the gaze of the Void Emperor finally fell upon him. That gaze was unremarkable, devoid of malice or anger, only a chilling indifference akin to observing an inanimate object. Noisy, the Void Emperor uttered softly. Then, without even lifting a finger, he merely blew gently in the direction of the Blood God sect leader. A whisper of wind passed through. The Blood God sect leader, a formidable figure who had dominated 3,000 realms for hundreds of millennia, a terror that had caused countless righteous sanctuaries endless headaches. This pinnacle of the Saint King realm, his body began to disintegrate into the finest ash from the soles of his feet. The expression of horror on his face barely had time to fully manifest. He wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. He longed to struggle, but his Saint King laws had already been utterly unraveled by the supreme Tao rhythm contained within that breath. He could only watch helplessly as his form slowly vanished in the breeze, along with the countless followers of the Blood God sect aboard their crimson warships, including kings and even elder saints. Everything dissolved into nothingness beneath that single breath, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed at all. Silence. A deathly stillness. Below, all the members of the Yao family stared in a daze at this scene, their minds having ceased to think entirely. With a mere sleeve, an unparalleled formation was obliterated. With a single breath, an immortal evil cult was scattered. Is this truly the pinnacle of human capability? Is this the power of a servant beside the Lord? Yaoshi trembled in shock, gazing at the gray-robed old servant, who remained unfazed as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Her reverence for the Lord had soared to an unprecedented height. She finally understood how naive she had been at the auction. She thought she had engaged in an equitable exchange, trading a celestial domain coordinate for a supreme bone. Now it appeared that it was not an exchange at all, but rather a casual bestowal from that towering existence upon her, a mere insignificant ant. However, Zhang Mo was acutely aware of his fortuitous gain. In this profound silence, the only ones left capable of thought were the fragment of the Quasi-Emperor's soul from the ancient demonic abyss and the pallid-faced Xianxia, who was utterly terrified. "Who are you?" The voice of the Quasi-Emperor's fragment had become sharp and distorted with overwhelming fear. He frantically burned his essence, attempting to tear through this confined space-time and escape back into the endless demonic abyss. He understood that today he had struck upon a formidable iron plate capable of shattering the very fabric of the myriad realms of Hongming. Attempt to flee? The Void Emperor finally directed his gaze toward him, and within those murky eyes flickered a hint of subtle mockery. "In this realm of mine, where the void reigns, where could you possibly escape?" Slowly, he extended a finger, lined with wrinkles, and with a gentle motion, he pointed toward the struggling fragment of the Quasi-Emperor's soul. Chapter 35. Eternal Curse. The Void Emperor's gesture, though seemingly languid, encompassed a profound principle that transcended both time and space. It disregarded distance and the laws of existence, arriving at its destination the moment it was enacted. The Quasi-Emperor's soul, hailing from the ancient abyss of demons, found the void around it abruptly transformed into an amber of absolute stillness, woven from countless spatial principles. He was irrevocably sealed within this amber, all struggles, roars, and power rendered utterly frozen in that moment. The terrifying demonic energy, born from the burning essence that could rend the stars, failed to stir even the faintest ripple before this void amber. No. A thought, steeped in despair, erupted from the depths of the Quasi-Emperor's soul. He sensed the looming presence of death, not the demise of the flesh, but an ultimate annihilation, utterly erased from the realms of law and the roots of existence. "You cannot kill me. I am a fragment of the sovereign of the ancient abyss of demons. Should you slay me, the true body of the Abyss Lord will sense this, and one day he shall break free, ensuring our enmity endures until death." He issued his final threat, attempting to barter with his enigmatic essence for a sliver of survival. However, the Void Emperor merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction, as if observing a mere jester. The ancient abyss of demons? His voice, gravelly, carried a note of disdain. Merely a group of failures who survived by mere chance during the shattering of the previous epoch. Do not think that as a fragment you are safe. Even if your true body were to descend, you would merely be a somewhat more robust ant before me. As his words fell, he flicked his pointed finger lightly. Crack! The amber sealing the Quasi-Emperor's soul emitted a sharp sound of shattering. Then, amid Xianxia's astonished gaze, the once formidable Quasi-Emperor, who had instilled in him boundless confidence, along with the entire space surrounding him, dissolved into the finest, most primordial particles of the void, vanishing without a trace. Throughout it all, this legendary Void Emperor remained stationary. With a single sleeve, a breath, a finger, he extinguished a cataclysmic slaughter capable of obliterating an immortal lineage, dissipating it into the void. This is the might of an emperor. This is the power of a servant from the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Having completed this act, The Void Emperor appeared as though he had merely swatted two insignificant mosquitoes. He slowly retracted his finger, and his gaze finally fell upon the sole adversary still standing in the arena, Xianxia, who was already pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. With great difficulty, Xianxia swallowed hard. A chilling dread surged from the soles of his feet, coursing straight to the crown of his head. He yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were leaden, utterly unresponsive to his will. He wished to plead for mercy, but his throat seemed constricted, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. His mind was engulfed in an endless tempest of regret and fear. What manner of being have I provoked? The fragmented soul of an emperor stood before him, a force he could not even withstand with a mere finger. He dared not contemplate it, nor did he wish to, for the mere thought was sufficient to shatter his resolve. The Void Emperor regarded his pitiful demeanor with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. He had initially intended to crush this ignorant ant with a single finger, but then recalled his master's instructions. It seemed his master had mentioned that this jester could serve as a useful whetstone. The Void Emperor pondered this, despite being summoned by the system. He possessed an independent consciousness and discernment. He readily comprehended the deeper implications of Zhang Mo's words. It appeared that his master did not wish to eliminate this little fellow just yet, preferring instead to keep him as a tool to hone the one with the supreme bone. Realizing this, a knowing expression flickered in the Void Emperor's eyes. He gazed at Xianxia, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. To kill you would merely soil my hands. His voice resonated deep within Xianxia's very soul. However, while death could be evaded, the consequences of living would be inescapable, as the master had decreed. The Void Emperor paused, adopting a tone laced with amusement, and slowly remarked, "A jester ought to appear as a jester." At that instant, he flicked his finger. An invisible divine light, coalesced from the purest principles of the void, instantaneously traversed the spatial divide and penetrated Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia emitted a shriek so harrowing it seemed beyond human comprehension. It was not mere physical agony, but an eternal branding that stemmed from his soul, from the essence of his true self. He clutched his forehead in torment, spiraling through the air in a frenzy, howling. When he finally came to a halt, a word had appeared in the center of his once handsome visage, deeply etched into his true spirit by two inky symbols of law. Worthless. This word was small, yet strikingly clear and painfully glaring. It seemed to possess a life of its own, emanating an indelible aura filled with humiliation, failure, and impotence. This is not merely a pair of characters. It is a curse, an indelible imprint of a supreme law, one that cannot be eradicated for all eternity. From this moment forth, no matter where Xianxia ventures, regardless of how powerful he becomes or what methods he employs to conceal it, all who behold him will, at first glance, see this word. Every living being, upon sensing his aura, will involuntarily conjure the term waste in their minds. This is infinitely more cruel than death itself. It seeks to shatter his pride and dignity, condemning him to live perpetually in a realm of unending humiliation and derision. No. As Xianxia felt the nauseating aura emanating from his forehead, he frantically rubbed at it, attempting to cleanse it with his powers. But the word was as if inscribed upon his very soul, unyielding. He let out a desperate roar, his voice brimming with boundless resentment and madness. The Void Emperor observed his frenzied state, merely shaking his head with indifference. He did not spare another glance. With a flicker, he vanished as if he had never existed, leaving behind a thoroughly broken Xianxia, who beneath the cold celestial dome emitted beast-like howls, alongside the group of Yao family members who stood petrified in fear. Chapter 36. The True Outbreak. The snow and wind of the extreme north once again began to fall, as if to wash away the bloodshed and horror that had recently transpired upon this land. In the skies, after a fervent bout of roaring, Xianxia finally ceased. No longer did he bellow. He merely pressed his hands tightly against his forehead, his body trembling violently, his once defiant gaze now filled solely with unending resentment and lifelessness. He cast not another glance at the Yao family below, fully aware that he had become a grand jest. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing toward the cosmos' most profound and darkest corners without looking back. He sought a place to hide, a realm devoid of any living being. He could not bear to face the gaze of another while bearing such a humiliating brand. As Xianxia departed, The grand slaughter he had orchestrated against the Yao family concluded in a manner that left all in attendance utterly astonished and bewildered. The ancestral grounds of the Yao family fell into a silence akin to death. All members of the Yao family remained in their postures of gazing skyward, mouths agape, their expressions vacant, as if their souls had yet to return from the cataclysmic spectacle they had just witnessed. A sleeve of annihilation. A single gesture to erase the emperor. That enigmatic old servant in gray had descended with an almost divine presence, then quietly departed, leaving behind a tale potent enough to upend the understanding of the entire realm of 3,000 domains. Gulp. After an indeterminate amount of time, the patriarch of the Yao family finally managed to swallow hard, emerging from the depths of his astonishment. Trembling, he rose to his feet, casting a glance at the empty sky, then at the unscathed members of his clan, before finally directing his gaze toward the young girl suspended in midair, possessing the supreme bone. His lips quivered, his eyes brimming with excitement, reverence, and an indescribable fervor. With a resounding thud, he bowed deeply toward Xianxia, not as an elder bestowing affection upon a junior, but as a devotee kneeling in worship before a divine emissary. "No, it is Yao family's saintess," he cried, his voice hoarse, tears streaming down his face. "For our Yao family to receive the favor of the Lord and witness the descent of the saintess is the greatest fortune in our history." As he knelt, all the surviving members of the Yao clan below awakened from their stupor. They gazed at the girl clad in white, whose beauty was unparalleled, and their expressions transformed entirely. No longer did they regard her as a mere junior. They understood that from this day forth, the fate of the Yao family was irrevocably entwined with that of the enigmatic lord and the forbidden origin treasure pavilion. Xianxia was the sole link connecting them to that supreme existence. "We bow before the saintess." The resounding chorus of reverence echoed across the icy expanse. Xianxia felt the warmth of the supreme bone near her heart and listened to the fervent cries of her kin, yet her beautiful visage bore no trace of joy. She merely lifted her head once more, gazing toward the direction of the myriad phenomena divine capital, her clear eyes filled with steadfastness and devotion. She was acutely aware that her journey was only just beginning. She must grow stronger, strong enough to be worthy of this blessing, strong enough to rightfully stand behind the Lord. In the backstage lounge of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Mo observed the scene on the luminous screen, where the members of the Yao family reverently bowed to Xianxia, and he snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Indeed, this display of awe has yielded remarkable results. Sipping leisurely on his drink, he savored the moment. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The Guardian task for the Angel Investor has been completed. Task rating, perfect. Calculating task rewards. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000,000 fortune points. Congratulations. Host, the destined investment target, Xianxia, has locked in a favorability rating of 100 devout, and all her future achievements will be continuously converted into your fortune at a ratio of 10. 1,000,000 fortune points. Zhang Mo's eyes widened at the sight of this figure. He opened the Destiny investment panel, marveling at the substantial increase in his fortune value, his grin nearly reaching his ears. System, how many points can this fortune be exchanged for? Fortune can be exchanged at a ratio of 11,000 for auction points. 1,000,000 fortune can be exchanged for 1,000,000,000 auction points. 1,000,000,000. Zhang Mo nearly choked on his drink in astonishment. The points he had painstakingly accumulated from organizing 2 auctions barely amounted to 10,000,000. Now, simply saving Xianxia once granted him the potential windfall of 1,000,000,000 points. The return on investment was staggering. He was truly elated. With such a fortune, what splendid treasures could he procure from the system's marketplace? Whether it be the innate sacred body or the supreme imperial weapons, he could indulge in them all. However, after the initial excitement subsided, he quickly regained his composure. No, points were trivial. Fortune was paramount. He scrutinized the system's description for another application of fortune. Fortune could also be utilized to enhance the host or to unlock more advanced auctions. Enhance oneself? A spark ignited within Zhang Mo. Though he had merged with the innate sacred body, his cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, rendering him insignificant in a world teeming with saints and emperors. System, how can this fortune elevate my being? The host may consume fortune to directly undergo enlightenment, enhancing their cultivation realm. Note, this method contravenes the natural order and may lead to unstable foundations. Frequent usage is not advised. Recommended method. The host may consume fortune to purchase enlightenment time, enabling uninterrupted cultivation in an absolute temporal domain. Enlightenment time? Zhang Mo's interest was piqued. Enlightenment time. For every 100,000 points of fortune consumed, one may initiate it, lasting for 1 day in the external world while equating to 1,000 years internally. During this period, the host will enter a state of profound comprehension, allowing for rapid advancement in any martial art, transcending any bottlenecks. Incredible! 1,000 years internally. Zhang Mo was utterly captivated by this feature. It was as if it had been tailor-made for someone of his caliber. With this, he need not fear instability in his foundation. He could perfect a realm within and emerge to continue his exploits. Previously, the time dilation during his cultivation at the top of the loft was merely 1/10. It wouldn't be long before he became a formidable force. Yet, after the laughter, a sense of ennui washed over him. Engaging in battles and cultivating was exhilarating, but it felt lacking in some essence. Deep down, he was still the type who relished the spectacle and enjoyed stirring the pot. Merely watching Xianxia grow was far too monotonous. A protagonist ought to have rivals, friends, and a tapestry of intricate emotions and conflicts. The dramatic tension was insufficient. He stroked his chin, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. Passively awaiting the arrival of antagonists was far too inefficient. I require a tool capable of actively seeking amusement, uncovering the secrets of the entire 3,000 realms. An eye in the attic, with a mere thought. He issued a new command to the system. System, please filter and identify which faction within the 3,000 realms possesses the most formidable intelligence capabilities, most suitable to serve as my eyes. Filtering in progress. Filtering complete. Target locked. Heavenly Machine, Sacred Ground. Chapter 37. The Enigmatic One. Origin Treasure Pavilion. Backstage Lounge. Before Zhang Mo, the information regarding the Heavenly Machine's Sacred Ground was vividly displayed upon the luminous screen. Faction name: Heavenly Machine's Sacred Ground. Faction level: Immortal Sacred Ground, in decline. Synopsis: a legacy inherited from ancient times. Renowned for divining the Heavenly Machine and peering into fate within the 3,000 realms. Its founding master, Elder Heavenly Machine, was a being who approached the realm of the Emperor. It is said he sacrificed himself to predict a fragment of the impending calamity of epics, leaving behind a supreme imperial artifact, the Heavenly Machine Disc. Current status: due to generations of sacred lords probing the Heavenly Machine, they have suffered backlash from the Heavenly Tao, leading to waning fortunes and a decline in talent. The current sacred lord, the Enigmatic One, is a formidable Saint King. However, due to an earlier forced divination of an emperor's whereabouts, he has sustained grievous injuries, his foundation shattered, and his lifespan nearing its end, with an expectation of passing within 3 days. Within the sacred ground, there are no longer any Saint King level powers, facing the imminent threat of being devoured by surrounding hostile factions. Oh, renowned for divining the Heavenly Machine? Zhang Mo's eyes sparkled brighter as he perused this information. Is this not the very tool I seek? Perfectly aligned with my needs. A sacred ground that masters the secret arts of divination, possessing an imperial artifact. The Heavenly Machine Disc, to serve as my intelligence agency. How utterly fitting. Most crucially, this sacred ground is currently at a critical juncture of survival. The current sacred lord is on the brink of demise, leaving the entire sacred ground leaderless, beset by internal strife and external threats. At such a moment, should I extend even a modicum of assistance, would they not bow in gratitude? Perfect. Zhang Mo smacked his thigh. It is settled then, Heavenly Machine, Sacred Ground. He began to contemplate the most effective means to invest in this soon-to-be bankrupt sacred ground, maximizing his own benefits. Meanwhile, in the 3,000 realms, on the eastern wilderness continent, within a secluded paradise shrouded by clouds and ethereal mists, an abode that mortals could never hope to discover, lies the entrance to the Heavenly Machine's Sacred Ground. However, contrary to its ethereal exterior, the atmosphere within the sacred ground is one of profound despair, weighed down by an oppressive gloom. All disciples and elders were expressions of sorrow. Gathered in the central area of the sacred ground, outside the grand edifice, known as the stargazing platform. Inside the hall, upon a bed crafted from millennium-old soul-nourishing wood, lies an elder, his essence withered and vitality faint. He is the current sacred lord of the Heavenly Machine, Sacred Ground, the Enigmatic One. At this moment, He had long lost the slightest semblance of the revered Sage King's majesty, appearing instead as a frail mortal on the brink of death. His skin hung loosely, clinging tightly to his bones, and his eyes were deeply sunken and murky, with only the occasional flicker of brilliance serving as a testament to the formidable being he once was. Master. By the bedside knelt a middle-aged man clad in the robes of the celestial mechanism, overwhelmed with grief. He was the eldest disciple of the Zhuangzi and the heir to the next holy lord of the celestial mechanism's sacred land, having reached the realm of the great sage. Master, please hold on a little longer. I have sent people to the various forbidden zones of life to seek the divine elixir. It will surely prolong your life. Zhuangzi slowly shook his head, his voice faint as a candle flickering in the wind. My foolish child, it is unnecessary. My injuries stem from the backlash of karma, which no medicine can remedy. The end is nigh. To force it would be futile. His murky gaze swept over the sorrowful faces surrounding him, and a flicker of reluctance and guilt flashed in his eyes. It is my inadequacy that has prevented the celestial mechanism from reclaiming its former glory. Leaving the sacred land in such dire straits, he erupted into a violent cough, each spasm seemingly extracting the last remnants of his vitality. After I depart, the moon-worshipping demon sect to the north and the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty to the west will inevitably seize the opportunity to covet our celestial mechanism disk. You must remember, the celestial mechanism disk is the foundation of our inheritance. Even if the sacred land falls, it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. If all hope is lost, activate the final seal and destroy the celestial mechanism disk along with the entire sacred land. As he spoke, his voice faded to a mere whisper, and the light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. Outside the hall, all disciples of the celestial mechanism felt the impending extinguishment of that vital flame, succumbing to sorrow as they fell to their knees, stifling their cries. The celestial mechanism sacred land, an ancient lineage that had endured for millions of years, seemed to be truly approaching its end. Just as Zhuangzi was about to draw his final breath, his soul returning to the cosmos, an extraordinary event unfolded. A wooden plaque, entwined with chaotic energy, unadorned yet ancient, inscribed with two cryptic symbols, appeared abruptly in his emaciated hand without warning. The moment the plaque materialized, an indescribable, taboo aura that transcended all laws of this realm and overshadowed all paths enveloped the entire hall. In the presence of this aura, time seemed to stand still, space appeared frozen, and even the operation of the heavenly laws faltered. Zhuangzi, who was on the verge of complete dissolution, felt his body, now chillingly cold, suddenly tremble. His eyes, which had been about to close forever, opened wide in that moment. In his gaze, there was no longer despair or death, but an unprecedented shock and fervor, akin to witnessing the divine creator. He fixated intently on the wooden plaque in his grasp, upon which were inscribed two cryptic characters that he could not comprehend. Yet their essence resonated deeply within his soul. Origin. It is it. In that moment, the withered body of Zhuangzi erupted with an unprecedented surge of power, propelling him to sit upright on the bed with startling vigor, although he had awaited his demise within the sacred grounds, as the master of heavenly mechanisms. He was acutely aware of the recent momentous event that had sent ripples throughout the vast expanse of the Hongmeng universe. With a mere wave, he had struck down the Emperor of the Nine Heavens. This was a force that disregarded causality, time, and all laws. Its essence matched that of the wooden plaque he now held. This was the sole flicker of hope for the heavenly mechanism sacred land. Zhuangzi, in a frenzy, felt his once dry visage flush crimson with overwhelming excitement. This was not a trial set forth by the heavenly path. It was an olive branch extended by that forbidden entity. He had grasped it. Master, his eldest disciple, taken aback by this sudden transformation, momentarily believed his master was experiencing a fleeting revival. Yet, Zhuangzi paid him no heed. He stumbled out of bed, rushing towards the great hall's exit. Quickly, everyone, follow me to the altar of heaven. He summoned every ounce of strength to deliver his most resounding command of this lifetime. Activate the sacred land's forbidden teleportation array. What? At the mention of the forbidden teleportation array, the faces of all the elders and disciples of the heavenly mechanism sacred land paled in shock. That was their ultimate trump card. Its activation required the sacrifice of the sacred land's accumulated fortune over millennia, potentially inflicting irreversible damage to their treasured imperial artifact. the heavenly mechanism disk. Moreover, it was a one-way array with unknown coordinates. To activate, it was to gamble everything. Either they would be transported to a perilous end, meeting their demise on the spot, or, Master, no. His eldest disciple rushed forward, desperately trying to restrain Xuanjizi. Stand azide. Xuanjizi forcefully shoved him away, his eyes ablaze with fervor. You know nothing. This is the only opportunity for our heavenly mechanism, sacred land. The final chance. Either we languish here, allowing our enemies to divide us and sever our lineage, or we venture forth to meet that great being grasping at a sliver of hope, ignoring all pleas. He staggered towards the ancient altar that had remained sealed for millions of years. He raised the origin wooden plaque high, like the most devout of worshippers, unleashing a fervent roar into the unknown void. I, Xuanjizi, am willing to exhaust the very last essence of my life to activate the forbidden array. I only seek to behold the Master. As his words fell, he spat a mouthful of essence blood upon the altar. In that instant, the entire heavenly mechanism, sacred land, trembled violently. Chapter 38. Eyes. Boom. As the enigmatic figure unleashed a stream of his life essence. A crimson blood spray that contained the very core of his being. Upon the altar, the long-dormant celestial sacrificial platform, sealed for millions of years, was instantaneously awakened. A dazzling beam of light, radiant and piercing, erupted from the center of the altar, tearing through the protective barriers of the heavenly mechanism, holy land, and shattering the dimensional barriers of the eastern wilderness continent. The entire holy land trembled violently under the onslaught of this terrifying energy. Countless celestial mountains crumbled, palatial structures collapsed, as if the apocalypse had descended. Within the dragon vein of the sacred ground, the accumulated fortune of millennia surged forth like a torrential flood, frantically siphoned and infused into the forbidden teleportation array. Even the imperial artifact, the heavenly mechanism disk, suspended in the depths of the Holy Land and serving as its foundational pillar, emitted a mournful wail under the overwhelming pressure, its radiance dimming significantly. Master, Holy Sovereign, all the elders and disciples of the heavenly mechanism, Holy Land, were stricken with despair, their faces ashen, uttering cries of hopelessness. They understood that regardless of the outcome, this venture would severely deplete the vitality of the Holy Land, rendering it incapable of recovery for tens of thousands of years. Yet, the enigmatic figure upon the altar remained unfazed. His withered visage was etched with resolute determination and fervor. He raised aloft the origin wooden token, as if it were not merely a simple talisman, but his sole ticket to rebirth. Great Master, please cast your gaze upon your most devoted disciple, he murmured, as his body began to fracture under the violent energies of the teleportation array, yet the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. With a resounding hum, the beam of light reached its zenith, and in an instant, the figure of the enigmatic one, along with the ancient altar, vanished from sight. What remained was a heavenly mechanism, Holy Land, utterly drained of its fortune, battered and on the brink of collapse. The hearts of all within the Holy Land were rife with trepidation. This was no less than a high-stakes gamble. Should they emerge victorious, the Holy Land would transcend its former self, achieving unprecedented heights. In the divine capital, atop the celestial summit, the grand pavilion enveloped in chaotic energies continued to float in serene stillness. Before its entrance, the newly appointed great sun sage sat in meditative repose, resembling the most loyal guardian deity, with closed eyes radiating an aura of terrifying pressure that rendered the vicinity a forbidden zone for living beings. Just then, the void behind him rippled without warning. The great sun sage abruptly opened his eyes, golden light erupting forth, unleashing a terrifying presence capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Who? He bellowed, assuming an audacious intruder dared to disregard his warning and breach the sacred pavilion. Yet in the next moment, his fury morphed into astonishment. Emerging from the spatial ripples was a frail figure, drenched in blood, with a presence so feeble it was nearly imperceptible, the enigmatic one, who had exhausted all to arrive from the heavenly mechanism Holy Land. At this moment, he was in a state far more pitiful than when he lay upon the sickbed. His once mighty body, the sacred king, had nearly completely shattered, reduced to a mere skeletal frame adorned with tattered remnants of flesh. The flame of his spirit flickered feebly, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Yet he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to tightly grasp the origin wooden token in his hand. He beheld the magnificent loft, a sight only whispered of in legends. Before the entrance of the loft stood a formidable sage, his presence as profound as the abyss. He knew he had wagered correctly. He had succeeded. With a thud, Xianxia could no longer withstand the burden. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. He did not gaze at the great sage Qiang, but instead buried his head deeply in the dust, directing his most fervent and humble plea towards the tightly shut vermilion door. With the last remnants of his spiritual essence, he uttered the most sincere and humble cry of his life. I, Xianxia of the heavenly mechanism, sacred land, dare to seek an audience with the master of the pavilion. I offer the entirety of the heavenly mechanism, sacred land, surrendering our sect's imperial weapon, the heavenly mechanism disc, and all the secrets accumulated over 1,000,000 years of our lineage. I implore, I beseech, grant me but a sliver of hope. His voice was hoarse and faint. It resonated with a desperate madness. Each word seemed to be extracted from the depths of his very soul. Before him, the great sage Qiang observed this once mighty, sacred king, now reduced to such abject humility, stirring a tumult within his heart. He recognized Xianxia, once a figure of great vigor and authority, whose very presence commanded respect from the leaders of the greatest sacred lands. Yet now he could not help but reflect on his own past, recognizing that he too had once stood in similar shoes. Before the specter of death and the allure of higher realms, all dignity and pride became utterly worthless. He remained silent, merely restraining his presence and watching quietly. He understood that the possibility of salvation rested solely upon the whims of the pavilion master. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo lounged casually, observing on the luminous screen the woeful figure of Xianxia, who seemed willing to offer up his very heart and soul. A satisfied snap of his fingers echoed. The trap had been set. A smile of absolute control played upon his face. Indeed, the sincerity of the plea was commendable, the awareness quite profound. This was the desired effect. Only by allowing the other to glimpse a glimmer of hope in their darkest hour could one elicit their unwavering loyalty. This was what he termed the psychology of investment. Zhang Mo commended his own cleverness. Clearing his throat, he prepared to commence his performance. A voice, ethereal and commanding, as if descending from the heavens above, slowly resonated from beyond the loft, clearly reaching the ears of both Xianxia and the great sage Qiang. Your loyalty is utterly worthless, cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Just a single sentence plunged the recently ignited spark of hope within Xianxia into an abyss of despair. He froze entirely, his once bright eyes dimming instantaneously, filled with boundless hopelessness. Indeed, in the presence of such a towering existence, what significance does a mere, decaying holy land hold? Was he merely indulging in whimsical fantasies? Yet, just as his heart turned to ashes and the flame of his spirit threatened to extinguish completely, Zhang Mo's next words resonated softly. However, I find your eyes rather intriguing. This statement was akin to a radiant light piercing through the endless darkness, forcefully yanking Xuanzi's soul back from the brink of eternal oblivion. Eyes, his once dissipating pupils suddenly refocused with vigor. His heart, which had ceased its rhythm, began to pound fervently once more. Hope. The master had not completely dismissed him. He was still of use. In an instant, the desire to survive erupted within him like a volcano. He paid no heed to the profound implications of the master's words. He simply mustered the last remnants of his strength and, with a voice hoarse to the extreme, he cried out frantically, "Master, as long as you can save me. My eyes are yours. My life is yours. The holy land of heavenly secrets shall serve as your most loyal eyes for generations to come. I shall peer into the heavens for you and discern the myriad realms." He lowered himself to the utmost humility, prostrating before the master. He understood this was his solitary opportunity. Outside, the great sage Qiang silently observed this scene, his heart stirred with myriad emotions. He realized that Xuanzi had made the right bet. This enigmatic master seemed to place little value on so-called loyalty or treasures. What he truly cared for was worth. As long as one could demonstrate their value and be of use to him, they would garner his favor. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo listened to Xuanzi's heartfelt declaration of loyalty and chuckled in satisfaction. The child is indeed teachable. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Loyalty attained through mere coercion is the most unreliable of all. It is only when one glimpses hope amidst despair and willingly offers everything that the most stable and invaluable partnership is forged. Since that is the case, Zhang Mo's languid voice emerged once more. I shall grant you a stroke of fortune. The moment his words fell, the grand crimson door of the loft slowly, silently, opened a crack. An extraordinary fruit, golden all over and the size of a fist, exuding a nine-colored celestial radiance that seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of infinite life, drifted slowly through the gap in the door. The instant the fruit appeared, an overwhelmingly rich fragrance of life and the essence of the Tao permeated the entire Xianxia mountain. Merely inhaling a wisp of fragrance, the great sage of the Crimson Sun felt a subtle sign of advancement in his recently stabilized sage realm. Meanwhile, beside him, Zhuangzi, whose body was already on the brink of collapse, found his deterioration inexplicably halted at the moment he caught a whiff of this aroma. A faint glimmer of vitality emerged from the depths of his parched foundation, rekindling itself. What extraordinary divine object could this be? The great sage's pupils constricted sharply as he stared in astonishment at the fruit, a tempest of emotions surging within him. As the master of the sacred land, he prided himself on his vast experiences, yet he swore he had never encountered nor heard of such a remarkable divine fruit. The life force and laws of the great Tao contained within this fruit transcended the realm of sacred medicine entirely. This was an immortal fruit. Legend spoke of such supreme, celestial fruits only flourishing in the core of the nine heavens' immortal domain, within the drug gardens personally cultivated by the emperors. Zhuangzi, meanwhile, gazed intently at the fruit, his murky eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance, his breath becoming labored. He could sense that this fruit harbored a tremendous vitality, one capable of altering his destiny. This fruit was known as the Nine Transmutation Immortal Fate Fruit. Zhang Mo's calm voice elucidated their confusion. Consuming it could extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years and mend any injuries to the Tao. As for whether one could take that fateful step forward, it depended entirely on one's own fortune. 10,000 years of extended life, healing injuries to the Tao, taking that step. These phrases struck Zhuangzi and the great sage of the Crimson Sun like divine thunder, reverberating in their hearts. The expression on the great sage's face was etched with unmistakable envy and jealousy. 10,000 years of lifespan. He had sacrificed the entirety of the Nine Yang sacred land to achieve his breakthrough to the sage realm, receiving only a single Tao essence pill in return. Yet this Zhuangzi had merely pledged a promise for the future and was bestowed a fruit with powers that far surpassed that of ordinary divine medicine. The disparity between people was staggering. Following a brief moment of shock, Zhuangzi was engulfed by boundless joy and gratitude. He understood that this was not merely an immortal fruit. It was the Lord's recognition of him, an investment in his potential. Thank you, esteemed Lord, for this fruit. Thank you for granting me a second chance. He stammered in excitement, bowing deeply before the grand doors, his forehead striking the ground until it bled. Go forth, came Zhang Mo's voice. Yes, I shall obey. Zhuangzi treasured the moment, carefully using the last of his divine power to lift the Nine Transmutation Immortal Fate fruit, and without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Boom! At the instant the immortal fruit entered his abdomen, an indescribable torrent of life energy and laws of the great Tao erupted within him. Akin to the vastness of the cosmic sea, his already battered sage body was instantaneously reformed by this surge of power. The desiccated flesh and blood rejuvenated to fullness. The shattered bones radiated an immortal brilliance. The parched sea of suffering surged once more, unleashing towering waves. His Tao foundation, marred by the forced manipulation of heavenly secrets, now riddled with cracks, was purified and restored under the cleansing might of the supreme laws, becoming more perfect and robust than ever before. His aura began to swell at an astonishing pace, escalating wildly. The pinnacle of the Saint King, a half-step towards the quasi-emperor. Crack! It was as though an invisible shackle within him shattered with a thunderous roar. An overwhelming aura, transcending the saint realm and towering above myriad paths, sufficient to send tremors across the 3,000 realms, erupted from his being. Above Xianxia Mountain, the heavens shifted and thunder roared. Endless chains of laws manifested from the void, transforming into a terrifying quasi-emperor tribulation, crashing down upon him. Chapter 40. Universal Transmission. Above Xianxia Mountain, the quasi-emperor tribulation, which could instill fear even in the Saint Kings, gradually dissipated. The lightning faded, the dark clouds retreated, replaced by a sky filled with purple aura, as golden lotuses of the great Tao bloomed from the void, accompanied by ethereal melodies, celebrating the birth of a new cosmic giant. Xianxia floated serenely in midair. His once desiccated body, akin to decayed wood, had vanished. In its place stood an immortal body, crystalline and translucent, seemingly sculpted from the purest Daoic glass. His hair and beard were as black as night, his visage restored to that of a middle-aged man. Within the opening and closing of his eyes, countless stars flickered and transited, and every gesture emanated a terrifying aura that surpassed myriad paths, as if the very laws obeyed his words. With a single step, he ascended to the heavens. From a waning saint king, on the verge of passing into oblivion, he leaped to become a genuine quasi-emperor powerhouse, feeling the unprecedented, terrifying power within him. Capable of shattering galaxies with a mere thought, Xianxia felt no trace of elation. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze penetrating layers of void, resting upon the grand pavilion that remained quietly suspended, shrouded in chaotic energy. In his eyes, only boundless reverence and devotion remained, for he understood that his meager attainments were but dust in the eyes of the pavilion's master. This was not merely an act of rebirth. It was a divine enlightenment bestowed upon this insignificant mortal. Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted the newly remade Taoist robe, adorned with imperial runes, flowing from the tribulation. Then, under the astonished gaze of the imposing Qiang great sage, whose aura was akin to an abyss, he reverently knelt before the Origin Treasure Pavilion, performing the 9 prostrations of a disciple before his master. The humble servant Xianxia humbly expressed his gratitude for the grace of rebirth. He humbled himself to the lowest stance, referring to himself as an old servant, his voice resonating with a profound sense of devotion and fervor. From this day forth, the life of the old servant and the fortunes of the sacred land of heavenly mechanisms belong entirely to the master. I am willing to be the master's eyes, to gaze upon the myriad heavens. I am willing to be the master's ears, to listen to the myriad realms. Before the door, the great sage of Crimson Sun observed this scene, his heart in turmoil. Xianxia, the sovereign of the sacred land of heavenly mechanisms. Not long ago, he had held a position of even greater reverence as the Saint King. Yet now, before him, he had ascended to a status akin to that of a deity, one whom he must now revere. And this being, on the verge of divinity, willingly referred to himself as an old servant in front of the loft. The fleeting sense of pride he felt from his own recent breakthrough instantly dissipated. Bowing his head more respectfully towards the loft, he realized how profoundly correct his initial choice had been. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo watched the new quasi-emperor prostrating on the luminous screen, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he crossed his legs. Indeed, a promising pupil, exhibiting remarkable enlightenment. This Xianxia surpassed his expectations, sparing him considerable discourse. With the eyes of a quasi-emperor, his investment plans could now be formally initiated. With a flicker of thought, a cold yet commanding intent directly permeated Xianxia's mind. "Rise." "Yes, master," Xianxia exclaimed, standing with excitement, respectfully poised in the void, awaiting his master's next command. "From this day forth, you shall be the eyes of my loft." Zhang Mo's voice echoed. "I wish to know all affairs of this primordial myriad realms." "Old servant obeys. I shall not fail master's trust." Xianxia rejoiced within, aware that he had finally earned the privilege to serve this supreme being. "Very well," Zhang Mo acknowledged, subsequently issuing his first command. "In your name, transmit my edict to the primordial myriad realms." "Understood." The quasi-emperor of heavenly mechanisms receives the command. He inhaled deeply, holding nothing back. Newly transformed, still carrying a hint of the tribulation's aura, his quasi-emperor cultivation erupted with a thunderous force. With a grand gesture, an ancient compass, adorned with cracks yet radiating a terrifying imperial majesty, flew forth from his brow, hovering above the celestial mountains. It was the heavenly mechanism disk, the imperial treasure of the sacred land of heavenly mechanisms. In my name, guided by the imperial treasure and relying on the path of heavenly mechanisms, I decree the realms to transmit my voice. Xianxia recited fervently, forming seals with his hands, channeling his vast quasi-emperor power into the heavenly mechanism disk with reckless abandon. Buzz! The heavenly mechanism disk trembled violently, its ancient runes seemingly coming to life, exploding with countless divine radiances. A golden edict, imbued with the principles of the quasi-emperor and the secrets of heavenly mechanisms, began to coalesce in the air above the disk. In the next moment, go! With a thunderous roar from the celestial emperor, a golden decree transformed into a luminous streak that traversed the cosmos, instantaneously tearing apart the barriers of the 3,000 realms, spreading towards the boundless primordial universe at a velocity that transcended light and thought. In that moment, whether in the resource-rich essential great world or the law-deficient desolate realms, whether in the flourishing immortal dynasty or the secluded ancient sects, whether beneath the deep sea in the crystal dragon palace or above the 9 heavens in the demon clan's divine court, a golden decree appeared unexpectedly in the skies above every living world. An ancient, dignified voice, imbued with supreme Taoist resonance, reverberated like the voice of the heavenly Tao, booming in the ears and souls of every being. By the decree of the master of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, in 1 month, the pavilion will hold its 3rd auction. Open to all races, entry credentials will be randomly distributed throughout the myriad realms. The content of the decree was straightforward, yet when the final sentence resounded, delivered with a deliberate emphasis by the celestial emperor, the entire primordial universe fell into an eerie silence. This auction would feature a treasure of utmost significance, 10,000 years of lifespan. Boom! At the utterance of those words, the myriad realms trembled. In a certain forgotten ancient lineage, buried deep within the 3,000 realms, a coffin sealed by divine essence suddenly erupted. An elder, his vitality diminished and exuding a decayed aura, as if on the verge of transcending, sat up abruptly from the coffin. His murky eyes ignited with a terrifying divine light capable of piercing through star rivers. 10,000 years of lifespan. Is this true? Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently from overwhelming excitement, yet his eyes blazed with an unprecedented flame of greed. He was a sage king who had lived for nearly 30,000 years, with less than a century of lifespan remaining, resigned to despair. But now, in the 9 heavens' immortal domain, within the ancestral forbidden ground of an immortal dynasty, a colossal figure that had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years slowly opened eyes more radiant than the sun and moon. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, which had once sent the old ghost of the Shao family flying with a mere slap, is capable of auctioning such a miraculous item as 10,000 years of lifespan. It seems the rumors hold truth. Convey my will. Command the current divine master to spare no effort in obtaining an entry credential for me. Meanwhile, in the depths of a forbidden place, known as the Abyss of the Buried Emperor, a black coffin forged from an unknown celestial metal lay, covered in dust accumulated over several epochs, slowly shaking off its burden. A will more terrifying than that of the celestial emperor, seemingly capable of collapsing the ancient heavens, began to awaken from within the giant coffin. 10,000 years. A light laugh that transcended epochs echoed within the abyss. If I could truly extend my life for 10,000 years, perhaps I could once again emerge and contend for a lifetime of destiny. In the vast expanse of the Hongmeng universe, an unprecedented frenzy and tumult erupted due to a singular decree. Countless decaying sacred lands, ancient immortal dynasties on the brink of extinction, and those aged beings who had languished for eons within the confines of life's forbidden zones all awakened in unison at this moment. In their eyes, there existed neither morality nor law, only the most primal yearning for life. A colossal storm, sweeping across the heavens, had already commenced. Chapter 41. The Pinnacle of the Semi-Emperor. Amidst the tumult and bloodshed in the outside world, Zhang Mo remained blissfully unaware and indifferent. At this moment, he lay comfortably on the sofa in the backstage lounge, gazing at the fortune value on the Destiny investment panel, which surged wildly due to the decree of the Semi-Emperor, a grin spreading across his face. Indeed, this mysterious entity possessed quite the prowess in business. Zhang Mo reveled in his accomplishments, realizing that his endeavors had yielded multiple benefits. Not only had he successfully subdued a declining sacred land and acquired a semi-emperor level I, but he had also inadvertently established a reputation for the upcoming 3rd auction. Most crucially, he discovered that by stirring the winds of chaos and creating significant ripples throughout the world, his fortune value would soar. This system seemed to encourage him to become a shadowy puppeteer, instigating upheaval. Chuckling to himself, Zhang Mo stroked his chin, delighting in the prospect. Observing the long string of zeros in his fortune value, his modest ambitions began to swell uncontrollably. The golden core realm felt too weak. Should the system falter one day, or the facade of this grand path be unveiled, would he not become prey to the whims of others? No. True strength was the only undeniable truth. Fortuitously, with his fortune value now sufficient, it was time to experience the system's most extraordinary function. He straightened his posture, anticipation gleaming in his eyes, and issued a command to the system in his mind. System, initiate the time of enlightenment on the Great Path. Beep. Host confirms the initiation of the time of enlightenment on the Great Path, consuming 100,000 fortune points. The space of enlightenment is about to open, with an internal time flow rate 1,000 times that of the external world. One day in the external realm will equate to 1,000 years within. Please prepare, host. Here it comes. Zhang Mo inhaled deeply, excitement sparkling in his eyes. In the next instant, he felt a flash before him, and the scenery around him transformed in an instant. He was no longer nestled in the comfortable lounge, but transported to an endless expanse. A peculiar realm composed of the purest chaotic energy. Here, time was non-existent, space was absent, and there were no directions, only the most primordial, ancient laws of the Great Path, flowing like an accessible stream beside him. Zhang Mo sat cross-legged. The moment he entered this space, his extraordinary physique, infused with the innate sacred body's essence, seemed to be fully awakened. He felt his soul, in an instant, elevated to unimaginable heights, as if merging with the great path of the entire universe. Once obscure and incomprehensible, akin to celestial scriptures, the theories of cultivation now crystallized in his mind, rendering them as simple and clear as the equation of 1 + 1 = 2. The spiritual essence of the world, or rather, the superior primordial chaos energy, flowed into him unbidden, akin to a deluge finding its outlet, surging tumultuously into his every limb and sinew. Boom! The golden elixir within him expanded to its utmost limits within mere breaths, only to shatter with a thunderous crack. Boundless magical energy began to meld with the principles of the universe in his spiritual sea, manifesting a plethora of profound phenomena. Perfected golden core realm. First layer of the harmonization realm. Second layer of the harmonization realm. What would take ordinary cultivators centuries, or even millennia, to traverse the path of harmonization, was for Zhang Mo as effortless as the simple acts of eating and drinking. In just a few days, in his internal time, his cultivation soared, breaking through the shackles of the harmonization realm and stepping into the sovereign realm. Is this the domain of a sovereign? With a mere thought, a realm, woven from his own laws, unfurled instantaneously around him. In this realm, he was the sole deity, yet he lingered not for a moment. A millennium was far too long and precious for him. The three grand realms of sovereign, cave heaven, and true self presented no obstacles before his body. Deemed the strongest of all ages, he spent nearly a century forging his cave heaven into a true cosmic expanse, where stars revolved and all things were born, brimming with infinite possibilities. Another century was devoted to refining his true self-imprint, rendering it resplendent and eternal. The moment he stepped into the sage realm, the entirety of chaotic space quaked in resonance. His physical body, washed by the overwhelming primordial chaos energy, truly reached a level of immortality. A single drop of his blood could give rise to myriad forms. A single strand of hair could sever the cosmic rivers. Sage, great sage, sage king. For the subsequent centuries, Zhang Mo was utterly enraptured by the exhilarating surge of power. His comprehension of the laws surpassed the arduous cultivation of countless prodigies over millennia. The laws of time, space, reincarnation, and causality. The myriad paths appeared to him as mere playthings he could manipulate at will. As the 999th year approached, Zhang Mo's cultivation firmly rested at the pinnacle of the Sage King realm. Before him loomed an invisible chasm, the threshold of the Emperor realm. Countless extraordinarily gifted Sage Kings were thwarted by this abyss, ultimately succumbing in resignation. Yet for Zhang Mo, this chasm seemed non-existent. His innate Tao embryo endowed him with an astonishing affinity for the principles of the universe. His primordial sacred body endowed him with a supreme vessel capable of bearing the imperial laws. Break! Zhang Mo uttered a soft command in his heart. Boom! The chasm that had ensnared countless formidable beings shattered before him. A terrifying imperial might, surpassing all paths and dominating the ebb and flow of the universe, erupted from within him. He had ascended to the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, he was not merely at the initial stage of a quasi-emperor. With the boundless essence of the primordial chaos surrounding him, and aided by a state akin to cheating through the unity of heaven and man, his cultivation continued to surge wildly even after breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. Early stage quasi-emperor, mid-stage quasi-emperor, late-stage quasi-emperor, pinnacle of quasi-emperor. By the conclusion of the final day of the first millennium, Zhang Mo's cultivation had firmly settled at the apex of the quasi-emperor realm, merely awaiting an opportunity, one that resonated with the divine mandate of this world, to ascend to the heavens and attain the path of an emperor. Furthermore, his physique, already embodying the primordial sacred body, had reached maturity, enabling him to contend against an emperor. The absolute realm of time gradually dissipated. Zhang Mo's consciousness returned to the backstage lounge of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. In the outside world, merely a day had passed. He slowly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his seemingly unremarkable gaze, it appeared as though the cosmos was in the throes of creation and destruction, epochs shifting in succession. He gently clenched his fist. Boom! The surrounding void emitted a groan of unbearable strain, as dark spatial rifts flickered and fluctuated around his fist. A terrifying power capable of shattering galaxies with a mere thought and obliterating sacred lands with a snap of his fingers flowed within him, akin to a slumbering primordial dragon awakening. Is this the power of a peak quasi-emperor? As Zhang Mo savored the unprecedented sense of control within him, a slight smile crept upon his lips, revealing his satisfaction. Indeed, this sensation of power was quite adequate. Should the practitioners outside, who toil for millennia just to break through a minor realm, hear his words, they would likely be incensed to the point of spitting blood, their hearts shattered. He rose to his feet, stretched lazily, and his bones cracked in a symphony, resonating with the Tao. With newfound strength, he felt emboldened to embrace the act of showing off. In a good mood, he approached the light curtain, observing the chaotic scene outside, where countless individuals fought fiercely for entry tokens, a unique glimmer flashing in his eyes. The true spectacle was merely beginning. Chapter 42, The Opening of the Small World. The day of the auction finally approached. Throughout the past month, the entire Wuxiang Divine City, and indeed the whole of the 3,000 realms, had descended into an unprecedented frenzy. Tokens for entry, crafted by the hands of the Tianshu Quasi-Emperor and infused with the essence of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, fell like meteors from the heavens, randomly scattered across the corners of the primordial myriad worlds. Some found their way into the hands of a prince from an immortal dynasty, prompting jubilant celebrations throughout the entire empire. Somehow, a stone struck the head of a disheveled little beggar who was pleading for alms by the roadside, transforming him overnight from a despised outcast into a coveted guest of the powerful. To vie for this limited opportunity, blood flowed like rivers across the 3,000 realms. Brothers turned against one another, and masters betrayed their disciples. Fierce battles erupted between sacred lands, resulting in the fall of several venerable ancestors of the saintly rank. When the day of the auction finally arrived, the entire Wuxiang Divine City had metamorphosed into an immense powder keg. The sky was thickly populated with celestial beings, 9-headed draconian serpents harnessing ancient bronze chariots, golden divine birds ablaze with the true fire of the sun, void-faring celestial ships as large as stars, and towering ancient Buddhas with halos of 9-fold radiance suspended above their heads. The once elusive grandmasters now appeared as common as cabbages lining the streets. The venerable figures of the sage kings concealed their presence, blending into the throngs, wary of drawing attention. Even in the rifts of the void high above, a few presences transcending the saintly realm, capable of instilling dread in myriad beings, could be faintly perceived, coldly surveying the tumultuous world below. The original order of the Wuxiang Divine City had utterly collapsed. Old grudges and new enmities interwove among the various factions. Even a mere exchange of glances could ignite a bloody conflict. The entire city was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, poised on the brink of chaos. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the thronging masses through a luminous screen, his brow furrowing at the sight of the pandemonium that threatened to erupt. This place is still too small. It cannot accommodate their antics, he mused, shaking his head in disdain. Now, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, his perspective had naturally elevated. To him, It was beneath the dignity of these distinguished guests, representatives of the highest martial prowess across the 3,000 realms, to be jostling together like merchants in a bustling market. It tarnished the grandeur of his origin treasure pavilion. He resolved to relocate them to a more spacious venue. With a thought, he addressed the system. System, upgrade this pavilion. Make it as grand as possible. His newfound wealth and confidence were palpable. The potential profit of 1 billion points bestowed upon him a sense of purchasing the entire world. Ding. Host privileges elevated. Sufficient points detected. Would you like to expend 5 million auction points to activate the world evolution feature of the treasure pavilion? 5 million? Just 5 million? Zhang Mo was taken aback, then waved his hand decisively. Activate it. It must be done. Command received. World evolution feature activated. In the next moment, the origin treasure pavilion, floating above the Tianxiong mountain, retained its external form, still the ancient, majestic, and mysterious edifice shrouded in chaotic energy. Yet within its confines, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded in that fleeting moment, one so profound that it could upend the very fabric of understanding across the boundless realms of Hongming. It transcended the essence of a mere loft, evolving into a magnificent, self-sustaining microcosm, replete with comprehensive laws and vast expanses, through an incomprehensible, almost divine force. At this juncture, outside the loft, a quasi-emperor known as Xianxia ancestor, hailing from an ancient and neutral lineage, approached the Crimson Gate with utmost caution, accompanied by several promising disciples whom he held in high esteem. Though he was a bona fide quasi-emperor, his reverence for the loft had reached its zenith ever since learning of the tragic fate that befell the emperor of the Shao clan from the Nine Heavens celestial domain. Mark my words, descendants, the Xianxia ancestor conveyed solemnly to his disciples, upon entering, stow away your arrogance. Do not gaze where you should not, nor inquire where it is inappropriate. Should anyone dare to stir trouble here, I shall personally rectify the situation, without the need for the loft's master to intervene. Understood, ancestor? The once haughty prodigies nodded obediently, resembling quails in their demeanor. At last, they arrived before the grand entrance. The ancient crimson door, which seemed to have existed since time immemorial, opened slowly and silently before them. Taking a deep breath to quell his anxiety, Xianxia ancestor adjusted his robe and stepped forward first. However, the instant he crossed the threshold, the caution and pride etched upon his face solidified into a state of sheer astonishment and disbelief. The spectacle before him rendered the heart of this quasi-emperor, who had weathered countless storms over several hundred millennia, to quiver with unprecedented intensity. There was no opulent hall, nor tables laden with divine artifacts. Beneath his feet lay a pristine expanse, woven from an endless sea of clouds, where each step felt akin to treading upon the softest cotton. As a pure essence of celestial energy surged through his being, invigorating him to his core. Above him, an infinite and resplendent galaxy unfolded, where billions of stars glimmered and revolved, each radiating the profound resonance of primordial truths. Merely casting a glance at them bestowed upon him a subtle, yet significant enhancement in his comprehension of the Tao. Surrounding him were ethereal mountains, shrouded in chaotic mist and bathed in celestial radiance, their majestic structures resembling islands scattered across the sea of clouds. Each mountain exuded a unique essence of the Tao, some emanating piercing sword chi, others radiating the luminous aura of Buddhism, while some bore the ominous presence of demonic energy, each tailored for the exclusive patronage of various sections. Is this? Xianxia ancestor gasped, his voice trembling as the tranquility of his quasi-emperor heart was swept away by a tidal wave of awe. A world has been forged here. No, this is no ordinary microcosm. The laws and the Tao rhythm here are astonishingly more complete and superior than those in our 3,000 realms. He inhaled sharply, feeling a chill surge from his spine to his mind. The creation of worlds is within the grasp of a Saint King. Yet, to establish a world with such complete laws and such exalted Tao rhythm, one that can even evoke both comfort and pressure in quasi-emperors, is an extraordinary feat. This is a power that likely belongs only to true immortals. In that moment, the last shred of disdain in his heart was utterly transformed into profound, soul-stirring reverence. Following this, the sovereign of the eternal celestial dynasty, the Phoenix Lord of the Myriad Beasts' Holy Court, along with giants from various sacred lands and forbidden zones, ascended into the pavilion. Without exception, Whether they were the tyrannical figures of the demonic path or the compassionate monks of the Buddhist sect, upon witnessing this miraculous scene, their expressions crystallized into a collective state of shock and awe. All their tempers and arrogance were crushed in that instant. They all resembled the most humble of pilgrims, cautiously following an unseen guidance towards their own hovering celestial mountains. The entire auction venue, despite gathering the strongest from myriad realms, was eerily silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. In the auction hall, the independent little world conjured effortlessly by Zhang Mo was now filled to capacity. Each hovering sacred mountain, shrouded in celestial mist, served as exclusive boxes for the most powerful factions. The sword-cutting sect from the eastern wilderness occupied a mountain that pierced the sky with sword energy, resembling a divine sword drawn from its sheath. The monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple in the western desert settled upon a golden lotus platform radiating with Buddhist light and resonating with sacred sounds. Meanwhile, colossal entities like the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the Myriad Beast Holy Court monopolized an area composed of dozens of celestial mountains, with palaces stretching endlessly and auspicious beasts galloping, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. Beneath these hovering celestial mountains lay a white jade plaza, supported by an endless sea of clouds, densely populated by powerhouses from the 3,000 realms. The great sage warriors could only be considered the backbone here, barely managing to secure seats in the front rows. A greater number of saints, revered ones, and even a few fortunate younger kings who managed to obtain entry tickets could only stand at the edges of the plaza, lacking even the right to sit. Yet, no one dared to voice any complaints. For them, merely entering this place and witnessing this unprecedented gathering was a tremendous opportunity. At the very front of the plaza, Yao Shi and the quasi-emperor Xianxia of the heavenly mechanism were respectfully guided by the maid Xianxia to an exquisite location adjacent to the auction stage. This celestial mountain was so rich in spiritual energy that it almost became tangible, with each breath seeming to inhale the essence of heaven and earth. Is it the Yao family and the people from the heavenly mechanism sacred ground? How do they deserve to sit in that position? Countless envious and jealous gazes converged upon them in an instant, especially those esteemed individuals who regard themselves as equal to none, the divine sons and daughters, are filled with indignation. Is it not merely a matter of clinging to the thigh of the pavilion master? What is so remarkable about that? The solar sun, Yang Hao, snorted coldly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. How bitterly envious. Not far away, on another mountain shrouded in demonic energy, the underworld sect's heir licked his lips and mockingly taunted. If you possess the ability, why not embrace one yourself? I fear the pavilion master would deem you nothing more than a three-legged crow. Underworld heir, you seek death. Yang Hao is rega eruptet. The flames of the solar god bursting forth. Afraid of you. In the depths of the underworld heir's eyes, chaotic energy surged, equally filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. Just as the two stood ready to clash, poised to strike, a wave of cold, indifferent, yet undeniably authoritative will descended from the towering auction platform, instantly enveloping the entire realm. Any further commotion will be annihilated. This single proclamation, resonating with the weight of divine authority, rendered all sound null. Yang Hao and the underworld heir felt their very souls ensnared by an invisible hand, their fierce battle intent crushed to dust in an instant. Both turned pale, stifling a groan as blood trickled from their lips, no longer daring to show any defiance. The entire auction hall fell into an absolute silence. All gazes fixated upon the auction platform, obscured by an endless radiance, rendering its true form indiscernible. They understood that the principal was about to make an appearance. As the light and shadows converged upon the platform, a figure materialized, woven from countless arcane runes, its exact visage obscured, yet emanating a terrifying aura that could make even those on the cusp of divinity tremble. He did not exude any oppressive force, yet merely standing there. He became the sole focal point of this world, with myriad laws revolving around him in submission. It was Zhang Mo, utilizing the system's capabilities to fabricate this radiant persona. Welcome, everyone, Zhang Mo's avatar spoke, its voice calm yet authoritative, resonating clearly throughout every corner of this microcosm. The rules of this auction have undergone slight modifications. All bids will only be accepted in the form of tangible treasures, divine techniques, and unparalleled artifacts. You may deposit your valuables into the monument of all paths. and I shall personally evaluate their worth, converting them into equivalent points for bidding. As his words concluded, the ground at the center of the white jade plaza began to rise. A colossal stele, crafted from an unknown white jade and towering to great heights, adorned with an array of arcane runes, ascended from the earth. The aura emitted by this stele was ancient and vast, reminiscent of the cosmos' origin, the ultimate destination of all paths. What a remarkable feat, to forge a monument capable of assessing the value of all things. This transcended the capabilities of imperial artifacts. Could it be a celestial tool? All the ancient beings present recognized the extraordinary nature of this stele, deepening their reverence for the pavilion master yet further. Zhang Mo was thoroughly pleased with the effect. It was precisely the awe-inspiring spectacle he desired. Without further ado, his shadowy avatar waved his hand, signaling for the first item to be presented. The attendant, Xianxia, gracefully stepped forward, cradling a jade basin crafted from the primordial divine jade, and ascended the high platform with measured elegance. She gently placed the basin down and unveiled the red silk, woven from starlight, that covered it. Within lay a sapling, barely a foot tall, entirely verdant, as if sculpted from the finest emerald, resting quietly in the basin. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, each leaf seemed to embody a vast expanse of starry skies, with flowing rhythms and self-contained laws. A refreshing, natural aroma, almost ethereal in its essence, wafted through the auction hall, as if capable of cleansing the soul and instantly transporting one into a state of unity with the cosmos. The moment this fragrance permeated the air, every cultivator, regardless of their level of mastery, felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. The long-standing cultivation bottlenecks and the esoteric complexities of their techniques began to unravel in that instant. What was this? A solitary figure, a rogue cultivator who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had seen much in his time, abruptly rose from his secluded box on the celestial mountain, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. It was the legendary Tao Understanding tea tree, said to take root in the primordial chaos, blooming once every 300,000 years and bearing fruit at the same interval, coveted even by supreme emperors who longed to sit beneath its branches and discuss profound truths. Boom! Like a divine thunderclap from the chaos, the revelation struck the minds of all the powerful beings present. The entire auction hall erupted in astonishment. What? It was indeed the fabled Tao Understanding tea tree. My heavens! It was rumored that in a previous epoch, an emperor had waged an apocalyptic war over a single Tao Understanding tea tree. Such a divine entity truly exists. Though merely a sapling, its value was incalculable. Successfully cultivating it would equate to possessing a mobile sanctuary capable of nurturing top-tier powerhouses continuously, enough to establish an immortal empire that could overshadow the ages. Madness. Utter madness. The master of the auction had presented such a formidable artifact right from the outset, leaving no room for us to breathe. In this moment, everyone was driven to frenzy. Whether they were saintly kings or those self-proclaimed as serene like still waters, their breaths became labored, and their eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of life, ignited with an unprecedented fervor, determined to seize it. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar observed the frenzied expressions below, his voice remaining calm. Yet it felt as if a cauldron of boiling oil had been poured into the hearts of all present. The first item for auction, a sapling of the Tao Understanding tea tree. Starting bid, 200,000 points. Chapter 44, Open Provocation. When the figure of 200,000 points escaped Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar's lips, the entire auction hall momentarily descended into a profound silence. This figure loomed like an invisible mountain, instantly crushing the nascent greed ignited in the hearts of 99% of the cultivators present. 2 million points, what does this signify? Previously, at the celestial auction, a quasi-imperial weapon fetched no more than this price. Now, merely the starting bid for this seedling has reached such a staggering number. This implies that from the very outset, this contest has been utterly beyond the reach of those they deem as saints and elders. This is a battlefield belonging solely to the titans of the quasi-imperial realm. After a brief silence, a collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. If the starting bid is equivalent to that of a quasi-imperial weapon, how can one even participate? It's terrifying. The treasures we brought along are likely unworthy even to be considered for bidding in the eyes of the pavilion master. On the Bayou Square, Countless powerful figures wore bitter smiles as they comprehended that their presence today was perhaps merely to spectate and broaden their horizons. However, for those truly standing atop the pyramid of power, this price, though exorbitant, was not beyond acceptance. The Enlightenment Tea Tree, a miraculous entity existing only in myth, holds a value that transcends any divine weapon. To acquire it, any price is worth paying. 2,500,000. The first to speak was a prince from the eternal celestial dynasty, adorned in a robe of 9 dragons and crowned with a celestial diadem, exuding an imposing aura as he boldly placed his bid. Though youthful, he was flanked by several enigmatic elders, clearly representing the collective will of the eternal celestial dynasty. A mere child from the eternal celestial dynasty. How audacious you are! An ancient and domineering voice resonated from another blazing celestial mountain. A massive 3-legged golden crow, ablaze with the true fire of the sun, slowly materialized, its golden eyes casting a cold glare at the prince of the eternal celestial dynasty. To think that a paltry 2,500,000 could tempt one to covet such a chaotic divine artifact? My golden crow divine dynasty offers 3 million. Boom! As the ancestral figure of the golden crow divine dynasty completed his declaration, he effortlessly retrieved a star core, ablaze with a brilliant flame, from his realm and hurled it towards the colossal monument of the 10,000 paths in the center of the square. The star core struck the stone tablet without a sound, instantaneously dissolving and being absorbed by the flowing Tao patterns on its surface. Almost immediately, the luminous point representing the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty surged to 3 million points. This maneuver was executed with a clean decisiveness, exuding an air of financial might and dominance. Impulsive as ever, you old Golden Crow, a chilling voice emerged from a mountain shrouded in boundless demonic energy as a shadowy figure, indistinguishable in countenance, slowly rose. The moon-worshipping demon sect bids 350,000. Immediately thereafter, an ancient tome inscribed with the wails of countless vengeful spirits and a pallid bone staff, crafted from the spine of a sage, were hurled towards the Tao steel in rapid succession. The prices began to soar uncontrollably. The esteemed sacred grounds, the immortal divine dynasty, and the reclusive families, all the top-tier forces capable of shaking the very foundations of the 3,000 realms, were now consumed by frenzy. Legendary materials, celestial metals, divine artifacts, and fragments of ancient scriptures, items that had long existed solely in myth, were cast forth as if they held no value, transforming into cold and glaring numerical scores upon the monument. The multitude of cultivators in the White Jade Plaza were rendered numb with shock at this spectacle. They felt their worldview being continuously refreshed, shattered, and reassembled. Each of those treasures, tossed aside as mere currency, could have been considered a prized heirloom within their respective sects or families, capable of enduring for millennia. Yet here, they were merely commodities. Soon, prices escalated to a suffocating height. 5 million. A hoarse yet resolutely determined voice emerged from a solitary, unmarked celestial mountain box. The speaker was a long-established, reclusive quasi-emperor who had remained silent for nearly 100,000 years. This price momentarily stilled the atmosphere. Even the eternal celestial dynasty and the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty fell into a brief silence. 5 million points equated to nearly 2.5 quasi-emperor weapons, a sum that even their immortal lineage felt a pang of pain over. Just as the crowd believed that the prices would stabilize, a laughter, filled with malevolence and boundless arrogance, erupted unexpectedly from a celestial mountain box shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy. Ha ha ha! A gaggle of hypocritical pretenders, fighting over such paltry possessions. Such divine trees rightfully belong to my demonic path. Accompanying this brazen declaration, a young man clad in a blood-red imperial robe, with an oddly handsome yet sinister visage and a demonic mark etched upon his brow, slowly emerged from the box. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze brimming with unabashed disdain and scorn. 7 million. He audaciously raised the price to a figure that left everyone breathless. An uproar ensued. Who is this? What audacity! Where did he acquire such points? However, the actions of this young man of the demonic path soon turned all skepticism into profound terror. With a sinister grin, he waved his hand. Moreover, I happened to eliminate an unwitting old fool on my way here. How many points do you think his head could fetch? Before the words had even left his lips, a severed head, still dripping blood, with eyes wide open and an expression of endless resentment and unwillingness, was casually tossed towards the center of the plaza, landing before the Dao stele as if it were mere refuse. Upon that head, there emanated a genuine aura of sovereign power, a challenge laid bare before all the righteous forces present. The moment the countenance of that head was discerned, the prince of the eternal celestial dynasty, the goddess of the primordial sacred land, and all the heirs of the righteous sex were seized by a profound change of countenance. Their fury ignited. It was none other than the holy King Li of the heavenly river sacred land, the demon lord. How dare you wield such venomous intent? The ghostly nether demon sect. The master of the ghostly nether demon sect has arrived. In an instant, countless murderous gazes fixated upon the blood-robed youth. The atmosphere of the auction hall shifted abruptly from fervent bidding to an icy tension teeming with imminent violence. Faced with the wrath and murderous intent of countless souls, nearly palpable in its intensity, the demon lord from the primordial demon sect displayed no hint of trepidation. On the contrary, his smile became increasingly sinister and audacious. He flicked his tongue to moisten his lips, his crimson eyes glimmering with mockery and provocation as they swept over the indignant champions of the righteous path below. What? Are you dissatisfied? His voice, though not loud, carried an unusual charm, resonating clearly in every ear. Inferior skills warrant a fitting demise. You, so-called pillars of righteousness, are but sheltered blossoms, pleasing to the eye yet ineffective. I can slay you as easily as one would butcher swine or hounds. The prince of the eternal celestial dynasty trembled with rage, his 9 golden dragons roaring furiously, almost ready to charge forth and rend the demon lord to shreds. Demon, cease your arrogance. This is the Origin Treasure Pavilion, a place where your ilk has no right to run rampant. An elder scholar from the Howard Academy, radiating an aura of righteousness, bellowed with indignation. Yet, the primordial demon lord merely scoffed, raising his hands in feigned innocence as he gazed toward the enigmatic figure shrouded in radiant light upon the high platform. Master, I have not acted violently here. I merely brought a trophy to exchange for points. Surely, this does not contravene your regulations? His words struck the hearts of all righteous cultivators like a venomous dart. Indeed, he had not committed violence within the pavilion. That head was a trophy obtained from his actions outside. Now, he merely sought to transact this item steeped in blood and humiliation as merchandise. All eyes turned to the high platform, eager to witness how this inscrutable master, who had woven countless legends, would address this precarious matter capable of igniting an all-out war between the righteous and the demonic. Would he uphold the so-called principles of righteousness and punish this arrogant demon lord? Or would he, upon the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadow clone remained as indifferent and elevated as ever, as if the world's conflicts could not stir a single ripple within his heart. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the head of the Saint King, suspended above the myriad pathways of the primordial return monument, a visage steeped in resentment. Then, a voice devoid of any emotional inflection, yet imbued with an air of authority, resonated slowly. The head of the Saint King, still containing remnants of profound principles, emanated a potent aura of grievance, suitable for the crafting of magical treasures or cursed artifacts. The estimated value, 2.5 million points. Bids are valid. The current highest bid from the primordial demon sect stands at 7 million points. Is there anyone willing to match this price? Boom! The few words from the master reverberated through the assembly, leaving every individual present in a state of profound shock, their souls chilled to the core. There was no favoritism, no reprimand, not even the slightest flicker of emotional disturbance. In his eyes, the head of the Saint King, symbolizing the dignity of the righteous path, held no more significance than a piece of celestial iron or millennia-old sacred herb. He merely regarded value, as long as something possessed worth, be it sacred or malevolent. In his realm, it could serve as a bargaining chip. This absolute, frigid neutrality that transcended all notions of good and evil was the most terrifying aspect. It instilled a deep-seated chill within all righteous cultivators. Moreover, the primordial demon lord, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into a raucous, world-shaking laughter. Ha ha! Did you hear that? A bunch of fools. In the presence of the great master, your so-called justice is utterly worthless. His delight reached its zenith as he felt he had completely unraveled the master's principles of conduct. The prince of the eternal celestial dynasty turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white from the strain. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. 8 million. He nearly forced the number through gritted teeth, his voice quivering with rage. The Eternal Celestial Dynasty is willing to exchange a genuine page from the Eternal Emperor's scripture. As his words fell, a venerable ancestor behind him, bearing the weight of the moment, retrieved an ancient page shimmering with golden divine light, seemingly embodying the fortunes of a bygone era. The genuine scripture. Gasps of astonishment erupted once more. This was no mere fragment. It was the authentic manuscript penned by the founding emperor, containing the most complete principles of imperial law. Each page was the very foundation of an immortal emperor's dominion. In their quest to reclaim their dignity and suppress the brazen arrogance of the demonic path, the Eternal Celestial Dynasty was truly making a substantial sacrifice. However, the primordial demon lord, upon gazing at the page of the scripture, merely curled his lip in disdain. "Ha ha, just a scrap of worthless paper. You dare to contend with me?" He laughed maniacally, a knowing expression illuminating his face. "While my points may not rival the wealth of your Eternal Celestial Dynasty, I have a shocking proposal. I possess a secret. I am willing to trade the coordinates of a hidden realm for that Tao Enlightenment tea tree, a pathway to a long-lost ancient era, where a being on the verge of attaining the title of immortal sovereign harbors the secret coordinates of his fallen sacred ground. Yet," he added with a sinister smile, "that place is fraught with peril. It is said that even true emperors might enter, only to never return." The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. If the true scripture of the imperial texts merely astonished the crowd, then the mere mention of the fallen sacred ground of the semi-immortal sovereign stirred a tempestuous wave among all the semi-emperors present, as well as the hidden will of emperors lurking in the void. The term semi-mortal sovereign signifies an existence that transcends emperors and towers above true immortals, a terrifying being standing at the pinnacle of an era. Should any fragment from his fallen sacred ground be released, be it a handful of soil or a mere brick, it would incite madness across the vast expanse of the primordial realms. The value of this information seems to far exceed that of the sapling of the Enlightenment tea tree itself. All eyes once again converged upon the high platform, eager to discern how the master would adjudicate this matter. To auction off such an ethereal yet invaluable piece of information had already shattered the previously established rules. Would this master, who commands the law with his words, make an exception? Chapter 46, Private Acquisition. All gazes were fixated on the figure illuminated by radiant light upon the high platform. This posed a dilemma. Should the master forsake his recently established rules for this astonishing secret, the authority he had built upon the foundation of his words would undoubtedly be compromised. Conversely, if he adhered to the rules and rejected the proposal, it would mean relinquishing a potential secret of immeasurable worth. This was more than just an auction. The primordial demon lord wore a confident and sinister smile, believing that no one could resist the allure of the words fallen sacred ground of the semi-immortal sovereign. However, Zhang Mo's response once again surpassed everyone's expectations. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the self-satisfied expression of the primordial demon lord on the luminous screen, a playful smirk gracing his lips. How intriguing, attempting to use information to ensnare my forces. He found amusement in the thought. Immediately, he utilized points to instruct the system to locate the approximate position of the semi-immortal sovereign's sacred ground. Subsequently, he reached out with his thoughts to connect with the celestial mechanism semi-emperor. Xianxia, ascertain for me the truth behind this so-called semi-immortal sovereign's sacred ground. As you command, master. In the distant celestial mechanism sanctum, having just stabilized his semi-emperor realm and becoming accustomed to his newfound power, Xianxia's expression turned grave upon receiving Zhang Mo's directive. He dared not delay for an instant, swiftly summoning his innate imperial artifact, the celestial mechanism disk. The celestial mechanism manifested, tracing the threads of causality. He spat forth a mouthful of semi-emperor blood onto the disk, and in an instant, the compass erupted with billions of divine radiances, its needle beginning to spin at an unfathomable speed, unraveling the ancient causality long sealed within the lost era. In less than 3 breaths of time, Xianxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning as pale as paper in an instant. His eyes were filled with boundless terror. "I report to my master." He trembled, conveying the results of his divination into Zhang Mo's mind. Indeed, that place exists. However, the causality there is overwhelmingly vast, and the murderous intent is exceedingly heavy. With the current cultivation of an almost emperor-level being, merely peering into a corner nearly caused his foundation to collapse. There lies an ominous energy, corrupted by darkness, terrifying to an extreme. For an emperor to enter, it would be a perilous endeavor, fraught with danger. Oh, at such a perilous level? Upon hearing the report, Zhang Mo not only felt no trepidation, but rather his eyes glimmered with greater intensity. The more dangerous it is, the more treasures it likely holds. How intriguing, Zhang Mo chuckled. On the high platform, his luminous shadow clone, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. That indifferent yet majestic voice resonated throughout the entire auction hall once more. The information indeed bears value. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Taichu Demon Lord's face broadened. However, Zhang Mo's next statement abruptly froze the smile upon his countenance. Yet, the rules of the auction cannot be altered. Bids must be made with points recognized by me. What? Taichu Demon Lord was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. The master actually refused? He was willing to forego the astonishing secret of an almost immortal king's domain for the sake of so-called rules? How could this be possible? Just as he was struck with shock, a wave of embarrassment and confusion washed over him. Zhang Mo's playful voice resounded again. However, this familiar twist made Taichu Demon Lord's heart leap. Although this pavilion does not accept information for bidding, the treasure pavilion can privately acquire your secret. After the auction concludes, come to me. As long as your points are sufficient, this pavilion has everything. At these words, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Such a method could be employed? Bidding inside the auction is one thing, but transactions outside are another. This is astonishingly flexible. Everyone was bewildered by the master's unconventional approach. Taichu Demon Lord was momentarily stunned, but soon a wave of ecstasy surged within him. He understood. The master was not rejecting, but rather upholding the authority of his rules in a different manner. At the same time, he provided himself with an avenue of retreat. After the auction, perhaps another opportunity awaits. The master is truly wise. Taichu Demon Lord immediately grasped the implication, respectfully bowing towards the high platform, lowering his posture significantly. I wonder what price the master is willing to offer, he inquired tentatively. Zhang Mo's luminous shadow clone slowly extended a finger made of light. 10 million points. 10 million? Taichu Demon Lord felt as though he had been struck by a colossal pie, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of nearly fainting. He initially believed that this secret could fetch him 3 to 5 million points, which he considered a tremendous achievement. However, he was taken aback when a master announced a staggering 10 million. This figure far surpassed the intrinsic value of the Enlightenment tea tree sapling itself. Ha ha ha. Thank you, esteemed master. Thank you, esteemed master. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he became incoherent, without hesitation, reverently tossing the jade slip containing the coordinates towards the monument of 10,000 paths returning to origin. The jade slip merged with the stone tablet, and in an instant, following the luminous point representing the primordial demon sect, the string of points began to wildly fluctuate, ultimately settling at a terrifying total of 17 million. The entire auction house was plunged into an eerie silence due to this figure. 17 million. What an immense fortune. Even the eternal celestial dynasty, an immortal empire, would find it challenging to gather such resources in a short span without incurring significant losses. Everyone regarded the primordial demon lord with a gaze akin to that of a monster. They understood that the contest for the Enlightenment tea tree was now devoid of suspense. From the high platform, Zhang Mo's voice once again shattered the silence. Currently, the highest bid is 8 million points from the eternal celestial dynasty. His shadowy projection cast its gaze upon the ethereal mountain shrouded in demonic energy. Fellow disciples of the primordial demon sect, will you counter the bid with additional points? This seemingly rhetorical question was laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the primordial demon lord erupted into a triumphant laugh, surveying the room with unabashed arrogance and dominance. Reveling in the envious, jealous, yet helpless gazes directed at him. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed with the poise of a victor, I bid 1 million. He believed this price was sufficient to quell the entire assembly, with the chaotic divine object now firmly within his grasp. However, just as he was basking in the moment, preparing to accept the adulation of the crowd, a cool, unembellished, yet undeniably resolute female voice emanated from the nearby mountain box. which had remained silent until now. 1,100,000. Whoosh! The gaze of every individual in the room, including that of the imperious primordial demon lord, was suddenly drawn as if by an invisible hand, converging upon the ethereal mountain. The smile on the primordial demon lord's face froze completely. His eyes brimmed with shock, confusion, and a flicker of offended, chilling menace. He glared at the mountain, his voice icy as he interrogated. A mere girl? Where did you acquire such an abundance of points? Chapter 47, Alliance. As Yaoxi's clear and resolute voice resonated, the once boisterous auction house fell into an uncanny silence. 1,100,000 points. This figure struck like a hammer, landing heavily upon the hearts of all present. All eyes converged upon the unassuming floating celestial mountain, shrouded in ethereal mist. The onlookers were eager to discern the identity of the audacious individual who dared to announce such an exorbitant bid following the affluent Tai Chu demon lord. When they realized that it was the young girl from the fallen Yao family, who had only recently acquired the supreme bone, astonishment and incredulity were etched across every face. It was she, the girl from the Yao family? Had she lost her mind? Where could she possibly have obtained 1,100,000 points? Even if her entire family were sold, they could scarcely amass such a sum. Could it be that she, like the Tai Chu demon lord, possessed some earth-shattering secret? Countless speculations and murmurs arose within the crowd. Meanwhile, the Tai Chu demon lord, who had just moments ago exuded confidence and arrogance, now wore a countenance darkened by rage. He felt insulted, as though he'd been soundly slapped in front of all the formidable beings of the Hongmeng universe by what he perceived as an insignificant insect. You insolent girl, are you mocking me? His tone was frigid, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the celestial mountain where Yaoxi resided. You dare to bid, but can you provide something of equal worth? In the face of this overwhelming malice that could make even saints tremble, the celestial mountain merely quivered, revealing a delicate shield composed of chaotic energy that effortlessly dissipated the lethal intent into nothingness. Within the private chamber, Yaoxi remained remarkably composed. Her exquisite visage bore no trace of panic, as if the murderous aura aimed at her was merely a gentle breeze. She lifted her gaze, her clear eyes meeting the Tai Chu demon lord's bloodshot orbs filled with wrath and cruelty. Then she spoke slowly, her voice, though still chilling, carried an extraordinary power that commanded universal faith. Let's not forget to whom this treasure pavilion belongs. Boom! This simple statement resonated like the thunder of a primordial god, echoing explosively in the minds of all present. The implications within her words were monumental. The fury and murderous intent on the Tai Chu demon lord's face froze instantaneously, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment and understanding. He suddenly comprehended why this girl from the Yao family dared to bid after him, and why there was no trace of fear or trepidation upon her countenance. Her confidence did not stem from herself, nor from her dilapidated family. Rather, it emanated from the enigmatic pavilion master above. This 1,100,000 points did not belong to her. It was a gift bestowed upon her by the pavilion master. At this moment, in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the expression of the primordial demon lord, one of utter dismay, displayed upon the luminous screen, alongside the astonished countenances of the gathered crowd. A smirk crept onto his lips, a quintessentially sinister smile. Indeed, he was the architect of this spectacle. Just moments ago, he had employed the newly unlocked destiny investment feature of the system, extracting the dividends accrued by Yaoxi due to her recent fusion with the Supreme Bone and the consequent surge in her fortune. He transformed this into a staggering 15 million points, seamlessly integrating it into Yaoxi's account under the guise of an investment. This was precisely the effect he desired. He intended to publicly demonstrate to the entirety of the Hongmeng realms a singular truth. Align yourself with Zhang Mo, and you shall reap the rewards. Those who follow shall prosper. Those who oppose, while not necessarily doomed, will undoubtedly face misfortune. This was more than merely an auction. He aimed to showcase the extraordinary support bestowed upon those who became his investment subjects. He envisioned those with great potential, yet still hesitant, clamoring and beseeching to cling to his coattails. It dawned upon him. The primordial demon lord, now despondent, slumped back onto his throne. Previously, he had reveled in his perceived advantage, believing he had exchanged a secret for 10 million points, thus securing an immense bargain. However, it had become painfully clear that he was merely a pawn in the hands of the master. The Master's willingness to part with 10 million points for his secret was not out of regard for the so-called quasi-immortal realm, but rather to bolster his points. Elevating the price, only to have Xianxia, a favored ally, cast him down from his lofty perch. He had become the stepping stone for the Master to elevate his confidence and showcase his favor. Realizing this, a wave of nausea washed over the primordial demon lord, nearly causing him to spew forth blood and rage. He cast a venomous glare towards the celestial mountain where Xianxia resided, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring the entire peak. Yet, he dared not act further. He understood that any further disrespect would not result in mere expulsion, but far graver consequences. Instead, he could only swallow his resentment, bitter as it was. Yet, a thought flickered in his mind. The Master had summoned him after the auction to discuss matters. Perhaps he could directly align himself with the Master, realizing that to associate with him was a remarkable opportunity. 1,100,000 going once. 1,100,000 going twice. Upon the elevated platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy doppelganger intoned, his voice as cold and unyielding as a death decree, echoing in the ears of the primordial demon lord. Ultimately, amidst the profound silence of the assembly, 1,100,000 going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to young friend Xianxia, who has successfully acquired this sapling of the Enlightenment Tea Tree. With Zhang Mo's definitive proclamation, the chaotic divine object, laden with the hopes of countless souls, transformed into a vibrant stream of green light, gracefully descending into Xiaoxi's hands, cradling the sapling that emanated a refreshing aura of Tao. Her heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. There was neither ecstasy from acquiring a divine artifact, nor dread from offending the primordial demon lord. In her heart, only boundless gratitude and admiration for the unseen Master remained. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out from the Celestial Mountain's box and, addressing all the powerful figures present, declared with clarity, "This Tao Enlightenment Tea Tree is not solely mine, Xiaoxia. In the name of the Origin Treasure Pavilion and its followers, I shall transplant this tree to the east wilderness sacred land of heavenly mechanisms, where it will be personally guarded by the esteemed Emperor of heavenly mechanisms. From this day forth, my Yao family and the sacred land of heavenly mechanisms shall officially forge an eternal alliance, serving the Master together. Henceforth, all who wish to ally with us and follow the Master's path shall have the opportunity to gather beneath the Tao Enlightenment Tea Tree to meditate and discuss the Tao. In pursuit of longevity." Her words resonated powerfully, instantly stirring a tempest within the auction hall. Countless smaller factions and solitary cultivators, who struggled without support, erupted with fervent enthusiasm. Xiaoxi's actions undeniably announced to the entirety of the 3,000 realms a novel superpower alliance, centered around the Origin Treasure Pavilion and surpassing all sacred lands and celestial dynasties, was on the rise. The threshold for joining this alliance was simply to follow the Master. Zhang Mo, observing the scene from backstage, smiled even more broadly. Indeed, this Xiaoxia is not only gifted but also astute, a promising leader. He had struck gold, reaping immense profits while effortlessly nurturing a representative force of his own. It was an unqualified triumph. With the appetizer concluded, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar clapped, redirecting everyone's attention. Now, let us present the second item for auction. The attendant, Xiaoxia, ascended the platform once more. This time, however, her tray bore a rusted, cracked object that appeared akin to a piece of discarded scrap metal. The second item for auction, the imperial weapon, the chaotic bell. Zhang Mo's voice held a subtly teasing tone. Starting bid, 5 million points. As the rusted bell, which bore an uncanny resemblance to mere scrap, was presented by Xiaoxia, an eerie silence enveloped the auction hall. Within the white jade plaza, countless cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. What is this? A piece of broken iron? Surely I misheard. Did the Master say this is an imperial weapon? The chaotic bell? What a jest! How could an imperial weapon appear in such a state? If thrown onto the street, even a scrap collector would likely ignore it. And yet, the starting bid is 5 million points? That exceeds the initial bid for the Tao Enlightenment Tea Tree seedling. Has the Master made an error? Whispers of speculation surged, as most believe the Master must be jesting, given the dismal appearance of the bell. It is utterly dull and devoid of luster, its surface marred by verdant copper rust and spiderweb-like fissures, exuding not even the faintest ripple of magical energy. resembling a piece of mundane iron completely stripped of its divine essence by the passage of time, even within the luxurious lounges of the highest echelons. The prince of the eternal celestial dynasty and the scion of the sun god cult, gazing upon this battered relic, furrowed their brows, their eyes brimming with perplexity. With their extensive knowledge, they could discern no extraordinary traits in this clock fragment. Could this truly be an imperial artifact? The demon lord in the chamber of the primordial demon sect, who had just suffered a significant setback, was enveloped in confusion. To him, it appeared to be a counterfeit imperial artifact, hastily discarded by the sect master in a clearance sale. Yet, amidst this air of skepticism and bewilderment, within the celestial mountain lounge obscured by boundless chaotic energy, representing the most ancient doctrines and forbidden realms, several profound wills, which had remained dormant like a bottomless abyss, erupted into a tumultuous storm upon sighting the clock fragment. It is the chaotic bell, a voice ancient and decayed, as if emanating from the depths of the nine hells, resonated in the deepest recesses of the eternal celestial dynasty's exclusive celestial mountain enclave, filled with uncontrollable excitement and trembling. Impossible. This cannot be. Was it not shattered by that supreme being during the cataclysmic battle at the end of the celestial ancient era? Completely obliterated in the annals of time, in another location shrouded by endless deathly energy, resembling a moving graveyard atop the celestial mountain, an even older will, seemingly fused with death itself, stirred into awakening. Its essence was unmistakable, that unparalleled Tao rhythm capable of suppressing eternity and distorting time and space. Though now diminished to the utmost degree, was undeniably the chaotic bell. Legends proclaim this bell to be the ultimate treasure of that supreme being who traversed time. Known as the Emperor of the Tao of Transformation, from the preceding great epic, its might has long transcended the realm of imperial artifacts, attaining an inconceivable semi-divine artifact status. It still exists. These ancient beings, who have lived for countless millennia and witnessed the rise and fall of numerous eras, their minds as solid as rock, were utterly taken aback at this moment. Their breaths turned exceedingly rapid. Their thoughts collided chaotically in the void, exchanging the shock that resonated within their hearts. The Tao Enlightenment Tea Tree, though precious, holds little significance for those who have already ascended to the threshold of imperial status, or even higher realms. While it may offer some benefit, it cannot elevate them to the status of an emperor or grant them immortality. But the chaotic bell, this legendary supreme treasure, imbued with the primordial mysteries of the Tao of time, possesses an allure that is utterly irresistible. At their level of existence, power is no longer the sole pursuit. They yearn instead to glimpse the very end of time, to touch the eternal mysteries, to attain true immortality. And this fragment of the chaotic bell is a key that can unlock the door to the Tao of time. In this moment, all notions of sacred dignity and the weight of ancestral traditions were cast aside. Their gazes were fixated solely on that rusted piece of scrap metal. The determination was resolute, unyielding, and at any cost. Upon the elevated platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy projection absorbed the exchanges of these ancient wills, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He understood that the real prize had taken the bait. The auction, from this point onward, was poised to reach its true zenith. The earlier contests among the elite were but child's play in the presence of these ageless beings who had traversed countless epochs. The starting bid was set at 5 million points. Now, let the bidding commence. Zhang Mo's calm voice resonated once more. Chapter 49, The Source of the Emperors. The atmosphere remained enveloped in silence. The bewildered cultivators were still grappling with confusion, while the knowledgeable ancient beings frantically calculated their wealth and assessed one another's strengths. None wished to be the first to speak, revealing their hidden cards. Time passed, second by second, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. And even the attendant on the platform, Xianxia, began to suspect the treasure would go unsold. A chilling, decayed voice, reminiscent of a realm steeped in death and blood, shattered the oppressive silence. 20 million. There was no hesitation, no testing of the waters. The bid surged directly, quadrupling the price. Boom! The entire auction hall erupted. Countless cultivators stared in shock at the foreboding mountain representing the abyss of the buried emperor, their eyes wide with incomprehension. 20 million. This was equivalent to the value of nearly 10 quasi-emperor weapons. Surely, this world had gone mad. Then came the uproar, a cacophony akin to a tsunami. Had the ancient beings of the abyss of the buried emperor lost their minds? 20 million points. This could purchase several top-tier sacred lands. Was it truly just for that piece of scrap metal? Could it be that the bell held a significance beyond their understanding? On the white jade plaza, countless cultivators' minds were in disarray. They could not fathom why an ordinary-looking piece of junk could elicit such a staggering price from a forbidden place like the abyss of the buried emperor. Within the boxes of the top-tier factions, the prince of the eternal celestial dynasty and the son of the sun god sect wore expressions of newfound gravity, their previous confusion dissipating. They may not have known what the bell was, but they were certain that whatever could provoke such a reaction from the ancient beings of the abyss of the buried emperor held a value far beyond their wildest imaginings. Ancestor, what on earth is that? The prince of the eternal celestial dynasty respectfully inquired, sending a sound transmission to a quasi-emperor elder behind him, whose aura was as profound as the ocean. After a prolonged silence, the venerable ancestor of the Zhuan emperor finally spoke, his tone laced with a bittersweet reluctance. That is a force we cannot afford to provoke. With but a single utterance, the proud prince felt any lingering desire for contention extinguished within him. The abyss of the buried emperor was a forbidden realm, one that even the founding emperor of their eternal celestial dynasty had warned future generations to avoid at all costs. The malevolent entities of the abyss of the buried emperor certainly extended their reach far and wide, daring even to covet the treasures of time itself. Just as the crowd was rendered speechless by the astronomical figure of 20 million, deep within the ancestral hall, guarded by 9 colossal dragon veins, an ancient will that had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years finally made its presence known. Its voice was both majestic and domineering, imbued with an undeniable imperial aura. I, the eternal celestial dynasty, offered 25 million. Boom! Another staggering figure that caused hearts to stop. Everyone was rendered numb, feeling as if they were mere rustic bumpkins who had stumbled into a celestial casino where every chip represented an unattainable fortune beyond their wildest dreams. Meanwhile, the denizens of the eternal celestial dynasty wore expressions of astonishment. They had believed their ancient progenitor to be long departed, only to discover he still lingered in this world. Ah, the eternal old-timer of the eternal celestial dynasty, you have not yet perished completely? The chilling voice of the abyss of the buried emperor echoed once more, brimming with derision. With your meager resources, sustained only by the fortune of your nation, do you dare to contend with me? Enough of your prattle. 30 million. The voice of the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty was frigid as he raised the bid. 31 million. The abyss of the buried emperor would not yield an inch. The true titans began their grand contest. The terrifying wills clashed violently in the void. Though no tangible attacks erupted, the invisible pressure warped the very space of the auction arena. On the white jade plaza, countless cultivators of lesser cultivation trembled under this oppressive force, their souls seeming on the verge of being torn apart, their faces drained of color and drenched in sweat. Even those at the level of St. Kings felt waves of anxiety wash over them. They understood that this was no mere bidding war. It was a clash between colossal entities that spanned numerous epochs, a war concerning the dignity of their doctrines. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo gazed at the soaring numbers displayed on the light screen, his hands trembling with excitement. Let them clash. No, raise the stakes. Keep escalating. His heart screamed fervently. Yet he maintained an outward demeanor of calm. He no longer cared what this clock was. All he knew was that this artifact was immensely valuable. Just as the eternal celestial dynasty and the abyss of the buried emperor were locked in fierce contention, with the price soaring to the terrifying figure of 35 million. Both sides began to show signs of fatigue. Suddenly, a more ancient and transcendent terror, seemingly unbound by this realm and untouched by the dust of causality, descended without warning. It did not emanate from any celestial mountain sanctuary. Rather, it appeared to originate from the primordial chaos, the very source of existence, directly manifesting upon the auction platform. Before this overwhelming will, the tyrannical might of the eternal celestial dynasty's ancient ancestors and the chilling presence of the abyssal emperor were rendered insignificant, akin to fireflies before the full moon. Instantly subdued in his silence, the entire auction hall fell into an absolute stillness. The will of every being, be they quasi-emperors or great emperors, seemed frozen in that moment. This was far from a mere display of imperial strength. It was likely the manifestation of an ancient being who had transcended into their second or third life. For nothing else could dominate an emperor. Then a grand, indifferent voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated deep within the souls of all living beings. This bell is fated to be mine. Just 6 words, yet imbued with an undeniable, celestial decree, as if it declared that fate, once acknowledged, is irrevocable. Soon after, the voice echoed again. 30 million. This bid was 5 million less than the highest price contended by the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the Abyssal Emperor. Just as everyone, including the 2 from the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the Abyssal Emperor, assumed this enigmatic entity was attempting to impose a sale and felt a flicker of indignation. The voice languidly added, "Furthermore, I shall pay with the source of the Emperor's essence. Any surplus shall be a gift to the esteemed master." In the moment that those words fell, a sphere of light, the size of a fist, yet seemingly containing the entirety of a universe's life and death, radiated with a resplendent 7-colored brilliance, emitting a terrifying aura that made all things cry out in despair, materialized above the platform. It was neither an illusion nor an energy form. It was in fact the true essence of an emperor, condensed from their life's path, all cultivation, and the quintessence of their being after their demise, the most complete source of imperial power. Boom! At the instant the sphere was revealed, all quasi-emperors present, including the ever-loyal Tianji Quanzizi, who had stood alongside Yaoshi, captivated by the master's might, felt their eyes redden instantly. Breathing ceased entirely. Hearts seemed to be crushed and exploded by an invisible hand. The essence of an emperor. What was this substance? It was an unparalleled treasure. One that granted any quasi-emperor over a 20% chance to breach the heavens, defy fate, and ascend to become another emperor. It was the ultimate foundation that any immortal lineage would wage a cataclysmic war to possess. Its worth could not be measured by any points or divine artifacts, for it represented an emperor in its entirety. And now, this unfathomable and fearsome existence had so nonchalantly offered it as payment for an imperial artifact. What extravagant generosity! What formidable depth of essence! In that fleeting moment, the ancient beings of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the abyss of the buried emperor fell into profound silence. All their resentment and fury dissipated before the presence of this imperial essence, transforming into a deep sense of helplessness and bitterness. They dared not contest, nor could they hope to win, to compete with a forbidden existence capable of casually presenting imperial essence as mere change. They had not yet exhausted their lives. Upon a high platform, Zhang Mo's luminous avatar, its visage composed of arcane runes, betrayed no emotion. Yet in the backstage lounge, the real Zhang Mo was overwhelmed with a joy that defied expression. By the heavens, imperial essence. This treasure was undoubtedly an exceedingly rare find. As he gazed at the dazzling valuation of the luminous orb on the system interface, the staggering figure of 40 million points left him awestruck. Calm down. It's merely an emperor's essence. He cannot perceive my true realm. One must maintain an air of superiority, embodying the demeanor of a true master. Zhang Mo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his elation, and controlled his luminous avatar to speak in an utterly indifferent tone. Imperial essence, valued at 40 million points. Deal. As his words resonated, the rusted chaotic bell vanished from the high platform in an instant. The imperial essence, capable of inciting madness across the realms, was casually pocketed by Zhang Mo's luminous avatar, the motion as nonchalant as picking up a pebble from the roadside. No one dared to pry into the whereabouts of the chaotic bell, nor speculate on the nature of that mysterious will. They could only acknowledge that today, they bore witness once more to the fierce contest of great powers. Chapter 50. Is there immortality in this world? The emergence of the imperial essence was akin to a nuclear bomb cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves that would not subside within the auction realm. Everyone's minds remained entranced by the cataclysmic shock they had just experienced. A being capable of effortlessly producing imperial essence, as change possessed a terrifying depth and strength that transcended their wildest imaginations. Yet the leader, in the face of such a divine object, remained as serene as a gentle breeze, as if it were not the culmination of an emperor's life essence, but merely an inconsequential stone. The transaction between these two forbidden existences made all the titans present acutely aware of their own insignificance. Alas! Within the ancestral hall of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty, the awakened ancient ancestor let out a long sigh, his voice imbued with endless desolation and melancholy. The times have indeed changed. These so-called ancient beings, are but frogs at the bottom of a well when confronted with these true titans of eternity. The being from the abyss of the buried emperor also fell into a prolonged silence, uttering not a single word henceforth. They understood that from the moment the chaotic bell emerged, this auction was no longer within their control. Upon the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar did not afford the spectators much time to savor the awe and shock. He merely waited calmly for a moment, and after the great emperor's essence had completely vanished into his sleeve, he waved his hand once more. Next item. This simple phrase forcibly pulled everyone's attention back from the earlier astonishment. Is there more? After the Tao Enlightenment tea tree and the chaotic bell, another item was to be auctioned. A sense of absurdity surged within them, as they felt the standards of this auction had ascended to a level they could scarcely comprehend. The maid, Xianxia, gracefully ascended the platform once again. This time, she presented a jade box intricately carved from the divine phoenix wood. As the box opened, there were no dazzling divine lights nor profound Tao rhythms. Instead, a single droplet of blood hovered at the center of the jade box, engulfed in 7-colored divine flames, as if a celestial phoenix was soaring and crying within it. The moment that drop of blood appeared, a supreme and noble aura, imbued with the essence of immortality and the truth of rebirth, instantly permeated the air. All the formidable beings of the demon clan present, whether they were the saint-level demon kings or the phoenix lord in the box of the 10,000 demon holy court, felt their bloodlines boiling uncontrollably, trembling in reverence. It was a homage and awe that stemmed from the very depths of their ancestry. Celestial phoenix blood, within the box of the 10,000 demon holy court. The phoenix lord's cool voice trembled uncontrollably for the first time. She abruptly stood from her throne behind the beaded curtain, her beautiful eyes fixated on that drop of blood, filled with boundless fervor and longing. A celestial phoenix. This was no ordinary phoenix, but the progenitor of the phoenix clan. It stood alongside the true dragons and Xianxia of the ancient celestial era, reigning supreme across myriad realms. And this was a drop of her essence blood. Contained within it was the purest bloodline of the celestial king and the most complete laws of the celestial path. For any demon, this drop of blood was the most exalted sacred object. Should it be refined, it would not only allow the bloodline to return to its ancestral roots and grant unparalleled divine abilities, but also offer a chance to glimpse that legendary realm of the true celestial. The starting bid was 4 million points. Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar announced a price that still daunted many. Yet this time, no one felt astonished. With the chaotic bell having appeared, the emergence of a drop of celestial phoenix blood seemed almost acceptable. 10 million. Without hesitation, the Phoenix Lord proclaimed a figure that far surpassed the starting price. Behind her, the ancient ancestor of the 10,000 demon holy court waved his hand, conjuring an enormous illusory treasury, constructed from countless divine metals and treasures, radiating brilliant light, which he directly hurled toward the monument of returning to one. For the sake of this primordial essence, the myriad demons of the sacred court have emerged in full force. Although the phoenix essence is a sacred relic of the demon race, the inherent notion of rebirth within it proves exceedingly beneficial for our cultivation. 1,100,000. The elder from the Golden Crow divine dynasty spoke once more, his voice imbued with an indomitable resolve. Amapa, this object is fated to be with our Buddha. Our 10,000 Buddha temple is willing to offer 12 million. Within the opulent chamber of the Western Desert's 10,000 Buddha temple, a golden statue of an ancient Buddha began to speak, its voice resonating as if 3,000 Buddhas were simultaneously chanting in meditation. Thus commenced a frenzied contest over the phoenix essence once more. Ultimately, this supreme relic capable of elevating the demon race was successfully acquired by the Phoenix Lord for an astonishing price of 18 million credits. The moment that droplet of essence flew into her grasp, an earth-shattering cry of the phoenix erupted throughout the mountainous realm of the sacred court, reverberating across the entire auction hall. Following this, Zhang Mo presented several terrifying divine artifacts, each capable of inciting apocalyptic battles among emperors in the outside world. Among them was the fragment of the Imperial Array Compendium, a culmination of a certain emperor of Array's lifelong endeavors, which, when complete, could establish the grand celestial formation, refining the stars of the heavens. There was also a fragment containing the forbidden technique of the Sword Emperor's heaven-slashing sword art. Moreover, there existed a half-complete version of the supreme ancient scripture, reincarnation heavenly art, rumored to lead directly to the celestial realm. Each item unveiled triggered a series of heart-stopping, frenzied bids, inciting a bloodbath of competition among countless participants. The atmosphere within the auction hall reached a fever pitch, as innumerable sacred places and celestial dynasties emptied their accumulated wealth spanning millions, even tens of millions of years, in pursuit of their coveted treasures. The numbers representing various factions on the Monument of Return surged wildly, only to be reset in a frenzy. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo gazed at his system panel, where his points balance had skyrocketed to a level that numbed even him, a look of indifference etched on his face. Alas, earning money can sometimes be so simple yet monotonous. He sighed, feeling his interest in these cold figures waning. Now, he yearned for something far more exhilarating. On the high platform, his shadow clone, after witnessing yet another fragment of an imperial weapon being claimed at the cost of a family's fortune, finally applauded. The warm-up exercises had concluded. The entire hall fell into a sudden silence. Every breath was suspended in that moment. Warm-up exercises? Those imperial scriptures, imperial weapons, and the phoenix essence were merely a prelude. Everyone's minds buzzed, feeling their understanding being forcefully ground into the ground once more. So, what then could the true main course possibly be? A complete celestial artifact? Or perhaps that ethereal, elusive method of becoming an immortal? All eyes were fixated on the elevated platform, brimming with anticipation, tension, and a fervor that suggested they were about to witness history. Zhang Mo's shadowy doppelganger seemed to revel in the sensation of such overwhelming attention. Instead of immediately revealing the next item for auction, he spoke slowly, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. Before I unveil the next treasure, I wish to pose a question to you all. Do you yearn to become immortal? Are there indeed immortals in this world? Boom! This seemingly simple inquiry struck like a chaotic divine thunderbolt, reverberating through the minds of all the formidable beings present, particularly for those quasi-emperors and the ancient monarchs lurking in the shadows. Their hearts felt as though they might leap from their chests at that very moment. Immortality. This was the pursuit of their lifetimes, the ultimate dream they had strived for through countless years, exhausting their very essence without ever grasping it. Now, this enigmatic master had casually questioned whether they desired it. Yes, it was unclear who was the first to snap back from the profound shock, but a voice, hoarse and primal, erupted from the depths of the soul. Yes, we dream of it. The response, akin to a roaring tsunami, resonated throughout the entire auction hall. In that instant, all notions of identity, status, and lineage faded into oblivion. Their eyes now reflected only the most primitive and pure yearning for longevity and transcendence. Excellent. Nutted Zhang Mo's shadowy doppelganger, satisfied. Now, for the third to last item, an alternative method to attain immortality. As the words left his lips, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. Boom! 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 Numerous terrifying wills, which had long concealed themselves in the deepest void, no longer restrained themselves. The overwhelming auras of ancient emperors, capable of collapsing the heavens and causing the 3,000 realms to tremble beneath them, erupted from the once silent celestial chambers. The entire auction hall began to tremble violently under the onslaught of these imperial presences, as if it were on the verge of collapse. All the hidden emperors revealed themselves at that moment. Observing this scene, Zhang Mo contemplated deeply. Had the world concealed so many emperors, with the path to immortality severed? By what means had they continued to survive? Chapter 51, The Contest. As the phrase alternative method to attain immortality escaped Zhang Mo's lips, the auction world he had meticulously crafted seemed to be frozen in time. Time, space, light, and all laws fell into an absolute stillness. Immediately following was an earth-shattering eruption. Boom! 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 The terrifying wills that had long remained hidden in the depths of the void could no longer be contained. Deep within the ancestral hall of the eternal celestial dynasty, the ancient ancestor who had slumbered for countless millennia suddenly rose from the dragon vein, his colossal imperial form stepping forth to descend upon the summit of the celestial mountain that housed the eternal celestial dynasty. Upon the ink-black celestial mountain of the buried Emperor Abyss, boundless deathly energy surged skyward as a skeletal emperor, composed entirely of immortal imperial bones, and with two ethereal blue soul flames flickering in its eye sockets, slowly rose from the throne of the abyss. On the blazing celestial mountain of the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty, the immense three-legged Golden Crow, as massive as a mountain, felt its true solar flames erupt, surging 1,000-fold, nearly incinerating the entire world. The moon-worshipping demon sect, the Howard Academy, the 10,000 Buddha Temple, each a bastion of profound and immeasurable immortal traditions passed down through countless eons, saw their ancient founding masters and venerable emperors, long thought to have faded into the annals of history, awaken simultaneously. Their auras, whether tyrannical, chilling, sacred, or imposing, all reached a terrifying magnitude that compelled myriad paths to bow in submission beneath their might. These emperors were the true paragons of the Tao, having dominated an era and remained invincible across the realms. Numerous, even dozens of these once hidden, aloof emperors now unmasked their true selves in a display of madness. Their true forms descended. The overwhelming auras of these emperors, capable of collapsing the ancient heavens and causing tremors across the 3,000 realms, erupted in unison. The entire auction world, born from the treasure pavilion, began to tremble violently under the frenzied assault of these imperial presences. The starry river above swayed, and the sea of clouds beneath roiled. Floating celestial mountains emitted sorrowful cries, unable to bear the oppressive weight. Upon the white jade plaza, those saints and revered ones of lesser cultivation struggled to breathe, collapsing to their knees in labored gasps. Even the saint kings and quasi-emperors turned pale, pinned to their seats. Unable to move, their eyes filled with boundless horror and trepidation. They felt as though they were but a fragile boat amidst a tempest, poised to be shredded by the frenzied waves stirred up by these numerous emperors. Madness. Utter madness. Oh heavens! So many emperors. When has our 3,000 realms seen such a gathering of sovereigns? Are they all ancient monstrosities that crawled forth from the forbidden zones of life? At this moment, the quasi-emperor Xianxia felt his scalp tingle. With all his might, he summoned his quasi-emperor laws to barely shield Xianxia beside him and the celestial mountain beneath their feet, gazing at the towering imperial figures. As if they could burst this world asunder, his heart churned like a tempest. He understood that these great emperors were mostly compelled to seal themselves within the divine source due to the impending end of their lifespans and the depletion of their vitality, barely clinging to existence in the depths of their respective forbidden territories. They were a collection of madmen willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of survival. Now, the alternative path to immortality proposed by Zhang Mo acted as an exquisitely enticing bait, drawing forth these famished sharks that had slumbered for countless millennia. Immortality. This is my final chance. A figure, entirely covered in crimson fur, exuding an aura of decay as if it had crawled from the grave, let out a hoarse and frenzied roar. Who dares contest this method with me? I shall drag you down into oblivion alongside me. Amitabha. Upon the celestial mountain of the 10,000 Buddha Temple, an ancient Buddha, adorned with a golden wheel of merit hovering above its head, slowly opened its compassionate eyes. Yet, at this moment, within those eyes that were meant to guide all sentient beings, burned a greed and desire more fervent than that of the demonic path. This method must belong to the Buddhist sect to sustain our eternal fortune. Nonsense. You bald monks dare to speak of immortality? This method is one that only my demon race is qualified to possess. Deep within the ancestral land of the myriad demon holy court, a colossal Kuanpung, its wings seemingly bearing the weight of countless stars, let out a cry that resonated throughout the universe. Threats, warnings, a blatant display of murderous intent. In this moment, all notions of sect, dignity, and rules were cast aside. The once dominant emperors, who had reigned supreme over an era, completely discarded their facades under the temptation of immortality, revealing their most primal, savage, and frenzied selves. Their imperial might clashed and intertwined in the void, sparking cataclysmic flames capable of obliterating everything. The entire auction hall had transformed into a powder keg, teetering on the brink of explosion. A cataclysmic battle of emperors, involving over 100 participants, capable of rebooting the entirety of the 3,000 realms, seemed poised to erupt in the next heartbeat. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the chaotic scene unfolding on the luminous screen, reminiscent of an apocalyptic spectacle. Instead of displaying any sign of tension, a smug smile graced his face, reveling in the unfolding drama. "Ah, look at this. Now, this is a grand spectacle," He lounged casually, crossing his legs, even taking a sip from the tea on the table. These old fellows must be on the edge, huh? For the sake of survival, they truly care for nothing. He chuckled inwardly at the absurdity. This was precisely the effect he desired. He aimed to drive everyone into madness. Only amidst the most extreme chaos could he, the orchestrator, reap the maximum benefits, devouring all in his path. However, he cast a glance at the auction hall, which was already showing signs of fissures, as if it might collapse at any moment, and he couldn't help but smirk. These venerable individuals possess considerable strength, nearly demolishing my venue. With a thought, he commanded the system to invest additional points to reinforce this place, to a level impervious even to true immortals. Command received. Commencing enhancement of the auction venue with forbidden level loss. As the system's notification resonated, the shadowy avatar, which had remained silent, seemingly incensed by the overwhelming imperial might, finally took action. Gently, it lifted a finger composed of radiant light and casually drew a circle in the collapsing sky. With a hum, a circle of invisible, yet seemingly imbued with the universe's highest truths, golden ripples emanated from its fingertip. Everyone, remain calm. If you cannot, this lord does not mind assisting you in finding tranquility. Chapter 52, The Terrifying Emperor. The circle of golden ripples, appearing delicate, harbored an unparalleled power, transcending all laws of this realm. It silently spread, instantly enveloping the entire precarious auction world. The space, which had been violently distorted by the clash of dozens of imperial auras, miraculously smoothed out under the sweep of these ripples. The once crumbling, floating celestial mountains regained stability beneath the ripples, even more indomitable than before, their flowing celestial light and Tao rhythm becoming more substantial. The turbulent sea of clouds below ceased its turmoil, and the starry river above steadied. Even the oppressive imperial aura, capable of suffocating quasi-emperors, was forcibly subdued by a grander, more transcendent power, rendering it as docile as a lamb. In the span of a mere heartbeat, the entire world was yanked back from the brink of calamity, now more stable and real than ever. This astonishing scene left the ancient emperors, who had just been frantically unleashing their imperial might in confrontation, utterly astonished. The frenzy and greed etched on their faces froze instantaneously. A chill, far more terrifying than the collision of their imperial auras, surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. What manner of power is this? The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty trembled as he spoke. He could distinctly feel his imperial Tao laws, capable of collapsing an entire star domain, rendered feeble before the golden ripples, akin to a child's toy, effortlessly manipulated and subdued. He merely drew a circle and suppressed the auras of dozens of emperors. The skeletal emperor from the abyss of the buried kings felt the flames of soul within his eye sockets flickering wildly, revealing his master's astonishment and dread. This is not the power of an emperor, nor even that of a true immortal. A mysterious emperor, shrouded in the chaotic essence of the most ancient realm of life, murmured in a dreamlike whisper. This was creation, the ultimate manifestation of words wielding power, the very force of Genesis that governs the origins of heaven and earth. Had the Lord already attained the status of an immortal king? The phrase immortal king struck the hearts of all emperors like four supreme hammers, imbued with the ultimate mysteries of the universe. When they gazed once more at the figure on the high platform, still enveloped in radiant light, their expressions transformed entirely. No longer did they regard this being as a peer of unfathomable strength or a junior possessing astonishing secrets. Instead, they beheld him with the purest and most primal reverence, akin to mortals gazing upon divinity. They finally comprehended. Throughout their existence, they had never been regarded with any seriousness. Their so-called madness and imperial might were, in the eyes of this being, merely an insipid farce. Thud. It was uncertain who first succumbed to the immense pressure emanating from the depths of their soul. The decayed, corpse emperor, who had previously boasted of dragging any challenger into oblivion, suddenly softened, uncontrollably descending to his knees in the direction of the high platform. His kneeling served as a signal. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, those who had once dominated an era, towering over the ages and revered by countless beings, found themselves, like harvested wheat, collapsing in droves before the high platform. Their faces bore the marks of shame, trepidation, and a sense of survival from calamity. They felt fortunate that this great existence seemed unfazed by their earlier impropriety. Otherwise, what awaited them would not be mere suppression, but annihilation, They collectively implored the Lord, acknowledging their recklessness and pleading for his mercy. The entire auction house fell into an absolute silence once more. Yet this time, the atmosphere was not charged with tension, but rather infused with a profound, bone-deep submission to the supreme existence. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed with satisfaction the breathtaking sight of dozens of emperors kneeling in unison on the luminous screen, snapping his fingers in approval. Now, this is more like it. If only they had been obedient from the start, we could have avoided this. They truly compel me to act. He leisurely sipped his tea, reveling in the feeling of controlling everything and dictating the fates of countless lives. On the high platform, his shadowy avatar appeared wholly disinterested in the spectacle of emperors kneeling below. With a hint of impatience in his voice, he stated, "Now that calm has been restored, let the bidding resume. The auction for the alternative path to immortality shall commence." Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar deliberately paused, savoring the palpable tension among the dozens of emperors below. Their breaths momentarily held in anxiety. Then, he slowly announced an unexpectedly audacious bidding method. There would be no starting bid. The worth of this item transcended any tangible treasure. To acquire it, one must present what they deem most valuable. This could be a complete volume of forbidden ancient scriptures, a long-lost relic of a bygone era, or even secrets pertaining to the truth of this world. Furthermore, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar, his voice laced with a devilish allure, added that it could even be everything about oneself, such as eternal loyalty to oneself and the lineage behind them. Boom! This declaration sent shockwaves through the hearts of all the emperors. The master sought not treasures but individuals, seeking to consolidate the most elite forces from across the vast cosmos through this auction. What was his true intention? An assault on the celestial domain? Countless speculations raced through the minds of these shrewd emperors. Yet soon, all conjectures were overshadowed by fervent, frenzied thought: ascend to immortality. If immortality could be attained, who would balk at pledging eternal loyalty or even becoming mere beasts of burden? In the face of eternal life, what are dignity and freedom worth? I shall go first. The decayed corpse emperor was the first to rise, his murky eyes ablaze with a morbid fervor. I am willing to offer all I have acquired in my lifetime. The forbidden legacy of the previous epoch, the corpse refinement emperor technique. This method can transform oneself into an immortal emperor's corpse, defying the heavens. Yet it is indeed a path to the immortal realm. However, it is exceedingly difficult. With a grand gesture, a tome stitched from human skin, exuding an endless aura of death and foreboding ancient scriptures, materialized before him. Additionally, I vow to establish a grand oath, pledging that under my command, the entire ancient corpse mountain forbidden zone shall eternally revere the master as their sovereign, obeying all commands. His bid was undeniably substantial, an alternative path to immortality, coupled with a lifetime of loyalty from a realm of death. However, as soon as his words fell, the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty let out a cold snort. "You dare present such heretical methods?" He continued. "The eternal celestial dynasty is willing to offer our national treasure, the heart of eternity. This artifact was forged from the heart of a true dragon, slain by our founding emperor in the celestial realm ages ago, imbued with a fragment of the dragon's essence. It can stabilize the fortunes of our dynasty, enduring through the ages. Furthermore, the eternal celestial dynasty is prepared to forge an everlasting alliance with the Origin Treasure Pavilion, ensuring mutual prosperity and resource sharing for generations to come." Zhang Mo smiled disdainfully, contemplating the absurdity of allying with someone who could not distinguish themselves among a multitude of emperors. One by one, the emperors began to frenzy, casting their stakes into the fray. The offerings they presented grew increasingly formidable and outrageous. There were remnants of celestial artifact from a bygone era, records of taboo divine arts at the true immortal level, and complete coordinates of a lost world. Astonishingly, some even volunteered to sacrifice themselves, pledging eternal servitude to the master as Tao slaves. This auction had morphed into a mad, all-or-nothing bloodbath. Chapter 53, Assassination. The bidding had reached a fever pitch. Those dozens of supreme emperors, who once dominated an epoch and gazed down upon the ages, now resembled frenzied shoppers at a market, their eyes ablaze as they shouted hoarsely, fervently tossing in their bids. Each item they presented could incite cataclysmic battles across the realms. "I offer the spring of the Nine Netherdark Spring. It is the essence of my netherworld immortal land, capable of cleansing the soul and remolding the Tao foundation. What is a spring worth? I present the Kirin horn, passed down through 3 epochs from my clan. It is the primordial treasure left by our ancestor, a quasi-immortal level Kirin. I am willing to offer the unparalleled legacy of my sect, the art of mending the heavens. This technique can rectify the deficiencies of the great Tao and restore the fractured essence of the world. Each extraordinary item, existing only in the most ancient of myths, was offered without a hint of hesitation. The entire auction hall was illuminated as if it were day by the resplendent divine light and vast Tao rhythms radiating from these treasures. On the white jade plaza, those of lower cultivation were rendered numb by the spectacle akin to divine beings clashing. They felt as though they had stumbled into a scene from the myth of creation, with every moment and utterance striking violently at their fragile worldviews. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo gazed at the list of absurdly valuable treasures automatically assessed by the system, nearly drooling. Wow, these old fellows are truly wealthy. This world once thrived in the ways of the immortals, leaving them with quite a trove. Kirin horns? The art of mending the heavens? Aren't these treasures only protagonists in novels could stumble upon? How come they each possess one? He couldn't help but mentally critique while feeling a pang of regret. With so many magnificent items, he could select only one. It was truly a pity. Isn't there an option to take them all? Zhang Mo couldn't resist inquiring. Host authority insufficient. The system's cold response shattered his delightful reverie. TCH, how boring. Once I earn enough points, I'll be able to acquire whatever I desire. Zhang Mo pouted, resigning himself to continue his role as the judge. As time progressed, the majority of the great emperors had exhausted their resources, gradually withdrawing from the frenzied competition. Ultimately, only 3 contenders remained on the stage. The first was the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty. He was backed by an immortal imperial lineage that had been passed down for countless millennia, with a depth of heritage far beyond ordinary imagination. The bid he offered had accumulated to a complete imperial artifact, along with half a century of fortune for the celestial dynasty, a display of extravagant ambition. The second contender was the skeletal emperor from the abyss of the buried emperors. Although he was a solitary figure, as an ancient being who had barely survived from the previous epoch, the various forbidden techniques and secrets of the lost era in his possession held a value that even surpassed the lifeless artifacts of the eternal celestial dynasty. The third contender, however, was unexpected at all. He hailed not from any known sacred land or celestial dynasty, nor from any realm of life. He had remained silent in a remote, inconspicuous corner, never uttering a word. Enveloped in a shroud of gray mist, even the divine consciousness of the emperors could not penetrate it, rendering his true appearance a mystery. One could only faintly sense that his aura was older and more desolate than any other present, as if he were not a living being, but a fragment of history on the verge of being erased. At the moment when the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and the skeletal emperor were fiercely contesting for victory, nearly ready to overturn the table, this enigmatic, gray-robed emperor finally spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse and dry, as though he had not spoken for countless epochs. I have nothing to offer you, esteemed lord. His words left everyone in stunned silence. The ancient ancestor and the skeletal emperor cast him scornful glances. Nothing to offer? Then why are you here? Yet, the subsequent words of the gray-robed emperor froze the scorn upon their faces. I can kill anyone for you, esteemed lord. Kill someone? All the emperors found it somewhat amusing. Who among them could not annihilate a galaxy with a mere thought? What value did killing one person hold? Whom shall I kill? On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar seemed intrigued, asking for the first time. The gray-robed emperor slowly raised his head, his eyes concealed within the mist appearing to penetrate endless time and space, gazing towards the lofty, ethereal realm of the 9 heavens. His voice remained raspy, yet carried a chilling aura capable of freezing the ages. The 9 heavens, the Xiao family, the current head of the family, Xiao Zhantian. Boom! When the name Xiao Zhantian escaped the lips of the gray-robed emperor, the entire auction hall, filled with all factions, changed countenance dramatically. Even the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and the skeletal emperor of the burial abyss exhibited a flicker of profound apprehension in their eyes. This was no ordinary emperor. He was the most extraordinarily gifted and fiercely dominant emperor of the current generation of the Xiao clan. Having attained enlightenment merely a mere 100,000 years ago, he stood at the zenith of his vigor, his combat prowess ranking among the top 3 of all emperors in the entire Nine Heavens celestial domain. More crucially, he was backed by the colossal strength of the Shao clan, a lineage that had endured through numerous epochs and even enjoyed the protection of true immortals. To eliminate him would equate to declaring war on the entire Shao clan, an ancient imperial family with a legacy spanning several eras. The repercussions of such an act were immense, daunting enough that even the eternal celestial dynasty and the burial abyss were reluctant to bear the consequences. Moreover, one would need to seek clandestine coordinates to traverse to the celestial domain, which was notoriously insular. Being discovered by those true immortals would result in immediate annihilation. "Madman, you lunatic!" exclaimed the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty, his voice tinged with astonished fury. "Is it worth it to offend an ancient imperial clan in its prime for an elusive path to immortality? Are you not afraid of being obliterated by the taboos of the celestial way?" The skeletal emperor let out a chilling laugh. "Ha ha ha, the last sovereign. You remain as reckless as ever. But on what grounds do you believe you can slay Shao Zhantian?" With that, the gray-robed emperor offered no further explanation. He slowly raised his right hand, revealing a wisp of faint, almost extinguishable gray flame flickering in his palm. This flame appeared devoid of temperature and power. However, upon seeing that flicker of gray fire, the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and the skeletal emperor were suddenly jolted, their imperial forms quaking. In their eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of time, an emotion known as fear surfaced. That was the celestial annihilation flame. According to legend, eons ago, the supreme being known as the Celestial Annihilation King wielded this forbidden fire to incinerate myriad paths and bring epochs to an end. You have actually obtained a fragment of its essence." They screamed in disbelief, their voices laden with shock. They understood that despite its seemingly feeble nature, the flame contained the ultimate annihilative power capable of incinerating an emperor's very essence, instilling dread even among celestial beings. If this flicker of flame were to touch them, even someone as formidable as Shao Zhantian would undoubtedly face certain doom. In that moment, realization dawned upon them. This enigmatic gray-robed emperor was not merely boasting. He genuinely possessed the capability and resolve to assassinate an emperor in his prime. To exchange the life of a contemporary top-tier emperor for a chance at ascension to immortality was an exorbitant bargain. The weight of this proposition was staggering. So much so that both the eternal celestial dynasty and the burial abyss felt a suffocating sense of dread. They recoiled. In the backstage, Zhang Mo gazed at the flickering gray flame on the luminous screen, a sight that sent a shiver down his spine, accompanied by the lengthy valuation provided by the system. His eyes instantly brightened. Assassinating the emperor? This piqued his interest, especially since that old figure from the celestial realm had a past grievance with him. He relished such dog-eat-dog spectacles. Why not indulge in the gossip? As for the so-called corpse refinement to ascend technique and the eternal heart, though they boasted high values, they paled in comparison to his ambitions. It was settled. Zhang Mo made a swift decision within his heart. He yearned to witness a grand performance, one he would orchestrate himself, a breathtaking drama of an emperor assassinating another emperor. He was determined to step into the celestial realm eventually, and now was an opportune moment to probe its depths. He pondered why, during the ancient celestial era, ascension granted access to the celestial realm, which held far more opportunities for enlightenment. And yet now, such a reclusive stance had emerged, even erasing those who sought to enter the realm. Chapter 54, The Origin of Tao Seeds. As the gray extinguishing celestial flame quietly flickered in the palm of the gray-robed emperor, the entire auction house was enveloped in a stifling silence. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty fell into quietude. The skeleton emperor of the burial abyss, too, remained silent. They observed the seemingly feeble yet potent forbidden flame that harbored the power to end an era, and in that moment, all their ambitions dissolved into a profound sense of helplessness and trepidation. They comprehended their defeat, not in terms of wealth, but in their madness. To wager the life of a contemporary supreme emperor was an act of insanity they could not fathom. All eyes converged upon the elevated platform. They were eager to discern how this mysterious master would respond to such an outrageous price. Would he opt for a more prudent choice to avoid the overwhelming consequences of assassinating an emperor? Or would he, on the platform, Zhang Mo's shadow avatar, After a moment of silence, finally spoke in a tone that was both indifferent and authoritative. However, it was merely one word. Simple and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Boom! This word resonated like a final verdict, shattering the last vestiges of hope within the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and the skeleton emperor. It sent a chill, born from the depths of their souls, through all present emperors. They finally grasped the truth. This master was utterly unconcerned with causality or complications. His actions were guided solely by whim. What he sought was not the most valuable possession, but the most intriguing spectacle. An assassination of a contemporary emperor, such a breathtaking drama capable of upending the entire structure of the nine-heaven celestial realm, undoubtedly suited his palate. Gratitude to the master for facilitating this. Upon hearing those words, the ever-composed gray-robe emperor exhibited a flicker of uncontainable excitement in his typically hoarse voice for the first time. He slowly bowed to the high platform. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo calmly remarked, "After the auction concludes, fulfill your promise. I shall await your return in the divine city of all phenomena." As the transactions reached completion on the high platform, the alternative method of transcendence, which bore the hopes of countless emperors seeking immortality, finally unveiled its enigmatic veil. It was neither scripture, nor elixir, nor any kind of artifact. Rather, it was a seed of the Tao, wholly enveloped in a chaotic luminescence, within which the 3,000 paths were in a constant cycle of birth and obliteration, emanating the most primordial and ancient essence. Origin Tao Seed, incomplete. This seed contains a fragment of the primordial source from the inception of myriad worlds, capable of completing a cultivator's own path, enabling them to reach the limits permissible by this realm's laws. With a 30% chance, it may facilitate an unconventional path to enlightenment, achieving a pseudo-immortal form, allowing one to ascend and attain the fruit of immortality amidst the mortal realm. At the moment the Tao seed emerged, every emperor's breath grew incredibly labored. They could distinctly sense that within this seed lay the key to their most fervently desired ascension to a higher realm. Though it was merely a pseudo-immortal state and offered only a 30% likelihood, for these ancient beings who had long since found themselves at a dead end, merely surviving in the forbidden zones, this represented an immense glimmer of hope. "Go," commanded Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar, flicking his fingers. The origin Tao seed transformed into a streak of flowing light, disregarding the distance of space, and instantaneously merged into the forehead of the gray-robe emperor. Buzz! The emperor's imperial body trembled violently. The gray mist that had continually enveloped him, one that even the mightiest of divine thoughts could not penetrate, surged violently at that moment. A terrifying aura, more dreadful and desolate than ever before, as if it sought to pull the entire epic into an eternal oblivion, erupted from within him with a thunderous roar. He let out a silent roar towards the heavens. The entire auction venue trembled violently under the impact of this formidable aura. Was he attempting to refine the Tao seed on the spot and break through to the pseudo-immortal realm? After all, there was no safer place than the treasure pavilion. All the emperors gazed in astonishment at this scene. However, the terrifying aura came swiftly and dissipated just as rapidly. The gray-robe emperor soon reigned in all his energy, and the mist surrounding him returned to a tranquil state. He once again bowed deeply to the high platform, his voice filled with boundless gratitude and determination. "The pavilion master's great kindness I can never repay. Within 3 months, amidst the 9 heavens, imperial blood shall surely flow." With that, his figure vanished as if he had never been there, quietly disappearing from the spot. He departed, bearing the hope of immortality and the promise of vengeance against the emperors. The entire auction hall fell into a prolonged silence. All the emperors remained immersed in the profound shock that had just transpired. They understood that from this moment forth, the very fabric of the vast cosmos was destined to undergo a radical transformation. A storm of assassination, ignited by the Origin Treasure Pavilion, targeting the ancient imperial clans of the 9 heavens celestial domain, was poised to commence, and they would bear witness to this grand spectacle. Cough, cough. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar cleared its throat, drawing everyone's attention back once more. Well then, a trivial farce has come to an end. Next, we present the penultimate item of this auction. A trivial farce? Upon hearing those words, the corners of the emperor's mouths twitched involuntarily. The emergence of Emperor Linshan and the impending war of emperors is merely a trifling farce in your eyes? A sense of bitterness and helplessness filled their hearts. Yet simultaneously, a fervent anticipation ignited within them. Even the alternative path to immortality ranked only third to last. What could this penultimate item possibly be that was so extraordinary? Could it truly be the complete method of ascension? Under the watchful, tense, and even fearful gazes of the crowd, the maid Xiaoya ascended the high platform once more. This time, her demeanor was solemn to the extreme, her stunning face reflecting a near-reverential gravity. In her hands, she cradled a jade box crafted from millennia-old soul-nurturing wood. As the jade box opened, there were no earth-shattering divine lights, nor were there any cataclysmic rhythms of the Tao. Instead, there lay a divine pill, quietly resting in the center of the box, its entire form suffused with a nine-colored celestial glow, as if it harbored boundless mysteries of life. The moment the divine pill emerged, an intense, life-affirming fragrance filled the entire auction hall. A scent so rich it seemed capable of reviving all things and reversing the flow of time. Every being that inhaled this aroma, regardless of their cultivation level or vitality, felt a faint replenishment of their life essence, long eroded by the passage of time. As the penultimate item was unveiled, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar observed the faces below, transformed into expressions of overwhelming excitement and fervor upon catching a whiff of the pill's fragrance. A devilish smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His voice resonated like a final decree, slowly declaring, longevity pill. Consuming it grants an extension of life by 10,000 years with no adverse effects. Starting bid, 10 million points. Chapter 55, The Collapse of Order. When the figure of 10 million points escaped from Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar like a divine command, the entire auction hall seemed to be pressed mute by an unseen hand. At that moment, time itself came to a complete standstill. Upon the expanse of the white jade square, the saints, the great sages, and even the supreme kings all stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths agape, their expressions frozen in sheer disbelief. What had they just heard? 10 million points? At that moment, their minds experienced a complete shutdown. This figure transcended the boundaries of their comprehension. They realized that even if they pooled the resources of their entire sects or families, amassed over millennia, they could scarcely gather such an amount. Previously, the bids that soared into the tens of millions had seemed like celestial duels to them. Yet now, the starting price of 10 million profoundly revealed that they lacked even the qualification to merely observe such divine conflicts. They were but humble ants beneath the feet of deities, vulnerable and easily crushed. Meanwhile, high above, within the celestial mountain boxes that symbolized the most ancient doctrines and the realm of life and death, the ancient emperors, who moments ago had been fervently debating alternative paths to immortality, now fell into a profound silence. In their imperial eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of eternity, all reason, all calculations, and all authority were supplanted by more primal, pure, and frenzied emotion, a visceral yearning for life. 10,000 years, an entire millennium of lifespan. For these ancient beings, long since depleted and clinging to their self-proclaimed divine sources to survive in the forbidden zones, what did this decade mean? It meant they could emerge once more from their cold coffins. It signified the warmth of sunlight could once again grace them, enabling them to swim against the current and seek higher realms. It promised sufficient time to pursue that faint, elusive opportunity for true transcendence. It suggested the possibility of living again. This was far more direct, more brutal, and infinitely more alluring than any alternative path to immortality. With a soft thud, the skeletal emperor from the abyss of the buried emperors, his jaw, composed of immortal bones, opened and closed unconsciously, producing a crisp sound. The two orbs of azure soul fire within him flickered wildly, swelling as if ready to burst forth from their sockets. He sensed that his nearly extinguished soul fire reignited with a flicker upon catching the scent of that divine fragrance. 10,000 years. I could live another 10,000 years. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty trembled uncontrollably, his massive imperial form quaking with intensity. A sense of vulnerability crept across his once mighty visage. He had lived far too long, so long that he had forgotten the last time he walked under the sun like a true human. He was weary beyond measure. He once believed that, like his illustrious ancestors, he would ultimately dissolve into the endless solitude and darkness. Yet now, hope lay before him, stark and palpable, within his grasp. At any cost. A chorus of fervent and resolute wills echoed wildly within the hearts of these ancient emperors. Their reason, their dignity and pride as sovereigns began to crumble at an observable pace under the overwhelming temptation of eternal life. Their once profound imperial gazes were gradually tainted by a crimson madness. Upon the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar witnessed all this unfold. In the backstage lounge, the real Zhang Mo laughed joyfully, akin to a child who has just received a cherished toy. Yes, that was the expression. That was the feeling. Let them be mad. Let them roar. Cast aside everything for the sake of survival. What he desired was this ultimate chaos, this boundless insanity. He wished to witness how these once exalted rulers, who commanded the fates of countless lives, would tear off all their facades and revert to their most primal forms in pursuit of a chance to live. He controlled his shadowy avatar, slowly raising the auction hammer in his hand. That detached yet authoritative voice resounded once more, akin to the final fuse igniting an entire powder keg. The longevity elixir, starting bid, 10 million points. Now commence the bidding. Begin. Boom. At the moment his words fell, the entire auction world spiraled into chaos. This elixir belonged to him. The once pleading, decrepit corpse emperor was the first to erupt. He sprang to his feet, his murky eyes devoid of any reverence or fear, replaced instead by an insatiable greed at any cost. His colossal corpse form unleashed a torrent of overwhelming necrotic energy. As a massive claw, covered in greenish corpse hair, disregarded all rules and tore through the void. Reaching for the longevity elixir that radiated nine-colored celestial light upon the high platform, he dared to openly seize it, seeking death. How dare you? The corpse emperor's actions served as a signal, instantly igniting the madness within all the emperor's hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of once subdued and terrifying imperial auras erupted in a cataclysmic frenzy, more violent and reckless than ever before. A golden claw, forged from the essence of solar flames. A world-destroying demonic blade, coalesced from endless demonic energy. A demon-suppressing Buddhist tower, composed of myriad ethereal Buddhas. At this moment, all the emperors, in unison, chose to strike. Their goals varied. Some, like the corpse emperor, aimed to seize the divine elixir directly. Some have directed their attacks towards their immediate competitors, seeking to eliminate them before the bidding even commences. Others have aimed their onslaughts directly at the indifferent silhouette standing atop the high platform. They have succumbed to madness. Under the overwhelming temptation of eternal life, all their rationality and reverence have shattered completely. At this moment, a singular thought consumes them: to slay all rivals. Seize that divine elixir and survive. The fragile piece has been irrevocably torn asunder. An unprecedented cataclysmic battle, involving dozens of emperors, capable of plunging the entire primordial realm into chaos, has erupted within the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 56. The Approaching Celestial King. Thunderous roars. A devastating storm of law swept through the entire auction world in an instant. The decaying corpse emperor's claw, infused with an endless miasma of decay capable of corrupting an entire realm, rendered the space into vast expanses of ashen void. Following closely were numerous supreme attacks, each embodying the will of the emperors. Celestial flames scorched the heavens, demonic blades cleaved the earth, sacred pagodas subdued the world, and the Milky Way itself was drawn back. These once exalted beings, whose mere gaze could dictate the fates of countless lives, have, under the ultimate temptation of eternal life, cast aside all pretenses and transformed into the most primal, frenzied beasts. Their assaults are devoid of strategy, unrestrained by caution. Some brazenly encompass both recklessness and desperation, aimed directly at the ever-indifferent silhouette upon the high platform. No, ancestor of emperors, save me. Upon the white jade plaza, the scene morphed into a purgatory on earth. Those saints, great saints, even the mighty saint kings, appeared as fragile as paper before the collision of emperor-level laws. Merely a wisp of their emanating aura caused swathes of cultivators to perish without a sound, their bodies and souls ground into the most primitive particles. Celestial mountains crumbled, divine temples collapsed, and countless souls wailed in the aftermath of imperial might, meeting their demise. The blood stained the clouds, and the echoes of anguish reverberated through the starry rivers. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo's smile froze inch by inch. What the hell? Is there no law anymore? The leisurely amusement he once felt vanished entirely upon witnessing a saint king from his sect, in a bid to protect his disciples, was reduced to ashes by a stray wisp of demonic energy. In its stead was a chilling silence, potent enough to freeze time itself. He let out a barely audible cold chuckle, devoid of any emotion. Gently setting down his teacup, he did so without a sound. Yet at that moment, the air in the lounge felt as though it had been siphoned away, plunging into an absolute stillness. He relished the chaos, the madness, and the spectacle of those lofty old figures turning against one another in a dog-eat-dog struggle for profit. Yet he possesses a bottom line. Within his domain, under his rules, and before his guests, he orchestrates this bloody massacre. They have crossed the line. The system. Zhang Mo's voice was terrifyingly calm. 50 million points. Redeemed for a quasi-immortal king's one-day experience card. Receiving command. Processing redemption. Successful redemption. Quasi-immortal king experience card has been used. The host will, for the next day, gain all the powers and insights of the quasi-immortal king realm. An indescribable force surged within Zhang Mo, awakening with a thunderous roar. In that instant, his perception transformed. The world before him was no longer composed of matter and energy, but transformed into an infinite web of laws. The river of time surged beneath his feet, while the threads of fate intertwined at his fingertips. He could perceive the emperors, their robust paths and causal links connected to the world's origin, now appearing so thin and fragile. He could even discern the decaying corpse emperor's true spirit, entwined with the corrupt causality from the previous epoch, while behind the ancient ancestor of the eternal immortal dynasty lay the vast fortune of an entire immortal dynasty. In his eyes, everything was devoid of secrets. Was this the essence of a quasi-immortal king? Mastering myriad paths, overlooking epochs. Zhang Mo slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the depths of his pitch-black pupils were filled with endless indifference. Upon the auction stage, confronted with dozens of cataclysmic attacks, the shadowy doppelganger remained motionless, as if stunned by fear. A glimmer of sinister delight flashed in the decaying corpse emperor's eyes. He envisioned the scene of himself crushing this pretentious pavilion master with a single claw, seizing the divine pill, and living once more. However, just as his skeletal claw was about to touch that radiant glow, time halted. No, it did not merely stop. At that moment, the authority of the entire world was forcibly seized by a higher dimensional existence. The dozens of frenzied imperial attacks, whether the true fire of the sun or the annihilating demon blade, were bizarrely frozen in mid-air, 100 yards from stage. They continued to emanate their world-destroying might. Yet they resembled insects trapped in amber, unable to move an inch. All the emperors engaged in battle, their movements, expressions, and thoughts, were forcibly immobilized by an irresistible force at that instant. The entire auction house transitioned from extreme motion to profound stillness. Only the residual energy waves continued to silently extinguish lives, and the innocent cultivator's blood flowed slowly. On the stage, the shadowy doppelganger finally stirred, no longer a vague figure. The light dispersed, revealing a young man clad in a black robe. His face remained shrouded in mist, obscured from clear view. Yet his gaze distinctly penetrated the depths of every emperor's primordial spirit. What manner of eyes were those? There was neither anger nor murderous intent, only an unadulterated indifference, viewing all things as mere fodder. It was as if a deity, high above in the celestial realm, gazed down upon a horde of ants that had sullied his courtyard. A deep, hoarse voice, seemingly imbued with the resonance of cosmic principles, thundered in the innermost depths of every soul that existed. Who dares to be audacious within my domain? In that very moment, an overwhelming pressure, transcending the imperial realm and surpassing true immortals, descended upon this world, eclipsing all paths. This was not merely a forceful oppression, but an absolute annihilation rooted in the very essence of life and the fundamental nature of the Tao. Crack, crack, crack. The imperial domains, capable of spanning galaxies and impervious to all laws, shattered under this pressure like snow under the sun, collapsing instantaneously. Their connection to the Grand Tao was forcibly severed. The esteemed laws of the imperial path they once took pride in fell into a profound silence within them. Their immortal bodies quaked uncontrollably, as if they might disintegrate at any moment. Thud! The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty was the first to succumb. His imposing figure suddenly weakened, his knees crashing heavily into the void, compelled to kneel involuntarily. Thud! Thud, thud, like the first domino toppling, one after another. Those once engaged in a frenzied battle, the supreme emperors, found themselves pressed down by an unseen force, kneeling en masse before the high platform. Their faces bore expressions of unprecedented horror and dread. The madness of their reason was forcibly reined in by a more profound fear. They finally comprehended the truth. This lord had not lacked the power to thwart them before. He had merely deemed them unworthy. Now, they had successfully provoked this slumbering deity. Zhang Mo, cold and indifferent, swept over the prostrate emperors below, ultimately resting upon the decayed corpse emperor at the forefront, who still maintained a stance with claws extended. He made no additional movements, merely exhaling softly toward that corpse emperor. A gust of intangible, formless energy swept through the corpse emperor, who had survived since the last epoch. His body, renowned for its indestructibility, began to silently disintegrate into the finest dust from his fingertips. This was not a physical shattering, but an erasure of existence itself. The techniques he had mastered, the laws he had comprehended, all traces of his being in this world vanished entirely under that breath. No, the corpse emperor's primordial spirit emitted a shriek of terror, desperately seeking to flee. Yet Zhang Mo merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Noise. Buzz. The formidable imperial consciousness of the corpse emperor instantaneously solidified, only to dissipate with a soft pop, akin to a burst bubble, vanishing into nothingness. A sovereign who once ruled an era, lying in wait within the forbidden realm for countless ages, ceased to exist in this manner, both form and spirit extinguished, evaporated without a trace, as if he had never graced this world. After executing this act, Zhang Mo's gaze shifted towards the other emperors who had initially attacked with ferocity. Among them was a demon emperor from the abyss, an ancient demon monarch from the monster clan's South Sacred Court, and an imperial ancestor from a venerable lineage. As Zhang Mo's piercing gaze fell upon them, their imperial forms quaked violently, their very souls on the brink of shattering. "Spare us, O Master. We acknowledge our transgressions." They pleaded, their fervent kowtowing transmitting a humility that bordered on abject desperation. The dignity of being an emperor, in the face of absolute mortality, proved utterly worthless. Zhang Mo remained impassive, slowly raising his hand and gently closing it around the emperors. With a crisp crack, the space surrounding them, along with their very existence, was constricted into a black singularity, collapsing inward. There were no cries of anguish, no resistance. These once mighty sovereigns, who had instilled fear across the ages, were obliterated as effortlessly as one might squash a mere insect. The auction hall fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have echoed. Indeed, even sound itself seemed to be devoured by this terrifying pressure. The remaining emperors knelt on the ground, their heads bowed deeply, lacking even the courage to raise an eyelid. Their imperial forms trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking their regal robes. They felt as though they were fish upon a chopping board, with the figure upon the high platform wielding the knife as a god. Life or death rested solely within his contemplation. They finally comprehended the true horror and despair of the so-called celestial path and its fruit. Before such immense power, the so-called emperors, were utterly indistinguishable from mere ants. Zhang Mo's cold gaze swept across the hall, and all emperors who met his eyes felt as if their true spirits were gripped by a frigid hand, ready to be crushed at any moment. At last, his voice resonated once more, each word sculpted from eons of profound ice, imbued with a chilling essence capable of freezing the very soul. "My patience is finite. Should you dare to act with insolence again, I shall ensure that you cannot even enter the cycle of reincarnation." Boom! This declaration was more shocking than any preceding pressure or slaughter. To be barred from even reincarnation. What a tyrannical and terrifying proclamation. For these beings, death itself was not the true terror. The horror lay in the complete severance of any hope for rebirth, the very opportunity to start anew. This signifies the erasure of all traces of an individual's past, present, and future from the annals of time. It is a forbidden technique, spoken of only in legends, that can be wielded by the supreme, celestial sovereign who has mastered the essence of time and reincarnation. The celestial sovereign. This master truly embodies a living deity. This thought reverberated like the most tempestuous storm within the hearts of all emperors, shattering their last remnants of hope into countless fragments. What manner of existence have they provoked? In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo gazed at the screen, observing the emperors trembling like quails, and the fire of indignation within him began to subside. A group of ungrateful beings, intent on forcing his hand. He murmured to himself, manipulating his shadowy doppelganger to gradually withdraw the aura of a quasi-celestial sovereign. Upon the high platform, the terrifying pressure that had compelled myriad pathways to bow in submission receded like an ebbing tide. Zhang Mo's figure was once again shrouded in mist, restoring his detached, yet imposing demeanor. It was as if the cataclysmic scene where he had eradicated several emperors with but a gesture had been merely a figment of the onlooker's imagination. He cast a glance at the shattered celestial mountains below and the lifeless bodies of the innocently perished cultivators in the square, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. With a mere thought, a gentle force of creation quietly unfurled. The collapsed celestial mountains began to rapidly reorganize and restore to their former glory under the might of the Tao. Furthermore, the fallen cultivators, their fragmented souls, were lifted from the void by an irresistible force, their bodies reformed, returning to life. Yet, remnants of fear and bewilderment from their moment of death still lingered upon their faces. Having completed these acts, Zhang Mo's voice returned to its previous monotone. As if nothing had transpired. Well, the flies have been cleared away. Now, let the auction continue. He raised the auction hammer and gently struck it down. The longevity elixir. Starting bid, 10 million points. Each increment must not be less than 5 million. Begin. The hall remained enveloped in silence. All emperors were still immersed in the shock of the divine punishment they had just witnessed, unable to regain their composure. They beheld the divine elixir upon the high platform, still radiating with 9-colored celestial light and pulsating with boundless life energy, their gazes fraught with complexity. Desire still lingered. Yet the fervor had long been supplanted by a chilling dread. Who would dare to contend? Who would dare to act recklessly in the presence of a celestial sovereign? Any hint of movement was akin to courting death. 15 million. An ancient, frail voice shattered the silence. It was the patriarch of the eternal celestial dynasty. Trembling as he announced the price, his voice laden with reverence and trepidation. 20 million. The skeletal emperor of the abyss of the buried emperor spoke up. His soul fire within the eye sockets now stabilized, yet his yearning for life remained unabated. 25 million. 30 million. I bid 40 million. The auction commenced anew. This time, however, all participants adhered to the rules with the decorum of exemplary students. They fervently raised their bids, revealing their trump cards. Yet none dared to release even the faintest hint of their aura, nor to engage in any behavior that might breach the established decorum. The price soared amidst an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. 40 million, 50 million, 80 million. Soon, the figure surpassed the 100 million threshold. This price far exceeded the intrinsic value of the elixir. They were not merely bidding for longevity, but were also expressing their submission and sincerity to the esteemed master. Ultimately, most of the emperors withdrew from the competition with bitter expressions. Only a handful remained, struggling to hold their ground. At that moment, a silent figure, a black-robed emperor from the most ancient life-restricted zone, known as the Return to Ruins, rasped out, in the Return to Ruins, I am willing to offer the Eye of the Ruins from my forbidden domain. Upon hearing this, even the ancient forebears of the eternal celestial dynasty turned their gaze. The Eye of the Ruins, a legendary singularity that connects to a shattered universe, contains boundless annihilation and termination power, its worth surpassing that of many broken celestial artifacts. The black-robed emperor took a deep breath, as if making the most significant decision of his life. He prostrated himself before the high platform, speaking with utmost reverence. Word by word, I, the Annihilation Emperor, vow to establish a blood oath of the great Tao. From this day forth, I shall serve the master of the pavilion as my eternal lord. My body, my soul, my path are all the master's possessions. In the Return to Ruins, 1,000,000 demonic gods shall heed the master's command. In this life and the next, I shall never betray. Boom! A pledge of loyalty from a life-restricted zone. An eternal servitude from an ancient emperor. The price was exorbitant, so heavy that even the ancient forebears of the eternal celestial dynasty felt breathless. He gazed at the divine elixir, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, yet ultimately, it transformed into a long sigh. He had lost. Above the platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar appeared unfazed by this outcome. However, he softly uttered a word, and the auction hammer fell in response. Sold. Chapter 57. Returning to the Pinnacle. As the hammer descended, the crystalline, radiant elixir of longevity, shimmering with nine-colored celestial light, slowly flew toward the prostrate figure of the Annihilation Emperor, who had wagered everything. The entire venue fell into silence. All the emperors stared at the trembling, black-robed figure on the ground with expressions of incomprehension, tinged with a touch of absurdity. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty stood immobile, his magnificent imperial form frozen in place, his mind devoid. Leaning against an immortal imperial lineage that had endured for countless eons, he had exhausted an unfathomable reservoir of resources, even going so far as to promise the fortune of the next 100,000 years. Yet in the end, he was bested by a madman willing to be a slave for eternity. He could not comprehend it. As an emperor, they were beings of unparalleled pride. Once the rulers of an era, the totems of faith for all living beings, the pinnacle of existence in the cosmos. Their dignity was etched into their very marrow, intertwined with their true essence. Yet now, this fellow emperor, the Annihilation Emperor, had chosen to forfeit all dignity associated with his imperial status for the sake of extending his life, willingly becoming another servant. This was more painful than death itself. The madman was a complete lunatic. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty bitterly murmured to himself. He gazed upon the high platform, where a mysterious figure remained shrouded in mist, and for the first time, he felt a tremor of doubt regarding the concept of immortality. The skeletal emperor from the abyss of burial, with soul fire flickering violently in his eye sockets, was even older than the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and understood the Annihilation Emperor's choice all too well. To await death in endless darkness and solitude. That despair could extinguish the will and dignity of any being. If given a chance to live, even as a dog, they would embrace it. However, he had not anticipated the Annihilation Emperor's resolute and reckless determination. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the splendid expressions of the Emperors displayed on the luminous screen. His heart filled with joy. A forbidden zone of life, coupled with the eternal loyalty of an ancient emperor. This was a lucrative bargain. The Annihilation Emperor had potential, far more than that old man from the eternal celestial dynasty who merely relied on luck. He reveled in this thought, manipulating the shadowy figures, apathetically watching it all unfold. Beneath the high platform, the Annihilation Emperor trembled as he extended his withered hand, now little more than skin stretched over bone, cautiously receiving the divine pill that seemed to carry the hope of his rebirth. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill whole. Boom! The moment the pill entered, it dissolved. A torrent of life essence, so profound that words could scarcely convey its magnitude, erupted within his once desiccated and decayed imperial body like the primordial surge at the dawn of the universe. Visibly, his skin, as dry as old tree bark, began to swell, becoming plump and radiant, regaining a luster akin to jade. His hair, once tainted with death's pallor, transformed at a speed that defied time, shifting from white to a lustrous black, with each strand seemingly infused with vibrant life force. The imperial blood within him, long since waning and nearly exhausted, surged back to life, boiling with vitality under the cleansing light of 9 colors, roaring through his veins like the mighty Xianxia River, a profound and formidable aura of annihilation, deeper and more terrifying than during his previous zenith, surged forth from his being, ascending into the heavens. Yet he resolutely restrained this power, allowing not a trace to escape. He simply stood in quiet contemplation, savoring the unprecedented vitality and strength within him, akin to the promise of a second life. In his once vacant eyes, an uncontrollable excitement flickered. 10,000 years of lifespan. This was a tangible, unembellished decade of existence. He could live for another 10 millennia. Slowly, he rose from the ground. His once stooped back regained its proud stature. The magnificent form of the emperor was once again imbued with explosive power. He had returned to his pinnacle. No, he was even stronger than before, for he could sense that his path, nourished by the essence of life he had just absorbed, was showing signs of harmony. He bowed deeply to the figure on the platform that had granted him new life. This time, he did not kneel. Instead, he adopted the posture of a vassal before his sovereign, executing the most standard and reverent gesture of submission. A resonance emanated from him, a mark imbued with his true spirit's essence, shimmering with a gray light of annihilation, slowly emerged from his brow, unobstructed, and flew toward Zhang Mo on the platform. This was the ultimate manifestation of the blood oath of the path. Once the recipient accepted this mark, it signified that the life and death of the Annihilation Emperor, along with everything he possessed, would be wholly under their control. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo sensed the profound connection established through the system and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Your attitude is commendable," he remarked casually, his voice transmitted through the shadowy projection, cool and detached. "Since you have chosen to follow me, you are now one of my treasure hall's people. As for your realm of return, there is no need for immediate change. Await my command." "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing Zhang Mo's response, the Annihilation Emperor trembled with fervent gratitude and excitement in his newly revitalized eyes. He knew he had placed his bets wisely. Not only had he attained rebirth, but he had also secured the recognition of this supreme being. He respectfully accepted the command and then, with a graceful shift, retreated to the side of the platform, standing still like the most loyal and silent guardian. His restrained yet terrifying presence loomed like an insurmountable divine mountain, suppressing the entire assembly and inducing waves of trepidation among all the emperors. The other emperors, witnessing this scene, were rendered utterly astounded. They understood that from this day forth, the Origin Treasure Pavilion was no longer merely a mysterious auction house. It had become the foremost power in this realm. It had acquired its first follower of imperial caliber. The Pavilion Master was indeed a celestial king, possessing absolute control over the first life Forbidden Zone. The influence of this esteemed lord is expanding at an alarming rate, in a manner that is both incomprehensible and unstoppable. Amidst this oppressive and shocking atmosphere, on the elevated platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy visage surveyed the audience, his indifferent voice resonating once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction will soon reveal its final item, the true piece de resistance." As those words, "the piece de resistance," escaped Zhang Mo's lips, a palpable tension enveloped the auction house, with every heart in the room leaping to their throats. Even the alternative path to immortality and the Millennium Longevity Elixir could only take a back seat to this final, extraordinary treasure. What could this ultimate divine artifact possibly be? A complete immortal weapon, personally forged by the Lord of the Immortal King's Pavilion? Or perhaps a supreme method for ascending to immortality in a single bound? The breath of every individual grew increasingly rapid, their gazes fixated upon the platform, eyes brimming with a blend of anxiety, anticipation, and an almost feverish excitement at the prospect of witnessing a myth unfold. The maid, Xianxia, gracefully ascended the platform once more. Yet this time, her countenance bore a gravity more profound than ever before, an air of solemnity that suggested she was cradling the weight of the world. In her hands, she held a jade box, crafted from a seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat crude stone of chaotic hue. However, the moment the emperors laid eyes upon this stone box, their pupils constricted in shock. The World Stone, the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty, gasped in astonishment, his voice laced with unmistakable horror. Could it truly be that a complete World Stone was utilized as a mere container? The World Stone, a legendary core birthed at the dawn of a great world's creation. Any fragment of it would suffice to forge a top-tier imperial weapon. And now, this lord had the audacity to lavishly encase an auction item within an entire World Stone? What extravagance! What profligacy! The hearts of all emperors bled at the thought. They surmised that the worth of this box alone was likely on par with that of the earlier Millennium Longevity Elixir. Just as the crowd was enraptured by the box's staggering value, maid Xianxia reverently placed the stone box upon the auction table. Zhang Mo's shadowy figure nonchalantly flicked his fingers. Crack! The indestructible World Stone box, which might withstand even the mightiest blow from an emperor, opened with a mere sound. There were no celestial lights or cataclysmic rhythms, nor even a hint of energy fluctuation. Instead, an indescribable aura, seemingly foreign to this era and realm, emanated from within the box, a breath of immortality slowly wafting into the air. It is not merely vitality, nor is it some esoteric principle of the Tao. It is a more primordial and pure essence, transcending all laws, akin to the Tao itself, possessing an eternal quality. The moment this aura pervades the surroundings, transformation ensues. Within the realm of the auction house, those once withered spiritual plants, mere embellishments, suddenly revive in an instant, sprouting new branches and blooming with resplendent flowers. The artifacts, previously dimmed and damaged in the aftermath of the imperial battle, begin to repair themselves autonomously, their cracks healing at a visibly rapid pace. Upon a white jade plaza, An elderly sage, whose lifespan was nearing its end and who had resigned himself to death, arrived to witness the final splendor. In that instant, as this aura touched his withered essence of life, it ignited as if drenched in divine oil, roaring back to life. His once white hair transformed back to black at an astonishing speed, while his aged, wrinkled visage swiftly regained its youthful vigor. My lifespan is rejuvenating. The old man gazed in astonishment at his hands, now brimming with strength, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. What divine object lies within that stone box to possess such miraculous power? At the apex of the auction, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar seemed to anticipate all that was unfolding. His voice remained indifferent, yet resonated like the primordial bell of creation, echoing deep within each soul. The 9 Revolutions Immortal Elixir. This potion was forged at the dawn of the primordial chaos, coalesced from a strand of eternal, indestructible essence through serendipitous circumstances. It has endured 9 epochs of cataclysm, absorbing the forces of destruction and rebirth from 9 eras before finally taking shape. Consuming it allows an emperor to sever all past karmic ties, cleansing all path-related wounds, without the need for comprehension or struggle. Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar paused deliberately, relishing the dazed and fervent expressions that emerged below as a result of his words. Then, he slowly uttered the most lethal and alluring phrase: to truly live a second life, to return to the pinnacle, even surpassing the past. In other words, this is an opportunity for rebirth, a genuine new beginning. At the moment his words fell, the undying aura residing within the stone box seemed to awaken with its own will, as if responding to some command. It surged forth, instantly penetrating the barriers of the treasure pavilion's manifested world. It pierced through the ancient city walls of the Wuxiang Divine Capital, forged from celestial gold, ignoring the barriers of law across 3,000 realms. With a terrifying speed transcending light, thought, and all else, it surged toward the deepest, darkest, and coldest corners of the primordial realms, spreading wildly. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the scene before him, a slow smile gracing his lips, revealing a uniquely sinister yet expectant expression. After such a prolonged endeavor, the time had come to ensnare the most ancient and plump denizens slumbering at the depths of the water. Chapter 59. The Exquisite and Extraordinary Ancient Emperor. The essence of the immortal elixir radiated like a stone cast into an infinite river of time, sending ripples that could overturn the entire understanding of the vast cosmos. It penetrated the layered barriers of worlds, disregarding all constraints and seals, and precisely descended upon the most ancient and forbidden corners, forgotten by humanity and unrecorded even in ancient history. In the boundless universe, the abyss of the buried emperor stood as a scar upon the cosmos, a colossal remnant that fell into this realm during the shattering of the previous epoch. Within the abyss, darkness reigned, devoid of sound, filled only with endless death and desolation. Mountains of bones, hewn from the corpses of emperors, stretched endlessly, exuding an aura that could make even the saintly kings tremble in terror. At the deepest part of the abyss, a black ancient coffin, crafted from the core materials of a bygone era and infused with the blood and celestial gold of countless emperors, floated in eerie stillness. Upon it lay an accumulation of cosmic dust from unknown ages, so heavy it seemed capable of collapsing stars. In the moment that the essence of immortality descended, a thunderous roar erupted. The ancient coffin trembled violently. Dust cascaded from its heavy lid. A withered, shriveled hand, radiating an immortal golden light and with nails sharp enough to rend the very fabric of the cosmos, suddenly burst forth from within the coffin, piercing through the indomitable lid. The essence of immortality was the true elixir of life, an ancient, decayed will, imbued with the power to dominate the rise and fall of epochs. Thunderously awakened from the depths of that ancient coffin, I, the Emperor, have slept for 3 epochs, and at long last, I have awaited this moment. The forbidden sea lay at the edge of the boundless universe, a chaotic ocean adrift in endless void. Within this sea, not a single drop of water existed, only the chaotic currents and spatial turbulence capable of eradicating all. At the center of this ocean floated an immense chaotic continent. The land was barren, save for a solitary statue towering billions of feet high. The statue sat cross-legged, hands poised in eternal meditation, as if having entered a state of enlightenment over countless eons. Thick layers of cosmic dust blanketed its form, with some areas having fused with the chaotic continent itself. No one knew how long it had been seated there, perhaps an epoch, perhaps 3 or even 6, as the essence of immortality swept across the continent like a gentle breeze. The dust that had accumulated over countless millennia slowly began to fall from the statue's tightly shut eyes. And then his stone-like eyelids trembled with great difficulty before finally parting slowly. What manner of eyes were those? Lacking pupils and whites, they were merely 2 profoundly deep orbs, seemingly capable of piercing through the river of time and perceiving the void of eternal cycles. How could such variability exist in this life? A grand, ancient, emotionless will reverberated throughout the entire sea of taboos. The elixir of immortality, how amusing. At the end of the ruins of the ancient road among the myriad starry realms, there once lay the soul passage connecting the 3,000 domains with the celestial realm of the 9 heavens, a place of flourishing prosperity where countless prodigies vied for supremacy, leaving behind innumerable legends. However, since 1,000,000 years ago, when a fragmented hand from the dark rift shattered it with a single grasp, this place has transformed into a desolate cosmic graveyard forgotten by the world. Everywhere lay the remnants of shattered stars, broken chains of law, and the drifting corpses of the mighty through the passage of time. In the depths of a sea of bones, formed from the accumulated remains of numerous great saints and kings, a golden ancient corpse, forged entirely from gold, lay quietly, still emanating an aura of immortal imperial might despite having been dead for endless ages. On its chest, there was a massive void that pierced through, as if its heart had been forcibly extracted. At the moment that the breath of immortality wafted here, a low hum resonated. The tightly closed vertical eye on the golden ancient corpse suddenly split open. A brilliant divine light, capable of transcending time and making even emperors tremble, erupted from that eye. Has it finally arrived? A will, filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness, began to awaken slowly from within the golden ancient corpse. This emperor shall certainly live again, not just once. In the primordial myriad realms, those most ancient and mysterious life, forbidden zones, relics of epochs, and absolute voids of the universe, all will awaken simultaneously. Ancient monstrosities, which should have long since succumbed to the river of history, their names even forgotten, were forcibly roused from their endless slumber by that breath of immortality. They were the most extraordinary prodigies of countless eras since the severance of the immortal path. Unwilling to be relegated to oblivion, they defied fate with their remarkable willpower and talent, employing various unfathomable forbidden methods to forcefully live out second, third, or even more lives. Each of them had once been an invincible myth of an era. Each of them had transcended the realm of ordinary emperors, reaching a terrifying state known as pseudo-immortality. Their awakening instantaneously triggered celestial phenomena throughout the primordial myriad realms. Wails echoed, laws shattered, and countless stars dimmed and even exploded under the terrifying aura they unconsciously emitted. In the entirety of the Hongmeng universe, all beings felt an indescribable tremor emanating from the depths of their souls at that very moment. Within the divine city of all things, in the treasure pavilion of origins, the ancient ancestors of the eternal immortal dynasty, the skeletal emperor of the buried emperor abyss, and all the contemporary emperors present, turned pale, their imperial bodies shuddering in unison. They were horrified as they sensed the ancient auras emanating from all corners of the universe, causing their hearts to race and instilling a profound fear within them. Indeed, it was they, the ancient ancestors of the eternal immortal dynasty, whose voices quavered, revealing expressions of terror upon their once majestic visages. Those who had lived through several epochs, defying the passage of time, who should have long since transcended into cosmic dust, were awakening. The skeletal emperor of the buried emperor abyss felt the soul fire in his eye sockets pulsating wildly. He considered himself ancient. Yet compared to these true living fossils, he was but a fledgling. A tempest brewed within the hearts of all emperors. They understood that the true storm was just beginning. These ancient beings represented the genuine, most terrifying foundation of the Hongmeng universe. Chapter 60. Not belonging to this world. The heavens of the divine city of all things had irrevocably transformed. No longer shrouded in darkness, nor illuminated by light. It had succumbed to chaos, a cataclysmic scene where countless horrific wills ravaged the laws of existence. In the sky, gigantic, unfathomable spatial rifts were violently torn open by an overwhelming, unyielding force. These were not portals opened through spatial sorcery, but rather pure, absolute power, ripping apart the spatial barriers of this realm as though they were mere paper. Boom! From the first spatial rift emerged an ethereal, boundless river of time, composed of countless fragments of moments. A figure clad in gray garments, whose features were indistinct and whose presence seemed to waver on the brink of vanishing into the void, stepped forth from the rift, treading upon the phantasm of that river of time. With each step he took, the flow of time around him underwent bizarre fluctuations, at times racing like lightning, at others creeping as slowly as a tortoise. He was the sole sovereign of this realm, the embodiment of time. It was the Void Emperor, the legendary being who had transcended through the dual principles of void and time, living 6 lifetimes. In the auction house, an ancient emperor, well-versed in knowledge, gasped in astonishment, the tremor of disbelief palpable in his voice. Then came a roar from the second spatial rift, a sound that could freeze galaxies and send shivers through the souls of all beings. Endless malevolence surged forth like a black river breaking its dam from the rift. Merely a wisp of this malevolence rendered an entire section of the Divine City of all things lifeless, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. A figure clad in ancient battle armor, wielding a grotesque battle axe stained with the blood of countless emperors, stepped forth from the boundless malevolence. Towering like a primordial divine mountain, his blood-red eyes, cast casually over the assembly, instilled an icy dread that resonated deep within the souls of all present emperors, as though they were being hunted by a legendary beast from the dawn of time. The celestial calamity emperor, a ruthless individual who forged his path through slaughter, having waged war throughout his life, and personally obliterated 3 immortal imperial dynasties. He too has arrived. Boom! The 3rd, 4th, and 5th rifts in space were torn open in succession, a being shrouded in the halo of reincarnation, obscured from view, as if embodying myriad transformations of the cycle. A goddess of unparalleled beauty, exuding a chilling lunar aura that even the emperors dared not confront. A golden figure, forged from chaotic divine gold, resembling the very first divine metal of existence. 5 illustrious presences. Each has left an indelible mythos in their respective epochs, revered as terrifying entities closest to the celestial realm. Each has lived through multiple lifetimes, their powers transcending the ordinary realm of emperors, true ancient anomalies. They disregarded all prohibitions of the vast divine city, ignoring the terror of all living beings, and descended dominantly upon the Origin Treasure Pavilion. 5 formidable imperial auras intertwined and collided in the heavens. The pressure they exuded was 100-fold more terrifying than the simultaneous eruption of dozens of emperors before. The entire vast divine city trembled violently under the oppressive weight of these 5 ancient emperors, lamenting in despair. Upon the city walls, the runes forged from celestial gold flickered erratically, as if on the verge of complete collapse. Within the city, billions of beings, whether mortal or cultivator, prostrated themselves upon the ground, their souls quaking uncontrollably under this immense pressure, as if they were about to shatter entirely in the next moment. Inside the auction hall, the ancient progenitor of the eternal celestial dynasty, the skeleton emperor of the abyss of burials, and all the contemporary emperors felt their own paths trembling and lamenting in the presence of these 5 ancient sovereigns. It was an absolute suppression stemming from the very essence of life, akin to descendants standing before their ancestors. They understood the insurmountable chasm that lay between them and these ancient beings who had lived through multiple epochs. However, the 5 descended emperors did not immediately enter the Origin Treasure Pavilion. They merely hovered quietly above the pavilion, their imperial gazes capable of penetrating the ages and discerning the origins, coldly scrutinizing the mysterious edifice below, wreathed in chaotic energy as if it had existed since time immemorial. Their thoughts exchanged silently in the void. This pavilion is rather peculiar. The first to speak was the Emptiness Emperor, who traversed the river of time. His voice was imbued with boundless nostalgia. Through the vast expanse of time, I gaze into the abyss, yet all I perceive is a realm of chaos, as if it exists neither in the past, nor in the present, nor in the future. A dense aura of malevolence, more potent than the heavenly calamity of this emperor, envelopes the air. The blood-red eyes of the celestial calamity emperor fixate intently upon the ethereal plaque hovering above aloft, and for the first time, his voice carries a weighty gravity. This pavilion does not belong to this epoch. The master of reincarnation, shrouded in the halo of the six paths, speaks slowly, his voice resonating with grandeur and transcendence. It may not even belong to this realm. His words send a tremor through the hearts of the other four ancient emperors. Not of this realm. Could it be from the legendary nine heavens, immortal domain? No, that cannot be. They had sensed the essence of the nine heavens before. While it was exalted, it did not possess this superior and forbidden quality that seems to transcend all paths. The origins of this pavilion are more mysterious and terrifying than they could have ever imagined. In an instant, a sense of vigilance rises within the hearts of the five ancient emperors. The entity capable of producing the elixir of immortality is undoubtedly no ordinary being. Until they uncover the true nature of their opponent, even they dare not act recklessly. The tense atmosphere becomes palpable. The five ancient emperors, powerful enough to make the entire primordial world tremble, direct their collective gaze upon the tightly shut vermilion door of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. In the suffocating silence, the most domineering figure, the celestial calamity emperor, who has forged his path through slaughter, can no longer contain himself. With a disdainful snort, a flicker of arrogance and scorn passes through his blood-red eyes. In this realm, there is no existence he cannot afford to offend. He has lived through 4 lifetimes, each marked by warfare and bloodshed, having personally extinguished more than one imperial lineage, and he considers himself invincible among those beneath the true immortals. What can a mere inscrutable pavilion do to him? A mere charade. He muses silently, waiting to test the weight of this entity. Unlike the foolish ones before him, who charged in with imperial might, a most rudimentary approach, he remains rooted, a thought forming in his mind, an intangible blade of law, forged from the purest essence of his own heavenly calamity, silently cleaves through the void. This strike elicits no energy fluctuations, nor does it ripple the fabric of space. Yet, the destructive force contained within is sufficient to sever an emperor's true spirit and path from their very roots, leading to their immediate demise. This is one of his proudest techniques, silent and imperceptible, an ambush that is almost impossible to defend against. He intends to direct this strike at the plaque of the pavilion, to discern the reality behind this enigmatic structure. In a backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observes through the luminous screen the 5 formidable ancient beings outside, radiating an aura that unmistakably signifies their formidable nature. His day-long experience card for the quasi-mortal king still had more than half of its validity left. Thus, he remained utterly unperturbed, even taking a keen interest in offering critiques. Oh, these old fellows possess quite the appealing appearance. They seem far more valuable than that previous lot, treading upon the ephemeral nature of time, draped in ancient battle armor. And what of this figure radiating golden light? Has he come to partake in a cosplay convention? As he indulged in his inner monologue of ridicule, he astutely sensed the concealed attack from the heavenly calamity emperor. Another obstinate challenger? Zhang Mo's gaze instantly turned frigid. Why did these individuals not inquire about the circumstances before making their move? An ancient being, who had lived through 4 lifetimes, yet remained blissfully unaware of his own insignificance, dared to draw blades upon his territory? Truly reckless. He could scarcely muster the effort to rise. With a mere thought, the shadow, shrouded in mist upon the auction stage, cast a fleeting glance towards the heavenly calamity emperor. That glance was icy and indifferent, devoid of any emotion, akin to a deity surveying the world from the 9th heaven, regarding a foolish ant beneath, attempting to provoke him. Buzz! At the instant Zhang Mo's gaze met that of the heavenly calamity emperor, the formless blade of law, having sliced towards the plaque of the treasure pavilion, seemed to collide with an invisible barrier forged of eternity. Subsequently, it retreated at a speed 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than its approach. Puff! The heavenly calamity emperor, renowned for his ruthless dominance across 4 epochs, had no time to react. He merely felt an irresistible and incomprehensible force slam against his imperial form. It was as if struck by lightning. The armor, touted as indestructible, emitted a lament of unbearable strain, revealing a multitude of shattered cracks. He violently spewed a mouthful of golden imperial blood, interwoven with fragments of his own profound path. His countenance transformed in an instant to one of sheer horror. He was injured. He had been wounded, and all this transpired under the assault of his most cherished path, dealt a heavy blow simply by the other's gaze. This was the power of an immortal king. Beside him, the previously unflappable Void Emperor, who appeared impervious to all, lost composure in that moment. He gasped in disbelief. His eyes, which had seen through time, filled with incredulous shock and a hint of ecstatic joy. He could distinctly sense that the glance just cast contained the transcendent power of an immortal king, surpassing even the imperial realm and true immortality. Capable of distorting causality and mastering myriad paths, the other three ancient emperors also felt their pupils constrict and their imperial forms tremble. All their arrogance, all their probing, all their vigilance were utterly crushed in that instant. And instead emerged an unprecedented atmosphere of gravity and reverence. They finally comprehended the truth. Within this loft sat not a reclusive powerhouse nor a titan from the celestial realms, but rather a living supreme entity beyond their wildest imaginings, a true immortal king. At the moment when these 5 ancient emperors were seized by profound shock, paralyzed by fear, a voice, indifferent yet seemingly self-evident, drifted forth from within the loft. "Since you have arrived, do come in." With this utterance, the tightly shut crimson door silently began to swing open before them. Chapter 62, The Truth. As the scarlet door gradually opened, the Void Emperor, the Celestial Punisher, and the other ancient beings who had survived for several epochs felt no sense of alleviation. Rather, their mental tension tightened even further. A glance exchanged among them revealed the deep astonishment and trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. An immortal king, a figure that existed solely in the most ancient of myths, a true being standing at the pinnacle of an era, gazing down upon the eternal vicissitudes of time. And now, they were fortunate enough to behold a living immortal king. Let us proceed. The Void Emperor inhaled deeply and spoke first, suppressing all fluctuations of temporal laws surrounding him, concealing the rushing currents of time. He adjusted his simple gray robe and, embodying the demeanor of an ordinary elder, approached the grand door with utmost respect and decorum. The Celestial Punisher, who moments ago had traversed the gates of the underworld, now appeared as docile as a submissive child. He hastily stowed away his imperial weapon, the battle axe, and tightly contained the overwhelming malice within, fearing even the slightest release might provoke the displeasure of that supreme existence. Following in the footsteps of the Void Emperor, he treaded heavily, his heart a tumult of fear and relief. The fear stemmed from his earlier audacity in provoking an immortal king. Yet, he felt fortunate that this immortal king seemed disinclined to regard him as the insignificant insect he was. The Lord of Reincarnation, the Lunar Empress, and the Primal Being, 3 equally legendary ancient emperors, also relinquished their divine radiance and manifestations, adopting a humble demeanor as they brought up the rear of the procession. Their arrival cast an eerie silence over the entire auction world. The contemporary emperors present, upon witnessing these 5 legendary living fossils enter, fell utterly silent, instinctively slowing their breaths. They bowed their proud heads, unwilling to meet their gaze. Before these 5, they appeared as mere children, utterly insignificant. As the 5 ancient emperors laid their eyes upon the immortal elixir, quietly suspended within the stone box on the high platform, a sense of awe enveloped the room. Even though their hearts, long settled like an ancient well, had grown indifferent to the passage of epochs, at this moment, they stirred into an overwhelming tempest. In unison, their eyes sparkled with an intense and fervent light. The elixir of immortality. This was pivotal to their existence, determining whether they could live to see another lifetime. It was crucial for them to discover a genuine path of transcendence amidst the cursed desolation of this epoch's end. Junior Su Wu humbly greets the esteemed senior. The Emperor Su Wu stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the mysterious figure still shrouded in mist upon platform. The 4 behind him, the heavenly calamity emperors, followed suit, each bending in reverence. "We pay our respects to you, esteemed senior." Should the scene reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly drive the entirety of the boundless realms into madness. 5 ancient emperors, who had lived through several epochs and could suppress all adversaries of their time, were simultaneously bowing as juniors to a single individual. It was utterly ludicrous. "Lord of the Pavilion, we are willing to offer everything in exchange for this elixir of immortality." Emperor Su Wu raised his head and, representing the group, spoke straightforwardly. His voice resonated with sincerity and yearning. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the 5 venerable beings. their demeanor profoundly respectful, and he felt a surge of joy within. How splendid! Their attitude is commendable. This Ascendant King experience card is indeed effective. 50 million points well spent. Clearing his throat, he controlled his shadow clone and slowly shook his head. That indifferent yet authoritative voice rang out once more. This item is not to be exchanged for material goods. It cannot be traded for points. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. Even the 5 emperors, momentarily taken aback, were left speechless. What could they possibly offer in exchange? What then, esteemed senior, do you propose as the price? His heart brimming with apprehension. He feared that this enigmatic Ascendant King might demand conditions beyond their capability to fulfill. On the platform, Zhang Mo's gaze swept over the 5 ancient and formidable emperors. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I require secrets as the price. I wish to know why the celestial path has been severed. Why is the celestial domain closed? I seek to uncover all truths regarding the celestial realm. Of you 5, whoever possesses the most valuable secret shall claim the elixir of immortality. As his words fell, Zhang Mo concentrated, and an invisible force of law enveloped the 5 ancient emperors and the entire platform within an impenetrable barrier, silencing even the thoughts of the emperors from penetrating. He had no desire for such earth-shattering secrets to be overheard by the lesser beings below. Within the barrier, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. The 5 emperors fell into a profound silence. The mysteries of the celestial realm awaited revelation. That is the ultimate taboo, a truth that all emperors yearn to understand, yet dare not approach lightly. For the ramifications intertwined with it are vast and terrifying. They never anticipated that this enigmatic celestial king desired precisely this. Doubts began to fester regarding the true intent behind the celestial king's offering of the elixir of immortality. Perhaps it was not merely for trade. Rather, it seemed to be a scheme to lure forth those ancient beings, the living fossils privy to certain secrets, extracting the truths of the celestial domain from their lips. The ambitions of this celestial king far exceeded their imaginations. Chapter 63. The Future. Within the confines of the law barrier casually established by Zhang Mo, the atmosphere had become unbearably tense. The 5 ancient emperors, each having lived through several epochs, exchanged glances, revealing the profound gravity and trepidation reflected in their eyes. The secrets of the celestial domain constituted their greatest taboo. Each of them possessed some knowledge of clandestine truths. Yet every revelation held monumental consequences, capable of invoking unimaginable calamities. Nevertheless, the allure of the elixir of immortality was overwhelmingly potent, promising them the chance to live once more. On one hand lay the unknown disasters. On the other, the tantalizing prospect of rebirth. This choice was exceedingly arduous. Atop the platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar made no effort to hasten them, merely observing with the patience of a cunning hunter waiting for its prey to ensnare itself. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo reclined leisurely, crossing his legs. There was no rush. They could ponder at their own pace. One by one, they would come forward. There was opportunity for all. He found amusement in the unfolding drama, reveling in the spectacle. Finally, after a protracted silence, the graceful and resplendent empress of the Tyene broke the deadlock. Having lived 3 lives, she was the youngest among the 5. Her lifespan was approaching its conclusion, leaving her little time for hesitation. Predecessor, she bowed gracefully towards the platform, her voice cold as moonlight yet tinged with determination. In a fragment of an ancient dojo ruin left by the last epoch's collapse, I discovered a piece of a broken steel. This steel bore an astonishing secret. She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts, then spoke slowly. The severance of the immortal path was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity, linked to a cataclysmic war that engulfed all celestial kings. That battle shattered the heavens and the earth, plunging day into night. And even the essence of the 9 heavens, celestial domain, suffered grievous wounds. Since then, the celestial domain has proactively sealed all pathways to the lower realms, thus isolating itself from the myriad worlds. Upon finishing her revelation, she fell silent, observing the platform and awaiting judgment. This secret, to the emperors of the present age, would surely be earth-shattering. Yet within Zhang Mo's ears, it stirred not a single ripple. In the background, he merely curled his lip. The battle of the celestial kings? An old routine. Is that all? Do they still wish to barter for the elixir of immortality? Not quite. Upon a high platform, his shadowy doppelganger maintained that same indifferent demeanor, offering no comment as his gaze shifted to the next contender. This was the celestial emperor of calamity, enveloped in a surging aura of malevolence. The celestial emperor, sensing that the secrets of the Lady of the Een had apparently failed to satisfy this elder, felt a stirring within and spoke in a grave tone. Elder, during my fourth life, when my heart of Tao reached its zenith and my combat prowess peaked, I attempted to forcibly tear asunder the boundaries of this realm to glimpse the true visage of the celestial domain. Although I ultimately failed, I once flowed against the currents of time and caught sight of a fragment of the celestial domain. His voice grew exceedingly solemn. It is not the paradise we envision. I beheld that the skies of the celestial domain were shrouded in gray. The land was rife with slaughter and wails of anguish. Countless formidable celestial spirits engaged in a brutal war against an indescribable and bizarre dark substance. This dark matter exuded an aura of foreboding and decay, as if it could erode and assimilate all. Even true celestials, once touched by it, would swiftly fall, transforming into monsters driven solely by the thirst for blood. This secret is evidently more profound and terrifying than that of the Lady of the Een. Even the Void Emperor and the Lord of Reincarnation exchanged glances laden with astonishment. It was clear that this was their first encounter with such a vivid account. In the background, Zhang Mo also slightly lifted his spirits. Oh, dark matter? Bizarre erosion? Quite intriguing, yet still insufficient. What he sought was the essence, the truth. These were merely superficial layers. On the high platform, his shadowy manifestation remained unperturbed, casually uttering two words. Not enough. These two words fell like heavy hammers, striking the hearts of the celestial emperor of calamity and the Lady of the Een with a force that rendered their expressions grim. They realized that the price they had offered had failed to captivate the elder's interest. This signified that they had lost the qualification to vie for the elixir of immortality. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The remaining Void Emperor, the Lord of Reincarnation, and the enigmatic Chaos Golden Man found themselves ensnared in deeper deliberation and struggle. They understood that this mysterious elder sought something monumental. What he desired was undoubtedly the most core and fundamental secret regarding the celestial domain. Yet, the consequences of revealing such a secret were beyond their imagination. Was it worth it? To exchange a secret that could invite catastrophic retribution for a chance at another life? At that moment, the Lord of Reincarnation, who had remained silent as if embodying a myriad of forms, finally raised his head slowly. The 6 halos of reincarnation surrounding him spun violently, as if he were grappling with a momentous decision. Ultimately, he seemed to have made up his mind. A grand and ethereal will resonated within the confines of the barrier. Esteemed elder, the secrets I possess may indeed bring you satisfaction. At the terminus of a cycle, I glimpsed a fragment of a shattered future. Chapter 64, The Pasture. When a master of reincarnation uttered the words shattered future, a jolt coursed through the minds of all ancient emperors present, including the already departed celestial emperor and the empress of the Dark Moon. They gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic being shrouded in the halo of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation is, after all, one of the most mysterious and forbidden roads among the myriad ways of the heavens. This master of reincarnation had cultivated this path to an unfathomable level. Could he truly glimpse even a fragment of the future? This was beyond the capabilities of any emperor, let alone a true immortal. In the background, Zhang Mo's interest was thoroughly piqued. Oh, a prophet? How delightful. Pray, regale me with your revelations. Upon a lofty platform, his shadowy doppelganger finally acknowledged the master of reincarnation. Calmly uttering a single word, speak. Granted permission, the voice of the master of reincarnation grew increasingly grand and ethereal, as if it transcended this temporal realm. In that shattered future, I beheld the celestial realm collapsing. An endless darkness cascaded down from the highest point of the celestial realm, a forbidden place known as the End, engulfing all in its path. I witnessed countless celestial kings wailing in the darkness, their immortal forms being devoured by a strange power, their divine fruits of kingship rapidly decaying and falling into ruin. I also observed a colossal rift that tore through the entirety of the primordial worlds, spreading from that end, seemingly targeting this long-forgotten lower realm where we now reside. His description was laden with despair and foreboding. instilling a chilling dread that resonated in the souls of all emperors present. The celestial realms collapse? The fall of the celestial kings? This future is truly horrifying. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Mo merely frowned slightly. The future? Such a notion is not reliable. There are countless possibilities. What you perceive may merely be the worst of them. What sort of secret is this? At best, it amounts to a weather forecast. He inwardly scoffed, finding little intrigue in this so-called future. On the platform, his shadowy doppelganger once more slowly shook his head. The future holds infinite possibilities. What you have witnessed may not be the truth. Implicitly, he conveyed that the weight of your secret still falls short. The halo of the 6 paths surrounding the master of reincarnation momentarily faltered. He had not anticipated that even a prophecy of a future potent enough to drive any emperor to madness would fail to sway this elder. Just how elevated is this elder's perspective? As the master of reincarnation and the chaos golden man descended into a silence fraught with despair, the ancient and serene void emperor, who had remained composed and aged throughout the ages, finally raised his head with deliberate slowness. He had lived for 6 lifetimes, making him the most enduring presence among the 5. In his eyes, there was no trace of the struggles or calculations that characterized the other ancient emperors. Instead, they conveyed an understanding that transcended eternity, imbued with indifference and resolve. Predecessor, he spoke, his voice hoarse and arid, yet resonant with an undeniable weight. I, in my pursuit of the path of the void, sacrificed an entire lifetime and the essence of my Tao, forcibly sending a fragment of my true spirit into a projection fissure of the immortal realm, long sealed from the lower world. What I have unearthed may very well be the answer you seek. At these words, all the ancient emperor's pupils constricted in unison. A lifetime sacrificed? Infiltrating the projection fissure of the immortal realm? This old enigma has committed such an audacious act. All eyes converged upon him, aware that the most earth-shattering secret was on the verge of revelation. Zhang Mo straightened in his seat, an expression of eager anticipation gracing his features. Come now, old man. Do not let me down. The void emperor inhaled deeply, his eyes, seemingly containing the flow of time itself, fixated intently on Zhang Mo. With deliberate clarity, he unveiled the ultimate secret, one capable of overturning the very understanding of the primordial universe. The immortal kings of the immortal realm had not perished, nor had they actively sealed themselves away. They were. The void emperor's voice grew dry and heavy, each word resonating with the weight of the cosmos. All of them have been ensnared. Boom! This revelation detonated within the minds of the other 4 ancient emperors like a multitude of exploding universes. Ensnared? How is that possible? They are immortal kings, the supreme beings who govern a realm of immortality, unyielding and eternal. What force could possibly bind them? Where are they imprisoned? On the high platform, Zhang Mo's voice, for the first time, bore a genuine and profound interest. The river of time, in the void emperor's eyes, a profound fear and reverence emerged, as if recalling a vision that instilled tremors even within him. An unknown power, surpassing the taboos of the immortal emperors, erupted from that terminus, forcibly dragging all immortal kings of the primordial universe, be they righteous or demonic from any epoch, into the deepest recesses of the river of time. They were condemned to eternally battle across the past, present, and future, endlessly submerged and oblivious to all else. Consequently, the immortal realm, bereft of its guiding dragons, saw its supreme authority eventually usurped by a group of scoundrels lurking in the shadows. They called themselves the guardians of the immortal realm. They completely sealed the immortal pathways, severing all hope for the beings of the lower world. They regard this endless lower realm where we reside as a mere pasture for the livestock they nurture. Every epoch, once the livestock in the pasture have matured, they descend to initiate the so-called epoch cataclysm, enacting a bloody harvest. They plunder an entire epoch's fortune, essence, and the fruits of all formidable beings' paths to augment their own strength. The reason we, the so-called sovereigns of forbidden zones, remain hidden from the world and seal our divine origins is not solely to evade the erosion of time. The voice of the Void Emperor was imbued with boundless sorrow and resentment, but more so to escape their ceaseless harvesting. Chapter 65, We as Cultivators spare no effort for battle. When the Void Emperor articulated the words harvest in his hoarse and weighty voice, An oppressive silence enveloped the entire barrier of laws. The heavenly calamity emperor, the lunar empress, the lord of reincarnation, and the chaos golden man. These four ancient emperors, who once dominated an era, stood frozen, their minds blank. Their imperial bodies trembled uncontrollably, and within their imperial gazes, all shock and horror eventually coalesced into a profound, inexpressible humiliation that penetrated to their very bones. Pasture, livestock, harvest. These cold words struck them like the sharpest daggers, relentlessly piercing their proud imperial hearts. Who are they? They are the supreme emperors who once reigned over the nine heavens, surveying all eternity, revered by countless beings. They are the masters of destiny, whose utterances commanded the cosmos, capable of determining the life and death of entire star realms with but a thought. Yet, in the eyes of those so-called guardians of the immortal domains, they did not even qualify as humans, merely livestock confined to a pasture, awaiting maturity to be harvested. What a bitter irony! What profound sorrow! In this moment, the heavenly calamity emperor, who had carved his path through slaughter and had never bowed to anyone, let out a thunderous wail. He raised his head to the heavens, releasing a roar filled with boundless rage and defiance. A torrent of malevolence erupted explosively from within him. Guardians, harvest well. What a magnificent immortal realm. What a splendid pasture. His blood-red eyes blazed with a frenzied, murderous intent. Having fought through 4 generations, with countless imperial bloodlines at his command, he believed he had nothing to be ashamed of before heaven and earth. Yet, in the end, he is merely livestock nurtured by others. An unparalleled humiliation. This, indeed, is the greatest disgrace of his life. The lunar empress, with her exquisitely cold visage resembling the moon, now appeared pallid, her autumn-like eyes brimming with humiliation. The Lord of Reincarnation's 6 paths of light spun chaotically in reverse, exuding a tumultuous and savage aura. They could not accept this reality, a cruel truth capable of overturning their lifelong beliefs. In the backstage lounge, upon hearing the words of the Void Emperor, Zhang Mo's smile waned, replaced by a keen interest and intrigue. The Celestial King ensnared in the river of time, a band of traitors seizing the opportunity to usurp power, treating the lower realms as mere chives to be harvested repeatedly. Did these individuals truly believe they could perpetually manipulate the lower realms? Sooner or later, they would find themselves unceremoniously overturned. He smirked coldly, finally gaining a lucid understanding of the background narrative of this world. This was the crucial intelligence he had sought, the intelligence that could upend the world's order. On the high platform, his shadowy avatar revealed a rare glimmer of satisfaction in his perpetually indifferent gaze. Excellent. He spoke slowly, his tone still flat, yet resonating with a sense of finality. This secret is worth a divine herb of immortality. As his words concluded, he flicked his fingers. The precious, 9 revolutions immortal herb, which bore the hopes of countless emperors and could incite madness throughout the vast cosmos, transformed into a vibrant stream of 9 colors, gracefully landing before the Void Emperor. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generosity. The Void Emperor trembled with excitement, his imperial form quaking as he cautiously grasped the divine herb with trembling hands. He realized he had bet wisely. He would live out his 7th life, unlocking greater possibilities. Yet, contrary to what others might have imagined, he did not immediately consume the herb. Instead, he gazed deeply at the immortal essence radiating from the herb in his hand, then raised his head, his eyes ablaze as they fixed upon Zhang Mo atop the platform. He bowed deeply once more, this gesture imbued with even greater reverence and sincerity than before. Esteemed senior, his voice was hoarse yet filled with an unprecedented resolve and fervor. We, who have languished in the confines of the Forbidden Zone, believed ourselves to be fighting against fate, defying the heavens. Yet, we were merely evading the butcher's scythe, struggling to survive. This humiliation, I, the Void, have endured enough. Now, upon encountering you, esteemed senior, my heart is filled with indignation. Those traitors who have usurped authority in the celestial realm are unworthy to wield dominion over the heavens. He paused, his voice suddenly rising, each word seemingly igniting his imperial soul. If, one day, esteemed senior desires to rectify the celestial realm, to restore order and reopen the path to immortality, I, the Void, am willing to serve you as a vanguard, offering this 7th life of mine. His words struck like a spark, instantly reigniting the long-dormant flames of indignation and pride within the hearts of the other four ancient emperors. Rather than exist like livestock, perpetually hiding in fear, awaiting their fate to be harvested, they would rather engage in a grand battle. We, the practitioners, spare no effort for a fight. Even in death, we shall stand tall. We shall seize a piece of flesh from those lofty overseers. Well said. The great emperor of heavenly calamity was the first to respond, his blood-red eyes igniting once more with an overwhelming fervor for battle. Rather than be slaughtered like swine, he would join his predecessors in ascending to the heavens, toppling those despicable usurpers. I, the great calamity, willingly offer myself as a blade to cleave through the celestial realms for my forebears. I, the dark moon, shall rise beneath the moonlight for my predecessors, freezing the celestial domain with the path of the dark moon. I, the cycle, vow to govern the cycle of reincarnation for my predecessors, casting those guardians into the abyss of despair, never to be reborn. We pledge our allegiance to the esteemed leader, uniting in our assault on the celestial domain. Chapter 66. A clear spirit liquid. Within the barrier forged by the laws, the oaths of the five ancient emperors resounded like thunder, each word infused with a burning imperial soul, echoing through the void. The humiliation, unwillingness, and fury reflected in their eyes converged into an unwavering determination for battle. Rather than await a harvest in humiliation, they would follow a true supreme being, raising the blade of vengeance against the lofty thieves. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed with satisfaction the dramatic shift in the five ancient figures' demeanor. From caution to fervent loyalty. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. The young can be taught. This was precisely the outcome he sought. An immortal divine herb not only unveiled the celestial domain's staggering secrets, but also effortlessly subdued five emperors who had lived through multiple epochs. This transaction was immensely profitable. Should he truly seek to assault the celestial domain in the future, his strength would undoubtedly reach the true realm of celestial kings. In a clash of arms, with generals against generals, the allegiance of these emperors would be invaluable, for among them might lie those destined for ascension, providing yet another formidable advantage. Upon a high platform, his shadowy figure, shrouded in mist, responded to the oaths of the five emperors with an extremely indifferent voice, seemingly unchanging through the ages. I have taken note. When the time is ripe, I shall inform you. There were no specific promises, no reassurances, nor even a hint of emotional fluctuation. Yet this simple phrase, upon reaching the ears of the Void Emperor and the others, resonated like the profound sound of the Tao. They understood that this enigmatic leader had tacitly approved. They had embarked upon this vessel, poised to sail toward the celestial domain and unleash cataclysmic waves of chaos. We await the decree of our venerable predecessors. The five ancient emperors bowed in utmost respect. With a thought, Zhang Mo allowed the barrier enveloping the high platform to dissipate. His indifferent voice echoed throughout the auction hall. This auction has come to an end. At the instant his words fell, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped every being present. Whether the distraught contemporary emperors or the representatives of various factions, already terrified beyond measure, including their guards and attendants. All were instantly enveloped by this power and transported from the origin to the treasure hall. Within the confines of the attic, only the Lord of Magic remained. He exchanged his remaining points for various rare treasures and, filled with delight, exited the treasure pavilion. In the next moment, the sky above the divine city of 10,000 forms erupted with countless figures, emerging like dumplings in boiling water. The ancient progenitor of the eternal celestial dynasty, the skeletal emperor of the burial abyss, and numerous once mighty sovereigns of the imperial realm now found themselves somewhat disheveled as they steadied their forms. They gazed upward, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, at the mysterious pavilion still suspended above the sky summit, shrouded in chaotic energy and exuding an aura of transcendence and immortality. What they witnessed today utterly shattered their previous understanding. The existence of an immortal celestial king, the elixir of life, and the secrets of the celestial realm. Any one of these would be sufficient to stir a cataclysm across the boundless cosmos. A new era was on the horizon. The ancient progenitor of the eternal celestial dynasty stared at the pavilion, murmuring to himself, his aged eyes shimmering with an unprecedented light. Without the slightest hesitation, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished in an instant. He intended to return immediately to the Celestial Dynasty to convene a supreme council of ancient progenitors. Though he could not hear the words exchanged between the Pavilion Master and the ancient beings, he observed that they were completely awed by the Pavilion Master. Should there be any monumental opportunity in the future, he was determined to seize it and closely follow the Pavilion Master's lead. The other emperors, too, were lost in their thoughts. After exchanging glances, they tore through the void, each carrying a profound sense of shock and awe as they returned to their respective traditions. It was foreseeable that the entire cosmos would be set ablaze by the unprecedented currents of news they would bring back. In an inconspicuous corner of the Divine City, a man clad in a blue robe, whose aura was so ordinary it was nearly imperceptible, also cast a deep gaze at the Origin Treasure Pavilion. His eyes reflected a stark contrast to the shock, reverence, and fervor of others. There was a chilling scrutiny and a barely detectable hint of malice. Such a variable had emerged from the lower realms. The existence of the elixir of life and a living celestial king must be reported to the master immediately. The blue-robed man whispered, and his form vanished silently into the throng, like a droplet merging into the ocean. He traversed layers of space, ultimately arriving at the desolate edge of the universe, halting before an ancient, abandoned altar. He formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations. As a barely discernible wisp of ethereal light shot forth from the altar, instantly piercing the barriers of the boundless cosmos, conveying the message towards the distant and legendary celestial realm. As the emperors departed, tranquility returned to the skies above the Origin Treasure Pavilion. The 5 ancient emperors, including the Void Emperor, did not leave. They merely floated silently outside the pavilion, akin to the most loyal guardians, safeguarding this realm for the pavilion's master. Meanwhile, the previously subdued Emperor of Annihilation had transformed into the purest shadow, silently merging into the vast darkness of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. He shall become the most clandestine and lethal guardian of this loft. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo leaned back on the sofa, exhaling deeply. He could distinctly sense the once mighty force coursing through his limbs, an almost divine power capable of commanding myriad paths and reversing causality, gradually ebbing away like a receding tide. The vanishing strength brought with it a wave of weakness, yet more pressing was a sense of urgency. The Celestial King was ensnared by the time-bound overseers who harvested in the celestial domain. The information revealed by the Void Emperor intertwined in his mind, unfolding before him a grand, cruel, and intricately conspiratorial chessboard. Those so-called overseers treated the lower realms as mere pastures, unleashing cataclysmic calamities every epoch to conduct a bloody harvest. The emergence of his auction house, particularly the advent of the immortal elixir, undoubtedly disrupted the equilibrium they had cultivated. After all, it was merely an experience card. Zhang Mo clenched his fist, sensing the palpable essence of his pinnacle quasi-emperor cultivation. This realm, reliant on his innate sacred body and Tao fetus, was sufficient to sweep away all opposition, rendering him fearless even before an emperor. However, against those who could instigate epical calamities and reap the fruits of emperors, he was still woefully inadequate. He must enhance his strength post-haste. System, Zhang Mo called out in his mind. Show me what can assist me in attaining the Emperor's path immediately. Ding. Searching. Detected a special item that meets the host's requirements. A clear spirit liquid. Item name, clear spirit liquid. Item level, Imperial grade, special. Item description, formed from a strand of primordial chi during the inception of chaos, fused with the essence of myriad Tao sources. Upon consumption, the user can purge superficiality, cleanse the Tao body, and seamlessly merge with any Emperor's essence, achieving the Emperor's position without tribulation or comprehension. Special effect, due to the host possessing an innate sacred body Tao fetus, consuming this liquid will perfectly unlock bodily potential, allowing for an Emperor's path that far exceeds ordinary Emperors, rendering the physical body indestructible across eons. Auction price, 10 million points. Host exchange price, 30 million points. Zhang Mo gazed at the illuminated introduction of the liquid, radiating a gentle glow, a brilliant light flickering in his eyes. No need for tribulation. A direct ascent to the Emperor's path. It would perfectly awaken the potential of his innate sacred body, Tao fetus. This item was tailor-made for him. Such a path to enlightenment would only manifest when the Imperial Road opened. This is it. However, as he observed the exchange price, his lips twitched involuntarily. System, your markup is rather exorbitant. isn't it? You acquire it for 10 million and sell it to me, the proprietor, for 30 million? Ding. System operations incur costs. Please understand. Host, Zhang Mo, disinterested in quarreling with this mercenary system, found his wealth substantial enough. 30 million points were within his means. I shall exchange for the clear spirit liquid. Ding. 30 million points have been deducted, and the Qi clear spirit liquid has been stored in the system space. A notification chimes, detected that the host possesses a fusion-capable source of the Great Emperor. Shall the path to enlightenment commence immediately? Commence. Chapter 67. The Path of Origin Enlightenment. Zhang Mo hesitated not for a moment. With a mere thought, he vanished from the resting chamber, reappearing in the innermost sanctum of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. This chamber serves as the core of the entire pavilion, enveloped in layers of restrictions, ensuring absolute safety. He sat cross-legged, with two items suspended before him. One was a vial containing the recently exchanged Qi clear spirit liquid, radiating a pure and pristine aura. The other was a grayish orb, embodying the overwhelming might of the Emperor and the complete laws of the Great Tao. This was the source of the Great Emperor he had previously acquired. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Mo no longer hesitated. He uncorked the jade vial and swallowed the Qi clear spirit liquid in one swift motion. Boom! As the liquid cascaded down his throat, it did not manifest the expected warmth. Instead, it erupted within him like a singularity from a cosmic explosion, a surge of clear, pure, yet utterly domineering, innate energy instantaneously swept through his limbs and bones, meridians, and even the tiniest of cells. Crack, crack. In that moment, his physical body emitted sounds of unbearable strain and fracture. This was not destruction, but rebirth. His already formidable quasi-emperor physique was undergoing an unprecedented and thorough metamorphosis and elevation under the cleansing force of this innate energy. Every bone radiated an everlasting brilliance, inscribed with countless innate Tao patterns. Every drop of blood transformed into a resplendent gold, seemingly alive with the birth and demise of stars, with deities and demons howling. His internal organs evolved into the 5 elemental realms. His spinal dragon reared its head and roared, as if to expand into a true universe. In that moment, the innate holy body was utterly awakened. The physical form reached completion. The body ascended to the Emperor's realm. Simultaneously, the Tao embryo, long dormant in the center of Zhang Mo's brow, began to pulse with fervor. It resembled a glutton that had starved for eons, opening an invisible maw to devour the source. Buzz. The path practiced by this great emperor was one of shadows and slaughter, eerie and chilling. Yet before Zhang Mo's innate Tao embryo, this so-called emperor's path was like ice meeting the blazing sun, easily decomposed, refined, and ultimately transformed into the most fundamental runes of the great Tao. Then, these runes began to reassemble and evolve in a manner both profound and inscrutable. At that moment, Zhang Mo's consciousness seemed to escape the fetters of his physical form, venturing into an endless void of chaos. He beheld it all, the unfolding of the universe, the birth of myriad paths, the flames igniting, the thunder roaring, the passage of time, and the extension of space. He beheld the sovereigns of countless eras, those remarkable emperors, each leaving an indelible mark upon the cosmos. The overwhelming path of power, the ethereal path of void, the unparalleled path of slaughter, and the cyclical path governing life and death. At this moment, the myriad paths and countless laws were laid bare before him, unreservedly. Truly, the world is replete with countless heroes. While ordinary cultivators dedicate their lives to the pursuit of enlightenment, ultimately embracing but one path to its zenith, transforming it into their own imperial doctrine, Zhang Mo stood apart. His innate Tao fetus endowed him with the privilege to transcend all paths. He need not choose, for he is the very origin of all paths. In the depths of chaos, Zhang Mo's consciousness resonated with a profound murmur. I am the origin. Boom! At the instant the word origin echoed, the entire chaos erupted with fervor. The myriad paths and countless laws seemed to have found their sovereign, their source. They emitted a hum of submission, coalescing into radiant streams, fervently converging upon Zhang Mo's Tao fetus. In that moment, his Tao fetus radiated an unprecedented brilliance. It transcended any singular path, embodying the all-encompassing, supreme origin path that governs all. Within the chamber, Zhang Mo's form underwent a transformation of monumental proportions. His corporeal body had metamorphosed into an immortal, crystalline divine body constructed from the essence of the origin Tao. Each inch of skin coursing with a terrifying power that could send shivers through even the mightiest of emperors. At his brow, an origin imperial seal, exuding a chaotic hue and seemingly containing the mysteries of the universe, gradually coalesced into form. To achieve enlightenment, to become an emperor. The moment Zhang Mo reopened his eyes, two substantial beams of chaotic divine light erupted forth, effortlessly piercing through the walls of the chamber, which could withstand even the full might of an emperor, and shooting into the boundless void of chaos. He slowly rose, clenching his fist. An unprecedented surge of power, so formidable it astonished even him, surged within. He sensed that with but a thought, he could obliterate the very essence of the dozens of emperors of this era in an instant. A mere glance could damage the Tao of an ancient six-lifetime emperor like the Void Emperor. This was the overwhelming power bestowed upon him by the innate sacred body Tao fetus upon attaining the origin Tao. Before him, ordinary emperors were naught but ants. The Guardian. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Mo's lips. He raised his hand, and within his palm, a gray silhouette emerged. It was the nameless emperor, now a husk after being refined of its essence, rendered as obedient as a puppet. Zhang Mo flicked his fingers, and a wisp of imperial decree, embodying the essence of the primordial path, entered his brow. The nameless emperor's body trembled violently, and within his hollow gaze, a renewed brilliance flickered. Yet, as he looked upon Zhang Mo, his eyes were imbued with an overwhelming fervor and loyalty that resonated from the depths of his soul. From now on, you shall be my personal attendant. Your task is to discreetly observe all the emperors. Go forth. Zhang Mo's voice was indifferent and frigid, yet carried an undeniable authority. The nameless emperor respectfully bowed, refraining from questioning or hesitating. Before him, a rift in space opened soundlessly. He stepped through, his figure vanishing instantaneously within the spatial passage, leaving no trace behind. The secret chamber fell silent once more. Zhang Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly piercing through the boundless fabric of time and space, resting upon the celestial domain occupied by the Guardians. The blood of the Xiao family, he murmured softly, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his eyes. Soon after, a decree flew from the loft towards the gray-robed emperor. What he dispatched was not merely an assassin of imperial caliber, but a spark potent enough to ignite the stagnant waters of the celestial realm. Chapter 68. The Surge of Malice. In the desolate and lifeless ruins of a star domain, where even light could not penetrate, sat an emaciated elder clad in a gray imperial robe, seemingly on the verge of merging with the void. He was the gray-robed emperor who had exchanged the assassination of the Xiao family emperor for an alternative method of ascension at the auction. He did not rush to refine the seed of the primordial path, for he understood that the time was not yet ripe. He required an utterly secure and undisturbed environment. And without a doubt, the safest place in the world was the mysterious master's treasury of primordial treasures. He needed to fulfill his promise, using the blood of the Xiao family emperor to earn the master's trust and secure a tranquil place for seclusion. Just then, the void before him rippled without warning. A golden decree, swirling with chaotic energy and emanating a supreme aura that made even this ancient emperor's soul tremble, slowly materialized before him. The gray-robed emperor's eyes flew open, and within his lifeless gaze, an unprecedented brilliance ignited. It was the master's decree. Filled with immense excitement and reverence, he carefully unfurled the decree. There were no superfluous words, only a single, cold, and domineering character inscribed in the most primordial essence of the path. Kill. A simple word, yet it made the gray-robed emperor tremble violently. From this character, he sensed an unparalleled will that transcended all paths, commanding reality itself. It was the destiny bestowed upon him by the master to slay Xianxia. Ha 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 ha. The emperor in the gray robe cast his gaze towards the heavens, unleashing a laughter that had been suppressed for countless epochs, filled with boundless delight and madness. Xianxia, your Xiao clan once hunted me down, obliterated my dynasty, and seized my imperial destiny. This blood debt I have borne for 2 entire epochs. Today is finally time for reckoning. His eyes erupted with an overwhelming fury and murderous intent. It turned out that he bore an ancient grudge against the Xiao family. Once, he had been the last sovereign of an immortal dynasty, endowed with exceptional talent, who aspired to lead his empire to its former glory. However, he was unexpectedly targeted by the flourishing Xiao clan. During that epical calamity, the Xiao family mobilized their entire lineage to besiege him. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, resulting in the ruin of his dynasty, the slaughter of his subjects, and even his own body was shattered. His imperial fate dispersed. He was left to flee in disgrace, sealing himself in a desolate realm, struggling to survive. Throughout the endless years, the flame of vengeance never extinguished in his heart. Now, with the decree of the master and the flicker of the extinguishing celestial flame, he finally glimpsed the hope of revenge. Great grace of the master. The emperor in the gray robe respectfully bowed deeply to the decree. He then rose slowly, his lifeless eyes gazing towards the direction of the nine heavens' immortal realm, where the fire of retribution burned fiercely enough to incinerate galaxies. With a flick of his palm, the gray extinguishing celestial flame reappeared, burning more fervently than ever before. The origin Dao seed granted by the master is not merely a hope for ascension. He felt the Dao seed at his brow resonating with his own great path in an ineffable harmony. Through this resonance, his previously vague perception of the immortal realm became strikingly clear. He saw a path, an ancient smuggling rift forgotten in the river of time, long abandoned and filled with spatial turbulence and traps of loss. This rift had once been secretly opened by certain true immortals from the last epoch, who, unwilling to ascend, sought to reign in the lower realm while evading the pursuit of the immortal realm. Now it was known to no one. Heaven aids me. No, it is the master who assists me. The emperor in the gray robe was filled with ecstasy, realizing that the master was subtly guiding him, illuminating his path. With no hesitation left, he shifted his form and resolutely stepped into the ancient rift, fraught with unknown dangers. His figure vanished instantaneously from the desolate starry skies of the lower realm. His only goal was singular: the nine heavens' immortal realm, the Xiao imperial clan. The imperial blood would stain the azure skies. In the nine heavens' immortal realm, on the celestial Yuan immortal land, lies the core of the entire world, a sacred ground for cultivation that countless practitioners yearn for. In the sky, 9 eternal, indestructible suns of immortality hovered, radiating soft and warm celestial light. Upon the earth, the immortal energy transformed into surging rivers, flowing incessantly, nurturing all living things. Any wild grass by the roadside, when brought to the mortal realm, is a rare and precious herb of unparalleled value. Any ordinary stone conceals within it pure fragments of profound laws. The Xiao family, as one of the most esteemed ancient imperial clans of the celestial origin immortal land, occupies a position at the heart of this realm, situated atop the ancestral dragon vein. Gazing into the distance, one beholds a panorama of cascading immortal mountains, radiant divine light, and magnificent palaces, all exuding an air of grandeur. Palaces forged from celestial gold and divine iron hover amidst the sea of clouds, where true dragon phantoms coil and the spirits of phoenixes cry out, emanating an imperial majesty, shrouded in ethereal brilliance. At this moment, within the grandest hall of the Xiao family, the War Heaven Hall, a scene of revelry unfolds, filled with music and dancing. Guests seated in abundance. At the head of the hall sits a middle-aged man draped in a golden imperial robe, his countenance imposing, exuding an innate authority that commands respect without a word. He is Xianxia, the current head of Xiao family and the most formidable force among them. Having attained enlightenment only a few epochs ago, he stands at the pinnacle of his vigor, his eyes reflecting the descent of sun and moon, the vanishing of galaxies. Each gesture he makes radiates an overwhelming imperial dominance that suppresses all antiquity. Below him, representatives from the foremost powers of the nine heavens' celestial domain fill the seats. There is the elder of the Xiantian's sacred land, adorned in robes of stellar essence, exuding an ethereal presence. There is the compassionate leader of the Taoist sect, wielding a whisk. Even among them are several formidable existences, also emperors, who maintain cordial relations with the Xiao family. This banquet is held by Xiao Zhantian to celebrate his recent acquisition of a tattered true immortal battle garment from an ancient epic S relic. Ha ha ha! Esteemed friends, it is my utmost honor that you have graced us with your presence today. Come, let us drink to this occasion. Xiao Zhantian raised the wine cup. Crafted from celestial jade, his laughter resonating like thunder, reverberating through the entire hall. Brother Xianxia is too humble. To receive an invitation from you is our privilege. The guests below raised their cups in response, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. They understood that the Xiao Zhantian before them was no ordinary emperor. Not only did he possess unparalleled combat prowess, ranking among the top 3 of his contemporaries, but he had also garnered the favor of the lofty overseers of the celestial domains. It is said that he has been earmarked by an ancient ancestor among the overseers to become the next harvester. Once the next epical calamity commences, he will descend into the mortal realm wielding supreme celestial artifacts to reap the fortunes and paths of the entire 3,000 realms. Such an achievement would be monumental. At that time, he might even, through this merit, receive the overseer's blessings, breaking the shackles of imperial boundaries and defying the heavens to attain immortality. Brother Xianxia, I have heard that not long ago, there was a minor disturbance in that desolate pasture of the mortal realm. After several rounds of drinks, a friend of Xiao Zhantian from the Burning Sky Valley, the Flame Emperor, casually inquired, setting down his cup. A force known as the Origin Treasure Pavilion seems to exhibit a disconcerting lack of respect, having even diminished one of the noble lineage's prodigies. Upon hearing the name Origin Treasure Pavilion, the atmosphere within the grand hall momentarily faltered. Present were the foremost figures of the celestial realm, all of whom were undoubtedly aware of the recent disgrace involving the patriarch of the Xiao family, who had been publicly humiliated from afar. A fleeting shadow of discontent crossed Xiao Zhantian's face, though it was swiftly obscured by his formidable imperial presence. With a disdainful scoff, he spoke, his tone dripping with contempt and derision. My dear Yin, you worry too much. They are merely a gaggle of ants confined to their cages, foolishly believing that a few novel trinkets grant them the audacity to challenge the heavens. That Xiao Tiance is nothing but a waste. He has brought shame upon our Xiao family. Being cast into the abyss of the 9 hells is precisely what he deserves. He raised his goblet, draining it in a single gulp, his demeanor dominating and scornful. As for that so-called pavilion master, once the schemes of our esteemed guardians are set in motion, the next harvest will commence ahead of schedule. At that time, I shall personally descend and grind him and his dilapidated pavilion into dust, teaching him the true meaning of celestial might. His words resonated with absolute conviction. In his eyes, everything from the lower realm was merely a plaything. Perhaps the so-called pavilion master had stumbled upon a relic of the previous era, a forbidden celestial artifact, allowing him to injure our already weary ancestor from a distance. But what of it? Before the overwhelming celestial onslaught from the celestial realm, any resistance is but a farce. Brother Zhantian speaks the truth. How dare these insignificant ants from the lower realm provoke celestial power? It is nothing short of reckless folly. Here, to Brother Zhantian. May victory be swift, and may his path to immortality be soon fulfilled. The hall resounded once more with sycophantic praises, all faces adorned with smiles that conveyed a sense of entitlement. In their eyes, the lower realm was merely a pasture, its inhabitants akin to livestock. Harvesting was a natural right, while resistance warranted utter annihilation. They indulged in the finest spiritual fruits and celestial brews, laughing and frivolously commenting on the fates of those they deemed mere ants. Their demeanor exuded a nauseating sense of superiority. Amidst this atmosphere of merriment and camaraderie, suddenly, boom! A thunderous roar erupted without warning from the periphery of the Xiao estate. The entire Zhantian Hall, along with the celestial mountains beneath it, trembled violently in that instant. The celestial melodies within the hall ceased abruptly, and the smiles on the faces of all guests froze instantly. They stared in astonishment towards the direction from which the deafening sound emanated. At the westernmost edge of the Xiao family's domain, there stood the West Extreme Celestial Mine, a resplendent creation formed entirely from a vein of celestial ore, eternally aglow with an ethereal light. At this moment, an awe-inspiring beam of gray, annihilating radiance surged forth, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Wherever this luminescence traversed, the celestial mine crumbled, the ore vein fractured, and everything succumbed to the primordial void beneath the oppressive aura of obliteration. A terrifying presence, one that sent shivers through the hearts of all the emperors present, emanated from the epicenter of the explosion. Chapter 69. Captivating attention. What is happening? Within the War Heaven Palace, all guests, including formidable existences of imperial stature, immediately rose to their feet, staring in horror at the soaring gray light of annihilation. The aura was too strange, too tyrannical. It brimmed with connotations of finality and extinction, as if it could incinerate myriad paths and obliterate all. It was directed towards the west extreme, celestial mine. What audacity! How dare anyone wreak havoc on the territory of my Xiao family? A frost quickly settled upon Xiao Zhantian's imposing visage. He struck his throne with a resounding clap, unleashing a terrifying imperial might. To him, this was nothing short of a blatant provocation, right before the eyes of the supreme powers of the celestial realm. While he was hosting guests at the grand banquet, an assault was launched against the Xiao family's assets. This was a slap in the face. Report. Just then, a streak of light shot into the hall, transforming into a golden-armored royal guard, who knelt with a thud upon the ground. His voice trembling with fear as he reporting to the ancestor. The west extreme celestial mine has been attacked by unidentified enemies. Nearly half of the ore vein has been destroyed. The 3 elders guarding the mine have perished on the spot. What? Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. The 3 royal elder saints had not even had the time to react before being annihilated. The invading enemy must possess power at least on par with a quasi-emperor, perhaps even a true emperor. Investigate. I demand an investigation. Immediately seal off the entire area. I shall see which fool dares to threaten the foundation of my Xiao family. Xiao Zhantian's fury erupted, his voice as frigid as ancient ice, causing the temperature within the grand hall to plummet. Understood. The golden-armored guard accepted the command and transformed into a streak of light, hastily retreating. The atmosphere within the hall shifted abruptly from previous mirth and laughter to one of grave tension. Brother Zhantian, it appears there are some short-sighted adversaries wishing to disrupt your affairs today, remarked the Flame Emperor of the Burning Heaven Valley, his brow furrowed. Merely a pack of cowardly vermin, Xiao Zhantian scoffed, resuming his seat upon the throne, though his expression still bore traces of anger. The pride of being one of the foremost emperors of the age remained undiminished. It matters not. I have already dispatched orders for the 5th and 7th elders to lead a contingent for support, with 2 great saints and 10 royal saints, along with a replica of my clan's imperial weapon, the Tower of Suppression. Even should a true emperor arrive, it shall suffice to subdue them. He raised his wine cup and gestured to the crowd, saying, "There is no need for alarm, my friends. This is merely a minor interlude that cannot dampen our spirits. Come, let us continue to drink." He exuded an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the so-called adversaries. To him, this was nothing more than a test harassment orchestrated by certain hostile forces with grievances against the Xiao family. Who would dare to engage in battle with him? The pinnacle emperor on his own territory? Even if they possessed 100-fold courage, they would not dare. Ha! Brother Zhantian truly embodies majesty, with Brother Zhantian presiding. What fear do we have of petty foes? Witnessing Xiao Zhantian's unwavering confidence, the atmosphere within the grand hall began to ease. The guests once again raised their cups, continuing their previous flattery. Yet, an undercurrent of unease lingered in the hearts of all present. They sipped their wine while discreetly using their spiritual senses to monitor any movements from the direction of the western extreme celestial mine. Meanwhile, high above the western extreme celestial mine, the fabric of space tore as 2 teams of formidable cultivators clad in Xiao family battle armor emerged from the void. At the forefront were the 5th and 7th elders of the Xiao family, 2 veritable saint kings. They gazed down at the mine, now a desolate ruin consumed by gray annihilation energy, as a towering pillar of destruction rose into the sky, their expressions darkening. What an enigmatic path of annihilation. I have never witnessed such pure destructive power. The 5th elder, a robust old man, spoke gravely. The 3 guarding elders did not escape a trace. They were instantly obliterated. The 7th elder, a middle-aged man with a sinister visage, glinted with cold light in his eyes, acknowledging that their foes were undoubtedly formidable. Whoever they may be, to dare touch the Xiao family's celestial mine is to declare war upon the entire Xiao clan. Today, we shall ensure they have no chance of return. The 5th elder barked decisively, waving his hand. Form the array. Completely seal off this star domain. Not even a fly shall escape. Yes. The dozens of Saint King guards behind him responded in unison, brandishing array flags and formations as they began to establish a colossal killing formation capable of sealing heaven and earth within the void. The 5th and 7th elders, Their gazes sharp as lightning, swept their spiritual senses like a tide in all directions, desperately seeking the hidden enemy. Little did they know, all of this was merely a ruse to draw the tiger from its den. While the attention of the majority of the Xiao family's powerful cultivators was captivated by the western extreme celestial mine, within the heavily fortified and imposing main hall of the Xiao residence, the War Heaven Hall, a banquet of clinking cups and joyous laughter unfolded. Here, the pinnacle emperor, Xiao Zhantian, engaged in spirited discussions with various dignitaries, brimming with vigor, behind his throne forged from celestial king-grade divine gold, renowned for its invulnerability to all laws. That space, which should have been absolutely stable, untouched even by the passage of time, resembled a tranquil lake disturbed by the subtle plop of a stone, quietly rippling outward with nearly imperceptible waves. Cloaked in a shroud of gray mist, a figure merged with the shadows, so ethereal that even the mighty emperor nearby failed to sense its presence, emerged like the most elite of phantom assassins from the depths of those ripples. He was none other than the gray-robed emperor, who was meant to confront the formidable warriors of the Xiao clan from billions of miles away. In his grasp, there was no imperial weapon, no divine powers, only a flicker of gray flame, quietly burning within his palm, weak and seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. At this moment, an overwhelming killing intent, potent enough to cause even the emperor to tremble, was suddenly locked onto its target. Chapter 70, Jade Talisman. Within the War Heaven Palace, tranquility prevailed. Xiao Zhantian raised a cup in jovial conversation with the elder of the Xianxia's sacred ground, discussing the future landscape of the immortal realm and the fates of the ants below. His visage radiated a confidence born of meticulous strategy, coupled with an indifference towards the lives and deaths of the weak. He remained blissfully unaware that the shadow of death had silently slithered up his back like the most venomous of vipers. Just as he lifted the cup, ready to down the exquisite wine brewed over Millennia, a chilling, deathly silence, seemingly emanating from the deepest abyss of the underworld, erupted from behind him without warning. This chill was not of mere physical coldness, but rather a profound stillness that directly assailed the soul, an ultimate annihilation of all existence. What? Xiao Zhantian, a battle-hardened peak emperor who had carved a path through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, possessed an instinct for combat that was ingrained in his very bones. Upon sensing the murderous intent, he had no time to turn or contemplate. The imperial laws within him erupted like a volcano. Boom! A radiant golden light surged from his body, enveloping him in a divine armor forged from the purest essence of the way of war. He retaliated with a powerful fist aimed at the source of the lethal intent, unleashing a strike without the slightest reservation. His fist, akin to a dragon, pierced through the cosmos with unparalleled force. Where the fist's wind passed, the very fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, dissolving into a void of chaos. He held absolute confidence that at such close range, even a peak emperor of equal standing would be obliterated by this full-force strike, their imperial body shattered, their path damaged. However, he was not facing an ordinary emperor, but rather a madman who had endured 2 epochs, condensing all life, all paths, and all will into the singular purpose of vengeance. In the face of Xiao Zhantian's terrifying fist, capable of fracturing galaxies, the gray-robed emperor displayed neither evasion nor fear in his gaze. All that remained was an endless, cold, indifferent intent to kill. He did not flinch or evade. He allowed the terrifying force of the fist to rend his already broken imperial body, leaving it drenched in blood. He poured all his strength, all the essence of his imperial Tao, and even his burning imperial soul into his palms, into that faint flicker of gray flame. Then, with a resolute determination akin to mutual destruction, he forcefully pressed it against the back of Xiao Zhantian's heart. A soft hiss echoed, like a searing iron being pressed into cold flesh. The golden divine armor, capable of withstanding the full force of an imperial weapon, crumbled before the seemingly weak gray flame. Pierced with ease, the annihilating celestial fire, a forbidden flame imbued with the power to end eras, imprinted itself unimpeded upon Xiao Zhantian's formidable, immortal body. A chilling scream, more monstrous than human, reverberated throughout the entire War Heaven Palace. The authoritative visage of Xiao Zhantian was instantly marred by disbelief, pain, and horror. He could distinctly feel an incomprehensible, indelible force of annihilation spreading wildly from the center of his back, coursing through his limbs and even into the depths of his very soul. His imperial Tao laws dissolved and collapsed rapidly before this annihilating force, as his life essence was mercilessly consumed and burned by that gray flame. This is the annihilating celestial fire. Amidst the excruciating pain, Xiao Zhantian finally recognized the origin of the flame, his eyes reflecting boundless fear and panic. You are that emperor. You have not perished. He discerned the aura of the gray-robed emperor, the very dynasty his family had annihilated, a wretched creature that should have long since fallen into the river of time. Thanks to your Xiao family, I have survived 2 more epochs in the Netherrealm. The voice of the gray-robed emperor was hoarse and filled with malice, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit crawling forth from the depths of hell. Today, I come to your Xiao family to reclaim this blood debt. Seeking death, Xiao Zhantian, both astonished and enraged, bore the excruciating agony of his burning soul, desperately channeling the imperial power within to expel the cursed flame from his body. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the entire War Heaven Palace. Assassins, quickly protect the family head. The guests, after a brief moment of shock, sprang into action, particularly the few terrifying existences who were also emperors, who immediately launched cataclysmic attacks against the gray-robed emperor. Presumptuous madman! How dare you attempt an assassination in the War Heaven Palace? Pay with your life. The flame emperor of Burning Heaven Valley roared, unleashing a torrent of crimson imperial fire capable of incinerating all things towards the gray-robed emperor. The elder of the Xianxia sacred land summoned a celestial chart that blotted out the sun, transforming it into a stellar prison, intent on utterly subduing the gray-robed emperor. The digital sovereign and the ascendant emperor launched their attacks simultaneously, their overwhelming might capable of plunging this realm back into chaos. Yet, the gray-robed emperor remained unfazed, his focus solely on one target, Xiao Zhantian. He must perish. It was imperative. With a frenzied roar, the gray-robed emperor recklessly ignited more of his imperial essence, amplifying the power of the extinguishing celestial flame to its zenith. Xiao Zhantian's imperial body could no longer withstand the onslaught. His chest was completely pierced by the gray flames, creating a vast, luminous void. Golden imperial blood gushed forth like a torrent, while his aura diminished at a visibly alarming rate. No, this emperor cannot die. Xiao Zhantian felt the rapid erosion of his life force, his eyes filled with an abyss of fear and unwillingness. He had a promising future ahead. He was destined to reap the lower realms and ascend to immortality. How would he meet his end here? In that precarious moment between life and death. He clenched his teeth, and a brilliant celestial light erupted from his brow. An ancient jade talisman, intricately carved from an unknown celestial jade and inscribed with the words Guardian, emerged from his forehead. Chapter 71, Assassination Successful. The moment the Guardian talisman appeared, it unleashed a terrifying celestial might that surpassed the imperial realm and transcended the myriad paths of this world. Boom! The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a dazzling celestial light. Within this radiance, an indistinct figure cloaked in the endless laws of darkness slowly materialized, resembling a terrifying shadow of the abyss. Merely standing there, it emanated an overwhelming pressure, a force so profound that it could instill dread across the multiverse. Puff, puff, puff. Inside the Hall of War, those assaulting the gray-robed emperor, including the Flame Emperor and the Ascendant Emperor of the Xiantian Holy Land, found their attacks melting away like snow beneath a blazing sun before this celestial might. They were struck as if by lightning, each spitting blood, firmly pinned in place by this irresistible pressure, unable to move. Their eyes were filled with horror and trepidation. A true celestial. This was indeed a protective decree imbued with the full power of a true celestial. It was a life-saving card bestowed upon Xiao Zhantian by the lofty guardians of the celestial domain. Ha ha, you're doomed. Xiao Zhantian laughed maniacally, as if he had narrowly escaped death, his voice laced with madness and resentment. To have forced this emperor to use such a trump card, you deserve to be proud. Today, not only will I ensure your demise, but I shall also extract your imperial soul and burn it with celestial fire for 100,000 years, condemning you to eternal suffering. He roared with malice, envisioning the gray-robed emperor's tragic end, obliterated in body and spirit beneath the finger of this true celestial apparition. The ethereal figure, forged from the dark principles of the universe, slowly raised its finger. This digit, crafted from the purest essence of darkness, was entwined with an ominous and uncanny aura capable of shattering even the resolve of mighty emperors. Void of any emotion, it merely pointed indifferently at the diminutive figure cloaked in gray, firmly locked in its oppressive gaze. Although this gesture appeared languid, it encompassed a profound understanding that transcended both time and space. It disregarded distance and the laws of reality, and in an instant, it had already descended upon the brow of the gray-robed emperor. The shadow of death loomed entirely. Yet, in the face of this annihilating finger of the ethereal being, the visage of the gray-robed emperor, obscured behind a veil of mist, revealed no trace of fear. Instead, it bore an expression of near liberation and frenzied determination. "You wish to kill me? Do you even possess the right?" He emitted a hoarse, derisive growl filled with endless scorn. "The master decreed that you must perish. Thus, you shall indeed meet your end." In that very moment, he relinquished all defenses. At the center of his brow, the origin Tao seed, recently acquired and yet to be fully refined, erupted with a brilliant light. A force, alien to this era and this realm, transcending the path of immortals, seemed to emanate from the very dawn of the cosmos, detonating from within that seed. This was not a complete explosion, merely a spark. Yet in that fleeting instant, the already faint, extinguishing celestial flame in the palm of the gray-robed emperor ignited as if drenched in the divine oil of a myriad stars from the universe. Its potency surging beyond comprehension, exponentially increasing. Boom! The gray flames instantly transformed into an inferno capable of incinerating the heavens and evaporating the cosmic seas. This sea of fire surged upward, adopting a brazen demeanor, as it mercilessly engulfed the once mighty ethereal figure along with its dark, pointed digit. What is this power? The eternal indifference of the ethereal figure wavered for the first time, erupting into a cacophony of terror. It sensed that its celestial laws, potent enough to obliterate emperors, were as fragile as mere parchment before the gray flames, easily consumed and disintegrated. It yearned to struggle, to flee, yet all was in vain. The extinguishing celestial flame, now augmented by a hint of primordial creation power, had reached a state of unimaginable terror, one that even the ethereal beings would tremble before. A soft sound echoed. The ethereal figure, bestowed by the guardian for self-preservation, was utterly consumed by the gray sea of flames in the incredulous gaze of Xianxia, leaving no trace behind. "No, this is impossible. This absolutely cannot be." Xianxia was utterly shattered. His greatest trump card, his final hope, had vanished just like that. He gazed in terror at the inferno that had obliterated the ethereal shadow of the true immortal. Its ferocity did not wane. Instead, it surged forth with even greater savagery, sweeping towards him like an ocean of annihilation, his eyes brimming with boundless despair. "No!" He emitted a final, heart-wrenching scream of anguish and defiance. Then his formidable immortal body, along with his proud imperial spirit, was completely engulfed by the gray sea of flames. There was no struggle, no resistance. A reigning emperor, in the prime of his life, unparalleled in dominance, was reduced to nothingness within his own abode before the eyes of countless supreme forces in the immortal realm. His form and essence extinguished. All paths rendered void. Inside the war god hall, an oppressive silence reigned. Everyone stood in a stupor, gazing at the vacant throne, their minds a blank slate. Xianxia was dead, just like that. Amidst this suffocating stillness, the imperial body had long since crumbled, leaving only a wisp of residual soul. A gray-robed figure that seemed on the verge of dissipating, clinging to the last vestiges of life. In the void where Xianxia had fallen, this specter inscribed, with the extinguishing flames of his final life force, a line of blood-red characters filled with endless mockery and dominance. "By the command of the pavilion master, I come to collect debts from you all." The script flowed like a dragon and phoenix, brimming with murderous intent. Each letter struck like a resounding slap upon the faces of all present in the immortal realm. Having completed this act, the gray-robed emperor's remnant soul could no longer endure, swiftly becoming transparent. Just as he was about to vanish entirely from the world, an ancient talisman, crafted by Zhang Mo himself and imbued with the essence of the origin of the spatial laws, quietly illuminated from within his robes. Buzz. Space twisted, and an imperceptible rift opened behind him. In an instant, his figure was consumed by the fissure, disappearing without a trace. All that remained was the ruin hall, a ground strewn with terror, and the blood-red declaration burning in the void, as if mocking the entirety of the immortal realm. Chapter 72. Sovereign inside the Xiao family's war god hall, the silence persisted, as dead as ever. All the guests, whether they were the ethereal elders of sacred lands or formidable existences of the same imperial stature, stood frozen in place as if ensnared by an enchantment, utterly motionless. On their faces lingered an indelible expression of sheer horror and bewilderment. Their minds replayed the scene that had shattered their understanding time and again. A peak emperor, assassinated in his own residence. Even the divine decree bestowed by the overseers had been incinerated by a far more bizarre and terrifying force. Ultimately, the assassin, leaving behind a blood-red proclamation rife with mockery, withdrew with composure. This was more fantastical than mythology, more absurd than the most outlandish tales. Gulp. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the flame emperor of the Burning Sky Valley finally managed to swallow hard, breaking the suffocating silence that enveloped the atmosphere. He gazed upon the vacant imperial throne and the glaring, blood-red characters blazing in the void, murmuring hoarsely to himself, "The heavens are about to change." Not merely change. The quasi-emperor elder of the Xianxia Holy Land shook his head with a bitter smile, his voice laden with profound sorrow and trepidation. This was the harbinger of collapse. This time, the situation had escalated far beyond expectations. He felt an immense sense of relief that he had not chosen to align himself with Xiao Zhantian's formidable faction to confront the enigmatic gray-robed assassin. Otherwise, he too might now be sprawled lifeless on the ground. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, once merely a legend whispered about in the lower realms. This mysterious force now loomed like the sharpest sword of Damocles, hanging ominously over all the celestial factions. Now, they had audaciously dispatched an assassin, who brazenly incinerated the current head of the Xiao family, a pinnacle emperor, before the eyes of the entire celestial domain. What sheer dominance! What audacity! What lawlessness! This mysterious pavilion master clearly regarded these so-called imperial clans and immortal sanctuaries with utter disdain. Let's hope that those in power swiftly quell this matter. Otherwise, the celestial realm shall be engulfed in panic. Quickly, dispatch messages back to the sect. Seal the mountain gates. Activate the highest level of the protective grand formation. All disciples traveling abroad must be summoned back immediately. There must be no errors. After a brief silence, the grand hall erupted into chaos. Representatives of all factions, akin to cats whose tails have been stepped on, turned pale with fear and frantically relayed this earth-shattering news back to their respective sects. They were terrified, truly terrified. A terrifying force bold enough to slay even the Xiao family before their very eyes could easily crush them, akin to squishing an ant. Until the true intentions of this pavilion master were unraveled, none dared to act recklessly. In an instant, the entire Battle Sky Hall was thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, the Xiao family, as the main household, found itself engulfed in unprecedented chaos and panic. The head of the family had been slain. For any imperial clan, this was an unbearable, ignominious disgrace. You insolent wretch! How dare you? Kill! Pursue! Even if it takes us to the heavens or the cosmic wilderness. We shall shatter that accursed assassin into 1,000 pieces. Roars of fury echoed from the depths of the Xiao ancestral grounds. Shortly thereafter, 3 ancient ancestors of the Xiao clan, exuding formidable imperial might, yet visibly weakened in vitality, tore through the void and descended upon the Battle Sky Hall. Their eyes fell upon the vacant imperial throne and the burning blood characters, and they trembled with rage. However, as they endeavored to extinguish the bloodied inscription using the principles of the imperial way, they were horrified to discover that within the flames resided a trace of an eternal and indomitable primordial power, one that caused even their hearts to tremble. The moment their imperial way principles came into contact with the flames, they were incinerated in an instant, akin to ice meeting the scorching sun, utterly unable to be extinguished. This signified that this declaration, laden with humiliation, would be eternally etched upon the battle hall of the Xiao clan, a disgrace that would never be washed away throughout the ages. A particularly hot-tempered ancestor of the Xiao clan was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire 9 heavens immortal domain erupted in turmoil following the fall of Xiao Zhantian. The news spread like a cataclysmic cosmic storm, surpassing the speed of light, sweeping across the entire immortal domain and beyond, reaching the vast realms of the primordial chaos. Never before had an emperor fallen after countless millennia. Yet now, a peak emperor had been brazenly assassinated in his own residence. This was akin to casting a nuclear bomb into the tranquil waters of the immortal domain, capable of igniting chaos. Countless holy lands, celestial dynasties, and ancient sects reacted instantaneously to the news, retreating into their sanctuaries. They hastily activated their protective formations and sternly commanded their disciples to remain indoors, fearing being swept into the tempest unleashed by the Origin Treasure Pavilion against the Xiao clan. The immortal domain was rife with tension and surging undercurrents. Meanwhile, the instigator, the enigmatic, domineering, and lawless master of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, had for the first time indelibly imprinted his name in the hearts of all the top powerhouses in the immortal domain as a forbidden mark. Simultaneously, in the backstage lounge of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Mo reclined leisurely on a sofa, observing the chaotic scenes of the Xiao clan through the luminous screen, as well as the audacious bloodied inscription he had personally crafted. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, this performance was quite impressive. To kill was one thing, but to strike at the heart was another. This old man in the gray robe certainly had a discerning taste. He mused happily to himself. At that moment, the system's notification echoed thunderously within his mind. Ding! The host has successfully orchestrated and completed the assassination of an emperor in the immortal domain, significantly overturning the original world order of the primordial chaos. As a reward, the host will receive 100 million points of fortune. Ding! A series of the host's actions has greatly invigorated the resistance will of the beings in the lower realms, establishing a deep bond between you and the fortune of the primordial chaos, lower realms. Special status triggered. Heart of all realms. Heart of all realms. As the master of this world, when the realms prosper, so shall the host prosper. When the realms decline, so shall the host decline. Within the lower realms, the host will receive unparalleled enhancement from the fortune of the heavenly Tao. Your words shall manifest as law, resonating with all paths. Your will is the destiny of this world. What the heck? Zhang Mo gazed at the cascade of notifications that emerged on the luminous screen, springing from the sofa in a burst of exhilaration. 1 billion fortune points? This was the very essence of financial freedom. The arduous efforts he had invested previously yielded a sum that barely scratched the surface of this staggering figure. Even more astonishing was the concept of the heart of all realms, bound to the fortunes of the lower realm, the spoken word manifesting as law, will itself equating to destiny. Did this not imply that he had become the sovereign of the 3,000 realms? Zhang Mo could distinctly sense a profound, almost visceral connection between himself and the boundless world beneath his feet, intertwined with the countless beings inhabiting it. It was as if he could hear the muffled yet exuberant cheers of every creature responding to the news of Xiao Zhantian's demise. He could feel the resurgence of defiance in every powerful figure, their spirits reignited by his actions, unwilling to be harvested like mere livestock. These wills, these fortunes, converged into an expansive, golden river flowing from all directions, rushing towards him, towards the Origin Treasure Pavilion. So this was the genuine essence of destiny investment. Perhaps it was he who had previously underestimated the scope of his ambition. Now, investing in a realm would yield an inexhaustible supply of fortune. Zhang Mo murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. He seemed to have discovered something far more intriguing than mere mischief. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the Emperors. The death of Xiao Zhantian resounded like a thunderclap throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realms, shattering the long-standing gloom that had lingered over the heads of the emperors in the lower realm for epochs. It was akin to a resounding slap, forcefully striking the faces of those self-proclaimed exalted guardians of the celestial domain, who viewed the lower realms as mere pastures. Furthermore, it acted as a potent stimulant, invigorating the hearts of every emperor in the lower realms, who were unwilling to be treated as mere cattle. They finally confirmed one thing. The enigmatic master of the Origin Treasure Pavilion was not jesting. He genuinely dared and possessed the capability to confront the colossal entity of the celestial domain head-on. In the divine city of all phenomena, atop Tianxiong Mountain, the Origin Treasure Pavilion remained serenely suspended amidst the chaotic energy, exuding an aura of transcendence and immortality. On the third day, following the conclusion of the auction, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility above Tianxiong Mountain, as a formidable imperial might brutally tore through the fabric of space. A majestic figure clad in a dragon-patterned imperial robe, crowned with a celestial diadem, emanating an aura as profound as the ocean, stepped forth from the rift in space. It was the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty. Upon his arrival, he did not unleash any oppressive force. Instead, he restrained all imperial presence, adjusting his robe that symbolized supreme authority. Then, he bowed respectfully before the mysterious pavilion, lowering his proud head that had never bent to anyone. Eternal celestial dynasty, Qin Wunyan, pays homage to the master. His voice, grand and solemn, reverberated throughout the entirety of the myriad realms. In the eternal celestial dynasty, we shall revere the pavilion master as our sovereign. We shall dedicate all the strength of our dynasty to follow the pavilion master, to jointly wage war against the celestial domain, and to reopen the path to immortality. His words resonated with conviction, each syllable seemingly heralding the dawn of a new era to the vast expanse of the primordial world. The myriad realms erupted in fervor. All cultivators who heard those words were set ablaze with excitement. It was the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty. He was actually pledging his allegiance to the pavilion master. Heaven above, the eternal celestial dynasty, a lineage that has endured for nearly 10 million years, was steeped in unfathomable depth and immortality. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At the very moment the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty finished speaking, a chilling and decayed aura enveloped the sky on another side. The fabric of space silently tore open, and a skeletal emperor, composed entirely of immortal bones and with eerie blue soul flames flickering in its eye sockets, emerged from the abyss-like rift. It cast a glance at the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty, producing a cacophony of bone grinding against bone. "You old fellow, you move quite swiftly." Subsequently, it slightly bowed towards the origin treasure pavilion, its voice, composed of divine thoughts, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. "The abyss of the buried emperor shall heed the pavilion master's command. Any foe that dares to invade the celestial domain, I, the abyss's countless emperor corpses, shall serve as vanguards and devour them all." Boom! If the loyalty of the eternal celestial dynasty merely astonished the crowd, then the decision of the abyss of the buried emperor, a place that even the celestial domain found daunting, to submit, instilled a profound terror that resonated within the very souls of all present. The might of the pavilion master, it seems, knows no bounds. Then a roar. The southern horizon was enveloped in an endless expanse of demonic energy. The ancient demon emperor of the myriad demons' holy court, in the form of a colossal Kuanpun, tore through the clouds and descended upon the world. We, the myriad demons' holy court, pledged to serve under the pavilion master. In the western sky, the sound of sacred chants echoed, illuminating the realm with Buddhist light. The ancient Buddha from the 10,000 Buddha temple, stepping upon a 12th grade merit golden lotus, manifested in all its resplendent glory. Amitabha, the celestial domain is lawless, treating us as mere livestock. Thus, divine retribution is warranted. Our Buddhist sect shall assist the pavilion master in restoring order. 1, 2, 10, dozens. One by one, the emperors who had previously clashed at the auction now seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, tearing through the void and descending from every corner of the myriad realms into the skies above the myriad realms. Their auras, whether tyrannical, chilling, sacred, or otherworldly, converged into a terrifying torrent of imperial might that could make the entire 3,000 realms tremble. Yet at this moment, this torrent was as gentle as lambs. They all reigned in their auras, casting aside the pride befitting emperors. Akin to devoted pilgrims gathered in reverence around the origin treasure pavilion, their gazes converged upon that enigmatic loft, brimming with awe, anticipation, and a hint of fervor. The emperors had come to pay homage. This unprecedented spectacle, unparalleled even in myth and legend, unfolded vividly before the myriad beings of the Divine City. All the cultivators who bore witness to this moment trembled with excitement, tears welling in their eyes. They understood they were witnessing history, and today would surely be chronicled in the annals, becoming fodder for future discussions among cultivators. A new and grand epoch, heralded by the clarion call of beings from the lower realms, was on the brink of emergence. Leading this era was the mysterious master of that very loft. In the face of this grand assembly of emperors, amidst the sea of hopeful and fervent gazes, the Origin Treasure Pavilion remained tranquil. Zhang Mo himself had no intention of making an appearance. He lounged in the backstage lounge, observing the scene on the luminous screen reminiscent of a grand fan meeting. While lazily stifling a yawn, there were indeed quite a few people, each playing their part with great enthusiasm. To him, it seemed that these old-timers were merely eager to find a sturdy support, driven by the looming scythe of fate. Nonetheless, the collective yearning was rather pleasant. After some contemplation, he resolved to offer a response to his loyal followers, soothing their restless hearts. Thus, with a mere thought, a simple yet elegant golden decree emerged from the loft, gracefully ascending to hover above the summit. Inscribed upon the decree were 8 grand characters written in the Origin's principles, dancing like dragons and phoenixes. Conserve energy. Await the opportune moment. These 8 straightforward characters seemed to embody a peculiar power that instilled calmness in the hearts of all who beheld them. The emperors, whose hearts had raced with excitement and tension, found instant solace. A glimmer of understanding sparked in their eyes. I see it now. The master is indeed orchestrating a grand strategy. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty, upon contemplating those 8 characters, clapped in admiration, his face reflecting an expression of complete control. The master was conveying that they should not become complacent due to the assassination of Xianxia, lest they alert the serpent. The strength of the celestial realm far exceeded their imagination. What they needed to do now was to amass power, unite all opposing forces, and await the perfect moment to strike. Indeed, the skeleton emperor from the burial abyss echoed, with thoughts formed by his consciousness, affirmatively resonating. The master's foresight is beyond our reach. By advising us to conserve our strength, he has undoubtedly prepared contingencies for enhancing our power. Perhaps at the next auction, there will be a truly extraordinary artifact that can lead us to a breakthrough. The patience exhibited suggests that the master is undoubtedly laying down other hidden pieces within the celestial realm. He awaits an opportune moment, one that will enable us to cooperate from within and without to decisively overturn the dominion of the celestial realm. One by one, the emperors began to indulge in fervent speculation. They interpreted the 8 characters hastily inscribed by Zhang Mo into 18 different, profoundly intricate strategic intentions. In their eyes, this enigmatic master is nothing short of a supreme sage, whose strategies are unfathomable, orchestrating the fate of the world. The last remnants of doubt in their hearts have dissipated entirely, replaced by a more resolute belief in their allegiance. We shall follow the master's decree. The chorus of dozens of emperors resounded, their voices merging into a torrent powerful enough to shake the universe. Subsequently, they tore through the void, returning to their respective sections. They were determined to consolidate all their strengths, liquidate all their assets, and rally every possible ally. They must prepare meticulously for the impending ultimate confrontation with the celestial realm. In truth, Zhang Mo's thoughts were quite simple. Even if he were to venture into the celestial realm now, he lacks the necessary power. An old adage from his original world aptly states, store ample grain, build high walls, and delay claiming kingship. Chapter 74, The Supreme Celestial Palace. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens celestial realm, within the depths of endless chaos, floats a temple that starkly contrasts with the resplendent radiance and auspicious aura of the celestial realm, a cold, dark sanctuary. This temple, forged from an unknown black, celestial gold, is inscribed with countless twisted, bizarre runes, emanating an ominous and decayed aura that even true celestial beings find unsettling. Here lies the stronghold of the celestial realm's guardians, the true center of power within the entire 9 heavens celestial realm. At this moment, deep within the celestial palace, upon a throne of white bones constructed from innumerable celestial spirit skeletons, sits a terrifying figure shrouded in an endless veil of darkness, rendering its form indistinct. This being is the 9th ancestor, one of the guardians, tasked with overseeing all affairs of the lower realm's pastures. Beneath him, the man in the blue robe, who had previously lurked in the divine capital, secretly observing the Origin Treasure Pavilion, now trembles in fear, kneeling on the ground, not daring to lift his head. His body shakes uncontrollably, as if bearing an unimaginable weight of pressure. Useless. The cold, emotionless voice of the 9th ancestor echoed from the celestial throne. Each word struck the soul of the blue-robed man like a supreme hammer infused with the power of a true celestial. Cough. The blue-robed man, A terrifying presence capable of rampant dominance in the lower realms, even making emperors retreat in fear, now finds himself devoid of any thought of rebellion. He suddenly spews a mouthful of celestial blood, his entire aura instantly diminishing. In a lower realms auction house, a scheming rat has left you utterly helpless. Even costing the life of a supreme emperor, the voice of the ninth ancestor remains as placid as ever. Yet the fury concealed within is potent enough to freeze the entire supreme immortal palace. Please, ninth ancestor, quell your anger. The man in the azure robe, the envoy placed in the lower realm by the overseer, kneels in a state of sheer terror, pleading for mercy. It is not due to my incompetence. It is simply that the master is exceedingly enigmatic. He appears to be a living immortal king, with every ounce of strength. He manages to utter the words immortal king through clenched teeth. Immortal king? Upon hearing these words, the ninth ancestor seated upon the throne finally exhibits a flicker of emotion. He emits a derisive and mocking chuckle. An immortal king? In this epoch, true immortal kings have long since vanished. If there were indeed an immortal king among us, would we still be alive today? His tone drips with absolute confidence, as if proclaiming an irrefutable truth. It is likely that he merely relies on some ancient, forbidden celestial artifact left over from the previous epoch to bluff and intimidate. Though fear still gnaws at his heart, the envoy dares not rebut. He recognizes the terrifying power of the ninth ancestor. In the realm of the immortals, there are 9 founding ancestors, with 9 as the end and 1 as the supreme. Those ranked at the end, the 9th, 8th, and 7th ancestors, are all veritable beings of true immortal strength. The 6th, 5th, and 4th ancestors in the middle have reached the pinnacle of true immortality, mere steps away from the legendary quasi-immortal king realm. As for the 3 and 2 ancestors above them, they have long since entered the quasi-immortal king realm, truly towering over the vicissitudes of epochs. Legend has it that the most mysterious of the ancestors, who has never truly revealed himself, is indeed a genuine immortal king. It was he who, during the cataclysmic battle at the end of that epoch, betrayed all the immortal kings and conspired with the forbidden dark entities, dragging all immortal kings into the eternal battlefield of time. Thus, the current state of the immortal realm overseers came to be. With such a formidable backing, the 9th ancestor would naturally not regard a suspected immortal king from the lower realm as a threat. Long have the livestock in the pasture been raised. Now they dare to entertain thoughts of rebelling against the butcher. The 9th ancestor's cold voice resounds once more. It seems the time has come for an early harvest. A glimmer of ruthless cruelty flashes in his eyes, hidden behind the veil of dark laws, as he casts his gaze downward upon the still, trembling envoy. I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Thank you, 9th ancestor. Thank you, 9th ancestor. The envoy's eyes instantly ignite with elation as he fervently bows, as if grasping a lifeline. Go to the imperial fallen graveyard. The 9th ancestor's voice, devoid of any emotion, delivers the command. By the decree of my sovereign, awaken the 3 guardians of the tomb. The imperial fallen cemetery? The guardians of the tomb. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the envoy froze in a moment of sheer ecstasy, swiftly replaced by an even more profound terror. He understood the true nature of that place. He knew precisely what manner of dreadful and ominous beings the so-called guardians of the tomb were. They were among the most terrifying contingencies left behind by the 9 ancestors, or even those beyond them. 3 beings who, in their pursuit of the true immortal realm, had faltered, tainted by the laws of the immortal domain and corrupted by dark matter, yet managed to survive as remnants of immortals. Though they had failed, their power had already ventured half a step into the realm of the immortals. Their strength could not be compared to that of any emperor. Yet, they had become deranged and twisted, their minds shattered by their failure, existing in a state that even the Watchers were loath to invoke lightly. The Watchers, unable to descend to the mortal realm, feared that these guardians of the tomb would wreak havoc upon the carefully cultivated domain. Now, the 9th ancestor intended to awaken them. He proclaimed, with a voice laced with demonic temptation, that if they could level that tower and present the head of its master, he himself would intervene to cleanse their injuries, mend their shortcomings, and grant them passage into the immortal realm. He would bestow upon them true immortality. Upon hearing this, the envoy's body quivered violently. He knew that the 3 remnants of immortals, tormented by the shadow of death for countless millennia, could never refuse such a proposition. Your will is my command. He suppressed the fear within him, his eyes shimmering with excitement and fervor. He would not fail the ninth ancestor. With that, he reverently accepted a dark decree infused with the will of the true immortal, personally bestowed by the ninth ancestor. In an instant, he vanished from the cold celestial palace. He was bound for the mortal realm. He was destined to awaken those three beings, capable of plunging the entirety of the 3,000 realms into an eternal nightmare. Chapter 75. The Three Remnants of Immortals. Within the nine heavens' immortal domain, in an ancient passage so secret that even ordinary true immortals could not perceive it, the envoy's figure traversed the chaotic currents of space. This passage was specifically carved out by the Watchers as a shortcut for imparting will and messengers to the domain. The walls of the passage were engraved with the dark immortal edicts laid down by the ninth ancestor, blocking all prying eyes and emanating a chilling aura that could freeze one's very soul. The envoy kept his head bowed, unwilling to gaze upon the distorted runes. The wrath of the ninth ancestor was a terror far beyond the chaotic currents within this passage. The mere thought of his destination sent shivers through his body. The Imperial Fallen Cemetery, a taboo name that was shrouded in secrecy even within the immortal domain. After an indeterminate duration of traversal, a faint, ashen light appeared ahead. Without hesitation, the envoy plunged into it. In an instant, an indescribable stench and a wave of resentment assaulted him. Here lies the most terrifying cursed land of the 3,000 realms, the Imperial Fallen Cemetery. The sky is perpetually shrouded in leaden gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The earth is stained a deep crimson, soaked in the blood of countless emperors fallen throughout the ages, hardened like divine iron, yet exuding a pungent aura of decay. A shattered imperial sword is thrust at an angle into the ground nearby, its blade still retaining a trace of indomitable imperial might, though it is subdued to a mournful hum by the surrounding oppressive aura of death. An imperial spear lies broken, its tip adorned with the desiccated remains of an emperor. Hollow eye sockets silently narrating the unwillingness of its demise. As far as the eye can see, such remnants of imperial weaponry and skeletal remains are scattered throughout the graveyard, stretching into infinity. The air is rife with chaotic laws. At times, spatial rifts silently open, devouring all in their path, while temporal torrents sweep by, reducing an ancient divine stone to dust in an instant. More terrifying still is the pervasive aura of vengeful resentment, born from the lingering obsessions of countless fallen emperors. These resentments have materialized into tangible forms, manifesting as visible gray phantoms that wander aimlessly within the cemetery. They possess no consciousness, only the primal hatred towards the living. Even a saint king entering this realm would be swiftly corroded by the resentful spirits, their Tao hearts collapsing, transforming into mere shells of existence. The Qing envoy unfurls a protective halo of celestial light, cautiously evading the drifter's ire, and makes his way toward the heart of the cemetery. His complexion is pale, each step laden with immense difficulty. The oppressive environment bears heavily upon him, even as an emperor. At last, he arrives at the very center of the cemetery, an edifice constructed from the skulls of innumerable emperors' towers between heaven and earth. This structure is colossal, resembling a divine mountain of white bones piercing the skies. Each skull once belonged to a sovereign of an era, once gazing down upon eternity, invincible in the world. Yet now, they serve as the most humble embellishments of this monument, their eye sockets ablaze with an everlasting ghostly green flame, coalescing into a sea of despair. Standing beneath the edifice, the Qing envoy feels as insignificant as a speck of dust. He inhales deeply, suppressing the awe and fear within, and respectfully presents the dark decree bestowed upon him by the ninth ancestor with both hands. By the decree of the ninth ancestor, he proclaims, his voice amplified by celestial power, resonating throughout the desolate cemetery. As his words echo, the decree in his hands ignites spontaneously, transforming into three streams of profound black light that, disregarding space and distance, instantaneously penetrate the depths of the immense skeletal monument. A rumble ensues. In the next moment, the entire Imperial Fallen Cemetery begins to tremble violently. The ground fractures, and countless broken Imperial weapons emit mournful cries as they shatter. Above the skeletal monument, the ghostly flames within the eyes of millions of Emperor skulls flicker wildly, as if witnessing an entity that instills them with utmost terror. At the pinnacle of the capital, the fabric of space collapsed, and 3 colossal ancient coffins, larger than one could fathom, slowly ascended from the depths of an endless sea of bones, accompanied by a sound that grated on the teeth. Each of these coffins was crafted from distinct materials. One was entirely forged from immortal gold, its brilliance dazzling yet ensnared by an inescapable aura of death. The second was sculpted from an entire divine tree, exuding vibrant life, yet simultaneously emanating a despairing decay. The final coffin was assembled from countless shattered fragments of celestial artifacts, haphazardly pieced together, marred by grotesque cracks, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. As these 3 coffins fully emerged, they unleashed 3 distinctly different yet equally transcendent forces, each imbued with a sense of decay, enigma, an ominous dread that ascended towards the heavens. Boom! In that instant, the firmament of the 3,000 realms was tainted by a layer of ashen hue. Saturated with these 3 ominous energies, a chorus of mournful wails resonated, as heaven and earth lamented, seemingly weeping for the impending calamities. Crack! The lid of the immortal gold coffin creaked open. A skeleton, engulfed in eerie blue flames, emerged from within. Lacking flesh and blood, each bone shimmered like jade, intricately inscribed with the runes of death. With each step he took through the void, the space beneath him withered rapidly, dissolving into an expanse of desolate nothingness. He was the remnant immortal of the ghost realm. Crack! From the second coffin of the divine tree, a stunningly beautiful woman gradually sat upright. Her visage was unparalleled, her eyes like autumn waters, her skin fair as snow. Yet, the left half of her body had transformed entirely into cold, gray rock, devoid of life and riddled with spiderweb-like fissures. She was the remnant immortal of the stone disk. Roar! The third patch coffin suddenly exploded. A towering giant, composed of the remnants of 100 different emperors, forcibly stitched together with eerie black threads, rose from within. He possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, each head belonging to a once invincible emperor. He radiated a chaotic, violent, yet immensely powerful aura of imperial might, each aspect clashing yet strangely merging. He was the remnant immortal of the 100 corpses. These beings were remnants of failed ascensions to true immortality, having been devoured by the laws of the immortal realm. Tainted by dark matter, their minds twisted, yet miraculously surviving as monstrosities. They were remnant immortals, possessing strength surpassing that of emperors, yet eternally unable to attain true immortality. The gazes of the 3 remnant immortals pierced through the boundless void, landing upon the azure envoy. In their eyes, there was no vitality, only an endless madness, resentment, and an insatiable yearning for eternal life. The jawbone of the remnant immortal of the ghost realm opened and closed, producing a raspy sound akin to metal grinding against metal. The opportunity for eternity. The remnant immortal of the stone disk softly murmured as a stream of gray tears flowed down the rocky half of her face. At last, it has arrived. Ha ha! The mouths of the 100 remnants of the celestial beings erupted in a cacophony of maddening, hoarse laughter that sent shivers through the very essence of the soul. They had embraced this final endeavor, driven by an ephemeral longing for immortality that had consumed them for countless eons. The 3 remnants of the celestial beings stepped forth from the imperial fallen graveyard. Their mere presence was a profound blight upon this realm. As they descended upon the myriad domains, the heavens above darkened, unleashing a torrential downpour of crimson rain. The resonating myriad paths emitted mournful cries, overwhelmed by the weight of their arrival, and the brilliance of countless stars dimmed in response. They concealed neither their intentions nor their movements. 3 forces, infused with a terrifying blend of celestial might and ominous dread, advanced like ancient divine mountains, inexorably crushing all in their path toward the divine capital of all things. Where they tread, galaxies shattered and worlds withered. A voice cold, grand, and unequivocally authoritative, born from the collective will of the 3 remnants, echoed like thunder across the firmament, reverberating through every corner of the myriad realms, exploding in the ears of all living beings. By the decree of the 9 ancestors of the celestial domain, we have come to eradicate the traitors and level the origin treasure pavilion. Lower beings present a head within the span of an incense stick to avert death. Otherwise, the divine capital of all things shall leave no living creature unscathed. This tyrannical proclamation, dismissive of all life, plunged the entire myriad realms, which had just ignited with hope due to the arrival of the emperors, into an abyss of despair. The divine capital of all things, where countless cultivators had just celebrated the dawn of a new era, now stood frozen in horror, their smiles transformed into masks of unending dread. The oppressive force that bore down upon them, merely exuded as an aura, rendered all cultivators below the sage realm powerless, collapsing to the ground, their spirits shattered. The emperors, who had just departed to regroup their powers within their respective sects, were struck as though by thunder. In the depths of the eternal celestial dynasty, Qin Wenyan abruptly lifted his gaze toward the source of the ominous presence, his expression betraying shock upon his typically impassive countenance. It was the remnants of the celestial beings, monsters from legend that had touched the threshold of the celestial path yet fell into ruin, in the abyss of the buried emperor. The flames of soul within the eye sockets of the skeletal emperor flickered violently, conveying a sense of dread. This pressure far surpassed that of any emperor. Each one was no less formidable than a peak emperor wielding celestial artifacts, perhaps even stronger. How could we possibly contend against them? Panic spread like an uncontrollable plague through the freshly united alliance of emperors. They had resisted the guardians for the sake of survival, to grasp at a thread of hope. Yet now, the celestial domain had dispatched 3 incomprehensible and insurmountable monsters. This was not warfare, it was unilateral slaughter. The pavilion master urged us to conserve our strength and await the opportune moment, but this moment has arrived far too swiftly. A voice trembled from a demon emperor. There is no way to fight back. Even if we all united, we would still fall short of their capacity for destruction. Another formidable figure from the demonic path had already begun to contemplate retreat. Above the magnificent city of Wuxiang, the once sacred heavens, graced by the presence of the emperors, are now shrouded in a pallid gray and crimson hue. An unprecedented shadow of death looms over this colossal metropolis. Countless beings tremble in fear beneath the oppressive aura of the 3 approaching remnants of celestial beings, plunging them into the depths of despair. All gazes instinctively turn towards the summit of the heavenly peak, where a silent pavilion floats amidst the chaotic mists. This is their final beacon of hope. Yet, confronted with the death decree from the 3 remnants of celestial beings and the incense that has ignited the fate of billions, how will the enigmatic master of the pavilion respond? Will he once again unleash a decisive strike? Chapter 76, The Gathering of Emperors. The 3 terrifying presences, imbued with celestial might and ominous dread, serve as the final straw that breaks the spirit of all beings within the realms. The tyrannical death decree reverberates in the ears of every soul, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited with the arrival of the emperors. Despair spreads faster than a plague, while panic is colder than the abyss. The alliance of emperors, who had once vowed to follow the master in a campaign against the celestial domain, now quivers in fear on the brink of collapse. They yearn to resist, to survive, but they dread the thought of courting death. Faced with 3 remnants of celestial beings, each governed by distinct laws, this is no war. It is merely a march to the slaughterhouse. Why has the master not yet appeared? Could it be that even he, within the Wuxiang city, countless beings shiver, their faces ashen? Even the recently departed emperors, deep within their respective doctrines, feel a sense of retreat. Just as the suffocating despair threatens to engulf all, a sudden, ancient voice pierces the silence, resonating with a solitary grandeur. A bunch of cowardly miscreants dares to shout before the master. The chaotic void is torn apart, and a figure resolutely emerges, confronting the terrifying pressure that could obliterate galaxies. This ethereal presence is none other than the Emperor of Nothingness. Following this, 4 radiant imperial lights slice through the blood-stained and gray-shrouded heavens. Ha ha ha. 1 kill recoups the cost, 2 earns a profit. Today, let this pack of wretches from the celestial domain witness that down here, we are not spineless. The ferocious aura surges upward as the Emperor of Celestial Destruction wields a colossal axe, his imposing form illuminated by imperial light, brimming with martial fervor. The cycle of reincarnation is unending, and the campaign continues. Count me in for this battle, proclaims the Lord of Reincarnation, standing upon the wheel of reincarnation, radiating 6 hues of light with a solemn demeanor. In the name of the lunar deity, I shall freeze your tainted forms, declares the resplendent lunar empress, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. Enough, enough. We cultivators must attain clarity of thought. The towering figure of the Chaos Golden Man materializes, his eyes betraying no emotion of life or death. Amiba, if I do not enter hell, who will? The final figure, astonishingly, was the skeletal emperor hailing from the abyss of the buried sovereign. The soul fire in his eye sockets flickered, no longer cold and ominous, but ablaze with an unprecedented intensity. The Void Emperor, the Celestial Calamity Emperor, the Lady of the Dark Moon, the Lord of Reincarnation, the Chaos Golden Man, and the Skeletal Emperor. At this moment, these six were the first, and indeed the only ones, to step forth. The grace bestowed upon us by the Lord is as profound as a mountain. How can we remain passive while petty villains run rampant here? The voice of the Void Emperor resonated throughout the divine metropolis of all phenomena, each syllable imbued with the power to stabilize the hearts of the people. The lackeys of the celestial domain who wish to see the Lord must first tread over our corpses. We shall pave the way for our Lord. The five ancient emperors, alongside the skeletal emperor, shouted in unison, their voices merging into an indomitable torrent that forcefully repelled the oppressive aura of the three fallen immortals. Within the divine metropolis, countless cultivators, who had collapsed to the ground, felt a lightening of the pressure upon them. They raised their heads, staring blankly at the five figures that stood before them like deities, a flicker of hope rekindling in their eyes. Ah, splendid. Well said. Far away in the eternal celestial dynasty, Qin Wunyan suddenly slammed his hand upon the armrest of his imperial throne, a flicker of shame and determination flashing in his eyes. Convey my decree. All combatants of quasi-emperor rank and above within the eternal celestial dynasty are to assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Roar. The ancient demon emperor of the myriad beasts' holy court also let out a roar, the demonic aura piercing through the heavens and the earth. The imperial thoughts, reignited by the actions of the six emperors, intertwined once more. On the battlefield, the Void Emperor gazed at the three fallen immortals emanating an ominous aura, a grave expression crossing his features. He understood that a battle within the divine metropolis could unleash waves capable of annihilating everything. He clasped his hands together fiercely, uttering an ancient syllable. Void, open the realm. In an instant, the path of void surrounding him blazed with fervor, using himself as a coordinate to forcibly carve out a vast and boundless temporary battlefield in the chaotic void beyond the metropolis. The distorted spatial forces transformed into chains, dragging the three fallen immortals, along with the five of them, into the newly opened battlefield. Oh, this is intriguing. Among the 100 faces of the fallen immortals, one bore a mocking expression, seemingly choosing a grave for itself. Do these feeble remnants, whose strength has waned, dare to stand against us? He offered the five emperors no respite, as a colossal fist, stitched together from dozens of imperial laws, surged forth with an unrestrained ferocity, aimed directly at the celestial calamity emperor. This punch was chaotic and violent, yet contained a hint of the essence of immortal laws, unreasonably domineering. Come forth. The celestial calamity emperor roared, his imperial body swelling to immense proportions. The imperial weapon in his hand, a battle axe, ignited with overwhelming malevolence, transforming into a crimson axe light capable of cleaving through star systems, boldly meeting the onslaught. Boom! The clash of fist and axe did not produce an earth-shattering roar, but rather a chilling crack that gnawed at the teeth. The crimson glow of the battle axe shattered inch by inch, as the weapon that had accompanied the heavenly calamity emperor for countless years became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks under a single punch, emitting a mournful cry before dimming in brilliance. With a thud, the heavenly calamity emperor was sent hurtling backward by the irresistible force, his indestructible imperial body bursting forth clouds of blood mist, the essence of his imperial blood scattering across the heavens. One punch, merely a single punch, and the battle-hardened heavenly calamity emperor found himself gravely wounded. The radiance of the lunar divine light froze the ages. Observing this, the lunar empress's expression hardened as the lunar mark on her forehead shone brilliantly. A beam of intensely cold gray divine light, potent enough to freeze even the Tao fruit of an emperor into an ice sculpture, shot towards the half-petrified remnant immortal of the stone disk. However, a strange smile emerged on the exquisite face of the remnant immortal. She merely raised her hand, now completely transformed into stone. Buzz! A withered beam of petrifying light surged forth from her palm. The two beams of light collided in the air, with the lunar divine light being swiftly assimilated and eroded by the dull gray radiance. The petrifying light surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the lunar empress. This is bad. The lunar empress's complexion changed drastically. She sensed that her lunar Tao was being suppressed and decomposed by a law of a higher order. The left side of her body, starting from her toes, began to stiffen at a visible rate, losing all vitality and transforming into cold gray stone. Had she not decisively severed the part of the Tao essence that was being eroded, she would have soon met the same fate as the remnant immortal of the stone disk, becoming a lifeless statue. Meanwhile, the situation of the Lord of Reincarnation and the Skeletal Emperor was equally precarious. The 6 paths of reincarnation bind. The Lord of Reincarnation activated the reincarnation disk, summoning 6 deep black holes that sought to draw the ghostly realm's burning remnant immortal into their depths, extinguishing its true spirit. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Reincarnation? The ghostly realm's remnant immortal cackled. Before the eternal silence of my ghostly flames, all reincarnation shall succumb to stillness. With a breath, he expelled a wisp of ghostly blue flame toward the reincarnation disk. Though seemingly feeble, it bore the majesty of a king among all flames. Upon contact, the 6 divine fires burning on the reincarnation disk extinguished as if subservient to their sovereign. The ghostly blue flame settled upon the reincarnation disk, rapidly spreading, seeking to ignite and refine this imperial weapon instead. The Skeletal Emperor summoned millions of imperial corpses to form a battle array, but they were effortlessly incinerated by the rain of ghostly flames scattered by the remnant immortal. This was an utterly one-sided massacre. Chapter 77. Those who utter my true name. The 5 ancient emperors, any one of whom was among the most formidable beings across the 3,000 realms, were sovereigns who had suppressed several eras. Yet, in the presence of the 3 remnant immortals who had grasped fragments of celestial laws, their minds twisted and driven to madness, they appeared so fragile, so easily crushed. Their imperial laws were effortlessly shattered. Their imperial weapons were casually destroyed. Their imperial forms were on the verge of disintegration. Time flowed backward. At the very moment when the heavenly calamity emperor was about to be shattered by the second strike of the 100 corpses remnant immortal, the void emperor let out a low growl. His already ethereal figure became even more translucent, at the cost of fiercely burning his own fundamental essence. He forcibly reversed the flow of time in that area. The injuries on the heavenly calamity emperor instantly healed to their former state. The soon-to-be petrified lunar empress also returned to her original form. The ghostly flames on the reincarnation disk were drawn back as well. However, the price paid by the void emperor was immense. His aura diminished at a visible pace, and his once ethereal appearance was now marred by countless wrinkles, as if he had aged a millennium in that fleeting moment. Once again, this tiresome trick. The head of the 100 corpses remnant immortal let out an impatient roar, demanding to eliminate him first. The 3 remnant immortals simultaneously abandoned their respective opponents, their mixed auras of ominous celestial power locking onto the void emperor. Ha ha ha! You wish to kill me? You are not worthy. The void emperor laughed heartily, fully aware of his impending demise, and thus relinquished everything. Void returned to the abyss. He intended to detonate his own void path, dragging these 3 remnant immortals into eternal obliteration. You wish to self-destruct? Too late. The ghost domain remnant immortal's eyes flashed with soul fire, perceiving the void emperor's intent. His skeletal jaw opened wide, unleashing an invisible yet decayed soul shriek, piercing toward the imperial souls of the 5 ancient emperors at a speed that transcended thought. He aimed to eliminate these 5 bothersome ants in one fell swoop. Under this soul shriek, the void emperor's burning path came to an abrupt halt. The battle axe raised by the heavenly calamity emperor froze in midair. All were immobilized. Their imperial souls appeared as fragile as mere parchment before this annihilating celestial attack, on the brink of being utterly torn apart. It was over. A glimmer of despair and unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the 5 ancient emperors. They did not fear death. They merely lamented that they would not witness the day when their lord would ascend to the celestial realm. Just as this precarious moment hung in the balance, with death looming imminent, Zhang Mo, observing the live broadcast within the Origin Treasure Pavilion, finally set down the sunflower seeds in his hand. These individuals were indeed true followers of mine, possessing a deep sense of duty towards the people. One must exchange sincerity for sincerity. With a thought, the quasi-immortal king one-day experience card, valued at 50 million points and stored within the system space, quietly shattered. An indescribable force, surpassing all paths and seemingly emanating from the very dawn of the universe, instantaneously filled his limbs and bones. In that moment, he was the sovereign. On the temporary battlefield, a voice emerged, coldly indifferent, yet seemingly encompassing the profound truths of the cosmos, resonating from the heavens above, clearly echoing in the ears of every being. Those who chant my true name shall glimpse eternity in the cycle of rebirth. A few worthless beings, who have yet to attain immortality, dare to act with such audacity here. As the words fell, a colossal hand, composed entirely of the purest golden essence of the primordial Tao, slowly emerged from the chaotic void. This hand transcended the constraints of space and time, arriving before the soul's piercing shriek could touch the 5 emperors, and gently grasped it. With a soft pop, that soul attack, capable of annihilating great emperors and leaving the 5 ancient emperors powerless, was effortlessly crushed by the golden hand, resembling a vibrant soap bubble bursting. The atmosphere was tranquil. Suddenly, the ghostly remnants of the fallen immortals, their azure soul flames having burned for countless epochs, faltered, swaying violently as if they might extinguish at any moment. The skull, forged from immortal bones, creaked under the unbearable strain. His soul, intertwined with the shattered scream, suffered unimaginable backlash. How could this be? That attack contained the essence of immortal principles. How could it be so easily crushed by another? Not only he, but the other 2 remnants, the 100 Corpses remnant and the Stone Disc remnant, ceased all actions. Fear, reaching its utmost extremity, manifested in their chaotic and frenzied minds. They abruptly raised their heads towards the source of the voice and the colossal hand. Shortly thereafter, an indescribably immense eye slowly opened in the highest heavens of the battlefield. This eye bore neither pupil nor sclera, only the most ancient and primordial Tao rhythm circulating within it. The sun, moon, and stars rose and fell within. Epochs cycled and reincarnated, and myriad laws floated and sank. It held no emotion, merely casting a cold glance at the wounded, ghostly remnant. In that singular gaze, the remnant, whose will was forged from divine thought, let out a final, heart-wrenching scream. Under the scrutiny of that eye, the decaying, immortal principles, upon which he prided himself and relied for existence, were forcibly traced back to their origins. The deathly patterns comprising his body were dismantled into the most primitive fragments of law. His seemingly indestructible immortal bones were broken down into the purest particles of energy. His azure soul flames, which had burned for epochs and were thought to never extinguish, were directly decomposed into the unconscious essence of the soul. A remnant so terrifying that even the 5 ancient emperors were rendered powerless, who had roamed the emperor's graveyard for countless years, found itself utterly erased from the very roots of existence, without a single thought of resistance. Both form and spirit annihilated. All paths turned to void. The temporary battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The winds ceased, the tumult of energy stagnated, and even the chaotic mists halted their tumultuous churn. The Emperor of Heavenly Punishment, the Empress of the Moon, and others maintained their previous stance of awaiting death, their gazes fixed vacantly upon the spot where the remnants of the ghostly domain had vanished, their minds rendered utterly blank. The 100 twisted and arrogant faces of the 100 Corpses remnant immortal were now frozen, etched with profound horror. The half-stone visage of the Stone Disc remnant immortal bore only a singular expression: fear. Had a remnant immortal truly perished just like that? Simply gazed to death? In the desolate battlefield, silence reigned supreme. Time, space, energy, and laws all seemed to be suspended, as if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. The Emperor of Heavenly Punishment and the Empress of the Moon stood rigid, their imperial souls frozen. They stared blankly at the void where the ghostly Domain-S remnants had once existed, now a barren emptiness as pristine as if no presence had ever graced it. The 100 contorted faces of the 100 Corpses remnant immortal unified in expression, solidifying into sheer astonishment. From the half-stone face of the Stone Disc remnant immortal, the only active gaze was filled with pure, soul-deep terror. A remnant immortal, one who surpassed the Emperor and grasped fragments of the immortal laws. A terrifying entity that had roamed the Emperor's tomb for countless millennia, had simply vanished, gazed to death. This was no mere suppression of power. It was a dimensional strike against the very essence of life. Their once proud, decaying, immortal principles, which had allowed them to transcend the emperor, appeared as laughable and pitiable as a wooden sword wielded by a 3-year-old child before the immense golden eye. He was the immortal king. Flee. Fear utterly crushed their twisted wills, obliterating the false promises bestowed by the 9th ancestor. The massive body of the 100 corpses remnant immortal, stitched together, twisted violently, unleashing a chaotic explosion of imperial laws in a desperate attempt to tear through space. The stone disc remnant immortal transformed into a gray light, recklessly darting towards the battlefield's edge. Yet, as they turned to flee, the extremely indifferent voice resonated once more, akin to an immutable decree of the heavenly path. Did I permit you to leave? In that instant, the entire temporary battlefield, established by the Void Emperor, erupted in resplendent golden light at its boundaries. Chains of law, formed from the most primordial principles, materialized out of thin air, intertwining and instantly transforming the battlefield into an impeccable prison. The spatial rules here were entirely rewritten, and time was frozen. The 2 remnant immortals found themselves ensnared like insects trapped in amber, their every movement suspended mid-air, unable even to twitch a finger. The colossal golden eye slowly turned, gazing down upon the 2 despairing ants, rendering its final judgment. 1. Follow him. 2. Surrender your souls and become eternal servants. Guard my gates. Without a moment's hesitation, even the slightest gap for contemplation, the terror of death and the faint hope of purging the decaying power within them, revealed by the golden chains, compelled them to make the most instinctual choice. I am willing to be a servant. I am willing to guard the gates for the master. On the visage of the stone disc remnant immortal, half of which was exquisitely beautiful and the other half petrified, gray tears flowed forth. With every ounce of strength, she released a primal scream from the depths of her soul. I am willing to guard the gates for the master. I implore the master to spare my life. The 100 corpses remnant immortal, with its multitude of mouths, roared in unison, their voices brimming with flattery and desperation, devoid of any trace of their previous ferocity. Your intellect remains intact. A voice, devoid of emotion, resonated. 2 golden chains, more solid than the previous cage-like laws, shot forth from those enormous eyes, disregarding their protective, celestial light, and directly penetrated their foreheads. The 2 remnants simultaneously emitted cries of anguish, yet within that pain lingered an indescribable ecstasy. The golden chains of the Origin Tao engraved an indelible mark of servitude upon their souls, completely seizing control over their lives and deaths. Simultaneously, apure, warm, and life-giving force of creation began to seep slowly from the chains, gradually suppressing and purifying the decayed immortals and dark matter that had entwined them for countless millennia, rendering them unable to live or die. They could distinctly sense the encroaching power that was corroding their Tao fruits being restrained. The corrupting force that had clouded their minds was being forcibly untangled and harmonized by a higher power, a glimmer of hope for healing. This was a dawn they had not dared to dream of since their fall. Thank you, Master. Thank you for your grace of rebirth. The stone disc remnant immortal prostrated itself in the void, offering the most devout of tributes to that colossal eye. Master, in your mercy, we were also compelled by circumstances. The head of the 100 corpses remnant immortal, belonging to an ancient demonic emperor, wept bitterly. Had it not been for the treachery of those old fiends in the celestial realm, we should have roamed freely within the celestial domain. How could we have fallen into such a wretched state? As if finding a vent for their emotions, the stone disc remnant immortal lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with endless resentment and sorrow. Master, see clearly. We are but a few fortunate souls who touched upon the threshold of true immortality in the twilight of several epochs. My name was Xianxia, the last sovereign of the Taichu sacred land. Long ago, at the pinnacle of the starry sky, I endeavored through tribulation. The celestial gates were open, and the celestial lightning descended in 81 strikes, all of which I successfully endured, poised to ascend to immortality. Her voice quivered with a sense of injustice. At the final step, as the celestial light beckoned to reshape my immortal body, that cursed old dog, the 9th ancestor of the celestial realm, he clandestinely intervened, mingling a strand of dark essence into the guiding celestial light. My Tao fruit was instantly tainted, my celestial body shattered, half of my form transformed into stubborn stone, forever unable to progress. Had I not preserved a sliver of my true spirit within the sacred treasure, the rebirth divine would coffin, I would have long since dissipated into the cosmos. I suffer more than you, roared the 100 corpses remnant immortal, its resentment soaring skyward from its 100 imperial bodies. I am the ancient overlord body, embodying the path through flesh. My celestial tribulation is the trial of the heart's demons. The 9th ancestor, the 8th ancestor, and the 7th ancestor, 3 true immortals joined forces, ensnaring me within their woven illusion, leading me to believe I had already attained immortality, where I languished for 100,000 years. When I awakened, my physical form had already been dismembered, and my spirit shattered, stitched together with the remains of countless failed emperors from the trials of transcendence through dark sorcery. They proclaimed it a utilitarian endeavor, asserting that we, the remnants of celestial beings, were but their most ferocious hounds, bred to eliminate their inconvenient kin. These words struck like thunderclaps, resonating within the minds of the great Void Emperor and his companions. They finally comprehended why, throughout innumerable epochs, while prodigies continually emerged from the lower realms and emperors flourished, no one had ever truly ascended to divinity. It was not that they lacked the capability. Even those nearing true immortality were destined for the same fate. The guardians of the celestial domain were not merely harvesting the fortunes and essence of the lower realms. They were systematically eradicating any nascent forces that could pose a threat to their dominion. This was a nefarious conspiracy that had persisted for countless epochs, targeting the entirety of the lower realms. Upon completing this grim task, that vast golden, I paid no further heed to the 2 lamenting remnants of celestial beings. A gentle radiance of origin, akin to a spring breeze nourishing the earth, descended from the heavens, enveloping the 5 ancient emperors on the brink of death. Where the light touched, the ghastly wounds of the celestial slayer emperor instantly healed, and the shattered war axe gleamed with renewed brilliance, even surpassing its former glory. The half-petrified form of the lunar empress was restored to its original state, and the void in her fundamental essence was swiftly filled. The Void Emperor, who had suffered the most, not only regained his peak condition, but also sensed faint signs of a long stagnant path to the void beginning to stir towards breakthrough. They perceived that this was not merely healing. It was a higher form of blessing. An indifferent voice echoed one last time in their minds. Subsequently, that immense golden eye, which overlooked eternity and governed all, slowly closed, along with the origin laws that enveloped the battlefield, vanishing into the void. The overwhelming pressure dissipated. On the battlefield remained only the 5 ancient emperors who had survived, alongside the 2 remnants now bound by slave marks, their once fierce presence diminished. The Void Emperor and his companions gazed into the emptiness, unable to regain their composure for some time. Finally, the 5 supreme beings who had once suppressed an era and gazed upon eternity turned in unison toward the direction of the Divine City of all phenomena, where the Origin Treasure Pavilion resided, adjusting their garments and adopting solemn expressions. They then prostrated themselves, offering the most devout and earnest of salutes. This bow was not for power or intimidation, but for the grace of rebirth and for the guide who had cleared the mists of ages, revealing the true path of hope.